My name is Lining. I stood there, in front of the grand steps of the hotel, looking like a complete mess. The wedding music drifted out, and I knew that behind those doors, Su Fei was getting married to her fiancé, Zhang Chao. Laughter and cheers filled the hall inside, while I stood outside, disheveled and exhausted. The wedding ceremony was at its peak, and the words echoed in my ears. Do you, Su Fei, take this man to be your husband, in sickness and in health? She smiled that charming smile of hers and said, I do, like the perfect bride she always pretended to be. I had enough. Pushing open the doors, I stormed into the wedding, and all eyes turned to me, stunned. For a moment, Su Fei looked panicked, but she quickly covered it up. She hadn't expected me to show up. She thought she had destroyed me yesterday. But here I was, alive and furious. The guests started whispering, recognizing me as the lost daughter of the Lin family who had been swapped with Su Fei at birth. Their words hurt. How shameless, ruining her sister's wedding. But I kept walking towards Su Fei. Su Fei's expression turned guilty as she backed away. Zhang Chao blocked me, treating me like some monster. Stay away from my pure, innocent bride, his eyes seemed to say. Finally, Su Fei spoke in that fake, concerned voice. Sister, what happened to you? Where are your clothes? You disappeared last night, and I was so worried. Her acting was flawless, but I knew the truth. I spat out, Su Fei, you set me up? You sent those men after me last night. She widened her eyes in mock shock, acting like the innocent, delicate girl she always pretended to be. Zhang Chao stepped in, angry, accusing me of trying to ruin Su Fei's happiness. The crowd's murmurs grew louder, painting me as the disgraceful one. Su Zhen, my biological father, stepped forward and shouted, telling me I didn't belong there. My heart sank. Even after everything, he chose to believe Su Fei over me. I tried to defend myself, saying Su Fei had arranged for me to be attacked, but he slapped me, calling me a liar and a disgrace. Pain and humiliation washed over me. The slap burned on my cheek, and a woman's broken high heel dug into my arm as I fell. But physical pain didn't scare me anymore. I was too used to it. As I stood up, the heel still stuck in my skin. I looked at Su Zhen. He only showed disgust. Someone complained about dirtying their shoes, and I bit back, reminding everyone of the poison Su Fei had used on me. But Su Fei, as always, played the victim, accusing me of slander and claiming she had only ever cared for me like a sister. With a deep breath, she tried to look composed and gentle. Sister, I know you like Zhang Chao, but lying won't change anything. Why do you hate me so much? Her words stung, and I knew everyone was falling for her lies again. But I wouldn't back down. Not now. I stood there, my voice cracking as I said it. Yeah, I did eat the poison myself. I thought you were doing it to help me. 7 or 8 years of slow poison and those healthy supplements you gave me. Just kill me already. Even though I tried to feel numb, the pain and helplessness hit me hard, like a storm I couldn't escape. I knew I'd been betrayed, humiliated, and poisoned. Yet, my real parents still looked at me with cold eyes, filled with hate. I remembered my mother from the slums. Even when she was barely awake, she'd protect me, save up for things I wanted, patch up my worn out clothes until they were decent. She died early, and I grew up like a weed, clinging to those rare moments of warmth. I whispered to myself, Mom, I'll see you soon. For the first time in ages, I managed a real smile, feeling a bit of happiness. But the crowd jeered. She's lying. Look at her laughing, ruining Su Fei's wedding. It hurt, but I opened my eyes, no longer afraid, and stared down my so-called parents. For the first time, I didn't just agree quietly. I stepped forward, forcing Su Zhen into a corner. Chu Yun grabbed his suit, nearly tearing it. Do you even know I'm your real daughter? I suffered in the slums for years. When Su Fei got sick and you found out she wasn't really yours, did you ever try to find me? Su Zhen snapped back, insisting they raised me well and owed me nothing. All I wanted was a little love, just a bit of kindness, I said, my voice breaking. Do you even see me as your daughter? Or am I just your servant, your nothing? I told them how excited I'd been when they first came for me, so happy that I couldn't sleep. But now I realized it was all false hope. The hall went silent, the crowd too shocked to speak. A cleaning lady looked at me with pity, while everyone else seemed disgusted by me. I was no longer begging for acceptance. I was done. Su Fei tried to twist the story again, her sweet voice begging me not to make Dad angrier. She played the victim, pleading that I take my hate out on her and not the family. The crowd believed her lies, like always. But I was past caring. I smiled, feeling detached, and listened to Su Fei's fake sincerity. Then I turned to leave, done with the Su family forever. I was their real daughter by blood, but I'd never truly belonged. Even growing up in the dirt of the slums, I'd been treated like a stain they couldn't clean. Zheng Chao tried to stop me, still acting outraged. But I'd survived the slums. I knew how to defend myself. I pulled the heel out of my arm and stabbed it into his leg. His scream pierced the air, and I calmly told the owner of the shoe, "It's clean now, washed with the blood of a noble." Chaos erupted. Chu Yun called for security, screaming that I was a lunatic. I laughed bitterly. Yeah, I'm crazy, just like my mother from the slums. But even crazy, she's better than any of you. The Zheng family panicked, yelling at my parents to control me. But I was done playing their game. The chaos around me exploded after I hurt Zheng Chao, his family yelling as if I'd destroyed the world. Mrs. Zheng screamed for a doctor, furious that her son had suffered like this, demanding that I be stopped and punished. Chu Yun was panicking, but she didn't dare come near me. She tried to slap me, but I blocked her hand and even pushed her down. I was done being controlled, done letting anyone push me around. Su Zhen yelled at me, reminding me Chu Yun was my mother. I laughed bitterly. Mother? Mine is already dead. You people have nothing to do with me. Su Fei, ever the actress, squeezed out some fake tears. She offered to leave the Su family, to give me everything she had, as long as I didn't hurt them. Her voice dripped with that same weak, pitiful tone, but it only made me angrier. Her lies and manipulations didn't work on me anymore. She kept pleading, but I was tired of it. I pulled her close, pressing a hidden dagger against her neck. Her face turned pale. I whispered, "Move and I'll end you." For years, she trapped and humiliated me, never once thinking I'd fight back. But now, I wasn't the weak Lin Yin she could bully. I was strong, and I knew what I had to do. Everyone around us watched in fear. Chu Yun screamed for security, but I pressed the blade harder. Blood trickled down Su Fei's neck. She started to shake, begging for her life. "Did you let me off when I trusted you?" I shouted. My voice was full of rage and hurt. I didn't have much time left anyway, so I would make sure she paid. I slashed Su Fei's face, over and over. It felt like finally reclaiming some justice. I was returning the pain she caused me, the scar she left on me 8 years ago. It was her turn to suffer. Everyone stared at me in shock. This wasn't madness, it was clarity. I knew exactly what I was doing and why. Su Fei sobbed, promising to forgive everything, saying we could be a happy family again. I sneered. Like before? So you can keep hurting me? Her pleas felt empty, but I had nothing left to lose. You all made sure I wouldn't live long. The doctor said I have maybe half a year left. What do you owe me? My voice was steady, and for the first time, I felt truly alive, even if it was just for a moment. I had to sacrifice everything, my body, my life, just to finally see their true selves. For 8 long years, I had always been an outsider, never part of their warm, loving family. When I lived in the slums, I felt like a weed. But now, even a stray dog was treated better than me. I wouldn't let them keep winning. Not anymore. Su Fei, I said, my voice cold. I don't have much time left, so I only have one last wish. If I'm going to hell, you're coming with me. My words made her freeze, trembling with fear. Chu Yun's shrill voice echoed through the hall, desperate for someone to save her precious Su Fei. The motherly love I had never experienced was so obvious, so painful to witness. Lin Yin, drop the knife. I heard a familiar voice, gentle but urgent. It was Su Lin, the only person in that family who had ever treated me kindly. He defended me, spoken out against Su Fei, and been the only light in my darkness. Hearing him made me pause, just for a second. That's when the security guards grabbed Su Fei, and my knife clattered to the floor. Relief filled me, but when I looked up, Su Lin was there, pointing a gun at me. My heart shattered. "Brother Su Lin," I whispered. Then, the gunshot. I felt myself falling, landing in a pool of blood. The ground beneath me turned red, and everything became still. I could still hear Su Lin comforting Su Fei, apologizing for being late, for not saving her sooner. Chu Yun was screaming about getting Su Fei to the hospital to save her perfect face. The realization was cruel and crushing. Su Lin, the one person I had trusted, had betrayed me. All those promises to protect me, the words that once kept me going, lies. He had always been loyal to Su Fei. All this time, he had exposed my secrets, my pain, my every move. I lay there, surrounded by blood, realizing how pathetic I had been. Everything I had trusted was a joke. Su Fei, leaning down to me, still wore that fake, gentle smile for the crowd, but her true self whispered words of pure venom into my ear. "Lin Yin, you're worthless," she spat. "You're not even fit to be in this family. Su Lin was always mine. You're nothing." Her words made me feel sick, and with the last of my strength, I spat blood onto her perfect, hateful face. She screamed, but kept up her act, pretending to pity me. "Sister, I'm so sorry. It's all my fault," she sobbed, playing her role to the end. And I realized, even dying, I was still stronger than her lies. I couldn't believe how far they went to show their true selves. Chu Yun wiped my blood from her face, calling me disgusting and saying I wasn't even worthy to be called Su Fei's sister. Sujin publicly declared that he never had a daughter like me, claiming he'd been more than kind for raising me these past 8 years. Su Fei put on her usual act, crying and pretending she cared about me. The guests comforted her, calling her kind and gentle while blaming me for everything. Even Su Lin, the brother I had once trusted, held her protectively, acting like I had tried to destroy their precious Su Fei. But behind her fake tears, I saw the sly look in her eyes. She was happy I was gone. Sure, she had one. Someone finally asked about my body, and Sujin coldly ordered them to throw it away, even suggesting feeding it to the dogs. Chu Yun didn't care either, just wanting to rush Su Fei to the hospital. They treated me, their own blood, like I was less than nothing, a mistake they were eager to erase. I had made so many mistakes in my life, but the biggest one was believing they could be my family. I had once been confident and strong, even in the slums. But after joining the Su family, I had become small and afraid, never standing up for myself, even when friends betrayed me. I never imagined that my life would end like this, killed by the people I once called family. My life had become a cruel joke. Even as a soul, the pain and betrayal still hurt. I looked at my lifeless body and felt no regret about leaving. I had suffered enough. The guests eventually left, and the place grew silent, except for a man in a black suit who approached my corpse. He was tall, handsome, with a cold but striking face. He ordered his people to send me to a funeral parlor and make sure I had a proper burial plot. His words surprised me. "I hope you won't be trampled on like this in your next life." Without this stranger's kindness, I would have been dumped on the streets like garbage. My soul finally drifted away, and I lost consciousness. But when I opened my eyes again, I was back in the slums, 8 years earlier. Sunlight streamed in through the broken glass, and I blinked, adjusting to the light. When I saw the half-page calendar on the wall, I realized it was the exact day the Su family came to take me away. I was 18 again, back before everything went wrong. I pinched myself, and the pain was real. There was a knock on the old wooden door. It was Aunt Lee, Chu Yun's butler, who had always been kind to me despite everything. I felt grateful for her, remembering how she secretly helped me suffer less. This time, as I got into the luxury car, I wasn't nervous or hopeful. A fire burned inside me. I wasn't going to let them take everything from me again. This time, I would take back what was mine. The scenery along the way was beautiful, and it had the smell of money that was unique to the district where the wealthy lived. The first time she saw this path, she was overjoyed. She thought that her life would change from now on. Her parents would definitely feel sorry for her and be with her for the rest of her life. This time, her eyes were filled with hatred and determination. As she got closer to the Su family, the fire of hatred burned even brighter. Lin Ying clenched her fists tightly. She knew that the gears of fate had once again given her a choice. One wrong step, and she would be facing a bottomless abyss. She could not lose again. Lin Ying, have to win this time. Aunt Lee saw Lin Yin's clenched fists. The girl in front of her was thin and her clothes were tattered, but they were very clean. The young lady who should have been living a luxurious life had ended up in such a state. She sat in the luxury car that should have belonged to her and clenched her fists nervously. Aunt Lee's heart instantly ached for this girl. She thought to herself, the Su family must compensate her well and stop suffering. The car drove for a long time. The slums and the district where the wealthy lived were also very far apart. The driver even muttered that he had never seen such a difficult road like those in the slums. Fortunately, he reached a familiar place. Even the air was fresh. They finally arrived at the entrance of the Su family's house. The luxurious villa in front of her was the place where she had lived for 8 years, and the place that caused her pain. Even though it was so luxurious, Chu Yun and Su Fei still tried their best to find a small and dilapidated room for Lin Ying to stay in. Lin Ying scoffed this time. They intended to suppress her and torture her heart. In her previous life, she had no idea and walked into their trap step by step. In this life, she would not let them succeed. Standing at the entrance of the Su family's house, Lin Yin's red lips parted slightly with a satisfied smile on her face. She knew that after she pushed open this door, she would have to meet her opponent again. This time, she would let them taste all the pain she had suffered in her previous life. She would not be soft-hearted towards them anymore. The door slowly opened and Lin Ying stepped into the place that had killed her in her previous life. All the decorations in the Su family were of the best quality. Every inconspicuous item was worth 1,000,000 yuan. The Su family was not afraid of damage. They could just throw it away and buy it again. Under the light of the crystal lamps, the marble floor shone brightly. The first time she came her previous life, Lin Ying was careful with every step she took, afraid that she would dirty the ground. This time, Lin Ying was afraid that the ground would dirty her feet. It was hatred that kept her going, step by step. In the empty living room, the hosts did not show their face, as if they did not welcome her arrival at all. Aunt Lee smiled awkwardly. Madam might be busy. I'll go upstairs to take a look. Lin Ying smiled. Okay. Chu Yun was not busy. She was just too lazy to show any concern for her daughter. Her arrival was not what Chu Yun had expected. After 8 years of understanding, Lin Ying had seen through her. The current Lin Ying would no longer beg for her love. Nothing mattered. Lin Ying stood rooted to the ground and waited for Aunt Lee to call Chu Yun down. Chu Yun stood upstairs unhurriedly, looking down at Lin Ying. When she saw Lin Yin's tattered clothes, he frowned. A young girl in a pink princess gown arrived. She was wearing a gem necklace worth tens of millions. Her leather shoes were spotless from the top of her shoes to the bottom of her shoes. Her face was covered in exquisite makeup. However, no matter how exquisite her makeup was, she still paled in comparison to Lin Ying. The person who came was Su Fei. Su Fei held Lin Yin's hand and said warmly, "Sister, you're finally here. I'm so happy. You've suffered all these years." On the surface, Su Fei looked intimate with Lin Ying, but in reality, her eyes were filled with jealousy. How could a girl who had rolled out of the slums look better than her? It really made one want to destroy her. Seeing Su Fei holding Lin Yin's hand, Chu Yun quickly went downstairs. She went forward and pulled Su Fei away. She looked at Lin Ying with undisguised disdain. She looked up at Aunt Lee reproachfully. "Hurry up and bring the disinfectant. Fei Fei's hand can't touch anything dirty. She's going to get a rash later." Chu Yun frowned and looked at Lin Ying. "Lin Ying, it's hard for you to travel here. Don't get germs everywhere." Chu Yun's words were sharp and harsh, making Aunt Lee freeze on the spot. However, Lin Ying still had a relaxed smile on her face, as if she didn't hear her. Seeing that Lin Ying had no intention of moving, Chu Yun was very frustrated. Just as she was about to say something, The source of her annoyance suddenly rushed towards her. Before she could react, Lin Ying grabbed her wrist. I was given birth to by Madam. Does Madam mean that such a big germ fell from Madam's body? In that case, why don't you wash yourself? After all, you're much dirtier than me. Lin Ying chuckled and answered with ease, but her eyes were cold and ruthless. She was so fierce that it made one feel uncomfortable. She forgot to struggle. You will bread thing. Let go of me. Chu Yun shook off Lin Yin's hand. Lin Ying followed her words and said even more harshly, Does Madam really despise me so much? Then why did you bring me here? Su Fei's eyes widened. She was shocked but also secretly happy. Lin Ying dared to anger her mother the moment she arrived. As long as she behaved well, her mother's heart would definitely be with her. Lin Ying was indeed forcefully brought over by the Su family and was prepared to be presented to an old tycoon. Su Zhan had also repeatedly instructed her to be polite to Lin Ying. A child who grew up in the slums could not compare to a pampered child. Chu Yun knew that she was in the wrong. Her almond-shaped eyes widened as she suppressed her anger. Seeing this, Nanny Li quickly helped her out. Miss Lin Ying, Madam doesn't mean anything else. She's doing this for your own good. Madam often nags at Miss Su Fei like this. You just have to get used to it. Su Fei adjusted her expression and smiled sweetly. She was still so understanding as she said, How can Sister Lin Ying have bacteria on her body? Mom is joking with you. You don't have to take it seriously. She turned around and said to Chu Yun coquettishly, Mom, stop joking with Sister. She's frightened. Lin Ying sighed in her heart. If this was the first time she met her today, she would definitely be touched. Okay, my good daughter has really grown up. I'll listen to you. Chu Yun stroked her hair dotingly. When she turned to face Lin Ying, her tone was still cold and hard. Follow your sister to see your new room later. As she spoke, footsteps came from behind Lin Ying. It was steady and strong. It was a cold and serious middle-aged man. He was the master of the Su family, Lin Yin's biological father, Su Zhan. Lin Ying is here, Su Zhan said. Listen to your sister more in the future. She's smart and sensible. Change your bad habits. The moment she saw Su Zhan, Lin Ying hated him to the core again. The scene of the wedding was still vivid in her mind. Lin Ying clenched her fists tightly to stop herself from trembling. No matter how bad Su Fei was, she was an unrelated stranger to her, and Su Zhan was her biological father. In the end, this couple was extremely gentle to Su Fei, who they were not related to by blood, but cold and heartless to her. Su Fei looked like an obedient little girl. She held Chu Yun and Su Zhan's arms familiarly and introduced them happily to Lin Ying. Sister, this is Dad and this is Mom. From now on, our family can live happily together. Lin Ying knew in her heart that only the three of them could be considered a family. She was just an outsider that Su Zhan was using to sin to get married to a rich businessman. If she could not be used, they would never have brought her back. Lin Ying knew her true position in this family. She wasn't here to be their family this time. Revenge was her only goal. Lin Ying clenched her fists and restrained her surging hatred. After Su Fei introduced her family to Lin Ying, she said briskly, Then I'll bring my sister to see the room. Then, she pulled Lin Ying upstairs. Be careful. This child is really happy. Chu Yun smiled. When you come to this house, you have to know your place. Take good care of your sister in the future. Su Zhan's order came from behind. He had always been like this. 18 years of absence had not only changed family ties, but also her situation. Even if they had the same blood, it could not change her fate of being ostracized. What a familiar scene and what familiar words. In her previous life, she listened to them. She felt that it was already the greatest blessing that she could live in this house. She did not have to suffer or wear washed-out clothes, nor did she not have enough to eat. She wouldn't have to hide in a room full of cockroaches and starve until dawn. At that time, she even felt that the Su family had changed her fate and made her live the life she had dreamed of. Therefore, no matter how unreasonable their request was, she would not refute it and would only endure it silently. Ever since she lived here, she had been so humble that she had killed her flamboyant and strong self bit by bit. At that time, she was really too gullible and too easily satisfied. It was precisely because of this that she stepped into the trap that Su Fei had designed. Now she wouldn't be so stupid. When you say that, I thought I was here to be a servant. Lin Yin sneered. Her cold tone made the smile on Chu Yun's lips freeze. The scene was very awkward. Su Fei immediately continued Lin Yin's words. My sister is new here. As her elder sister, I should be the one taking good care of her. I'm already an adult and can take care of myself. I'll also take good care of my sister. Mom, I'm great now. Hearing a smile appear on Chu Yun and Su Zhen's lips again, Su Fei's sensibility and etiquette made them proud. Su Fei dragged Lin in to see the new room. Sister, from today onwards, this will be your room. Do you like it? Lin Yin had lived in the small room in front of her for 8 years. She was very familiar with every corner of the room, just like she was familiar with her miserable self in her previous life. Would fate repeat itself here? No, she could not let them succeed again. This place is too small. I don't like it. I want to see the other rooms, Lin Yin said. Su Fei was stunned. She had thought that Lin Yin would be grateful, but she had outright rejected her. How dare a beggar from the slums covet something better? Su Fei despised her, but the sweet smile on her face remained. She led Lin Yin to another room. As the doors of the room were opened one by one, Lin Yin recalled her previous life. At that time, she didn't even have the courage to go to another room to take a look. She was like a soft persimmon that could be bullied by others. But this time, she wanted to completely shatter her previous life and take back everything that should have belonged to her. While Lin Yin was thinking, the two of them arrived outside Su Fei's room. The door was inlaid with pink diamonds with gold trim and looked very dazzling. Lin Yin stopped in her tracks. Su Fei was about to continue walking with Lin Yin when she realized that there was no one beside her. Sister? Su Fei turned around and saw Lin Yin standing outside her room. A bad feeling suddenly rose in her heart. Just as Su Fei was about to step forward and take her away, Lin Yin reached out and pushed the door open. It was a big princess room. Every item in the room was expensive. The corners of Lin Yin's lips curled up slowly, and her eyes were filled with fog. I like it here. I want this room. As expected, this little BT. She knew that she had ill intentions. Su Fei stood behind Lin Yin and gritted her teeth. Dream on. Su Fei stepped forward and persuaded her gently, Sister, I've lived in this room for 18 years and I'm used to it. Why don't you look at the other rooms? There are still a few rooms you haven't gone to. Then what should I do? I want this. Lin Yin sat on the sofa impolitely and crossed her legs, looking like she was saying, What can you do to me? Just as the two of them were in a deadlock, Chu Yun, who was waiting for her daughter to come down, pulled Su Zhen upstairs. Seeing Chu Yun, Su Fei seemed to have a straw to clutch at. She pouted aggrievedly. Mom, sister likes my room. Although I like this room very much, I think I'll give it to her. Su Fei's usual tactic was to be sensible and show weakness. She was always the one who gave in. It was endearing. This move worked. Chu Yun was the first to disagree. This daughter from the mire actually wanted to make Fei Fei suffer the moment she entered? Where did she get the courage from? Chu Yun's face darkened. You don't have to. Didn't we already arrange a room for her? Tell her to get lost. Get lost? Back to my slums? Lin Yin scoffed. If you want to go back, no one will stop you. On the first day of her arrival, if she didn't teach her a lesson, she would take advantage of them. Chu Yun didn't want to give in at all. I just didn't expect such a big villa to have a room like a slum. Did you guys specially prepare it for me? Lin Yin looked at her with a faint smile. Hearing this, Chu Yun's face flushed red with embarrassment and anger. This daughter came and wanted to make Su Fei suffer. Not only Su Fei, but even she had gotten angry because of Su Fei. Su Fei bit her lip too. She hadn't expected Lin Yin to dare threaten her mother in front of her father, but this was good. The more arrogant she was, the harder it would be for this family to tolerate her. Su Fei clenched her fists at the thought and endured it for the time being. At this moment, Su Zhen finally spoke. He glanced at Lin Yin and said, Stop fighting. This isn't the only room in the Su family. Fei Fei, move out. Su Fei looked surprised that her father wouldn't speak up for her either. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her voice trembled as she said in a low voice, I wanted to give it to my sister. Seeing her things get moved to the small room next door, Su Fei's heart was full of resentment towards Lin Yin. Back then, in order to expand the room, Su Fei had asked the designer to occupy more than half of the room next door. She never expected that she would move out one day. Su Fei complained in her heart. But in order to know herself and her enemy so that she could plot against Lin Yin, Su Fei could only move in aggrievedly. In the blink of an eye, it was dinner time. Lin Yin went to the dining room to eat with the Su family. The main seats were occupied by the Su family of 3. Lin Yin was arranged to sit in a corner, a few seats away from the family of 3. The boundaries were so clear that even the servants could not stand it. Even if there was no one else here, they still had to draw a boundary here. In her previous life, she had felt a little aggrieved sitting in this seat. But now, she could be further away from this family and she would not be so disgusted that she could not eat. The host sat down and the servants began to serve the dishes. Su Fei's side was filled with expensive seafood dishes and various exquisite pastries. Su Fei sat elegantly at the dining table with a wine glass in her hand, looking as noble as a princess. On the other hand, the unwanted vegetable leaves and cooked potatoes looked especially piercing on the table full of delicacies. Just like in her previous life, Su Fei had specially prepared them for her, as if she was telling Lin Yin that even if she entered the Su family, she would be no different from these dishes. Seeing that Lin Yin had noticed the dishes, Su Fei smiled sweetly. I was afraid that sister wouldn't be used to the food here, so I prepared your favorite. Thank you for your concern, sister. You allowed me to feel like I'm living in the slums while I'm living in the Su family's villa. Lin Yin thanked her, but her eyes were cold. She had no intention of thanking her. In her previous life, Lin Yin did not dare to say anything in the face of such a situation. She even took a few bites. Su Zhan and Chu Yun praised Su Fei for being considerate. They did not expect what the servants at home would think of her because of such actions. Humiliating words along the lines of country bumpkin and cheap were widespread among the servants. Thinking of what had happened in her previous life, Lin Yin's gaze became even sharper. Su Fei's lips turned pale. She did not expect Lin Yin to dare to say anything. Wasn't she slapping her parents in the face? Su Zhan looked at the dishes placed in front of Lin Yin, and his expression turned extremely ugly. If this matter were to spread, he would be embarrassed. The servant at the side sensed that something was wrong. Without waiting for Su Zhan to signal for her, she hurriedly reached out and prepared to remove it. There's no need. Lin Yin stopped her. This is to remind me not to forget my background. How could I dare to let them remove it? The slums, Su Zhan said. Don't mention it again. Lin Yin's lips curled into a cold smile. Is my background so embarrassing for you? You're from the Su family. No one is allowed to insult you in the future. Only then could he avoid them mentioning it in public again. Su Zhan glanced around and his gaze lingered on Chu Yun and Su Fei's faces for a few seconds. The warning was obvious. Su Fei's eyes were red, as if she had been wronged. She sobbed and said, I'm sorry. I was afraid that my sister wouldn't be used to eating the food here. I didn't expect her to feel uncomfortable. Su Fei had not expected things to turn out like this. She hated Lin Yin to the core, but she had no choice but to give in. She could not let her father have a bad impression of her. However, she would definitely chase Lin Yin out of the Su family. The Su family could only have one daughter. Having Lin Yin win twice in a row, Su Fei's spirit to fight was ignited. She wanted Lin Yin to become a clown that complimented her. She wanted Lin Yin to get lost from this house on her own accord. Lin Yin, who came from a quagmire, was not worthy of integrating into the upper-class society. Su Fei sat on the bed in the small bedroom, her hands gripping the bedsheets tightly. Thinking about how Lin Yin had crawled out of the poor, she must not have had much experience. A plan surfaced in Su Fei's mind. The next morning, Su Fei knocked on Lin Yin's door. Looking at the familiar furnishings in the room, those were all things that once belonged to her. Just that gorgeous princess bed alone was custom-made by New York designers. There was also a big window in the room where one could take in all the beautiful scenery. Her new room was much inferior. Su Fei was secretly annoyed, but she had to smile. Are you used to staying here last night? I'm fine. It's just that there's a bad smell in the room that keeps me awake all night. How can my room smell bad? Su Fei was shocked. It's probably because I'm allergic to this smell. Lin Yin waved a freshly opened bottle of perfume in her hand. That was Su Fei's favorite perfume. A spritz of it was equivalent to a few dozen US dollars. It was normal for a country bumpkin to not appreciate such a good thing. Su Fei's eyes flashed with pride and smugness, but she still pretended to be a gentle sister. If you don't like it, just throw it away. I didn't know that sister was allergic. Maybe sister's not used to the smell of expensive perfume. How could the emotions in Su Fei's eyes escape Lin Yin's eyes? She said in disgust, "It stinks. I just want to sneeze smelling it." You. Su Fei was so angry she couldn't speak. Seeing the flash of anger on Su Fei's face, Lin Yin sneered in her heart. She couldn't take it anymore? She hadn't even returned 0.001% compared to what she had done to her in her previous life. She had to persevere more. There was still a long way to go. They had to settle their scores slowly. "Why are you looking for me?" Lin Yin asked as she threw the perfume into the trash can. Su Fei had just calmed down, but after seeing Lin Yin's actions, her anger started to rise again. She quickly took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. She pretended that nothing had happened and said, "I'm here to tell sister to have breakfast with me. Let's go down together." Su Fei took Lin Yin's hand and used her other hand to tuck a ruby bracelet under Lin Yin's pillow. Lin Yin didn't believe that Su Fei was so kind. Thinking about her actions just now, she already had some guesses. Shaking off Su Fei's hand, Lin Yin said expressionlessly, "I'll go down after I change. You can go first." After being humiliated time and time again, the anger in Su Fei's heart was on the verge of exploding. She could only barely suppress it when she thought of what would happen to Lin Yin later. "Then don't keep mom and dad waiting too long." Su Fei forced a smile on her face and left in a hurry, as if there was a fire burning behind her. Lin Yin sneered and closed the door. After a while, she found the ruby bracelet. It was bright red and looked very pleasing. Without hesitation, Lin Yin changed her clothes and threw the bracelet at Su Fei's door on the way to the dining room. She wanted to deal with her with such a clumsy trick? Ridiculous. After stepping down a few steps, Lin Yin heard Su Fei's aggrieved voice. "Brother gave it to me. If sister wants it, she can ask me. Why did she take it away when I wasn't paying attention?" When Chu Yun saw Lin Yin, she could no longer control her anger. She could not stand her precious daughter being so aggrieved. "Get over here." Chu Yun roared at Lin Yin. Lin Yin walked slowly. She raised her eyebrows and asked in confusion, "You asked me to get lost yesterday, but you asked me to get here today. Is this my activity in this house?" She was still so self-righteous after doing something wrong. Chu Yun was so angry that her face turned red and white. "Why did you steal your sister's things?" Su Fei pretended to persuade her and sniffled. "Mom, don't scare sister. She didn't mean it. Maybe she just likes it too much. Steal it if you like it." Our Su family has never had such a despicable habit. Chu Yun was so angry that her hand that was pointing at Lin Yin was trembling. "Hurry up and return it and apologize to your sister." Su Fei also said aggrievedly, "Sister, can you return my bracelet to me? Brother gave it to me. If it was any other jewelry, I would give it to you directly. But this is not." Looking at the drama in front of her, Lin Yin crossed her arms and said as if nothing had happened, "How can I return it if I didn't steal it? I've never seen what you're talking about. You dare to steal, but you don't dare to admit it. Don't bring your bad habits into the house." Chu Yun scolded. She trusted Su Fei without a doubt. Steal what? Su Jun had arrived unknowingly. He stood behind Lin Yin with an unhappy expression. "What are you doing so early in the morning?" Su Fei brought out her usual delicate look and blinked innocently. "Dad, I went to my sister's room before I went downstairs today. When I came out, I realized that the ruby bracelet that brother gave me was gone." Su Jin looked at Lin Yin, who spread her hands. "Although I don't have much experience, I won't steal anything. This has never happened at home before. Now there's a thief? And it's the day after you came?" Chu Yun was relentless. Her adopted daughter was pure and flawless. When her biological daughter came, she could slander her in all kinds of ways. It was ridiculous and sad. "I won't admit to anything I haven't done," Lin Yin replied unwaveringly. Seeing Su Fei's aggrieved gaze, Chu Yun's heart ached. His attitude towards his daughter, who refused to admit it, worsened. "We'll know if you stole it when we get to your room. It's up to you guys." Lin was not afraid at all. She knew how this matter would end. It was a deadlock. Aunt Lee realized that the servant beside her was trembling uncontrollably. While Aunt Lee was puzzled, she suddenly realized that she was holding a red bracelet tightly in her hand. It was Miss Su Fei's bracelet. Aunt Lee grabbed her hand, and the bracelet fell to the ground. Instantly, everyone looked at her. Su Fei couldn't believe it either. Her bracelet had clearly been hidden under Lin Yin's pillow. Why had it appeared in the hands of a servant before they could go up and search for the evidence? Aunt Lee asked in surprise, "Why is Miss Su Fei's bracelet in your hand?" The servant was so frightened that she fell to the ground, her face turning pale. She trembled and said, I picked it up at Miss Su Fei's door. I wanted to ask around, but when I came down, I saw Miss Su Fei crying. She sounded like she was about to cry. I saw that she was anxious. I was afraid that she would misunderstand that I stole it, so I didn't dare to speak." There was silence. Su Fei looked stunned. This Lin Yin was really too hateful. She actually avoided it. She was really not easy to deal with. The Su family doesn't raise servants with dirty hands. You can leave. Su Jun's words determined this matter. Lin Yin looked at the shocked crowd and scoffed. The truth is out now. Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Su Fei said pitifully, "It's good that it's not sister. I'm just afraid of misunderstanding sister and didn't want to believe that sister would do such a thing. That's why I cried so sadly." The more sincere Su Fei's words were, the more disdain Lin Yin felt. Was she that anxious to chase her away? Unfortunately, the more anxious she was, the worse her tricks were. Lin Yin was no longer the little girl she had been in her previous life. Her heart had become hard and cold. No matter how hard Su Fei tried, she could not do anything. "The matter is settled. Sit down," Su Jun said. The family sat around the dining room again. Su Fei didn't dare to look into Su Jun's eyes. She was afraid that he would see through her. She was afraid that the obedient image she had painstakingly maintained would collapse in front of them. If that happened, she would have no place in the Su family. At the dining table, Chu Yun's face darkened. She had wanted to stand up for Su Fei, but she did not expect it to be just a misunderstanding. This made her feel guilty towards Lin Yin. Su Fei was in a bad mood and had no appetite for the table full of food, but when she saw Su Jun eat, she still took a bite. Only Lin Yin did not move her chopsticks. Su Jun looked at her in confusion. "Why aren't you eating?" "I was wronged and couldn't eat. I didn't expect that I was such a person in your hearts. Since you don't like me, why did you bring me back?" Lin Yin said coldly. It was rare for Chu Yun to be gentle with Lin Yin. "Little Yin, I'm sorry. It's Mom's fault. I'll definitely ask you first next time, and not scold you directly." Chu Yun still wanted to touch Lin Yin's back, but she avoided her. She felt disgusted. Lin Yin's avoidance made Chu Yun's expression freeze, but fortunately, Lin Yin did not continue to hold on to this. This breakfast was considered peaceful, but the bit of motherly love that had painstakingly appeared in Chu Yun was gone again. However, Lin Yin didn't care. Just a little bit of her love was enough to disgust her for a long time. But what Lin Yin didn't care about was what Su Fei cared about the most. The thought of her parents' hearts returning to Lin Yin and her being chased out of the Su family or becoming a joke made her feel suffocated. Lin Yin looked at the expression on Su Fei's face. It changed several times in a short time. She knew what she was thinking. She still did not give up and still wanted to scheme against her. This was the best. Only then could they have fun. After breakfast, Su Fei returned to the bedroom. Looking at the small room and thinking about how Lin Yin had embarrassed her in the past 2 days, Su Fei couldn't suppress the anger in her chest and threw a tantrum. Lin Yin had only been in this house for 2 days, but she was already doing well. As time passes, what place will she have in this house? Lin Yin had to get out of the Su family as soon as possible. After Su Fei vented her anger, she called the servants over to clean up while she changed her clothes and prepared to leave. With Lin Yin in this house, she couldn't stay any longer. She wanted to go out and catch her breath before thinking about how to deal with Lin Yin. In front of the huge, bright floor-to-ceiling window, Lin Yin watched calmly as Su Fei's car drove out of the Su family villa. She knew that after losing twice, Su Fei was already looking at her squarely. The fight between the two of them would only get worse. But she was not afraid. She had crawled out of Hades to begin with. She had returned to the mortal world for revenge. She would let them taste the pain she had experienced in her previous life. Bang, bang. Aunt Lee's voice came from outside the door. Miss Linine, Madam asked me to bring you something. When she opened the door, Aunt Lee was holding a set of diamond jewelry. She smiled at Linine and said, Madam chose this for you. Where should I put it? Linine took a look. She didn't want to accept it, but Aunt Lee had treated her well in her previous life. She didn't want to embarrass Aunt Lee, so she accepted it in the end. However, the words that came out of her mouth were not that nice. Help me thank Madam. I don't want to be framed for stealing someone else's jewelry just because I don't have any. Aunt Lee knew that Chu Yun had done something wrong in the morning, so she advised. Mrs. Chu also regrets and blames herself for what happened in the morning. She just lacks understanding of you. That's why she's like this. You two are mother and daughter. One day, Mrs. Chu will treat you the way she treated Miss Su Fei. She just needs some time. Mother and daughter? Chu Yun and Su Fei were the ones that were mother and daughter. It was impossible for it to be her. Although she was disdainful, out of respect for Aunt Lee, she did not say anything nasty. She only replied, Thank you, Aunt Lee. I understand. After leaving the Su family, Lin Yin arrived at the Shenghua building. This was the most prosperous economic center. There were the most expensive jewelers in the city here. Lin Yin came here because she wanted to choose some jewelry that suited her. Lin Yin didn't have any makeup on and didn't have any jewelry on her. The salesperson at the entrance couldn't even be bothered to look at such a customer. She even tried to invite her out. Miss, are you in the wrong place? The cheapest jewelry here costs 20,000 yuan. Is 20,000 yuan a lot? Lin Yin asked calmly. The salesperson's gaze swept past Lin Yin. Seeing that her outfit did not cost more than 300 yuan, the disdain in her eyes was obvious. Don't tell me you've never seen 20,000 yuan before? Then don't come in. Lin Yin looked at her steadily, her eyes full of anger, scaring the salesperson into taking 2 steps back. I'm here to shop, not to listen to your jokes. Since you don't want to sell, I won't entertain you anymore. Lin Yin took out a gold card that could buy the entire street and walked out of the shop. She looked back at the dumbfounded salesperson and said, I don't know 20,000 yuan. I'll just go to this shop where everything costs at least 100,000 yuan. The salesperson, who had been disdainful just now, instantly regretted letting go of a big client who could earn her a year's commission. The salesperson had been exposed to the environment for a long time. Her attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn, and the smile on her face was almost obsequious. She almost rushed out with all her might, trying to pull Lin Yin back. Lin Yin looked at her. The person in front of her was the person who had worked with Su Fei in her previous life to make her buy an imitation. At that time, Lin Yin had no idea and she had worn that jewelry to the banquet. In the end, it was rumored that she had no foresight and wore fake goods to the banquet, completely embarrassing her. Su Jin also felt embarrassed. From then on, he banned her from participating in all activities, causing her to be kicked out of this circle. Lin Yin had never thought of her in this life, but she came looking for her herself. In that case, she would teach her a lesson. Lin Yin raised her eyebrows and looked at her. What else? Miss, the latest model in our shop is especially suitable for you. I meant that those below 20,000 yuan are not suitable for you. Lin Yin looked at her playfully. And? Could I bring you to see it? The salesperson didn't dare to relax her smile at all. Her face was sore from smiling, but she still had to maintain it. After all, she had just offended this big client who came out of nowhere. Lin Yin felt disgusted. Back then, she had tried to curry favor with Su Fei like this. Now, she was sticking to her like a plaster and starting to curry favor with her. Then let's go take a look. Lin Yin stepped into the shop again. When they entered the shop, there were several salespeople. Although Lin Yin was dressed shabbily, her perfect face did not need any decorations. Even ordinary clothes could not hide her beauty. They did not dare to neglect her at all. She placed her slender fingers on the glass counter and knocked on it gently. Lin Yin leisurely chose a diamond necklace and brooch, her movements filled with natural confidence. The other salesperson was quick to react. She came up to her with a smile and said, Miss, Let me help you bring it over. Thank you. Bring me the most expensive items on this counter. When the salesperson at the door heard this, she was afraid that her client would be snatched away by someone else. She screamed, "Let me take it. This VIP is my client." Luming looked at her and smiled. "Don't touch my things with your dirty hands." The salesperson was stunned. She watched in disappointment as this big order slipped away in front of her eyes and became someone else's order. She was angry and anxious, but she could not flare up. She was so angry that she almost fainted. When the salesperson took Lin Yin's card to settle the bill, Lin Yin could even hear her uncontrollable cries. It was just a small lesson. Why was her cry so piercing? Lin Yin did not analyze what she had chosen and directly paid the bill. The surrounding customers and salespeople looked at this strange customer who was dressed shabbily but was generous. Perhaps she was some female celebrity that was used to being free and unrestrained. On a whim, she came shopping in her costume after filming. She did not bring her assistant and manager with her. She was really an easygoing person. The salesperson thought to herself as she packed. Lin Yin strolled around this famous business center and changed out of her cheap clothes. At this moment, she was wearing a red and black dress. It was not overly decorated, but it complemented her beauty perfectly. At this moment, she seemed to have been reborn. This was the real her. She was confident and beautiful. Her eyes shone with a firm and confident light that matched her beautiful appearance. She was not the weak, pitiful Lin Yin from her previous life who did not dare to have any desire for this world. The people who passed by Lin Yin couldn't help but look at her a few more times. A couple passed in front of her, and the guy glanced at her a few times. Lin Yin heard a loud sound. The girlfriend was probably punishing her boyfriend for being distracted. Although Lin Yin had bought a lot of things, she only held the new bag she had just bought. The rest would be sent to her home. After walking out of the Shanghua building, before Lin Yin could react, a dog held by an exquisitely dressed woman bumped into her. The woman had no intention of apologizing and was about to leave with the dog. "You want to leave after bumping into someone?" Lin Yin stopped her. "Apologize to me." The woman turned around and looked at her in disbelief. She replied bluntly, "You're not injured. Why should I apologize?" Lin Yin walked up to her and sized her up before slapping her. This sound seemed to be even louder than what she had just heard. "You hit me? What right do you have to hit me?" The woman covered her face in shock, her face burning. Lin Yin didn't answer and only smiled coldly. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The salesperson she had met just now was just a small fry. Lin Yin did not care at all. She was definitely related to the Su family. The salesperson had been exposed to the environment for a long time. Her attitude immediately took a 180-degree turn, and the smile on her face was almost obsequious. She almost rushed out with all her might, trying to pull Lin Yin back. Lin Yin looked at her. The person in front of her was the person who had worked with Su Fei in her previous life to make her buy an imitation. At that time, Lin Yin had no idea and she had worn that jewelry to the banquet. In the end, it was rumored that she had no foresight and wore fake goods to the banquet, completely embarrassing her. Sujin also felt embarrassed. From then on, he banned her from participating in all activities, causing her to be kicked out of this circle. Lin Yin had never thought of her in this life, but she came looking for her herself. In that case, she would teach her a lesson. Lin Yin raised her eyebrows and looked at her. "What else?" "Miss, the latest model in our shop is especially suitable for you." "I meant that those below 20,000 yuan are not suitable for you." Lin Yin looked at her playfully. "And? Could I bring you to see it?" The salesperson didn't dare to relax her smile at all. Her face was sore from smiling, but she still had to maintain it. After all, she had just offended this big client who came out of nowhere. Lin Yin felt disgusted. Back then, she had tried to curry favor with Su Fei like this. Now, she was sticking to her like a plaster and starting to curry favor with her. "Then let's go take a look." Lin Yin stepped into the shop again. When they entered the shop, there were several salespeople. Although Lin Yin was dressed shabbily, her perfect face did not need any decorations. Even ordinary clothes could not hide her beauty. They did not dare to neglect her at all. She placed her slender fingers on the glass counter and knocked on it gently. Lin Yin leisurely chose a diamond necklace and brooch. her movements filled with natural confidence. The other salesperson was quick to react. She came up to her with a smile and said, "Miss, let me help you bring it over." "Thank you. Bring me the most expensive items on this counter." When the salesperson at the door heard this, she was afraid that her client would be snatched away by someone else. She screamed, "Let me take it. This VIP is my client." Luming looked at her and smiled. "Don't touch my things with your dirty hands." The salesperson was stunned. She watched in disappointment as this big order slipped away in front of her eyes and became someone else's order. She was angry and anxious, but she could not flare up. She was so angry that she almost fainted. When the salesperson took Lin Yin's card to settle the bill, Lin Yin could even hear her uncontrollable cries. It was just a small lesson. Why was her cry so piercing? Lin Yin did not analyze what she had chosen and directly paid the bill. The surrounding customers and salespeople looked at this strange customer who was dressed shabbily but was generous. Perhaps she was some female celebrity that was used to being free and unrestrained. On a whim, she came shopping in her costume after filming. She did not bring her assistant and manager with her. She was really an easygoing person. The salesperson thought to herself as she packed. Luming strolled around this famous business center and changed out of her cheap clothes. At this moment, she was wearing a red and black dress. It was not overly decorated, but it complemented her beauty perfectly. At this moment, she seemed to have been reborn. This was the real her. She was confident and beautiful. Her eyes shone with a firm and confident light that matched her beautiful appearance. She was not the weak, pitiful Lin Yin from her previous life who did not dare to have any desire for this world. The people who passed by Lin Yin couldn't help but look at her a few more times. A couple passed in front of her, and the guy glanced at her a few times. Lin Yin heard a loud sound. The girlfriend was probably punishing her boyfriend for being distracted. Although Lin Yin had bought a lot of things, she only held the new bag she had just bought. The rest would be sent to her home. After walking out of the Shanghua building, before Lin Yin could react, a dog held by an exquisitely dressed woman bumped into her. The woman had no intention of apologizing and was about to leave with the dog. "You want to leave after bumping into someone?" Lin Yin stopped her. "Apologize to me." The woman turned around and looked at her in disbelief. She replied bluntly, "You're not injured. Why should I apologize?" Lin Yin walked up to her and sized her up before slapping her. This sound seemed to be even louder than what she had just heard. "You hit me? What right do you have to hit me?" The woman covered her face in shock, her face burning. Lin Yin didn't answer and only smiled coldly. Enemies were bound to meet on a narrow road. The salesperson she had met just now was just a small fry. Lin Yin did not care at all. She was definitely related to the Su family. It was this heinous 21-year-old woman who was attached to a 60-year-old man. She was someone's mistress, but not only did she claim to be single, she was also shameless. She pulled strings with the Su family and that old tycoon to get Su Zhan to sell Lin Yin to them. That was an old man who was old enough to be Lin Yin's grandfather. Furthermore, he had weird fetishes. None of the women that fell into his hands survived for more than 3 months. Thinking of her previous life, Lin Yin wished she could slap her a few more times. "What do you want? Do you know who I am?" The woman was furious and barked fiercer than a dog. "Ms. Xiaozhan," Lin Yin replied unhurriedly. "I wonder which lucky media outlet can buy your exclusive news from me." A cold smile hung on Lin Yin's lips, making Xiaozhan's hair stand on end. Xiaozhan took a deep breath to prevent others from seeing that she was panicking. She was also considered a small-time celebrity, so it was normal for her to be recognized. Xiaozhan comforted herself. "What secrets can I have?" Xiaozhan pretended to be calm and smiled. "I'm not a big star. Which media outlet will be interested in me?" Lin Yin's expression was still calm. It was impossible to guess what she was thinking. But in the next moment, Lin Yin leaned close to her ear and asked softly, "Are you happy being a mistress? Who are you?" Xiaozhan was shocked. She instantly thought of countless ways to shut Lin Yin up. A thick layer of ice brewed in Lin Yin's eyes. She felt that the scene in front of her was extremely laughable. A seller actually didn't recognize her goods. If she remembered correctly, this woman should have already shown her information to that old tycoon. Lin Yin snorted. "You don't know me?" Hearing Lin Yin's words, Xiaojun covered his burning left cheek. She could tell that Lin Yin looked familiar. A moment later, Xiaojun finally remembered that this was the adopted daughter of the Su family, Lin Yin. As for her being a mistress, it was naturally something that could not be exposed. However, that 60-year-old pervert had a lot of connections and loved to show off. There were countless people who knew about it in private. Xiaojun avoided her gaze. Even if she was beaten up, she did not dare to say anything. She was not like the other party who came from a poor background. No matter what, she was still a celebrity. If this matter spreads, it would not be good for her. At the thought of this, she finally lowered her stance and apologized sincerely to Lin Yin. I'm sorry. Sister won't hold it against me, right? Lin Yin frowned and looked at Xiaojun. What did you say? I didn't hear you clearly. I'm sorry. Xiaojun had no choice but to raise her voice. The surrounding people looked at her curiously, and she felt like she had lost all her face. Although she apologized, she gritted her teeth in her heart and thought, "You oblivious little girl. I'll teach you a lesson in the future." Seeing Xiaojun's humiliated expression, as if she wanted revenge but could only endure it secretly, Lin Yin felt very comfortable. All right, get lost, Lin Yin said with a smile. Today's actions were not even appetizers. Everyone still had a long way to go. Lin Yin had a ledger in her heart. How much everyone owed her and how deeply they hurt her were all written on it. She would make them pay it back with interest. As she walked out of Shanghua restaurant, Lin Yin's footsteps were unprecedentedly light. A man in a well-ironed suit was surrounded by several assistants and managers. He looked at Lin Yin's back and a rare smile appeared on his lips. Through his black sunglasses, she could see a faint smile in his sharp and deep eyes. This woman was a little special. Feeling a little hungry, Lin Yin walked into a French retro restaurant. She had been sitting at the same dining table as the Su family for the past 2 days. She was so disgusted that she did not eat much. Now, she could finally eat her fill. When the waiter saw a guest coming in, he immediately came over to welcome her. As he led the way, he asked, "Miss, what do you want to eat? Do you want me to recommend a menu for you?" Lin Yin sat down and casually looked at the menu. These few signature dishes, plus a corn soup and red wine. Thank you. As long as she did not see the Su family, even her appetite became much better. But just as she put down the menu, Lin Yin realized that Su Fei and her best friends were also shopping at this mall. Lin Yin's lips curled into a playful smile. Enemies were really bound to meet on a narrow road. Perhaps it was because Lin Yin's gaze was too obvious, but Su Fei saw her too. Lin Yin changed her clothes. It took Su Fei a few glances to be sure that the person sitting there was Lin Yin. Thinking about everything that had happened before, malice flashed across Su Fei's eyes. She immediately lowered her head, tears of grievance in her eyes, and pretended not to dare to look at Lin Yin. Her attentive best friend, Shi Dai, immediately noticed Su Fei's abnormality. She followed Su Fei's gaze and effortlessly found Lin Yin. "Fei, is that someone you know?" Shi Dai asked. Su Fei wiped her tears and shook her head. "Let's go." She looked like she was about to leave. Of course, Shi Dai did not agree. If Su Fei was in trouble, she, as a friend, had to help. Ignoring Su Fei's obstruction, Shi Dai rushed in front of Lin Yin. She was aggressive, and the waiter was unable to stop her even if he wanted to. Su Fei's lips curled into a sneer as she watched Shi Dai's actions. Although Shi Dai had never met Lin Yin, she had heard a lot of Su Fei's complaints in the past few days. When she saw Su Fei's reaction, she could guess what was going on. She was just an adopted daughter, yet she dared to bully Su Fei because of her soft personality. In just 2 days, she had snatched many of Su Fei's things. Today, she would teach this arrogant bitch a lesson. "You, come out," Shi Fei said arrogantly to Lin Yin. Shi Dai thought that she would stun Lin Yin, but she did not even look up at her. "Hey, I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?" Shi Dai was exasperated. This woman from the slums actually dared to ignore her. The waiter said helplessly to Shi Dai, "Madam, please, get lost. You have no right to speak here." Shi Dai interrupted the waiter disdainfully. "You're just a lowly person. You have no right to speak to me. Is making a fuss in public the upbringing of you rich families?" Lin Yin looked at Shi Dai coldly. She was the best gun in Su Fei's hand. As long as Su Fei pretended to be weak, she would rush out and seek justice for Su Fei. She should really let Chu Yun see her shouting and saying that she was uneducated? She didn't know who was uneducated. No wonder the elders of the Su family said that I have no upbringing. It would be good if I learned your manners. Lin Yin smiled and said, I was ignorant. You. Shi Dai pointed at Lin Yin, so angry that she couldn't speak. Lin Yin raised her eyebrows in confusion. Are you crazy? You rushed in front of me and shouted, and now you want to criticize me? At this moment, Su Fei and her other best friend, Ji Yun, walked forward. Su Fei pretended to have just noticed and said nervously, Stop arguing, Sister Lin Yin. This is my friend, Shi Dai. This is Ji Yun. They might have a misunderstanding about you. Misunderstanding? Lin Yin smiled. I want to hear what kind of misunderstanding it is. You're just an adopted daughter. If you can enter the Su family, you should tuck your tail between your legs. You still want to bully the legitimate eldest daughter. You're really shameless. Ji Yun was straightforward. Since Shi Dai did not gain any advantage, she immediately joined the battle. Seeing Lin Yin's attitude, Ji Yun understood more than half of Su Fei's situation. This adopted daughter was no different from an ordinary Philistin. One could imagine the grievances Su Fei had suffered at home. If she didn't teach her a lesson now, she would bully Su Fei even more in the future. Su Fei's eyes filled with tears. If you two continue to argue, I don't know what to do. Everyone in the restaurant looked at them. Someone left early in displeasure. The waiter apologized as he settled the bill. Lin Yin looked up at the three people in front of her. Very good. Everyone who often bullied her in her previous life had gathered. Lin Yin looked sympathetically at the indignant Shi Dai and Ji Yun. These two stupid people had been played by Su Fei and thought that they were the messengers of justice. With their brains, even if they were sold by Su Fei, they would probably still help her count the money. She was in a good mood today, so she would just be a good person. Lin Yin stood up and picked up her wine glass, pouring the rest of the red wine on Shi Dai's head. Lin Yin's movements were very agile. Shi Dai couldn't dodge in time and was covered in wine. No one expected Lin Yin to do such a thing. The three of them exclaimed and hurriedly helped Shi Dai deal with the red wine on her body. I'm sorry. It's the first time a country bumpkin drank red wine. The cups filled. Lin Yin apologized and didn't forget to ridicule her. I helped you wash your useless brain. You don't have to thank me. Shi Dai was furious. She did not expect to be bullied by a country bumpkin. This was the first time she had encountered such humiliation. Lin Yin was dead meat. However, before she could vent her emotions, Lin Yin said, By the way, don't you despise adopted daughters? Then you can despise her. Lin Yin looked into Su Fei's eyes and smiled faintly. Su Fei took a step back in shock. This woman wasn't he going to expose her? Was she? However, just as Su Fei was thinking of a solution, she realized that Lin Yin had stopped advancing and was about to turn around and leave. Shi Dai shouted at Lin Yin, You despicable and shameless adopted daughter. Just wait to die. Die? Lin Yin turned around and glanced at her. The coldness in her eyes glinted and Shi Dai instantly fell silent. Would someone who had died once still be afraid of death? Watching her leave, Shi Dai and Ji Yun were exasperated. This detestable Lin Yin. The kind and cute Su Fei was no match for her. Although Lin Yin was previously in the slums, she was extremely capable and was a contracted reporter for a media company. In order to improve her life, Lin Yin worked hard all the way and used 2 years to grow an account with millions of fans to fight for justice. Although she had never shown her face, with her incisiveness about the news and bright literary style, people resonated with her every time she spoke. In her previous life, she had been bullied so much that she had not even thought of the most powerful weapon she had. In this life, she was going to use everything she had to retaliate. Lin Yin picked up her phone and posted the video of Shi Dai shouting at the waiter online with the caption, The eldest daughter of the Shi Corporation said that the waiter in the restaurant is low class and he doesn't even have the right to talk to her. The video was accompanied by words and instantly received tens of millions of views. All the major media outlets reposted and posted. The Shi Corporation? The one where the second young master of the corporation has 6 girlfriends at the same time? No way. I just forgot about the gossip about them. And now there's a new one. TSK. I knew it. None of them are good. Is this a slap in the face for us ordinary people? If I go shopping at a shop owned by this family again, I'll be a dog. This post is proof. Unsurprisingly, Lin Yin did not spend a single cent to make this incident trend. This matter had blown up too much. Sherdai was grounded by her father and couldn't go out. In a hurry, she spent money to find the entire video of Lin Yin splashing red wine at her and posted it online. She tried to use this video to control the direction of public opinion and turn the tables. But things were not as simple as she had imagined. She had thought that she would gain the public's sympathy, but she did not expect that the S section would get even more out of control. Which heroine ripped the eldest daughter of the Sher family apart? Tsk. What a waste of that glass of red wine. Unfortunately, it's not boiling water. If it were me, I would slap her too. I'd give her a few slaps. Do you still have such videos? I want to see her kneel down and beg for mercy. Scolding a waiter is equivalent to scolding everyone in the service industry. Such a person is too hateful. We still have to report to the relevant authorities and see if there's a problem with her family's finances. Looking at the public opinion online, President Sher was anxious. He had worked hard for most of his life to build his family business, but he had never encountered such a crisis. The first time he saw that news, he scoffed. He often said such things himself, and it did not necessarily have such influence. He had thought that this was an insignificant matter, but he did not expect it to cause such a huge commotion. President Sher was at his wit's end and could only place his hopes on the Su family. He prepared a few gifts and rushed to the Su family overnight. In the hall, after understanding the other party's intentions, Su Zhan called his two daughters out. Before he could speak, Su Fei, who knew that things were not going well, cried, "We were just going to the mall. We didn't expect Sister Lin Yin to be there too." They quarreled after a few exchanges. The complete video was released by the eldest daughter of the Sher family herself. When she said that, I didn't even look up. Lin Yin tried her best to make her voice sound aggrieved. Besides, I didn't know who was the one that confronted me back then. Lin Yin's words rendered Su Fei speechless. They had watched the video many times, and it was true. As for the person who filmed the video, it was obviously not Lin Yin. She was completely in the frame. Lin Yin looked at Su Fei's stiff expression from the corner of her eyes and smiled to herself. She didn't expect that sometimes such a lame method of pretending to be aggrieved was quite useful. Although President Sher did not think that his daughter was in the wrong, he knew that in the eyes of the public, Lin Yin was the victim. Now that the matter had blown up, there was no point in removing the video. The only way was to get the person involved to clarify things. Only then could the Sher Corporation recover its losses. At the thought of this, President Sher rubbed his hands and said to Lin Yin with a red face, "I came here today to ask you for help with something. I hope you can release a clarification statement to say that you were just rehearsing a short school drama at that time. It was all a misunderstanding, okay? Ridiculous." Now he wanted her to clarify things. Lin Yin still remembered that he had replied disdainfully in the S, "They're just children fooling around." "I'm baffled." Lin Yin lowered her head and thought for a moment before agreeing. "Then how should I make a statement?" Seeing the little girl in front of him, President Sher felt that the problem had been resolved and he relaxed a lot. He leaned against the sofa and said casually, as if he was instructing his subordinates, "You can attend the press conference with my daughter, Sherdai, and just explain this matter clearly." On the other hand, Sherdai was furious about the press conference that was about to start. She had just experienced cyberbullying and had too many grievances in her heart. Now, in order to stop affecting her family and their business, she had to swallow her pride and shake hands with that bumpkin Lin Yin from the slums under the spotlight of the various media outlets. Mrs. Sher advised gently, "Baby, look at the big picture. You can't just let yourself be. Solve the problem first. I don't want to attend this press conference with that fake daughter." Sherdai was furious. She had been splashed with red wine and the video had spread everywhere. She had even been casually insulted and trampled on. The S section was filled with curses. They dug out all the dirt on everyone in their family and scolded them. What was worse was that she was the one who released this video. God, who would be as stupid as her? Fake daughter? Who are you talking about? Mrs. Sher asked in confusion. Who else could it be? It's that Lin Yin. The Su family gave her a lot, and she still wants to step on Feifei's head. She's not worthy of being the adopted daughter of the Su family. Sher Dai was furious. She was unhappy at the mention of this. Himph, can a pheasant become a phoenix? Everyone in the Su family has been deceived by her. I don't know why they would adopt such a daughter. The more Sher Dai thought about her best friend, Su Fei, the angrier she became. All right, let's not care about other people's family matters. And that Su Fei, you've been used by her every time, and you're still clueless. Madame Sher had always disliked this daughter of the Su family. Ever since Sher Dai met Su Fei, her temper had become much worse. Mom, you don't know how pitiful Feifei is. When she sees Lin Yin, she's like a mouse that saw a cat. Sher Dai refused to let go, trying to convince her mother to condemn Lin Yin with her. How could an adopted daughter ride on a biological daughter's head the moment she arrived? Something was wrong. A question mark was buried in Mrs. Sher's heart. She had to investigate this matter. The venue of the press conference was crowded. All the media outlets had reserved seats in advance. Someone had already sent a voice message and video to clarify the rumors online to pave the way for today's press conference. It was said that they were rehearsing for a school play that had been captured by someone with ulterior motives and posted online to defame the Sher Corporation. They had already sent a lawyer's letter to legally protect their rights and punish the rumor mongers with the law. This time, the people involved came to clarify and resolve the misunderstanding. Actually, Lin Yin and the daughter of the Sher Corporation, Sher Dai, were very good friends. Lin Yin had also read most of it online. In order to resolve this crisis, the Sher Corporation put in a lot of effort. They might have investigated that account too. Lin Yin sneered. Previously, she had exposed an underground transaction of the corporation and was almost discovered. In order to protect her, the account was tied to a news reporter that moved overseas. The account was still Lin Yin's, but it could not be traced back to her. President Sher had arranged for Lin Yin and Sher Dai to go to the venue of the press conference in advance and wait in a studio. It was also a good opportunity for them to rehearse their lines in advance to avoid mistakes. When Sher Dai saw Lin Yin, she was smug. This BTCH was so arrogant that day. But today, didn't she still have to lower herself and apologize and listen to her father's arrangements to explain to the public that it was just a misunderstanding? She had to seize the opportunity to teach Lin Yin a lesson and let her experience what it was like to be embarrassed online. At the thought of this, Sher Dai raised her chin and smiled disdainfully. Lin Yin didn't need to look to know what she was thinking. However, this didn't matter. She could just do whatever she wanted. Miss Sher, Miss Lin, I'm Assistant Lee, who's in charge of you. Take a look at today's speech first. You're not allowed to bring it on stage later. Memorize it. Assistant Lee, who was present, noticed the subtle awkwardness in the air and quickly tried to ease it. Lin Yin took the script and looked at the sincere words written. Most of them were words of apology. As for Sher Dai's, it was all about how aggrieved she felt, how the cyberbullying these few days had caused her great mental and physical trouble, and how her depression had worsened because of the cyberbullying, and she even had the thought of committing suicide. Lin Yin even wanted to ask if Su Fei was the one who wrote Sher Dai's speech. Lin Yin cleared her throat and read it out loud. I'm sorry for encroaching on public resources. I want to apologize for what happened online a few days ago. I'm good friends with Sher Dai from the Sher Corporation. We're very close. We were rehearsing a short school play that day. At this point, Lin Yin frowned and asked in confusion, It's so lengthy. Do I have to memorize all of it? You don't know how to memorize it? Sher Dai took the opportunity to mock her. If you don't know how to memorize it, scram back to your slum. I don't want to be seen with a lowly person like you. All the media outlets present gasped. Someone had turned on the loudspeaker in the backstage studio. Although they had yet to enter, the reporters present could hear their words clearly. Before the press conference started, they heard Miss Sher's latest words. Lin Yin was undoubtedly the one who was forced to compromise. This press conference was also planned by the Sher Corporation. Time was money. Several reporters released the recording at the scene. For a moment, public opinion began to lean towards Lin Yin again. This time, the criticism of the Sher Corporation on the internet was overwhelming. Sher Dai's words were exactly the same as the last time. making her unable to retaliate. This time, Lin Yin's words and actions in the studio were not offensive at all. Even if they wanted to blame someone, she could not be blamed. The scene was in chaos. Someone called Assistantly urgently to inform him. Assistantly hurriedly turned off the loudspeaker, but it was too late. The press conference had to stop immediately. President Shi was so angry that his mind was blank and his blood surged. He strode into the studio and slapped Shi Dai's face. "I told you to stop talking. Why didn't you listen?" Shi Dai covered her face as tears streamed down her face. She couldn't believe that her father would hit her. "Dad, why did you hit me? Can't I even prepare for the press conference? It's all this Lin Yin's fault." Hit her. It happened so suddenly that Shi Dai still did not know why her father suddenly hit her. President Shi was furious. He looked at Lin Yin, who was sitting in the corner with a script in her hand. It was obvious that she had been reading it seriously just now. When Lin Yin saw Shi Dai being hit, confusion appeared on her face. An assistant in a black shirt jogged in and whispered something in President Shi's ear. President Shi's expression became even heavier. After hearing this, his face darkened. He waved at the flustered and stunned Assistantly. When Assistantly came in to prepare, he accidentally pressed the button for the loudspeaker. Just now, they had checked the surveillance cameras. This was just an accident, not someone's scheme. Now that things had come to this, the press conference could not be held anymore. Many reporters were satisfied and left the venue. Some reporters who did not record the conversation just now continued to squat at the scene, wanting to interview Lin Yin or Shi Dai directly. President Shi looked at the situation slightly. He did not know what his daughter would do next. It was better to hurry home to be safe. Thinking of this, he asked the bodyguards to send her back. After being hit, Shi Dai was even more indignant. She couldn't believe that Lin Yin had taken advantage of her again. Lin Yin also wanted to leave early. When she left, she ran in front of Shi Dai. Shi Dai, who could be fooled by Su Fei, naturally did not think too much. She saw that Lin Yin was in a hurry to leave and wanted to teach her a lesson. There were layers of reporters surrounding the back door. Lin Yin glanced at them from the corner of her eye. Shi Dai had already followed her. Very good, now's the time. Lin Yin knew what Shi Dai would do next, so she would cooperate with her. As Lin Yin had expected, the next second, Shi Dai reached out and pushed Lin Yin. Lin Yin happened to be at the last step and lost her balance and fell. There were cries of surprise from the surroundings, and the reporters finally took the opportunity to take photos. Fortunately, there were many people in front. Lin Yin was held by someone and did not fall very hard. Was today over? It was really tiring to pretend to be innocent and naive. She did not know how Su Fei did it, but Lin Yin sighed in her heart. The Su Fei mimicking show today officially ended. The Shi Corporation was stronger than the Su family, so Lin Yin could not gain any advantage if she went head first against them. In her previous life, she had fought with Shi Dai countless times. Lin Yin knew Su Fei as well as she knew her. Even if the press conference went smoothly, Shi Dai would not be able to help but push her. Today was indeed an accident, so much so that Lin Yin's plan couldn't be implemented. Lin Yin had fallen on purpose. This way, she could be the perfect victim. It was just that the entire process was too aggrieving. She could not argue with them and made this war not so satisfying to win. Lin Yin lay on the white hospital bed and looked at the ceiling, thinking that she would probably be discharged tomorrow. What a joke. In her previous life, even if she had a high fever and felt uncomfortable all over, no one cared even when she fainted from the pain. But now, after a small bump, Lin Yin was sent to the best hospital and checked into the VIP ward. Sujin couldn't afford to offend the Shi Corporation, so he still had to put on an act to show that his daughter was seriously injured. He hoped that they wouldn't pursue the matter. After that scene at the press conference, President Shi was furious. He looked at the background of Lin Yin that Mrs. Shi had found out yesterday and slammed the table. Released the shocking news. This time, who still dares to keep an eye on the Shi Corporation? Lin Yin was still asleep. Before she woke up, she heard a commotion outside. Without asking, she knew why they were here. Before she went to bed last night, Lin Yin saw the shocking news online. It was hard not to see the first trending search. The Su Family Organization's chairman, Su Jun's biological daughter, Lin Yin, returns to the Su family. The temptation to go home won. An extremely popular TV series in China, the fight of the Su family organization's biological daughter returning home, modern raccoon for a princess. Real princess, fake princess, a twist and rolls, I am a wizard? Harry Potter in the slums. When Lin Ying saw this title, she couldn't help but laugh. There were even people who used memes. In order to divert attention, the Sure Corporation spent a lot of money. They actually made the online marketing accounts spread the news of Lin Ying like a team. The internet was very harmonious. It seemed like the distribution of the blame was quite uniform. All kinds of reports appeared one after another, and the S section was even livelier. Lin Ying took a few cursory glances. It was mainly about the previous news. Although there were mixed reviews, there were no ugly words. No wonder she dared to tear apart the daughter of the Sure Corporation. So she is also a daughter of a rich family. What a strange story. When will my biological parents pick me up? I suspect that I'm also the daughter of a billionaire. I'm envious, jealous, and hateful, changing a raccoon for a prince. That Sufei is a green TBTCH2. Internet slang in Chinese for a girl who seems innocent and pure like green tea but is actually calculating and manipulative. I've disliked her for a long time. She's always pretending to be weak. Does she think she's Lin Dayu 3? Lin Dayu is one of the principal characters of Chao Shuoqin's classic 18th-century Chinese novel Dream of the Red Chamber. She is portrayed as a well-educated, intelligent, witty, and beautiful young woman of physical frailness who is somewhat prone to occasional melancholy. I'm disgusted just by looking at her. Hurry up, who's going to dig up the dirt on Su Fei? Hurry up and return Lin Yin's parents to her. Don't fight for Lin Yin's assets. I saw Su Fei's social media account a few days ago, and she was complaining secretly. I didn't understand it then, but now it seems like she's secretly scolding Lin Ying. Really? Really? I'll go take a look. The VIP ward was VIP for a reason. It was unknown how many big shots had stayed there. After a while, Lin Ying was discharged from the back door. Chu Yun picked Lin Ying up with a livid expression. As soon as the news came out, Su Fei made a fuss at home and smashed things. In the end, she held her chest and lay on the ground motionless. The servants hurriedly carried her to the bed. It was not convenient for them to send her to the hospital. Afraid that there would be too many reporters, they could only hurriedly call the family doctor over. Seeing that Su Fei was fine, Chu Yun came to pick Lin Ying up from the hospital. Look at what you've caused. Chu Yun scolded her when she saw her. Now that the news is all over the place and the spearhead is pointed at our family, see how you can clean up the mess. Chu Yun's heart ached when she thought of Su Fei lying in bed with a frown on her face and being unconscious for a long time. Ever since you came to our house, our family hasn't stopped having troubles. I shouldn't have you as my daughter. If you don't want me, send me back, Lin Ying said coldly. She would still have freedom if she was sent back. Anyway, the only thing waiting for her here was that perverted old tycoon. You rascal. Chu Yun was furious. This detestable Lin Ying had caused such huge trouble and actually dared to talk back to her like this. Chu Yun was so angry that she couldn't help but tremble. Rascal? Who's the rascal? Lin Ying looked into Chu Yun's eyes, her gaze sharp and cold. If you don't treat me as your daughter, don't pretend to care. Chu Yun looked at her uncontrollable daughter and was exasperated. She really hoped that the gentle, sensible, generous, and well-mannered Su Fei would be her biological daughter, and Lin Ying would be sent as far away as possible. When they returned to the Su family's luxurious villa, it was exceptionally quiet inside today. The servants all stayed at their posts silently, not daring to make a sound. An old lady who was wiping the stair railing probably loved gossip. She had finished her work long ago, but she still wanted to listen to Miss Su's movements upstairs and wiped the railing until it was shiny. After a while, the servants started to whisper, "Miss Lin Ying is back." Lin Ying walked straight home after getting out of the car, leaving Chu Yun far behind. She did not ask for Chu Yun's love, so she naturally did not care too much about her. Family love? She did not want to pretend at all. Su Jun saw Lin Ying and Chu Yun enter through the floor-to-ceiling windows. He clapped his hands, and the servants received the order to retreat. They closed the door, leaving the three of them alone in the huge living room. "You're back?" There was no emotion in Su Jun's voice. Then, his voice deepened. "Lin Ying, Do you know your mistake? Lin Yin couldn't believe her ears. Honest to God, what did she do wrong? Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that she had already cooperated greatly. What did she do wrong? Lin Yin answered truthfully, I don't know. Su Zhen's veins bulged. He knew that Lin Yin was unruly, but he did not expect her to be so calm after causing trouble. From the looks of it, Chu Yun must have been furious with Lin Yin just now. Of course, Su Fei was pretending to be sick. When she heard Lin Yin return and her father scolding her outside, she immediately pretended to be weak and got up. She stood at the end of the railings and leaned down. She said to Su Zhen downstairs, Dad, don't blame sister. Sister doesn't know anything. Even if she's wrong, she didn't mean it. Her voice was very soft and it was trembling. Chu Yun's heart ached. He could not rush over, so he scolded the servant beside Su Fei. Hurry up and support her. She was really a fake socialite and a real BTCH. Su Fei's words sounded like she was trying to excuse Lin Yin, but she helped Lin Yin admit her crime mistake without a trace. Lin Yin despised her and didn't even look up at Su Fei's performance. Look, why was the difference between her two daughters so big? Chu Yun was furious again. You still want to provoke the Shi family after what you've done? Can we afford to provoke the Shi family? Lin Yin smiled. Provoked? I don't know her. Wasn't it Sister Su Fei who provoked her? Su Fei's face turned red. Sure, Dai and I are good sisters, she said aggrievedly. We've never argued. I don't know why you could make such a fuss after meeting her once. How unrepentant. After hearing Su Fei's words, Chu Yun raised her hand to slap Lin Yin. Unexpectedly, Lin Yin grabbed her wrist tightly and shook her hand away. Chu Yun was almost brought down by the inertia. You want to hit me without knowing the truth? Did you bring me back to hit me? Lin Yin glared at Chu Yun. Her biological mother was worse than a stranger. These words brought the topic back to her background. Chu Yun and Su Zhen were stunned. You ignored me for 18 years. You remembered to bring me home, but you didn't even explain yourself. When you brought me home, you beat and scolded me. Even if I was accused, you immediately attacked me. Are you really my parents? Lin Yin thought that she no longer had feelings for them, but at this moment, she still exploded uncontrollably. Don't you guys have any explanation for what happened back then? Lin Yin glanced at Su Fei coldly. Su Fei couldn't be bothered to pretend to be weak. She was dumbfounded. Then what was Su Fei? What was she in this family? Would there still be a place for her here? What do we have to explain to you? Su Zhen did not expect that the seemingly uncompetitive Lin Yin would actually have the ambition to fight. It was already good enough that they took her in and provided for her. Real daughter, fake daughter. Who is real and who is fake? Lin Yin looked at Su Zhen steadily. Everyone on the internet says that I'm real, but this eldest daughter of the Su family is spreading rumors that I'm the adopted daughter. Lin Yin's words rendered them speechless. The hall was instantly silent. Oh, I almost forgot. You guys said that I provoked Sherdai. She rushed up to scold me when she heard that I was an adopted daughter. Lin Yin walked to the sofa and sat down comfortably. I didn't do anything wrong. Can I sit down now? As a patient who has just been discharged, I can't stand for long. Su Zhen looked at Chu Yun. They felt guilty about this, but they had raised Su Fei for many years and were used to it. They were also unwilling to admit that they had a daughter who grew up in the slums. It was not that they had not seen poor people before. As long as they were fed and they were given money to spend, there was no one of them who would not be at their beck and call. But they were wrong. They thought that poor people were spineless, but that was not the case. Not all poor people were like this. Lin Yin was not. Lin Yin, you're our biological daughter. Don't resent mom and dad, okay? Seeing that the situation was in a deadlock, Chu Yun wiped her tears and started to play the emotional card. But your sister has lived with us for many years. Now that we've adopted her, you can accept her, right? Adoption? The word finally returned to the right place. Lin Yin cleared her throat and said, You guys adopted sister. Do you want to go through the formal procedures? This woman was getting ahead of herself. Su Fei was shocked. It was as if she could already see Lin Yin inheriting all of the Su family's assets while Lin Yin mercilessly mocked her. Chu Yun was also stunned. She did not expect Lin Yin to say that. Are you kidding me? Registering a slum girl under my name? Su Fei and Lin Yin had been swapped at the hospital. Su Fei was registered under the Su family's name. If they changed it again, they would have to go through a lot of trouble. Seeing that Chu Yun was silent, Su Jun looked at Lin Yin. There's still a long way to go. We'll treat you well in the future. Even if you can't be registered under our name, you're still our biological daughter. In the future, you'll be on par with your sister, and we won't be biased. On par. It sounded like a great honor. Lin Yin didn't want anything else. She just wanted to make things difficult for them. She didn't expect him to say such things. On par? Lin Yin laughed angrily. You flattered me. Should I kowtow to thank you? Su Fei's face flushed red and white. She felt guilty and awkward. Who else would Lin Yin need to kowtow to and thank? Su Fei opened her mouth and exhaled slightly. She did not expect that she, who had always been good at overshadowing others, would not know how to interrupt. What else do you want? Su Jun suppressed his temper and asked as calmly as possible, but his words were still sharp. I want my sister to apologize to me for this incident. Lin Yin's words were powerful. Su Jun thought that Lin Yin was fighting for status and assets. He did not expect that she was just waiting for an apology. Su Jun felt guilty again. Su Fei held back her tears and cried out in her heart. This was not lowering her head and making her admit her mistake. This was destroying her image as an obedient girl and making her admit that she was sowing discord. This was not allowed. Su Fei pretended to collapse, clutching her chest. She was so weak that she was almost leaning over the servant beside her. Chu Yun's heart ached as she went upstairs. She pulled Su Fei over and let her lie on her shoulder. She patted her back gently and comforted her. What a touching scene of a loving mother and a filial daughter. If it was the Lin Yin in her previous life, she would definitely be jealous and feel inferior at this moment, hoping so much that the person in Chu Yun's arms was her. But now, none of this mattered. Although Su Jun's heart ached to see Su Fei so ill, he knew very well that if Su Fei did not apologize, Lin Yin would definitely not let her off. Fei, apologize to your sister. The dignity in Su Jun's eyes was unquestionable, scaring Su Fei so much that she trembled. Chu Yun immediately held her hand with heartache. Sister Lin Yin, I couldn't stop sure die. I apologize, Su Fei said weakly. With that, she suddenly fainted to the ground, tears falling from the corners of her eyes. This was the art of language. Even if she apologized, she could still remove herself completely. Quick, call the doctor over. How did you look after Fei? Chu Yun was flustered and instructed the servants to carry Su Fei back. Seeing Su Fei's performance, Lin Yin snorted. Lin Yin continued, also, make a statement and announce my identity to the public. It can be considered an ending to the S online. Lin Yin knew what Su Fei cared about the most. Once the announcement was made, Su Fei would completely lose her title as the daughter of the Su family and become known as their adopted daughter. As for registering Lin Yin under the Su family's name, just thinking about it made her feel disgusted. There was no need. Hearing this, Su Fei was so angry that she wanted to stand up, but she was pretending to be unconscious and had to close her eyes tightly. The hatred in her heart was about to overflow. This BTSH, she really had ill intentions. All kinds of news were everywhere. Only an official response could stop the public from talking. Su Jun picked up his phone and dialed a number. He said to the person on the other end of the line, Secretary Zhang, write a statement announcing that Miss Lin Yin is the biological daughter of the Su family. Write it down and show it to Miss Lin Yin. If there's no problem, send it out. Lin Yin knew that this fight did not mean victory. Su Jun did this because he was pressured by public opinion, and because he was still busy repairing his relationship with the Sure family. The Sure family was not afraid of the Su family, so they did not hide the fact that they had exposed them. They even did it openly. Su Jun's statement could be considered as showing President Sure respect. Everyone could still get along well when they met. Although the Sure family didn't like Lin Yin either, they knew that Su Jun didn't want to admit that Lin Yin, a girl from the slums, was his biological daughter. This was something Su Jun wanted to hide. By forcing them to reveal Lin Yin's identity as their biological daughter, the Su family's drama had already far exceeded the Sure family as a topic of conversation in upper-class society. In short, this incident finally came to an end and Lin Yin could be considered to have escaped unscathed. As she watched Su Fei being carried into the room, An imperceptible smile appeared on Lin Yin's face. She couldn't take it anymore? There was no hurry. Take it slow. As Sujin had said, there was still a long way to go. Su Fei would have to suffer a lot more in the future. Lin Yin was mainly trying to trigger Su Fei. The angrier Su Fei was, the happier Lin Yin felt. As soon as Su Jun and Chu Yun's car left the Su family's house, Su Fei didn't wait to break into Lin Yin's room with her spare keys to settle the score with her. Are you happy now? Su Fei said sternly. It was still hard for Su Fei to accept when she saw the room that used to be hers. She was the one who barged in, so Lin Yin could not be blamed for being rude to her. Isn't this the adopted daughter of the Su family? Lin Yin deliberately asked sarcastically. Is my room a place you can barge into? Lin Yin's words of adopted daughter hit Su Fei hard. What did you call me? Adopted daughter? Su Fei was exasperated. Seeing that she was so angry that her face was crooked, Lin Yin raised her eyebrows and deliberately said, Everyone knows now that I'm the legitimate daughter of the Su family. You have to be aware of your identity and not go overboard. You. Su Fei almost screamed. Don't think you can step on me now. Mom said that she doesn't like a pauper like you from the slums. You're not worthy of being the biological daughter of the Su family. Lin Yin looked at her steadily, her eyes neither happy nor sad. After a moment, she smiled again. Really? Lin Yin's attitude made Su Fei even crazier. This despicable person. The people in the slums were despicable and shameless. That's not what the Su family said online. Did they miss something? Lin Yin was neither hurried nor slow. Su Fei's angry face made her feel comfortable. Are you behind what happened online? Seeing how smooth things were for Lin Yin, Su Fei refused to believe that it had nothing to do with her. She still wanted to know the truth. Ask the sure die you sent. What can I do? Lin Yin did not panic at all, nor did she avoid her question. You used sure die. You did it on purpose. As Su Fei spoke, her confidence faded. Lin Yin probably couldn't do it. She was just a peasant who had crawled out of the slums. She should let Chu Yun see that this was the daughter she was proud of. The gentle and virtuous daughter of a rich family was making a fuss like a shrew at this moment. Are you done? If you're done, return the keys to me. Lin Yin felt annoyed and casually snatched the keys from Su Fei's hand. She hooked them onto her pinky and looked at Su Fei tauntingly. Su Fei looked incredulous. Anger had gone to her head. She could have gotten into Lin Yin's room while she was away, but now Lin Yin had taken all the keys. This Lin Yin was too hateful. If you barge in again, I'm going to call the police, Lin Yin warned. Su Fei was now like a wild animal that had been put in a bag. She was panicking and clawing. She was still too impatient to be forced into such a situation so easily. Su Fei felt as if her world had been messed up by Lin Yin. She had just received a call from Sure Dai, who had reprimanded her for lying to her and causing her to be humiliated online. She had been chased and scolded for several days. Su Fei acted pitiful towards her and cried that she had no idea about Lin Yin's background. Dyer, you're my good friend. Why would I lie to you? Mom said that she was adopted. I didn't lie to you. I don't know myself. Boo-hoo. After pretending to be miserable for a long time, Sure Dai finally sympathized with her and said that she had to calm down for a few days before she decided if she wanted to continue being her friend. Su Fei had wanted justice, but Lin Yin insulted her, making it even harder for her to bear. It was all her fault. It was all Lin Yin's fault. She's waiting for death. Su Fei was unhappy pretending to be sick. She felt uncomfortable watching Lin Yin enter and leave this house. If she couldn't deal with her at home, she didn't believe that she could still be at ease in school. Su Fei also had a few big sisters and school bullies who relied on her. When she reached school, that was where Su Fei could show her strength. At the dining table, Su Fei said gently to Chu Yun, Mom, I'm fine now. I can go to school. You don't have to worry about me. You've only rested for a few days. What if you fall sick again when you return to school? If you feel unwell, don't force yourself. Tell the teacher in time, Chu Yun said heart-achingly. Chu Yun was afraid that she would be too weak when she returned to school. Su Jun seemed to have suddenly realized something. He looked at Lin Yin, who was focused on eating, and said, Lin Yin, you've completed your enrollment. Go with your sister. Hearing this, Su Fei immediately nodded obediently. Dad, don't worry. I'll take good care of my sister. Sister Lin, you can ask me if you have anything you don't understand when we get to school. My friends want to get to know you too. Huh, take care of her? Lin knew that by taking care of her, she meant letting others bully and abuse her. Lin replied calmly, okay. Seeing her indifferent attitude, Chu Yun felt that she was resisting school. She came from the slums, and it was already good enough that she could attend school. How dare she resist? Chu Yun said unhappily, it's for your own good that we let you go to school. Don't make us worry for nothing. If you can get a rank in the school like Fei Fei, that's the best repayment for us. Lin knew that Su Fei had done something behind their backs. If she mentioned any of these things, it would change their opinion of this so-called obedient Su Fei. Su Fei's ranking was obtained by bribing her teacher. Chu Yun and Su Zhen were still in the dark about this. Don't worry. Lin looked up into Su Fei's eyes. There was a smile on her face, but the coldness in her eyes frightened Su Fei. With Sister Su Fei around, my school life must be exciting. West Axis Academy was the best tertiary school in the city. Most of the people in the school were young ladies and young masters from rich families. In order to increase their enrollment rate, they would also recruit students from ordinary families with outstanding results. When Lin was in the slums, if she had not been forced to drop out of school because her parents died, it would not have been difficult for her to get into this school. And now, she had easily stepped into West Axis Academy with the help of the Su family. Aunt Lee busied herself preparing for Lin Yin's enrollment, as if it was her own child who had gotten into the school they liked. But when she was about to get into the car, something happened to Lin Yin. She had forgotten to bring 2 textbooks that the school had given her. Su Fei was already waiting in the car. Aunt Lee was so anxious that there was sweat on the tip of her nose. In the car, Su Fei was already impatient. Thinking about how she would be taking the same car as Lin Yin to school later, she was distraught and on pins and needles. Sister Lin Yin, hurry up, okay? We're going to be late. Su Fei rolled down the window. She shouted softly as if she was a little anxious and afraid of affecting Lin Yin. I won't drag you down. You can leave first, Lin Yin replied. I'll take the other car. Lin Yin's answer was exactly what Su Fei wanted. This was the first time she felt that Lin Yin's words were so pleasing to the ear. Su Fei immediately waved at the driver, afraid that Lin Yin would call out to her again. This time, Lin Yin stood at the entrance of West Axis Academy. A familiar and unfamiliar feeling swept over her. In her previous life, life at West Axis Academy was like a nightmare. She had nowhere to escape. This seemingly elegant and beautiful academy was actually ugly and smelly. In this life, she would get back all the debts from her previous life. The surrounding students were very curious about this girl who had just alighted from a luxury car. Was this person a new classmate? They seemed to have never seen her before. As they walked on the familiar road, Lin Yin was bumped into. Before she could speak, she heard a pleasant but slightly greasy voice. Are you okay? Let me see. This person was Su Fei's fiancé, Zheng Chao. He spread rumors that Lin Yin had a crush on him and even swore that she would be with him no matter what. This series of actions made Su Fei hate Lin Yin to the core, and she wanted to kill her. Su Fei even got someone to cut Lin Yin's face, leaving a long scar on her face to make Zheng Chao never like her again. All right, enemies are destined to meet. Let's settle old and new grudges together. Lin Yin touched her face. The place where her scar was in her previous life was slightly hot. When she touched it with her fingertips, she felt as if there was still a bumpy feeling. Zheng Chao did it on purpose. When he saw her from afar just now, he had thought that Lin Yin was quite good-looking. Now that he could finally see Lin Yin's face clearly, she was indeed very beautiful, much prettier than his fiancée, Su Fei. Which family's daughter was she? At this moment, Zheng Chao felt that his parents were blind to have made him get engaged to Su Fei. Su Fei wasn't bad, but she was only considered passable. He wasn't very satisfied with her. Lin Yin vaguely heard the surrounding students discussing. It's Zheng Chao. Who's the girl beside him? She's much prettier than Su Fei. He's Su Fei's fiancé. He's teased many girls. You have no internet connection at home. Su Fei is a fake daughter. It's all over the internet. The Su family even made a statement. Su Fei is now an adopted daughter. If I were him, I would get engaged to the real daughter. TSK, you dare to want a woman from the slums? Did you guys see the trending search a few days ago? Doesn't this girl look like that Lin? The legitimate daughter of the Su family? I think so. The one who splashed red wine on Dai's head? Awesome. The first time I've seen the video, I feel that she resembles a rich family's daughter the most. I like that aura too much. It's a pity that she came from the slums. Otherwise, I would really want to get to know her. Looking at her now, she looks like she's from the slums. The slums seem to have been branded on her, nailing Lin in her previous life to the pillar of shame. In this school full of dignitaries, she could never raise her head. What awaited her was all kinds of ridicule and slander. Now, no matter who mentioned it again, it would not hurt Lin at all. Zhang Chao looked at the girl in front of him and was a little confused. Didn't other girls cling to him when they saw him? Although Zhang Chao's face was not ugly, he was not handsome either. With the support of his family's strength, he had many fangirls in school. This made him have a deep misunderstanding of his looks, and he flirted with beautiful girls everywhere in school. Su Fei saw this and didn't dare to make things difficult for him. She followed behind him and dealt with the girls he had teased. Of course, the gentle and kind Miss Su did not appear directly. As long as she cried a few times, Dai and Ji Yun would take care of it for her. What a great plan. Can you move aside now? Lin said coldly. Student, are you injured? Zhang Chao was still so detestable. Thinking about her previous life, there was no emotion in Lin Yin's eyes. She still remembered the scene of her face being cut. This rascal and Su Fei had worked together to hurt her to that extent, yet he still wanted to get close to her? Disgusting. Really disgusting. These two people were really a match made in heaven. Get lost, thank you. Lin didn't want to look at him and continued walking in the direction of her class. It was really unlucky to meet such a person so early in the morning. When she looked at him again, Lin felt like her eyes were about to be injured. The surrounding discussions did not escape her ears, but Lin Yin's heart was calm. It was Su Fei who had taken over. She had enjoyed everything that should have been hers, high-quality education and a good family. Instead of saying that she had taken advantage and gotten lucky, they still wanted to shame Lin with the slums? Zhang Chao looked at Lin Yin's departing figure and recalled the faint fragrance in the air. A frivolous smile appeared on his lips. The next moment, Su Fei was behind him, her fists clenched. It took all her strength to control herself. She had snatched her room and her identity away. Hearing the discussion behind him, Zhang Chao realized that Su Fei was standing behind him. He quickly grabbed Su Fei's hand and smiled. Fei, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Su Fei pouted and asked aggrievedly, who was that woman just now? I bumped into her by accident. I don't know her either. I asked her to apologize, but she refused. She's unreasonable, Zhang Chao replied. It was not that he did not hear the discussions around him. That was the real daughter of the Su family, Lin Yin. He actually wanted to cover for her. Su Fei's anger rose another notch. The closer she got to the classroom, the more the memories of her previous life surged. In the corridor, there was an inconspicuous pillar. Lin Yin looked back. She had been surrounded here before and asked to kneel down and beg for mercy by a yellow-haired woman. Naturally, she refused, so she took advantage of the other party's surprise and counterattacked. She strangled the woman's neck and hit her against the pillar 3 times, scaring the other bullies away. She protected herself, but when she returned home, she was beaten and scolded by Chu Yun. She blamed her for provoking those shady people and embarrassing the Su family. Su Fei deliberately fanned the flames. She said to Chu Yun, Mom, don't be angry and ruin your health. Sister didn't do it on purpose. She won't dare to do it again. She then winked at her, wanting to please both sides. She said, Sister, quickly apologize to Mom. Don't make Mom angry. At that time, Chu Yun would always scold her indiscriminately. Even if Su Fei tried to persuade her, it was useless. In Chu Yun's eyes, she could not see love. She could only see disgust, as if she was a person who had done bad things and was evil. That time, Chu Yun had smashed the teacup on her head, causing her to have a wound on her head. It was only when blood flowed that Su Fei and Aunt Li stood up for her that the one-sided beating ended. She remembered that Chu Yun's face was full of impatience. She said, I'm tired. Aunt Li, bandage her. It's not a big problem. There's no need to call the doctor. At that time, Su Fei wanted to come over to look at her wound, but Chu Yun took her away forcefully. At that time, she felt that Su Wei and Annie Li were the ones who treated her well. Her eyes and brain were filled with thoughts of how to make her mother accept her. Now that she thought about it, she was really stupid, funny, and gullible back then. When Lin Yin sorted out her thoughts, she realized that she had already arrived at the classroom door. It was still the same classroom as before, and the people inside were still the same as she remembered. There was a large crowd in front of the classroom. Lin Yin heard a wave of ridicule. Where did this lowly person come from? She actually wants to be in the same class as us? Look at her clothes. It's better not to wear such rags out. How unlucky. Don't sit beside me. Looking in their direction, there was an uneasy young girl standing at the door. She had a simple ponytail and tears in her eyes. She was wearing a faded pink shirt and jeans. She held the school bag in her hand and stood at the door, not daring to walk into the classroom. Her shabby appearance was despised and mocked by everyone. It was really a coincidence. How could Lin Yin forget that her best friend from her previous life, Jia Qing, was also in this class? Jia Qing and Lin Yin grew up together. They were top students from ordinary families and were accepted by West Axis Academy because of their outstanding results. However, her father was an alcoholic. He took away all the scholarship funds given by West Axis Academy and only gave her a school bag. He even sold the school uniform given by the school. In her previous life, Lin Yin's heart ached for her. Ever since she arrived at the Su family, she had never let Jia Qing go poor. In her panic, Jia Qing suddenly saw a familiar figure in the crowd. It was Lin Yin. Lin Yin had flown up the tree and become a phoenix. With her around, she would definitely help her. You. Jia Qing probed nervously. Do you still remember me? Lin Yin ignored her and continued walking, not even looking at her. She remembered. How could she not remember? She did not just remember her. Lin Yin remembered everything her best friend did in her previous life. In her previous life, Lin Yin treated her as someone she could trust. On the first night she was sold to the old plutocrat family, she risked her life to escape. She hid at the corner of the street and sent a message to Jia Qing, wanting her to help her escape. But what greeted her? It was Su Zhan and that old tycoon's disgusting faces. It was being told that she had sold her information for 500,000 yuan. She had personally cut off her lifeline. But now, she actually dared to ask for help. How laughable. The hatred between the two of them could not be resolved. Hey, there's a newcomer here too. Following Jia Qing's gaze, a boy noticed Lin Yin. Was I mistaken? You know that poor person? The boy asked curiously. She probably got the wrong person. Can you move aside? Lin Yin said impatiently. Now, whenever someone connected her to Jia Qing, it would make her feel disgusted. You're so arrogant. Which family are you from? You don't even dare to admit that you know a poor person? The male student who said this acted hooligan. Lin Yin knew him. He came from an ordinary family and his name was Zhao Ji. After getting close to Zhang Chao, he felt that he was superior. Lin Yin. Seeing Lin Yin's attitude, Jia Qing was in disbelief, but she still walked forward, wanting Lin Yin's protection. Lin Yin looked at her in disgust, making her shiver. Jia Qing stood rooted to the ground, not knowing what to do. Lin Yin? Lin Yin? She's Lin Yin? No wonder she looks familiar. I've seen her online many times these past few days. Hearing Jia Qing's name, there was a thin discussion in the crowd. I was wondering who it was. You came from a slum and in front of me. You still dare. Before Zhao Ji could finish speaking, he felt a wave of pain. Lin Yin had kicked him in the stomach, and the huge force made him take 2 steps back. He held his stomach, his face pale, and he could not recover for a long time. Is there anything else you want to say? Lin Yin said. They knew that even the eldest daughter of the Shi Corporation, Shi Dai, could not gain anything from her, let alone this Zhao Ji, who was just a lackey of the young master. Oh right, I haven't kicked someone in a long time. I made a mistake just now, Lin Yin said to Zhao Ji. If I don't make a mistake, I would have kicked lower. She could only be even more ruthless when dealing with the ruthless people in the slums. Lin Yin had trained her fists and feet. Fighting was not a problem. In her previous life, It was only because Chu Yun repeatedly suppressed her and did not let her resist that she ended up in such a state. In this life, Lin Yin would hit and scold whoever she wanted. She wanted to live happily for herself. Let's go. They understood the situation and immediately dispersed. Lin Yin didn't even want to look at Jia Qing, but Jia Qing still wanted to curry favor with her. Little Yin, Jia Qing said carefully, are you still angry with me for what happened before? I didn't mean to. Jia Qing had often done things that let her down in the past, but those were all small matters. She could ignore them and even help her blindly. She did not expect that all her efforts would end up with an ungrateful dog. Lin Yin said calmly, I'm not familiar with you. Please don't approach me. Jia Qing still wanted to say something about their relationship to her, but looking at Lin Yin's attitude, she didn't dare to say anything. Lin Yin didn't want to be alone with her at all. She walked into class. In her previous life, when she returned to the Su family, she did not forget this good friend. She let Jia Qing have no worries about food and clothing and worried over the big and small matters at her home. She lived a miserable life, but she had never mistreated Jia Qing. The money she spent on Jia Qing was no less than 500,000 yuan. But in the end, she actually betrayed her for 500,000 yuan without any hesitation or reluctance. Lin Yin felt that looking at such a heartless person was disrespectful to her eyes. Looking at Lin Yin's back, Jia Qing was anxious and hateful. She had been good friends with Lin Yin for so many years. She had become a phoenix, and she wanted to step on her best friend? She clearly had everything now. Why couldn't she leak some money through her fingers to help her? At the end of the day, she might not be the real daughter. Perhaps the Su family had made a mistake. Jia Qing felt that the world was even more unfair to her. Lin Yin was so hateful. She treated her as a friend. She was blind back then and shouldn't have treated her as a friend. The more Jia Qing thought about it, the more hatred she felt. She looked at Lin Yin with hatred in her eyes. Lin Yin met her gaze, and Jia Qing immediately lowered her head to avoid her, afraid that she would see through it and it would be difficult for her to cling onto her in the future. What else did Lin Yin not know? She only retracted her gaze and smiled knowingly. Jia Qing's hatred had already been ignited ever since she entered the Su family. Students, please sit down. There are 2 new students here today. Let me introduce them to you. The person who spoke was Teacher Feng, the form teacher. He was about 40 years old and had gold-rimmed glasses on his face. He usually looked serious, but he was a complete hypocrite, a monster in human clothing. Another important person had arrived. Lin Yin stood on the stage and looked at the teacher in front of her. Teacher Feng had bullied many students from ordinary families in secret, especially beautiful girls. He often talked to them in private. The girls with no power did not dare speak up after they were bullied, which made him more and more daring. Some girls could not stand the humiliation and told their parents, but in this school, the teachers also weren't ordinary people. Ordinary families could not fight back at all. Although Lin Yin was the daughter of the Su family, she had outstanding looks and was bullied in the Su family. This monster in human clothing naturally wanted to reach out to Lin Yin. Lin Yin still remembered his ugly face, and at this moment, he was introducing himself to the students. This student, Lin Yin, will be our new classmate from now on. Everyone, get along well and help each other. Teacher Feng gave a simple introduction. He looked at the empty seats below and said, Lin Yin, sit there. There was a neat round of applause. No one wanted to offend her on this occasion. It was better to be more enthusiastic and not make a mistake. Only Zhao Zi's expression was ugly, and he did not even raise his hand. Of course, her classmates already knew her. The farce just now had already left a deep impression on everyone. Lin Yin was also an existence they could not afford to offend. Teacher Feng pointed casually, scaring the student beside her. Lin Yin looked at the familiar faces below the stage. She knew every face. Although they were smiling, they all had their own ulterior motives. And this student, Teacher Feng frowned. He knew about Lin Yin. She was the legitimate daughter of the Su Corporation and had been on the trending searches a few days ago. The person in front of him was obviously from a poor family and did not look good. Teacher Feng was not interested in her at all, so he did not even remember her name. What was her name? Realizing that the situation was a little awkward, Jia Qing stammered, Hello, everyone. My name is Jia Qing. I was ranked 60th in the city and entered West Axis Academy. Jia Qing carefully revealed her proudest achievement, intending to win some of their respect. However, apart from the sparse applause, there were also mocking voices. Impressive, impressive. This poor person still wants to use their results to crush us? TSK, she still has to work for us in the end. Lin Yin smiled. If she had relied on herself to get in, this would definitely be her line. But now that she had relied on her family's power to get in, she was only greeted with praise and admiration. The West Axis Academy was a ridiculous and pathetic existence. In the entire class, the children of rich families accounted for more than half of the students. There were only a few students who really relied on their results. Here, they had no right to speak and were unknown. They could only use their results to jump out of this mixed environment and end their education with the princesses and princes. After the introduction, Jia Qing sat down in the seat that the teacher had designated for her. She carefully bowed to the surrounding students before slowly sitting down. The day passed quickly. The last class was Teacher Feng's. Lin Yin noticed a female classmate, Yang Shui. Lin Yin looked down at the date on her watch and looked up to continue paying attention to Yang Shui. Yang Shui was a little distracted. Perhaps Teacher Feng had told her in advance to go to his office after school. There were still some problems with the previous test paper, and she needed one-on-one tutoring. Yang Shui obviously knew what she was about to face. She was distracted and restless the entire class. She kept looking at the school gate and wanted to leave early. Due to the teacher's dignity, she could only stay until school ended. When the school bell rang, the students in the class dispersed. No one wanted to stay here for another second. Lin Yin was not in a hurry. She sat in her original position and did not move. As expected, Yang Shui also stayed in her original position. She watched in panic as the number of people in the class decreased. Finally, she placed her hopes on Lin Yin. She turned around several times to look at Lin Yin. After a while, Teacher Feng gave her a look and left first. Yang Shui tidied up the things on the table in a panic. Her shoulders were slightly shrugged, as if she was about to cry. Lin Yin immediately stood up and said loudly, "Teacher Feng, Yang Shui's family has been friends with my family for a long time. There's a banquet tonight. I'm waiting for her to go over with me. Do I have to wait for you to help her finish her papers?" Lin Yin knew exactly what his shameless excuse was. As soon as she said that, Teacher Feng and Yang Shui were stunned. Teacher Feng did not expect that he would be intercepted by a new student. Then, "You guys can go back first." Teacher Feng knew that he could not afford to offend the Su family. Since she had already mentioned Mr. and Mrs. Su, he could only let them go. "Also, I want to learn. Can you call me along when you talk about the papers?" Lin Yin blinked with a sincere expression. "I really want to improve too. Oh right, my hooligan friends also want to turn over a new leaf. I'll call them along next time." "It's a good thing that you want to study," Teacher Feng said with difficulty. It seemed that Lin Yin will Yang Shui more than once. "We'll talk when you have time. I still have something on. I'll get going first." Teacher Feng left the classroom as if he was escaping. Yang Shui got up from her seat and came to Lin Yin's side. Before she could speak, tears streamed down her face. "Thank you, Lin Yin. Thank you for saving me. Teacher Feng, I heard that he's a pervert." Yang Shui wiped her tears as she cried. She had just felt that she was finished and that her life had come to an end. Fortunately, she had the help of a new classmate. It was great. Lin Yin took out a tissue and handed it to her. She comforted her gently. "It's fine. I've heard about him. I won't let him hurt anyone. Let's go home together." Yang Shui nodded and held the piece of paper tightly, as if she was holding on to new hope. Lin Yin closed her eyes. The scene just now had left her with a lingering fear. A piece of news from her previous life gradually appeared in front of her. A student from West Axis Academy committed suicide by jumping off a building early this morning. The date of the news was tomorrow. The student who committed suicide was her classmate, Yang Shui. The next morning was another face-to-face time with Su Fei. Breakfast time was already difficult. However, Lin Yin felt that she had become much more fulfilled after school. At least she didn't have to face Su Fei's jealous face every day. Lin Yin did not care about Zheng Chao at all after what happened yesterday. She also sincerely wished that Su Fei and Zheng Chao could get married and never harm others. She had thought that this unpleasant interlude would end here, but Lin Yin had not expected that Su Fei would see her being hit on. Unfortunately, although she saw it, Su Fei, the judge, was blind. It was clearly Zheng Chao who was pestering Lin Yin, but in Su Fei's eyes, it was Lin Yin who was seducing Zheng Chao. The atmosphere at the dining table today was a little subtle. Lin Yin could feel Su Fei's anger rising. She probably had this expression because of her brother Chao. Lin Yin had always felt that Su Fei and Zheng Chao were a perfect match. When they were together, Su Fei was a professional scavenger who helped clean up trash from the world. And when she got jealous of Lin Yin for no reason because of Zheng Chao, Lin Yin felt that she was like a dung beetle trying her best to defend her dung ball. As expected, the dung beetle couldn't help but say, "Sister Lin Yin, it's all my fault. I didn't tell you in advance that I'm already engaged to Brother Chao. I'm his fiancé." Su Fei sounded aggrieved and regretful that she couldn't give Brother Chao to Lin Yin because they got engaged too early. Chu Yun and Su Zhen's expressions changed instantly. "What? How outrageous. Lin Yin, tell me what's going on." Su Zhen's face was ashen as he waited for Lin Yin to lower her head and confess. Lin Yin stopped eating and asked blankly, "Who's Brother Chao? I saw you two getting close on the school road yesterday. You were so intimate, but you left as soon as you saw me." Su Fei's grievance was getting worse. Chu Yun was so angry that she wanted to slap her. Lin Yin was so dense. "I was afraid you'd be angry, so I didn't dare call you." As Su Fei spoke, her voice slowly lowered, and there were faint sobs in her words. What kind of person was Zheng Chao? Did she have to be afraid of so many people snatching him? It was not that they did not know, but they were selectively blind. They felt that Lin Yin had crawled out of the slums, and when she saw someone like Zheng Chao, she would definitely pounce on him without hesitation. Lin Yin put down her chopsticks and slammed the dining table. Su Fei and Chu Yun were both shocked by the sudden movement. "Now that you mention it, I remember. Someone deliberately bumped into me yesterday. It turned out to be your brother Chao, but I only told him to get lost. There are more than 50 people present. It's not difficult for you to check if you want to. Maybe someone even recorded a video. I don't mind being on the trending searches again," Lin Yin replied calmly. Speaking of trending searches, Lin Yin was still the focus of the netizens. Su Zhen was already tired enough from dealing with the previous matters. He did not want to do it again. "Also, I was already kind enough not to call the police yesterday." Lin Yin's voice deepened with a warning tone. "I was harassed by him for no reason. I was afraid that Dad and Mom would be worried. So I endured it myself and didn't mention it. I thought it was someone unimportant, but I didn't expect someone to care so much." Lin Yin looked into Su Fei's suddenly panicked eyes. "Just nice. Remember to tell him that I'm his fiancé's sister. Please don't hit on me in the future. It won't be good for the Su family and the Zheng family." Su Fei's face tried to hold it in and her face turned colorful. She naturally knew what Zheng Chao was like, but she did not expect Lin Yin to expose him so thoroughly. Su Zhen and Chu Yun did not know Zheng Chao's true colors. They had decided on this marriage for the sake of their family business. As for Su Zhen, he would approach whoever was beneficial to him. He would dote on whichever daughter could bring him more benefits. Lin Yin was going to get sold to an old tycoon, so the profits would be depleted in one go. And Su Fei's marriage could bring him endless profits for decades. Therefore, even if Zheng Chao's actions were inappropriate, he did not care at all. As long as the marriage was not annulled, everything would not be a problem. However, if Lin Yin harmed this marriage, he would definitely not forgive her. "Hit on you? Zheng Chao and Fei Fei are engaged. Will he still hit on others?" Chu Yun widened her eyes in anger and was anxious to defend Su Fei. "You must have misbehaved and deliberately seduced him." "Ha, deliberately seduced?" Lin Yin said indifferently. "I'm not so desperate. I don't like such a smooth-talking young master. I'm only worthy of the poor people in the slums. Are you satisfied?" Su Fei's face turned red. She had not been able to gain anything here and had been slandered by Lin Yin. Su Fei felt that she was asking for trouble today. Wasn't she saying that her taste was inferior and she could not keep her man in check? This lowly woman. She went against her everywhere. Su Fei was so angry that she couldn't stop shaking. "I'm full. I'll get going." Lin Yin stood up and walked out, ignoring the three people at the dining table. As she passed by Su Fei, Lin Yin said, "Sister, you have to watch over him in the future. Don't disgust me." Her voice was so low that only Su Gei could hear her. Lin Yin felt like she would clutch her chest again, ready to pretend to faint. After resolving the trouble that Su Fei had brought, Lin Yin felt much better. Su Fei treated Su Zhan and Chu Yun as a tree to rely on and often deliberately made things difficult for her in front of them. If it was in her previous life, this move would still work. But now, every time Su Fei made things difficult for her, Lin Yin would triple the damage. This time, when she walked on the campus, Lin Yin specially looked around to make sure that Zhang Chao was not around before she continued walking with relief. When she stepped into the classroom, Lin Yin realized that there was an egg and a box of pure milk on her table. A trace of confusion flashed across Lin Yin's eyes. She didn't know who was so considerate. Was it Jia Qing? Lin Yin looked at her in disgust. It seemed like it wasn't. If it were her, she would definitely be looking at her eagerly. In her previous life, she had been deceived by her gaze and foolishly believed that she was a person worth befriending. Just as Lin Yin's gaze landed on Yang Shui, she saw her quickly retracting her shy gaze. It seemed like she was thanking her for yesterday. Lin Yin smiled. Not wanting to let her down, she put the eggs and milk into her bag. This was the second person in Lin Yin's life, other than Aunt Li, who could make her feel warm. However, when she thought about how no one who approached her in her previous life had a good ending, Lin Yin felt a little down. Teacher Feng probably wouldn't harass her anymore, so she shouldn't interact with her too much. However, just as Lin Yin put away her things, there was a commotion in the classroom. Lin Yin didn't listen particularly, but the content of their conversation still entered her ears. I knew it. When she sees eggs and milk, she'll definitely put them away and eat them. She's from the slums after all. She's ignorant. She wants everything that a poor person gives her. What's wrong with that? They're even selling them at night. You've never seen them before. I heard that they're all very dirty. Maybe she sold it before. From the looks of it, her business should be pretty good. Haha, she's still pretending. She acted like she was the boss yesterday. She's still related to the dirty slums. Maybe the next time I go to the brothel, I can choose her. Don't. She might even have some dirty disease. Someone was unwilling to listen. What nonsense are you talking about? I haven't eaten yet. It's disgusting. Sure, be careful of her hearing you. Have you forgotten that she hit Zhaoji yesterday? Zhaoji? She hit Zhaoji? Do I still need to be afraid? The boy who said this laughed. Do you understand what it means to make an example out of someone? He seemed to suddenly feel that what he said was wrong. He stopped in the middle of his sentence and said again, Zhaoji is just a dog. If she hit him, so be it. Would she dare to hit me? That's right. She thought she's amazing just because she beat up a lackey. Who's she scaring? Yang Shui regretted it a little. She only wanted to repay Lin Yin, but she didn't expect to cause her trouble. Lin Yin saw that Yang Shui had lowered her head and looked slightly uneasy. She stood up and kicked the table of the boy who was talking happily. What else? What else is there? It had only been one night, but they had already forgotten about the intimidation from yesterday and were openly discussing her again. It seemed like she did not have enough deterrence for them. The boy was embarrassed and immediately retorted, If you can do it, can't I speak about it? Lin Yin approached him and caught him off guard by elbowing his chin. The boy could not dodge in time and bit his tongue. Instantly, blood flowed. The surrounding students had never seen a young master get beaten up, and it was so serious. There was a cry of surprise from the crowd. The boy had never been injured so badly. He covered his mouth and wailed. Blood flowed from his mouth to his neck. The scene was shocking. His follower was shocked and immediately stood up. Lin Yin only turned around to look at them before they stopped and did not dare to act rashly. After all, no one dared to risk their lives with her. Lin Yin did not drag her feet at all. Her exquisite facial features were too eye-catching, and she would attack when they were distracted. It was impossible to predict where she would start attacking, and it was very difficult to defend against. The intimidation from yesterday didn't seem to be enough. Are you satisfied today? Lin Yin's voice was still calm, as if nothing had happened just now. A slightly ruffian-like boy in the back row seemed to have been disturbed by this voice. He slowly raised his head from the table and looked at Lin Yin coldly. With him participating, it would be even more exciting. After all, the cold and arrogant boy in the back row did not differentiate between men and women when he fought. However, he only glanced at Lin Yin and continued to sleep. This disappointed the surrounding students. The wails in the classroom were endless. What a weak young master. If he didn't have the ability to fight, he shouldn't provoke her. Lin Yin rubbed her ears and regretted hitting him. Her ears were suffering too much. However, his wailing finally had an effect. Teacher Feng was called over by his howling. When Teacher Feng arrived, he was shocked by the scene and quickly sent 2 students to invite the doctor from the infirmary. Who hit student Hong Yi? Teacher Feng was scared to death. He could not afford to offend the young master of the Hong family, and they had hit him so hard. How was he going to explain this to his family? Lin Yin looked at Teacher Feng and chuckled. No wonder it looked familiar. It turned out that in her previous life, she had also elbowed Teacher Feng the same way when she was harassed by him. Now that she saw him being frightened by someone else's injuries, Lin Yin felt amused. Teacher, it was Lin Yin. A student answered his question. Teacher Feng heaved a sigh of relief. He was not a good teacher, but he was good at socializing. Although Lin Yin was a new student, he knew her parents' levels very well. The Su family was far superior to the Hong family. Although this incident was caused by Lin Yin, it was also because of Lin Yin that this matter was easy to resolve. As long as Su Zhen came and suppressed the Hong family, they would definitely not dare to pursue the matter. Lin Yin looked at the group of people in front of her. If they hadn't brazenly bullied her, she really didn't want to attack. The doctor wasn't here yet, and Hong Yi was still looking at his blood in panic. He had never been so embarrassed. Lin Yin stepped over the messy books on the ground, and Hong Yi subconsciously dodged back. Were you happy just now? Lin Yin said coldly. Is your way of entertainment to slander others for no reason? I want to try to. Lin Yin smiled. I'll play your current miserable state in the classroom every day for fun. Are you willing? Hong Yi's eyes were filled with fear. She could really do this. Don't badmouth others. You won't be let off so easily the next time. Lin Yin stared at him without blinking. Now, you have to apologize to me. The surrounding students were in an uproar. He was already injured, yet he had to apologize? A female classmate who had participated in the slander just now spoke up for Hong Yi. You've already beaten him up like this, and he still has to apologize? You should be the one apologizing. She did not need to turn around to know that the girl who spoke was Jiang Qi. She was not an easy person to deal with in West Axis Academy. If anything happened in class or school, she had to interfere. Besides, what we said isn't bad. Is that all you can take? Ha! She had already started a rumor that she had gone to sell her body. Wasn't it bad enough? Didn't this group of people think that they were going overboard? Lin Yin didn't say anything and glanced at her. Lin Yin's gaze scared Jiang Qi speechless. With so many people watching, Jiang Qi did not want to be embarrassed. She calmed herself down and said, We weren't wrong to begin with. You came from the slums. Women from the slums will come out to sell themselves. Lin Yin didn't say anything. She looked at her and smiled. The next second, they heard a loud slap. Lin Yin slapped Jiang Qi's face, stunning them all again. Teacher Feng wiped his sweat. He had to admire himself for being sensible. If he had not let them go yesterday, he did not know what kind of miserable state he would have been in. There's no justice, there's no justice. Teacher Feng hurriedly dispersed the crowd and pulled Lin Yin and Jiang Qi away. Call your parents over. Just as the classroom was in chaos, the doctor from the infirmary arrived. The crowd automatically parted to make a path for the doctor to bring Hong Yi away. Jiang Qi touched her burning face and 4 finger marks appeared on it. Lin Yin was so ruthless. She was indignant, but she didn't dare to offend her again. She stared at Lin Yin with tears in her eyes. Is there anything else you want to say? Lin Yin smiled as she looked at them. If you miss today, you won't have a chance. Lin Yin, don't go overboard. Teacher Feng put on the airs of a teacher and tried to suppress Lin Yin. When they were saying those words, why didn't you say that they were going too far? They should have learned their lesson long ago for maliciously talking about others for no reason. Lin Yin was neither fast nor slow as she pointed at the surveillance camera in the corner. What they said and did is all here. Investigate more. There might be other surprises. Lin Yin looked at Teacher Feng with an ambiguous smile. Teacher Feng knew who he had harassed this month, and it could be told from the surveillance footage. Coupled with the fact that Lin Yin had something on him, he immediately fell silent. Stop fooling around. Call your parents. Lin Yin's eyes made him feel like he had been seen through. After saying that, he rushed out of the classroom. Lin Yin watched as he fled. The smile on her lips disappeared. After he disappeared around the corner, Lin Yin returned to her seat and sat down. Someone was already tidying up the classroom. The ground was a mess. This school was already foul enough. This hypocrite was really a beast. The more she looked at him, the more she disliked him. The classroom gradually quietened down. Gong Z, who was sitting in the last row, seemed to have woken up. He stretched and held his head with his right hand as he looked at Lin Yin. The sunlight shone in and Lin Yin's side profile was gilded. She seemed to be glowing. The infirmary was noisy. Hong Yi's mother had already rushed over after hearing the news. Hong Yi's injuries were not very serious. After wiping away the blood, his tongue was grazed and his chin was bruised. Mrs. Hong's expression was dark, but she still had to act like a rich lady. Although her heart ached, she could not flare up. She tried her best to suppress her anger, and her face was red. She ignored the doctor's words and did not speak. Ouch, it hurts too much. Seeing that his mother was here, Hong Yi seemed to have found someone to rely on and cried out in pain. Who was so ruthless? Seeing Hong Yi in such a miserable state, Mrs. Hong's anger rose. Where's the form teacher? Call the person who hit him over and apologize to my child. When Mrs. Hong saw Teacher Feng in the crowd, she was furious. Teacher Feng could not afford to offend this parent who was still in a fit of anger. He smiled apologetically and said tactfully, the other party's parent is already on the way. I informed him immediately. We'll deal with it properly. Of course, Su Zhan would not appear for such a small matter. He hung up the school phone and called Chu Yun. When Chu Yun heard that it was about Lin Yin, she immediately hung up. She didn't want to stand up for her at all. Su Zhan looked unhappy, but when he thought of the unhappiness in the morning, he decided to put it aside for now. It was just a fight. There was no need to mobilize so many people. After a while, the school called again. The secretary looked at the phone with a troubled expression, not knowing if she should pick up. Su Zhan waved his hand impatiently and casually flipped open the document that the secretary had just arranged. A business card fell out. It was the business card of the old tycoon. Su Zhan picked it up and looked at it for a moment before suddenly changing his mind. He gestured for the secretary to answer the call and said that he would be there soon. Ever since Lin Yin came to the Su family, she had been troubling him. He wanted to see what trouble Lin Yin could cause in school. If she continued to annoy him like this, he would send her to the old tycoon as soon as possible to resolve the company's financial problem. Jiang Qi's parents also came over. Seeing the handprint on his daughter's face, Supervisor Jiang looked anxious. He was just a small supervisor. His entire family had spent all their money to send his daughter to West Axis Academy. He did not expect his daughter to be so worrisome and cause trouble for him repeatedly. When he saw Mrs. Hong, he nodded and bowed politely. Before he could figure out what had happened, it was not wrong to apologize first. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Hong raised her hand and slapped him. Was it you guys that hit my child? Madame Hong was so overbearing that Supervisor Jiang was stunned. He thought that his daughter did something wrong and continued to bow and apologize. Jiang Qi immediately felt that her father had embarrassed her and made her unable to raise her head in school. The surrounding students burst into laughter. They did not expect that Jiang Qi, who usually looked like a big sister, would have a much more cowardly parent than her. Jiang Qi knew very well that this school was filled with people who bullied the weak and feared the strong. Her family background was too ordinary, so she could only use rudeness as a disguise to pretend to be a big sister who was not to be trifled with. However, at this moment, her disguise was shattered. She was ashamed and angry. She pushed him away in a panic and wanted to run out. Unexpectedly, just as she turned around, she was pushed back by Lin Yin. Mrs. Hong, it's not this parent. His child was also beaten up. Teacher Feng said awkwardly. Teacher Feng had an uncomfortable fake smile on his face. When he saw Lin Yin enter, he was anxious to be free. He immediately pointed at Lin Yin and said, "This student accidentally hit student Hong and student Jiang." Mrs. Hong didn't apologize to Supervisor Jiang and immediately turned to Lin Yin. When she saw that she was a girl, she was stunned for a moment. How could a girl beat her child up like this? You ill-bred girl, apologize to my child. Mrs. Hong became arrogant again. I have no upbringing when I hit someone, but your son spoke about prostitution and body selling. Is that your upbringing? Lin Yin replied coldly. Didn't you ask him why I hit him? You're shameless. How could my son say such things? Mrs. Hong was furious. She glanced at Hong Yi. Her son was still young. How could he say such things? This must be slander. You know how to lie and ruin my son's reputation at such a young age. I'll beat you to death. Mrs. Hong, who had always been rough, felt a little smug when she met a parent like Supervisor Jiang. She almost forgot which school she was in. As soon as Mrs. Hong finished speaking, Su Jun's deep and powerful voice came from the entrance of the infirmary. Who are you going to beat to death? When everyone saw Su Jun enter, Supervisor Jiang and Madame Hong were stunned. Mrs. Hong's words of "I'll beat you to death" fell into Su Jun's ears. Half of Mrs. Hong's anger dissipated. She glared at her son, who her heart ached for just now. Their family had business dealings with the Su family, but fortunately, Su Jun did not know her. After all, Hong Yi's father was the one who went to discuss business and did not bring her along. Without the support of the Su family, it would be difficult for the Hong family's business to advance. It was fine if they were beaten up by someone, but why did they have to be beaten up by the Su family's daughter? Overwhelmed by shame and anger, Mrs. Hong was speechless and did not know what to do. Supervisor Jiang was the first to react. He nodded at Su Jun and even wanted to hand him a cigarette. He touched the cigarette in his pocket and realized that it was not of quality, so he could only continue to bow awkwardly. Although he had never seen Su Jun before, Su Jun was a famous figure with a powerful background and was a frequent guest on various financial programs. Supervisor Jiang immediately treated him warmly and had even thought of an apology in his heart. She said she wanted to beat me to death. Beat me to death. Supervisor Jiang smiled apologetically. Jiang Qi's expression became even uglier. The surrounding students still wanted to laugh, but they could only hold it in and not dare to make a sound. Su Jun frowned slightly. There were so many people in the infirmary, and he felt a little uncomfortable. Teacher Feng had already realized that it was inappropriate to have too many students and quickly waved his hand to chase them away. Go back to class and study. Stop looking. They still wanted to see what else was going to happen, but they could only leave obediently. After walking a few meters away, they couldn't help but start discussing. Wow, this is the first time I've seen someone call a parent like this. Amazing. Look at Jiang Qi's expression. Let's see if she's still haughty in the future. I thought Hong Yi was someone amazing. He's just so-so. Let's see who's still afraid of him in the future. Amazing. I've never seen such a scene. Su Jun greeted Supervisor Jiang and Mrs. Hong before looking at Teacher Feng. Teacher Feng quickly said, President Su, Miss Lin Yin beat them up today because, after waiting for a long time, this great Buddha finally arrived. Teacher Feng's forehead was covered in sweat. He stopped talking halfway. He was also a little confused. He did not understand why they fought. Lin Yin, apologize. Before he could organize his words, Su Jun gave Lin Yin an order. In his opinion, this small matter had already seriously occupied his time. If Lin Yin apologized, it would end sooner. No need. It's a small matter. A child's joke. Supervisor Jiang quickly apologized. Jiang Qi apologized to her quickly. Jiang Qi straightened her neck and did not say anything. She knew that she had been utterly embarrassed. Her father might as well not say anything. Making his presence known would only embarrass her even more. Apologize? You're asking me to apologize without asking anything? Lin Yin didn't want to give in at all. If you don't want to apologize, don't hit people in the future. Su Jun frowned. He knew that his daughter was stubborn. I've never hit someone for no reason. They made up rumors about me in front of me. If I didn't hit them, the Su family would have been branded as prostitutes. I can't refute or hit them when they say that. Is this how the Su family should be? They humiliated and slandered me. Should I hide in the corner and not say a word? I've never suffered such grievances in the slums. Now that I'm at the Su family, I should suffer silently? If she wanted him to care, she could only drag the entire Su family down with her. Su Jun's expression became even uglier. You really said that? Supervisor Zhang's face turned pale. He immediately slapped his daughter. Jiang Qi was caught off guard and got slapped again. Supervisor Jiang had long been unable to control Jiang Qi. This was the first time he had slapped her. Because she had offended Su Jian, Mrs. Hong, who had been silent all this time, also spoke up when she saw her son not daring to look up. Hong Yi apologized to Miss Lin Yin. A smile appeared on Lin Yin's lips, half mocking and half helpless. In her previous life, she had endured everything. In the face of their bullying and insults, she rarely resisted. In order to please Chu Yun and make him accept her, she had suffered too much. It was not worth it for a mother who did not love her at all. After everyone saw Su Jian, their anger dissipated. In terms of hierarchy, they would not be able to reach Su Jian's level even if they climbed up 3 or 4 floors. Even if their child was reasonable, they could only suffer in silence, let alone the fact that they were the ones in the wrong. After settling this matter, Su Jian warned Lin Yin with his eyes and left the school. Lin Yin returned to the classroom without a care. This time, the way her classmates looked at her changed. It went from mockery and contempt to admiration and envy. They had thought that although she was the biological daughter of the Su family, she had lived in the slums for many years and had no feelings for the Su family, but Su Jian had personally appeared. Chu Yun was usually the one asking about Su Fei's matters. They had never seen Su Jian come before, so the difference was obvious now. Indeed, biological and adopted children would be treated differently. This matter quickly spread throughout the school from Lin Yin's class. Standing by the classroom window, Su Fei watched as Su Jian's car left the school, her heart filled with disappointment. Lin Yin had caused trouble at school, and Su Jian had rushed over to help her settle it. This Lin Yin was indeed skilled. She snatched away Daddy's love. Shi Dai had a lot of resentment towards Su Fei, but when she saw how unhappy Su Fei was, her heart softened. This time, when she heard that Su Jian came personally, her anger rose to another level. If this continued, she did not know how much she would be bullied. She could hear the class starting to talk about her. Su Fei wiped her tears and leaned on the table. When Shi Dai saw her like this, she was even angrier. I'm going to teach her a lesson today. Shi Dai called Ji Yun over. Wait after school. I'll get someone to surround her. I don't believe that Uncle Su will make 2 trips to school today because of her. To Su Fei, this was indeed a good idea. Lin Yin fought twice a day. How could such a troublesome daughter compare to an obedient child like her? When the time came, her parents would definitely favor her more. Although Su Fei was thinking this, she acted like she cared for Lin Yin. Don't cause trouble for Sister Lin Yin. What if she's injured? Can you have some backbone? You've already been bullied by her to this extent, yet you're still speaking up for her. Ji Yun said indignantly, you're just too kind. You're thinking for her, but she's not thinking for you. When she takes everything from the Su family, it'll be too late for you to cry. In their hearts, Su Fei was a kind, cute, and innocent girl. Without their help, she wouldn't be able to survive. Su Fei still wanted to argue, but they did not allow her to. They started to contact people they knew and prepared to surround Lin Yin after school. A subtle slyness flashed in Su Fei's eyes. Soon, it was time for school to end. Lin Yin realized that a few boys had been following her from a distance. She didn't need to think to know that they were definitely the people that Shi Dai had found. She had used such a method in her previous life, and there was nothing new. Sure enough, not long after they left, Shi Dai appeared. She stood in front of Lin Yin. What's the matter? Lin Yin felt disgusted when she saw her. This gun was rushing over again. We haven't settled our scores from last time. You embarrassed me on the internet. I won't let it go. Shi Dai was exasperated at the mention of this. She had already given Shi Dai enough respect by settling the matter that way the last time, but she still didn't know how to restrain herself. So? Lin Yin asked coldly. What do you want? Hurry up. I'm in a hurry. Lin Yin's attitude angered Shi Dai. She clapped her hands, and the 7 to 8 boys who had been following Lin Yin immediately surrounded her. Just these few people? Lin Yin's eyes were filled with disdain. It's her. Hit her. Shi Dai was arrogant and gave them orders. Lin Yin didn't say anything. She raised her leg and kicked the leader's chin. She even kicked his stomach. He was caught off guard and fell to the ground, holding his stomach and crying out. The others felt a little uncertain. Lin Yin did not hold back at all. A boy behind her wanted to launch a sneak attack from behind. Lin Yin turned around and spun, kicking him. The boy covered his leg and took 2 steps back, beads of sweat dripping down. Even the 2 of them did not gain anything. They were a little hesitant and did not dare to attack Lin Yin. What are you waiting for? Fight. Dai was a little anxious. They were a bunch of cowards. They had taken the money and were still dawdling. She wished she could go forward and push them. However, just as she finished speaking, Lin Yin rushed out of the crowd. After hearing about Lin Yin's results today, it would be a lie to say that she was not afraid of her. In her shock, Dai turned around and ran, but Lin Yin grabbed her collar tightly. Do you have anything else to say? Do you still want to fight? Lin Yin didn't want to argue with them. She just wanted to teach them a lesson. Unexpectedly, Dai took out a penknife from her pocket and stabbed at Lin Yin without any hesitation. Lin Yin let go in time, but it still left a shallow wound. She snorted and kicked Dai over. In front of everyone, Dai fell to the ground. The penknife fell to the ground. Lin Yin picked it up and slowly approached her face. Dai was shocked and hurriedly crawled out. She did not want a wound on her face. I like fairness the most. If you cut me, I should cut you too. Lin Yin's cold gaze filled Dai with fear. She knew that Lin Yin could really do it. Ji Yun and Su Fei, who were hiding in the dark, finally couldn't hide anymore and hurriedly came out to stop her. Sister, what are you doing? Su Fei was confused and frightened. What happened between you two is in the past. Let Dyer go. Dad will be angry if you hurt her. I apologize on behalf of Dyer. Sister Lin Yin. In her previous life, Lin Yin's face had been cut by someone. Her face had a long trail of blood as she lay in the alley in despair. No one noticed her for the entire afternoon. In the end, an old man who was scavenging discovered Lin Yin and hurriedly called the police to save her from the dilapidated alley and send her to the hospital. From the beginning to the end, Chu Yun and Su Zhan didn't even go to the hospital to visit her. Lin Yin still remembered that Chu Yun had shouted at her on the phone, saying that she didn't know how to behave herself and that she was like this because she had provoked someone shady. She deserved to be injured. Her attitude was so firm that she didn't even let Lin Yin speak. Then, she hung up impatiently. They knew, but they did not care. It was Su Fei who arrived at the hospital in time. Her heart ached as she wiped her tears. She even said that she had a fight with her parents before she could go out. She also said that she would protect her well in the future and not let anyone hurt her. Seeing that she was crying sadly, Lin Yin even got up and patted her back, telling her not to worry too much. As soon as she was discharged from the hospital, Su Fei gave her a scar cream. She said that she had asked someone to bring it back from overseas. It was worth a few $100s. As long as she applied it for a while, the scar on her face would disappear. It was impossible to tell that she had been injured. All the foreign celebrities used it. Lin Yin had used it for more than half a year, but the scar did not improve at all. It was even severely red and swollen, like an ugly worm crawling on her face. Su Fei said that a girl could not have a scar on her face and found a doctor to take a look at her. The doctor said that she was weak and needed to be nourished. He prescribed nutritional supplements for her to eat. It was these nutrition supplements that were slowly eating away at her life. Lin Yin smiled and waved the penknife in her hand. An apology is useless. You should return what you owe me. Ignoring Dai's scream, Lin Yin grabbed her hand and cut her in the same spot. Dai instantly screamed in pain. Lin Yin threw the knife at her after cutting her. Are you going to continue? Dai screamed and looked at her hand. She had never been hurt like this by anyone. Ji Yun and Su Fei helped her up, but Dai was still crying and threatening to teach Lin Yin a lesson. Lin Yin wiped the blood with her hand and looked back at them. She said calmly, "Get lost while I don't want to argue with you." Sister Lin Yin, how can you hurt Dyer? Mom and Dad will be angry if they find out. Hurry up and apologize to Dyer. Don't do this again. Su Fei persuaded her with tears in her eyes. At the same time, her gaze landed on the back of Lin Yin's injured hand. Does your injury hurt? Don't be so rash next time. Why are you still talking to this BTCH? A wild girl from the slums. Lunatic. I won't let this matter rest. Ji-Yun was furious and hated Lin-In even more. Heh. Who's the BTCH? Lin-In pointed at the hooligans who had been called over. Aren't you the ones who asked these people to surround me? No matter what tricks you have, just come at me, Lin-In said coldly and left them. They all knew who had caused this. It was sure Dai who got someone to surround Lin-In. Even if she was injured, she didn't dare to tell her parents. Otherwise, what she did at school would be exposed. Lin-In returned to the room and treated the wound briefly. She did not know when she had become so delicate. In the past, such small injuries were common, and she had never specially tended to them. Is Sister Lin-In here? Su Fei's voice sounded from outside the door. Sister, let me in for a while. When she opened the door, she saw Su Fei holding an exquisite tray. In the middle was a bowl of stewed bird's nest porridge. It was exquisite and cute. It was obvious that it was a food that girls liked. When Su Fei saw Lin-In, she smiled gently and said, Sister, eat some bird's nest porridge to nourish yourself. My heart aches for the wound on your hand. Does it still hurt? Thank you. You should keep it for yourself. Lin-In smiled back at her. You were frightened today too. You need it more than I do. Su Fei was stunned for a moment before she quickly regained her smile. I apologize on behalf of Dyer. Please accept my kindness. Lin-In waved her hand and gestured for Su Fei to come in. Su Fei was secretly delighted and quickly entered the room to place the bird's nest porridge on the table. Lin Yin's eyes were filled with smiles. She picked up the bird's nest porridge and placed it by her mouth. She smelled it and praised in surprise. It smells so good. I've never drunk such good stuff. The next second, she grabbed Su Fei's chin and poured it into her mouth. Lin-In was a head taller than Su Fei, and Su Fei couldn't dodge in time. The bird's nest porridge was poured into her mouth in the blink of an eye. Su Fei looked at Lin-In in shock. She was still retching. What's wrong, my good sister? Lin-In let go of the empty bowl. It shattered on the floor, and the sound made Su Fei jump. Looking at Su Fei's frightened eyes, Lin Yin's red lips parted slightly. She asked curiously, Is there anything dirty in this porridge? Ahem. Su Fei steadied her breathing and replied with difficulty, I gave this to Sister. How can you treat me like this? I'm sorry. I'm a crude person. I only know that this is good stuff. It's a pity for me to drink it. I just wanted to use it to show my respect to Sister. My method was a little rough. Please forgive me, Lin-In said casually as she clapped her hands. Also, I'm not worthy of eating these supplements. You don't have to worry about me in the future. Otherwise, I'll have to force you to eat them every time. I'm afraid you won't be used to it. Lin Yin's eyes turned cold again, as if they were covered in a layer of ice. Su Fei held back her tears and stumbled out of the room. She didn't want to stay here for too long. She rushed back and made a call with trembling hands. Dr. Yin, are you there? Is there an antidote for the medicine you gave me last time? Su Fei asked the doctor for the slow-acting poison. She had put twice a dose in the bowl just now. After a while, she received a picture instruction manual from the doctor. Only by persisting in consuming it for a long time would it cause fatal damage. It would take more than a year before the medicine could be metabolized if consumed once occasionally, but it was not a big deal. Su Fei's heart was filled with hatred. This Lin-In didn't even eat what she had given. She was really defensive like an iron wall, leaving her with nowhere to attack. She did not believe that she did not have any flaws. In the room, there was still some leftover porridge in the broken bowl. Lin-In put it in a small bag. She asked the servants to clean up the rest. It was sprayed with disinfectant several times and cleaned with the vacuum cleaner for more than half an hour before she felt that it was clean. Lin-In felt disgusted at the thought of Su Fei standing there just now, pretending to give her poison. She couldn't wait to attack. After being reborn, she still couldn't tolerate her. Even her moves were similar to the last time. Lin-In sat on the sofa in front of the French window and looked down. It was dark outside. There were still dirty things hidden in the villa that she had not discovered, but the biggest dirty thing was this family. The corners of Lin Yin's lips curled up into a mocking smile. This was the love she had once yearned for. It was really dirty. Early this morning, Lin Yin did not see Su Fei. Annie Lee came over and said, Miss has something on at school and needs to leave early. Second Miss, have breakfast with Mr. and Mrs. Su. Before she went downstairs, Lin Yin realized that the atmosphere downstairs was not right. Su Zhan and Chu Yun sat at the dining table and looked at Lin Yin gloomily. Just half an hour ago, Su Fei had complained to them that Lin Yin had provoked the school bully yesterday and fought with them. She was afraid of embarrassing the Su family and went forward to persuade her. However, she was scolded by Lin Yin. She was a little worried about Lin Yin, afraid that no one would know if she was bullied in school. Su Fei's eyes were red and teary, as if she had been horribly scolded by Lin Yin. In order to help Lin Yin cover up, she just said that she had been scolded. After that, she pulled Chu Yun's sleeve with tears in her eyes. Chu Yun hugged her and comforted her before she left for school. "Hurry up and get down," Chu Yun said impatiently when she saw Lin Yin. "You're either asking me to get over here or get lost. I didn't come back to this house to be scolded." Lin Yin looked at her steadily without any panic in her eyes. No wonder Su Fei left the house early. It seemed like she had removed herself completely after complaining. What a good plan. In her previous life, Chu Yun had made things difficult for Lin Yin like this many times, and there was a high chance that Su Fei was not present. If she was present, she also tried her best to protect Lin Yin, causing Lin Yin to believe that Su Fei was sincerely protecting her until the end. "Do you need me to tell you what you've done?" Chu Yun's anger only increased. Lin Yin walked over slowly and sat at the dining table. She started eating breakfast. "Father has already gone to deal with it. I don't think there's anything I can tell you." Su Zhan asked, "What's with the fight with the hooligans after school?" "I was surrounded and bullied," Lin Yin said calmly. "If you don't provoke them, why would they bully you?" Chu Yun was so angry that her chest kept rising and falling. She did not expect that this Lin Yin would lie without even blinking. "Don't bring the bad habits of the slums home. How many times have I told you? This is the Su family, not your slum." It was no wonder. How could a child who grew up in the slums be as gentle and considerate as Su Fei? She was already unhappy the first time she saw Lin Yin. The expression on Lin Yin's face was too stubborn and not as gentle and sensible as Su Fei's. She had pampered Su Fei for many years. She did not believe it at all when Su Zhan suddenly said that they had brought back the wrong child back then. When the child really came to her, she only felt disdain. "If you don't believe me, don't ask about my matters in the future." Lin Yin looked up, her eyes cold. "I asked you to go to school to study, not to fight. You're like a hooligan every day. We can't control you anymore." Chu Yun pretended to hit Lin Yin. Seeing that she was standing still, she was furious and was about to throw the bowl at her. It was not like she had never seen such a scene before. Would she still stand there and let her hit and scold her? Lin Yin dodged slightly, and the bowl fell heavily to the ground, shattering. "How dare you dodge?" With Su Zhan backing her up, Chu Yun would definitely hit her. Seeing that the bowl missed, Chu Yun's face deformed. "I didn't come back to see you guys like this." Lin Yin picked up the bowl beside her and threw it on the ground. "If you don't treat me as a daughter, I won't treat you as a mother." There was no emotion in Lin Yin's eyes. They had been like this for more than a day or two. She had endured it for 8 years. But now, she did not feel disappointed at all. She only felt that it was ridiculous. They had clearly ignored her, but now, they only wanted to hit and scold her. In their hearts, it was already a great honor for her to come to this house and eat and stay with them. She should be as lowly as dust and be at the mercy of others, just like in her previous life. She was the one who had lost the most and suffered the most. But when she returned to this house, their hearts ached that Su Fei had been robbed of her big room and Su Fei had been to share her parents' love. But had they ever given her love? That big room should not have belonged to Su Fei in the first place. She had enjoyed a life of luxury for more than 10 years. But does it mean it's hers? They would never be able to see how good she was or feel how much she had suffered. They only had Su Fei in their hearts. As long as she cried a few times and shed a few tears, they would scold her as if they were facing a formidable enemy. In her previous life, she had suffered a lot, but now, her heart no longer hurt. Their words and actions only made her feel ridiculous and laughable. "Is there anything else you want to say? I'm going to be late." Lin Yin got up and left. She didn't care what they thought. Lin Yin was not worried about offending them at all. Anyway, even if she was timid and listened to them, they would still look down on her. She might as well live for herself. Lin Yin asked the driver to prepare the car, but the driver said to Lin Yin with a troubled expression, "Second miss, I don't know what happened to the car today. It was pierced with a nail, and it has been sent to repair. It's just that today." Needless to say, this was Su Fei's doing again. Su Fei didn't want her to go to school and make her late and embarrassed. Lin Yin smiled. "Did anyone come by today?" Miss came by and said that she couldn't find a driver. She asked if I could send her. As expected, she did not want her to live comfortably at all. A Rolls-Royce roared past. When the car stopped at the entrance of the West Axis Academy, Lin Yin and Su Jun got out. Noticing them, the surrounding students discussed. One of Lin Yin's classmates immediately recognized her. "It's the daughter of the Su Corporation." "Daughter? I don't remember her looking like this." Some students who had never seen Lin Yin before said in confusion, "She's not that tall." "You don't know about this, do you? This is the real daughter of the Su family." TSK, the treatment they receive is indeed different. This is the first time I've seen him personally send his daughter to school. Blood ties are still the most reliable. I'm in the same class as her. Yesterday, she beat up Hong Yi in class. It was President Su who came to support her. That's right. I just saw Su Fei. She came by herself. The adopted daughter really can't compare to the biological daughter. At the side, Shi Dai gritted her teeth in anger when she saw Lin Yin. The wound on her hand was still hurting slightly. When she went back to bandage it, she still shouted that it hurt. Madame Shi's heart ached, and she asked her how she was injured. Shi Dai could only grit her teeth and say that she had accidentally cut herself. She had thought that after Lin Yin was reprimanded by her parents early in the morning and her tires were punctured before her driver was transferred away, she would not be able to come to school. She did not expect that her father would personally send her to school. Su Fei was secretly angry. She had never received such treatment. Su Fei was jealous and angry. She had failed to gain an advantage a few times in a row. She was afraid that Lin Yin would take her place. Seeing that they were gone, Su Fei started to perform. She lowered her head aggrievedly, and her shoulders trembled slightly. This made Ji Yun's heart ache for her even more. Tears streamed down Su Fei's face. Shi Dai and Ji Yun had never seen Su Fei so sad. Shi Dai quickly comforted her. "Fei Fei, don't be sad. Uncle Su still cares about you. They will know this BTCH's true colors sooner or later." Su Fei sobbed and said, "Last night, I saw that my sister was injured and brought her some bird's nest to eat. She even broke it and said that she had never seen what this was. She even asked me if I was hurting her. Oh my God, Fei Fei, you're just too kind-hearted to be bullied by her." Ji Yun could not believe that Lin Yin would do such a thing to Su Fei. "She's really stupid and bad. She's ignorant. She's too hateful." Ji Yun patted Su Fei's back and said, "Some people just need a beating. You can't treat her so well next time." Ji Yun still wanted to defend Su Fei, so she asked anxiously, "Do your parents know?" Su Fei was silent for a moment before continuing to sob. "It's useless. Mom and Dad favor her now. They don't think it's a big deal. They even said that sister was careless. It's fine. After all, they're family. She was too hateful. She could not let this go. Who knew what she would do after she rode on Su Fei's head? She would teach her a lesson today." There were several human models in the laboratory on the second floor, as well as human skeleton models. Although they knew that they were fake, the most terrifying legends in the school came from here. Students who returned late would rather take a detour than pass by here. Ji Yun exaggerated Lin Yin's bullying of Su Fei, making Su Fei seem even more pitiful. Su Fei's suitors finally couldn't sit still. "Have you heard? Han Jiang from Class 6 is prepared to stand up for Su Fei and teach that Lin Yin a lesson to destroy her prestige." For the entire day, the students who received the news started to whisper, "There's going to be a show to watch again. This Han Jiang has liked Su Fei for several years. She already has a fiancé, but he still doesn't restrain himself. He actually wants to help prevent her anger at this time." Miss Su's suitor? Him? They can't beat Lin Yin. Don't get into trouble again. What honorable means could he have? A girl from their class was locked up in a haunted laboratory by him. She was locked up for the night and went crazy from fear the next day. Later, she quit school. Yes, I've heard of it too. How disgusting. Don't tell me they're going to deal with her like this. The entire day was calm. After school, Lin Yin walked along the way to the laboratory on the second floor. Not far away, a few boys were guarding outside the laboratory. Ji-Yun was afraid that they would fail like the people Sherdai looked for, so she stood nervously nearby. Before Lin Yin could reach, she noticed them. She smiled coldly and continued walking in their direction. When she reached the laboratory door, Han Jiang and a boy pushed her hard. Lin Yin was pushed into the laboratory without warning, and they hurriedly locked the door. They expected to hear Lin Yin's terrified cry, but the laboratory was silent. There was no sound at all. The group looked at each other. Looking through the peephole, it was also dark inside. They could not see anything. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Han Jiang pressed his ear against the door and listened. There was still no movement inside, which puzzled them. Was that person Lin Yin? Ji-Yun was getting impatient. They were so close, but they still could not figure it out. These people were too useless. Open the door and take a look. She might have fainted from fright. Ji-Yun was about to open the door. Ji-Yun was anxious to see if Lin Yin had fainted from shock. As soon as she opened the door, she was squeezed to the front. Before Ji-Yun's eyes could adapt to the darkness in front of her, she felt a pair of hands grab her leg and she was dragged into the dark laboratory. Han Jiang and the other male students were shocked. Did the ghosts in the laboratory really come out to catch them? Perhaps there really were ghosts in the laboratory. That was how the girl was scared out of her wits last time. They closed the door and ran out in a panic. They could still hear Ji-Yun's heart-wrenching cries. It was already dark, and the building looked even more sinister. Han Jiang stood below the laboratory and looked up to see the dark windows of the laboratory. He listened to the commotion in the laboratory and wondered if he should go back to save Ji-Yun. Everything that had just happened made their hair stand on end. Han Jiang closed his eyes and lowered his head, comforting himself that he might have been too nervous just now. He heard a dripping sound above his head and something dripping into his hair. He touched it with his hand. The liquid was a little sticky. He carefully opened his hand, and his palm was as red as blood. This time, they let out even more screams and fled without looking back. The matter of saving Ji-Yun was also forgotten. The laboratory was divided into several rooms. Lin Yin had started recording before she was pushed in, and their words were recorded word for word. When Ji-Yun opened the door, Lin Yin's eyes had already adapted to the darkness of the laboratory. She was not afraid of the dark. In the slums, there was no electricity for more than half a year. Lin Yin grew up in a dark environment. As for the mannequins in the laboratory, Lin Yin scoffed at the ghost legends. How could someone who had died once be afraid of ghosts? Ji-Yun closed her eyes and screamed for a while. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw the model move a few steps towards her through the big window. She was terrified and let out an even more ear-piercing scream. Ji-Yun stood up abruptly and pressed the switch crazily. Not a single light lit up. In her despair, she remembered that they had already turned off the electric switch. No matter how she knocked on the door, there was no movement outside. Ji-Yun was getting more and more afraid. She did not see the shadow of the skeleton model just now. It was now looking at her through the glass. Ji-Yun screamed and ran in another direction. Ji-Yun's scream echoed on the second floor, and the terror intensified. Su-Fei and Sherdai were waiting for news of Ji-Yun's victory in class. Unexpectedly, they received Ji-Yun's cry for help. "Help me, there's a ghost in the laboratory." Han Jiang, who ran back, was also pale. Even if Goddess Su-Fei begged them to go back, the boys were unwilling to take the risk. They still had lingering fear from the scene just now. Su-Fei had no choice but to contact her form teacher, Teacher Liu. Teacher Liu and the director of the teaching department rushed to the laboratory on the second floor. When they opened the door, they saw Ji-Yun, who was cowering at the door, his voice almost hoarse, and Lin Yin, who was sitting calmly in another classroom. Ji-Yun was still trembling when Su-Fei and Sherdai helped her up. Seeing Lin Yin, Su-Fei understood. The plan had failed again. Ji-Yun and Han Jiang had been tricked by Lin Yin. Su-Fei still squeezed out tears and asked in surprise, "Sister Lin Yin, what's going on?" "I was passing by and was pushed in." Lin Yin's cold gaze swept around. "Ask these people." Teacher Liu and Director Zhang from the teaching department also looked at them in confusion. When they saw Han Jiang, they understood. Director Zhang, she deliberately harmed us. She was the one who dragged Ji-yun in to threaten us. Han Jiang tried his best to clear his name. Really? Lin Yin smiled. What else? It was Lin Yin who dragged me in. Ji-yun finally caught her breath. She took the opportunity to report her. She locked me in and even wanted to scare me. It seemed like Lin Yin was trying to scare Ji-yun. Teacher Lu was a little puzzled. Why did you drag her in? They pushed me in and scared me, Lin Yin said coldly. Hearing Lin Yin's voice, she did not sound frightened at all. Ji-yun's face flushed red. You're lying. You just want to kill me. Besides, I don't know them well. I don't know why they're doing this. Lin Yin looked at Han Jiang. Han Jiang was frightened by her cold gaze, but he still didn't want to admit it. Who is it? It's not too late for you to confess now. By the time I count to 1, 3, 2, 1, Lin Yin's gaze stopped on her face. Her eyes were cold, making her shiver. However, Ji-yun still held on. She did not believe that Lin Yin would have evidence. I've given you guys a chance. Lin Yin took out her phone and pressed it. The voice on the phone started when Lin Yin was pushed into the laboratory. Han Jiang, won't she be scared to death? I just want to scare her and not kill her. If Lin Yin is scared to death, it's none of my business. Ji-yun, don't worry, I was the one who asked you for help. The Su family won't take this BTCH from the slums seriously. Open the door and take a look. Ji-yun, leave her here for the night if she fainted. No one will care even if she wakes up. Ji-yun and Han Jiang's expressions turned ugly. They did not expect that when they thought that Lin Yin had fainted from fear, she would actually record them behind the door, exposing their evil actions. You were the one who dragged me in. Ji-yun still wanted to bite Lin Yin. Am I waiting for you to lock me up for the night? Lin Yin said coldly. This building is haunted. Everyone in school knows about it. Director Zhang couldn't stand it anymore. The evidence was conclusive, and she still wanted to deny it. She said, it's over. The recording is still there. The school will deal with it well. He wants to scare me this time. The next time, he'll want to kill someone. I hope the school can deal with him well. It's not like their family can write off the debt just because they have money. Lin Yin also knew that Han Jiang had done such a thing before. The Han family had helped him settle it with money. Even if I'm from the slums, I don't care about his stinky money. Her words made Director Zhang's face turn red and pale. She had received more than 100,000 yuan from the girl's scare last time before she tried her best to settle that matter. Lin Yin was simply slapping her face. Director Zhang smiled apologetically and called their parents. Although she apologized to Chu Yun on the phone and said that Lin Yin had been bullied in school and hung up, Chu Yun was still furious. Why is there something happening every day? Fei Fei has been in school for more than 10 years, but this has never happened. What about her? She's only been in school for a few days. Why did you have to bring her back? Ever since she entered this house, has our house ever been peaceful? Chu Yun said fiercely. She felt that it was all because Lin Yin was too good at causing trouble. Even if Lin Yin suffered, her heart wouldn't ache at all. Su Zhan's expression turned even uglier when he heard her words. Ever since Lin Yin came to the Su family, the house had been in chaos and he had not been at ease once. Recalling the business card that he had put away, Su Zhan seemed to have made up his mind. He picked up his phone and dialed the number from memory. The call connected, and an old voice sounded. Who is it? Mr. Ma, I'm Su Zhan from the Su Corporation. A fawning smile appeared on Su Zhan's face. He looked hypocritical and ridiculous. Su Zhan? The old man's voice on the phone was a little hesitant. Don't you remember? I talked to you about Xin Lin's real estate a few days ago. There were a few obvious wrinkles at the corners of Su Zhan's eyes because his smile deepened. Oh, I have some impression of it, but didn't I say that there's no hurry for business? I still want to see the sincerity of your Su Corporation. Mada's tone softened a little, and there was a deeper meaning in his words. Yes, old Master Ma, I understand. Su Zhan knew about Mada's shameful hobbies. Although he was almost 70 years old, he still had ulterior motives towards some young girls. Su Zhan's eyes darted around, and his tone was a little flattering. My youngest daughter is still in high school. Although she's beautiful, her personality is really a little bad. I have no choice. Mr. Ma, you're highly respected. Can you teach my daughter a little so that I, as her father, can worry less? When Mada heard Suzhan's words, his turbid eyes widened a little, and the corners of his lips curled up to reveal his yellowed teeth from smoking all year round. Ah, the little girl can be learned after I teach her carefully. Mada smiled, his voice hoarse and ear-piercing. However, it's best if you can send her to my house tonight so that I can feel the sincerity of your Su family. Sai, don't worry. As long as you can hand over Xian Lin's real estate to me, I guarantee that you'll be satisfied. When Suzhan heard that the business deal was successful, the smile on his face became even more obvious. After hanging up, Suzhan looked at Chu Yuan behind him. Tell Aunt Li to prepare more dishes tonight. Lin Yin will go to the Ma family to study at night. We have to let her eat her fill so she's obedient. Suzhan's expression was very natural, as if Lin Yin was just an item or an unnecessary eyesore. It was already very worth it to use her for business. That's good too. It saves me the trouble of seeing her. Chu Yun's face became more ruthless. She sneered and said, Humph. She always makes Fei Fei sad. The dirty thing that crawled out of the slums isn't that clean to begin with. Chu Yun went to brief Aunt Li. Aunt Li was very happy to hear the instructions and started to get busy. It seemed that the relationship between the family had finally eased. Aunt Li was very happy for Lin Yin. This poor child had finally been gradually accepted by the Su family, but she did not know that the Su family had prepared a big gift for Lin Yin. As soon as Lin Yin returned to the Su family, she saw that Aunt Li's face was full of smiles. Aunt Li, why did you prepare so many dishes? Lin Yin was a little surprised to see the steaming food on the dining table and asked Aunt Li, who was carrying the dishes. Miss, Madam instructed it. It's not easy for you two to reunite. Actually, she's also happy. Aunt Li's thoughts were very simple. She felt that since she was her biological daughter, there was still some affection. Oh, she's so kind? Lin Yin sneered. If she hadn't died once, she might have really believed it. Miss, Madam just needs some time. She poured this wine herself. The dishes are all here. I'll call Sir and Madam. Sit down quickly and eat more later. Aunt Li smiled and walked towards the second floor. Lin Yin glanced at the exquisite wine glass on the table and frowned. Poured the wine herself? Lin Yin sat at her seat and exchanged the wine glass and cutlery in front of her with Su Fei's. Chu Yun was used to being pampered. It was probably not that simple for her to personally pour wine. Lin Yin's gaze was dark, and a faint smile appeared on her lips. Su Fei, it's your mother who loves you the most anyway. A sensible daughter like you should enjoy what she has prepared. After adjusting her emotions, Lin Yin sat in her seat without saying a word. Su Fei obediently held Chu Yun's arm, and the two of them went downstairs chatting and laughing. Seeing Lin Yin sitting at the dining table, Su Fei's mood improved a lot. Her mother had already told her just now that Lin Yin would be sent to the Ma family to study tonight. She wondered how arrogant she could be after being bullied by that perverted old man, Ma Da. Su Fei had a sweet smile on her face as she sat beside Lin Yin. Chu Yun and Suzhan also sat at the table. Chu Yun looked at Lin Yin with a rare smile. Little Yin, eat more later. It's not good for a girl to be so thin. Lin Yin saw the smile on Chu Yun's face and confirmed her previous guess. Chu Yun, no matter what you want to do to me, I'll make your precious daughter pay back double. I'm not hungry. I don't want to eat. Lin Yin felt disgusted by the woman's fake smile. When Chu Yun heard Lin Yin's words, she was clearly a little angry, but she quickly suppressed her dissatisfaction and said to Lin Yin, then drink some fruit wine. Your father brought it back from France. He treasures it very much. If you hadn't come home, we wouldn't have been able to taste it usually. Really? Lin Yin smiled bitterly. It seemed like there was really a problem with the wine. When she first entered and heard Aunt Li's words, Lin Yin actually suspected that Chu Yun had treated her a little better than usual because she knew that she had been bullied in school. She was really ridiculously stupid. How could she ask for a little love from a person who doesn't have a heart? After seeing the woman in front of her clearly, Lin Yin suddenly felt much more relieved. She was still too benevolent. These people could not repay the pain she had suffered in her previous life. Seeing that Lin Yin did not move, Su Fei, who was beside her, was a little anxious. She picked up the wine glass in front of her and raised her hand to Lin Yin. There might be some misunderstanding between us sisters. I'm the older sister. I should apologize. Su Fei gestured to Lin Yin and said gently, let's drink this glass of wine and be the best sisters after tonight. Okay? Lin Yin's eyes were a little cold, but she still picked up the wine glass in front of her and drank it in one gulp under the gazes of Su Zhen and Chu Yun. All right, drink it too. When Su Fei saw that Lin Yin had finished the wine in her glass, the smile on her face became even more obvious. She finished the wine in her hand. Su Fei thought to herself, Lin Yin, after tonight, you're not even worthy of carrying my shoes, let alone drinking with me. Everyone had their own thoughts during the meal. Lin Yin only ate a few mouthfuls of the dishes that the Su family had touched. Looking at this family, Lin Yin really had no appetite. Everyone is done eating. Little Yin, go upstairs and rest early, Su Zhen said to Lin Yin as he put down his bowl and chopsticks. He glanced at Aunt Li, who was cleaning up. Okay. Lin Yin noticed Su Zhen's abnormality and slowly stood up to say to Su Fei, you just said that we'll be the best sisters in the future, right? Su Fei didn't know what Lin Yin meant, but at the thought of what was about to happen, she was in a good mood. Yes. Then sister, I have some questions about my studies. Can I go back to my room and ask you? Lin Yin also had a smile on her face. She had to know what the Su family was up to as soon as possible. Su Fei looked at Su Zhen and Chu Yun. The two of them nodded at her tacitly. Su Zhen instructed, Fei Fei, go help sister take a look. When sister is asleep, you can return to your room. Su Fei understood and nodded before walking upstairs with Lin Yin. As soon as she entered the bedroom, Lin Yin locked the bedroom door when Su Fei wasn't paying attention. Sister, can I play some music? Without waiting for Su Fei's answer, Lin Yin took out her phone and played a noisy song while turning the volume to the maximum. Su Fei frowned unhappily. I have a headache. Turn down the volume. Seeing Su Fei's slightly swaying body, Lin Yin's big almond-shaped eyes curved slightly. She smiled and said, Sister, if you have a headache, you'll be fine after sleeping for a while. Su Fei gradually lost consciousness and was half pushed and half dragged to the bed by Lin Yin. How did I? Su Fei's eyelids felt heavy. She suddenly realized something, but there was no strength in her hands. Did you touch my wine? Su Fei wanted to scream so that her parents downstairs could save her, but her voice gradually became insignificant under the noisy music. Wine. Lin Yin pressed Su Fei onto the bed and whispered in her ear, Didn't your good mother pour it herself? Seeing that Su Fei had fallen unconscious, Lin Yin had a plan. She took off Su Fei's clothes and put them on her. After exchanging their clothes, Lin Yin spread Su Fei's hair and covered her with a blanket. Fortunately, our figures are similar. This way, your good mother probably won't be able to tell. Lin Yin pulled the curtains and turned off all the lights in the room. She glanced at the faint figure on the bed and muttered to herself, Enjoy the gift your parents prepared later. Lin Yin was not sure why the Su couple wanted to knock her out. It was just that they had gone too far. She was just giving them an eye for an eye. Seeing that the Su couple sitting on the sofa had no intention of going upstairs, she opened the door and walked out, walking straight into Su Fei's room. Lin Yin deliberately made the sound of the door closing very loud, as if she was informing the Su couple downstairs. Chu Yun looked upstairs and realized that the door to Lin Yin's room was half open. She said to Su Zhen beside her, Fei Fei seemed to have returned to her room just now. Lin Yin should be asleep. Su Zhen nodded and waved at the two tall bodyguards outside the door. The two of you, hurry up. Don't make Mr. Ma wait too long. Su Zhen glanced at Aunt Li, who was tidying up in the kitchen, and deliberately raised his voice. Put the trash in Miss Lin Yin's room into the sack. It's getting late. Just pack up and come down. Be quick. Yes, Mr. Su. The two bodyguards took out the black sacks they had prepared in advance and walked quickly to the second floor. Chu Yun was a little nervous, but when she thought about how that irksome girl was about to be sent away, she could not hide her joy. The two bodyguards carried the sack and went downstairs in a well-trained manner. They nodded at Su Zhen and walked out of the Su family's door. Sir, what's that? Aunt Li noticed the sound in the hall and walked out of the kitchen curiously. Oh, it's nothing. There's something in Lin Yin's room that she doesn't want. There was nothing unnatural on Su Zhen's face, but Aunt Li kept feeling that the thing in the bag did not look like an object. Hurry up and pack up. Go back and rest early later. Su Jun couldn't be bothered to explain to Aunt Lee. He pulled Chu Yun back to the bedroom with light footsteps. On the second floor, Lin Yin had been standing in front of the window. She was shocked to see two bodyguards carrying a black sack out of the Su family's door. She did not expect the Su couple to be so vicious. What had happened after she graduated in her previous life had actually happened so early in this life. Recalling her experience in her previous life, Lin Yin's nails dug into her palms, leaving obvious marks. If she hadn't been careful, she would have been harmed. Fortunately, things had changed. Lin Yin began to look forward to it. If Chu Yun discovered that the person who was sent away was actually her precious daughter, the expression on her face would definitely be quite interesting. Seeing that there was no one in the hall, Lin Yin quietly walked back to her bedroom and closed the door. Lin Yin changed out of Su Fei's clothes and threw them aside in disgust. Lying on the bed, Lin Yin felt very comfortable and actually quickly fell asleep. On the other hand, Su Fei, who was in the car, was not having it easy. The sedative was not very effective, and the bumpy ride gradually woke Su Fei up. Su Fei realized that she seemed to have been put into a bag. She was about to call for help when she realized that her mouth was firmly gagged and her hands and feet were tightly tied with twine. Su Fei struggled hard. She didn't expect Lin Yin to be so difficult to deal with. At the thought of what she would have to face later, Su Fei couldn't help but tear up and cry. "Hey, Brother Chen, why do you think Mr. Su handed his daughter to such a person?" The bodyguard driving could not bear to hear the cries in the trunk. "We're just bodyguards. Just do what we're told." There was an obvious scar at the corner of Chen Su's eye, making his already unfriendly face look even more ferocious. But this Miss Lin Yin seems to be only 18 years old. It's hard to say if she can survive if she's handed over to such an old pervert. The driver didn't understand how much hatred could make Mr. Su do this. 18 years old? She deserved it. Who asked her to treat Miss Su like that? Chun Su had been a bodyguard for the Su family for 3 years, and had witnessed Su Fei's most beautiful growth. In his heart, Su Fei was a sacred little princess. How could a rough girl like Lin Yin, who crawled out of a mire, compare to her? "Brother Chen, we've arrived at the Ma family's residence." After parking the car, 2 bodyguards carried the sack out of the trunk. The person in the sack struggled hard. Chun Su punched the sack hard and said, "Behave yourself. Remember that this is the consequence of offending Miss Su." As he approached the Ma family's door, Chin Su did not know that the little princess he had been thinking about was in the black sack in his hand. Ma Da, who had been waiting in the living room, couldn't wait to welcome the people from the Su family. Okay. Seeing the struggling sack, Ma Da revealed a greedy expression. "Hurry up and carry her to the bedroom. Young girls are very delicate. Don't let her get caught in the cold wind." The 2 bodyguards were led to the bedroom by Mada. Mada's eyes were shining, and his wrinkled hands were tightly crossed. "Quick, open it quickly. Don't suffocate the child." Mada seemed to have already seen the young girl's tender and fair skin through the sack. Chun Su was very disgusted by Mada's orders, but when he thought about how he could let the person who bullied Miss Su be ruined by this pervert in front of him, he quickened his actions. Su Fei had just seen the light of day when she saw Mada staring at her as if she was prey. She moved back in fear, but she leaned against the wall. Looking at the beautiful young girl in front of him, Mada wished he could tear her apart and eat her. Looking at the 2 bodyguards who were still standing there, Mada ordered unhappily, "Get lost. Can't you see that I'm going to teach the young lady a good lesson?" Mada walked towards Su Fei enthusiastically. When Chun Su saw Su Fei's face, he was stunned on the spot. He had clearly gone to Lin Yin's room. Why had he kidnapped Miss Su? Mada couldn't wait. Ignoring the 2 men standing at the side, he was already on top of Su Fei. Just as Chun Su was about to stop him, he was grabbed by the other bodyguard accompanying him. He also knew that Mada was someone he could not afford to offend no matter what. Su Fei's clothes were torn into a mess, and the cotton cloth in her mouth was finally pulled out by Mada. "No, I'm not. You're mistaken." Su Fei kept struggling. Although Mada was old, in the face of Su Fei's young and beautiful appearance, he could not control the beast in his heart. "No." Su Fei's face was covered in tears, and there was not much left of her clothes. Chen Su, who had just arrived at the door, couldn't bear it. He said to the bodyguard beside him, Hurry up and contact Mr. Su. It's hard to explain if we make a mistake. Chun Su walked towards Mada, who was riding on Su Fei. Old Master Ma, you. Mada had no time to care. He felt disturbed and cursed unhappily. If UF King want to die, continue standing here. Su Fei felt the approaching bodyguards and quickly shouted, Save me. We met at the Su family. Save me. Su Fei did not remember the man in front of her at all, but compared to the old pervert who acted recklessly on her, the bodyguard behind him looked kinder. Hearing Su Fei's words, Chun Su was also a little worried. He walked forward and grabbed Mada's hand, which was fumbling around Su Fei's chest. He explained, Old Master Ma, it's really a mistake. She's not. Mada had already taken off half of his pants. He turned to look at the bodyguard who stopped him, his old eyes tinged with red. Even if it's a mistake, she has to stay. Mada panted heavily and picked up the phone by the bed. After pressing the button, he said, Someone come. A reckless rat ran into my room. Catch him and cut him up to feed the dogs. Chun Su was a little flustered when he saw the old man's fierce gaze. Just as he was at a loss, he heard Mada's phone suddenly ring. Hello, Su-jun. Mada's tone towards Su-jun became much better because of the girl in front of him. Hearing her father's name, Su Fei suddenly got up from the bed and shouted, Dad, save me. Dad, I'm Fei Fei. Hearing his daughter's voice, Su-jun's hand trembled slightly. He explained politely over the phone, Old Master Ma, I'm really sorry. I was really mistaken. Mada glanced at the girl in disheveled clothes and snorted. He said into the phone, Why? Isn't she your daughter? Yes, yes. But Su-jun was so nervous that he did not dare to speak loudly. He knew Mada's methods. If he held a grudge against him, it would probably be difficult for him to establish himself in the business world in the future. Then there's no mistake. Mada's eyes were old, but they looked ruthless and fierce. Su-jun, you'd better know. You're the one who begged me to accept your daughter. You'd better think about the consequences if you dare to go back on your word. After hanging up, the bodyguards in Mada's house had already walked into the room. Seeing that her father's call had been hung up, Su Fei knew that the only person who could save her was probably the man in front of her. Su Fei looked at Chun Su with red eyes and said gently, Please, help me. Chun Su saw Su Fei's appearance and the bodyguards walking towards him. He suddenly thought of something and said loudly to Mada, Miss Su and I have actually been together for a long time. I know that you only like inexperienced girls. I don't dare to lie to you. Mada and Su Fei were obviously a little surprised. I thought about what treasure he could give me. It turns out that it's just ABTCH who has an affair with a bodyguard. When Su Fei heard Chun Su's words, she was a little dissatisfied. His words undoubtedly ruined her innocence, but there was probably no other way to get rid of this old pervert in front of her. Just as she thought that Mada was going to let her off, she heard Mada say to his bodyguards, Beat her half to death and throw her back to the Su family. I want Su-jun to know the consequences of offending me. With that, Mada walked out of the bedroom, and hoarse cries sounded in the room. The Su family's hall was brightly lit. Su-jun was hung up by Mada and sat weakly on the sofa. Chu-yun looked at the silent Su-jun and cried loudly, Old Su, hurry up and think of something. Why? How is that possible? After receiving the bodyguard's call, Su-jun and Chu-yun were at a loss. They hurriedly called Mada, hoping that he would let their daughter off, but they did not expect that they would not have the chance. No, how could the person simp be Fei Fei? Su-jun was in a terrible fix. On one hand, it was the Ma family that he did not dare to offend, and on the other hand, it was the daughter he had raised for 18 years. It's her. It's that little BTCH Lin Yin. It must be her. Chu-yun hurriedly ran up the stairs. She must still be in the room. She wanted to harm Fei Fei. Su-jun was also very angry and followed Chu-yun into Lin Yin's room. Chu-yun turned on the light in the room and was about to curse when she saw the sleepy Lin Yin on the bed. Dad, Mom? What's wrong? What happened? Lin Yin was indeed asleep, but she knew very well why the two of them were here. Chu-yun wanted to pull Lin Yin off the bed, but she seemed to be sleeping. Have you been sleeping in your room? Su-jun frowned and stared at Lin Yin, observing her expression. Yes. Lin rubbed her eyes and said slowly, I don't know why, but I seem to be especially sleepy today. Sister only taught me half of the questions and I fell asleep. She won't blame me, right? Where's sister? There were still tears on Chu Yun's face. Just as she was about to say it, she was interrupted by Su Zhan. Yes, your sister is resting too. Go back to sleep. Su Zhan pulled Chu Yun out of the bedroom and closed Lin Yin's door. Old Su, she must be pretending. Chu Yun wished she could tear Lin Yin apart, but because Su Zhan was beside her, she could only endure it. So what if she's pretending? If outsiders really talk about us, it's our fault. Forget it. Let's hurry to the Ma family. We have to bring Fei Fei back no matter what. Chu Yun was also worried about Su Fei's situation. Mada was famous for being sinister and vicious. She did not know what would happen to Su Fei. Su Zhan brought along the antique calligraphy and paintings that he had collected for many years and planned to apologize to Mada. After all, he really could not afford to offend the Ma family's influence. However, just as he reached the entrance of the Su family, he saw a black car parked not far away. Old Su, that doesn't seem to be our family's car. Chu Yun couldn't see it clearly in the night. She vaguely felt that something had been thrown out of the car. Let's go take a look. After Su Zhan finished speaking, he realized that the car had already left, leaving only 3 black cloth bags. As he walked closer, Su Zhan felt that something was wrong. He hurriedly opened the bag and saw the bruised and swollen Su family bodyguard. Chu Yun could not help but scream. Su Zhan felt even more uneasy. He untied the other 2 bags. They were Su Fei and the other bodyguard. Neither of them was spared. They were all covered in injuries. Fei Fei. Chu Yun cried and hugged Su Fei. She realized that her clothes had been completely torn. My daughter. Chu Yun hugged Su Fei and cried, but Su Fei did not react at all. Su Zhan was also very sad, but he was more worried about his business. It seemed like Mada meant that he had completely fallen out with him. The Su family's business would probably not be easy to operate in the future. Old Su, let's go to the hospital. Fei Fei's injuries are too serious. Chu Yun looked at the scary bruises on Su Fei's body, and her heart ached so much that she could not breathe. No, I'll get someone to send the bodyguards to the hospital. Su Zhan took out his phone and instructed Chu Yun. Let's carry Fei Fei back to her room. If anyone sees her like this, her life will probably be ruined. Chu Yun agreed with Su Zhan and asked someone to carry the bodyguards away. Su Fei was carried back to the bedroom by the 2 of them. The window on the 2nd floor reflected the girl's fair and exquisite face. The girl had a smile on her lips, but her eyes were a little sad. So it's not that you don't have a heart. It's just that your hearts have never ached for me. Looking at the Su couple staggering downstairs, Lin Yin smiled helplessly. Am I really your biological daughter? She saw that Su Fei's clothes were disheveled and there were spots of blood on her body. She looked very terrifying. Compared to my previous life, you're considered lucky. After all, there are still parents who are willing to hide you and protect you. Lin Yin sighed softly and pulled the curtains tightly, as if she wanted to completely erase the disgusting scene outside the window. Su Fei, just you wait. You owe me this. You deserve everything that happened to you in this life. The next morning, Lin Yin washed up and walked down from the 2nd floor refreshed. She saw the Su family couple at the dining table with worried expressions. Miss, come and eat breakfast. Aunt Lee had barely slept last night. When she saw the human-shaped sack being carried out of Lin Yin's room, Aunt Lee thought that the Su family was going to hurt Lin Yin. It was not until she saw Lin Yin's radiant face this morning that Aunt Lee heaved a sigh of relief. She was overthinking. After all, no parents could be heartless enough to throw their biological daughter out and sell her. Thank you, Aunt Lee. Lin Yin looked at the simple and kind middle-aged woman in front of her and smiled at her, her heart filled with warmth. She looked up at the silent Su Zhan and Chu Yun, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. Their precious daughter was hurt to such an extent, but they could still remain calm. It seemed like they were afraid that the rumors would affect Su Fei. After all, no one wanted to marry a girl who had been left without clothes at the door in the middle of the night. Lin Yin wanted to go against their intentions. Dad, Mom, where's sister? Isn't she up yet? Chu Yun's heart ached when she thought of Su Fei. Last night, Su Zhan invited the family doctor. Although the injuries on Su Fei's body were not fatal, there were more than 30 wounds and bruises. The daughter she had always doted on had actually suffered like this. The culprit who had caused Su Fei's injury was happily eating breakfast in front of her. Chu Yun really could not take this lying down. Afraid that Lin Yin would ruin Su Fei's reputation if she found out, she had no choice but to suppress her anger. "Oh, your sister accidentally fell down the stairs last night and injured herself. She needs to rest at home for a while. When you go to school later, you can help her apply for a few days of leave." Sujin looked at Lin Yin, who was in front of him. He was unsure if she knew. After all, the acting skills of an 18-year-old child should not be so natural that there were no flaws. Really? Then sister is really careless. Lin Yin picked up a small piece of fried egg and said to Chu Yun, "Mom, sister didn't hurt her face from the fall, right? After all, she's a girl. Some injuries might stay for the rest of her life." Seeing Chu Yun's increasingly ugly expression, Lin Yin did not think much of it. Wasn't her heart aching? Then she would make it hurt more thoroughly. No. Although Chu Yun did not show any strange expression, Lin Yin saw that her hand that was holding the glass was trembling slightly. "I'm done eating. Don't worry. I'll remember to help sister apply for leave." Lin Yin took her backpack and walked straight out the door, unwilling to look at Su Zhen and Chu Yun. This home would only make her feel suffocated and disgusted. After Lin Yin disappeared from sight, Chu Yun screamed and broke the glass in her hand. "Su Zhen, did you see that? That little BTCH must have done it on purpose. She just doesn't want Fei Fei and me to live." Su Zhen saw Chu Yun's ferocious expression and sighed helplessly. "Look at you. What do you look like now? If you have time to be angry here, why don't you spend more time with Fei Fei? That child hasn't spoken much since she woke up yesterday. I'm just angry. What right does that little BT have to appear in front of me so proudly? Old Su, don't tell me your heart softened for her?" Chu Yun was a little dissatisfied with Su Zhen's attitude. She could not accept that the person she hated could stay in the Su family comfortably. "I'm soft-hearted?" Su Zhen frowned and said to Chu Yun, "Do you know the consequences of offending Mada? Our family will lose at least half of our assets a year. If he deliberately targets us, we don't know how much we'll lose." Hearing Su Zhen's words, Chu Yun was also a little worried. "Then what should we do? I can't do anything about losing money, but I can't let this little BT be so arrogant. My Fei Fei can't suffer for nothing." Sigh. Lin Yin and Su Fei are graduating in a year. Su Zhen paused for a moment and said to Chu Yun, "Don't worry. Although Su Fei's results aren't outstanding, she can still go to a good university in this city. As for Lin Yin, with what she learned in the past, she probably won't be able to get into university at all." Su Zhen comforted Chu Yun, "Don't be anxious. When Lin Yin can't go to university, I'll find someone to marry her." "Get married? Wouldn't that be letting her off easy?" Chu Yun didn't want Lin Yin to live well at all. "Isn't it up to us who we want her to marry?" A smile appeared on Su Zhen's face. He said to Chu Yun confidently, "Although she's getting married, we're just looking for a buyer with money who can help our Su corporation." Chu Yun was still dissatisfied. She wished that Lin Yin would never be able to marry anyone in her life. Then it's not bad for her to marry a rich person. After all, she used to come from the slums. "Hey, can't you just choose her marriage partner?" Su Zhen said along with Chu Yun. "As long as it's beneficial to the Su corporation, you can choose whoever you want." Chu Yun still felt that it was not enough to vent her anger, but her mood improved a little. "All right, let's not talk about her anymore. I want to see Fei Fei. That child is kind and innocent. Who knows what she's thinking?" With that, Chu Yun walked towards the bedroom on the second floor. At this moment, Su Fei was still lying on the bed in the bedroom. The bruise at the corner of her mouth was especially glaring on her pale face. "Lin Yin." Su Fei gripped the furry bear by the bed tightly, wishing she could tear it apart as Lin Yin. "I won't let you off." Su Fei's expression was ferocious and terrifying, unlike her usual obedient self. At this moment, Su Fei's eyes were filled with hatred and ferocity. "Fei Fei." Chu Yun's voice sounded from outside the door. Su Fei immediately adjusted her emotions and became pitiful again. Seeing her weak daughter lying on the bed, Chu Yun cried again. "Fei Fei, my poor child, you've suffered." Su Fei sat up from the bed with difficulty, tears still in the corners of her eyes. "Mom, It's all Lin Yin's fault. Where is she? We can't let this go. Fei, rest assured and recuperate. We'll think of a way to deal with that BTCH Lin Yin in the future. Chu Yun patted Su Fei's shoulder and comforted her softly. But Su Fei was indignant. She could not suffer this grievance for nothing. Be good. This matter can't be made public. When you graduate, Mom will find an old man and marry her off casually, lest she's an eyesore in front of you. Chu Yun knew that if this matter blew up, Su Fei would definitely be the one affected. Okay, I'll listen to Mom. Although Su Fei said that, she had other plans. She would definitely not let Lin Yin off easy. She wanted to do everything she could to make her wish she was dead. At this moment, Lin Yin, who had already arrived at West Axis Academy, was in an especially good mood. Without the annoying people in school, the air seems to be much fresher. Lin Yin was walking towards the classroom when she heard an ear-piercing female voice behind her. Lin Yin. Shi Dai and Ji Yun stood behind Lin Yin and stopped her with an unfriendly gaze. Is Fei sick because of you? Shi Dai looked at Lin Yin in disgust, as if she was a rat in a ditch. No, what does her illness have to do with me? Lin Yin was unwilling to argue with them. She turned to leave, but Ji Yun grabbed her. How can it not have anything to do with you? Fei cried on the phone just now and said that she was very sick. It's all because you keep bullying her. Ji Yun thought of Su Fei's weak voice on the phone and tugged harder at Lin Yin. I bullied her? Lin Yin broke free from Ji Yun's hand and thought for a moment before saying to the two girls in front of her, Yes, I bullied her. What can you do? Seeing that the two girls' shoulders were trembling slightly from anger, Lin Yin smiled. Aren't you and Su Fei good sisters? Don't forget to visit her after school. She's indeed very sick. I'm afraid she's lying in bed crying. Lin Yin sneered and walked away. She wanted to see how Su Fei would explain herself to her best friend with her hideous and terrifying wounds. She's too arrogant. Shi Dai gritted her teeth in hatred. Ji Yun watched as Lin Yin left. He bit his lower lip and said to Shi Dai, Dyer, we can't just watch her bully Fei. We have to think of a way to make her suffer. Yes, but we should indeed visit Fei after school. She's so kind. She must have been angered by Lin Yin. Shi Dai's heart ached when she thought of her good friend's weak appearance. All right, after school tonight, get the driver to send us to the Su family. Ji Yun thought for a moment and said to Shi Dai, As for that wretched girl, we can't deal with her, so we'll use someone else to teach her a lesson. Have you thought of a solution? Shi Dai looked at Ji Yun expectantly. If the person we don't dare to provoke in the entire West Axis Academy targets Lin Yin, Ji Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, as if she could already see what would happen to Lin Yin. Let's see if she can still stay in West Axis. Hearing Ji Yun's words, Shi Dai's eyes lit up slightly. You mean to think of a way to make Lin Yin offend Gong Z? Ji Yun smiled and nodded. Those who offend Gong Z will not have a good ending. But Gong Z usually doesn't have any contact with the girls in the academy. Shi Dai thought of Gong Z's cold and handsome face and lowered her head shyly. It's impossible for him to have any contact with trash like Lin Yin. Just let Lin Yin take the initiative to provoke Gong Z. Ji Yun paused and continued, Gong Z likes to rest in the infirmary during lunch break. All the students and teachers in West Axis know, and no one dares to disturb him. When Shi Dai heard Ji Yun's words, she was also a little surprised. You're saying that we can think of a way to deceive Lin Yin and make her go there? Lin Yin has just transferred schools. She doesn't understand Gong Z's habits. We can think of a way to lock her in and deliberately make some noise. Gong Z will definitely be very angry. Ji Yun looked forward to Gong Z dealing with Lin Yin. In Gong Z's eyes, he would not let go of anyone who offended him. After the two of them discussed the plan, they started to look forward to noon. Lin Yin did not know that the two of them had ill intentions towards her. She listened attentively to class for the entire morning and regained many memories of her previous life. Lin Yin was very smart, and her results were good. However, in her previous life, Lin Yin had never dared to show her excellence because Chu Yun and Su Zhan would only mock her coldly and Su Fei would hate her. However, in this life, Lin Yin had no worries. She was determined to get into a good university and leave the Su family openly. The bell rang for the end of class. Lin Yin tidied up the table and prepared to go to the canteen to eat. Lin Yin. A timid and weak voice sounded beside her. Lin Yin looked up and saw Yang Shui standing beside her desk with a nervous expression. What's wrong? Lin Yin did not dislike the girl in front of her. I want to go to the canteen with you. Okay? Yang Shui looked at the girl with exquisite facial features in front of her and was so nervous that she did not dare to breathe loudly. Lin Yin looked at Yang Shui's shy and nervous expression and smiled. All right, go find a seat in the canteen first. I'm going to the washroom. I'll look for you later. Hearing Lin Yin's words, Yang Shui felt relieved and couldn't hide the smile on her face. She nodded vigorously and hurriedly walked out of the classroom. Seeing the girl leave, Lin Yin smiled helplessly. In this life, she didn't want to focus on making friends, but seeing that Yang Shui didn't have any ill intentions towards her, Lin Yin couldn't bear to reject her. After walking out of the classroom, Lin Yin walked into the bathroom. Ji Yun and Shi Dai, who were standing not far away from the corridor, pulled a thin girl with glasses and said fiercely, "Do you remember everything I taught you?" But the girl in glasses was a little afraid. She didn't dare to offend the two people in front of her, nor did she want to offend Lin Yin. If you continue talking nonsense, I'll throw you into the infirmary too. Ji Yun threatened the timid girl. Under the surveillance of Shi Dai and Ji Yun, the bespectacled girl reluctantly moved towards the bathroom. She could not afford to offend Shi Dai and Ji Yun, but she did not dare to lie to Lin Yin, who had beaten up several students as soon as she arrived in West Axis. She walked into the bathroom helplessly and saw Lin Yin, who had just walked out. The bespectacled girl mustered her courage and said slowly, "Lin Yin, you." Lin Yin saw that the girl in front of her was clearly a little nervous and could not help but be puzzled. Your friend, Yang Shui, just fell on the steps and bled a lot. She's been sent to the infirmary, the girl said in one breath and rushed out before Lin Yin could answer. Lin Yin stood rooted to the ground. Thinking of the girl's clumsy acting just now, she felt a little ridiculous. She looked out of the door cautiously and saw the girl who had just put on her glasses running towards Shi Dai and Ji Yun, who were not far from the corridor. Lin Yin had an answer in her heart. After thinking for a moment, a cold glint flashed across her eyes. Although she did not know what they were up to, she did not mind playing with them. After all, it was unknown who would end up miserably. Lin Yin walked out of the washroom and pretended not to notice them. She walked anxiously towards the infirmary. Seeing Lin Yin walk away, Shi Dai asked Ji Yun worriedly, "She should be fooled, right?" She's just an ignorant fool. How could she have discovered our plan?" Ji Yun stared at Lin Yin's departing figure unhappily. Why did a piece of trash from the slums look better than them? Her heart was filled with jealousy. Ji Yun hoped that Lin Yin could disappear from West Axis Academy forever. On the way to the infirmary, Lin Yin felt Shi Dai and Ji Yun following behind her. She was a little puzzled. Could it be that these two people wanted to lock her in the infirmary and beat her up? Thinking of their thin and weak appearances, Lin Yin smiled. Not to mention the two of them, she could even defeat them with Sufei around. How could three pampered young ladies defeat her, who had grown up in the abyss? Standing at the entrance of the infirmary, Lin Yin considered for a moment and carefully pushed open the door. She realized that there seemed to be no one in the room. Just as she walked in, she heard the door close loudly behind her. They just want to lock me up? Lin Yin was a little puzzled when she heard a low voice coming from the infirmary cubicle. Who is it? Get lost while I'm in a good mood. Lin Yin finally knew Shi Dai and Ji Yun's plan. She sneered and said to the room, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't get lost now." The curtain of the cubicle was suddenly pulled open, and a sleepy-eyed youth walked out with a displeased expression. "Are you courting death?" The young man's facial features were very exquisite. He had a high-nosed bridge, a smooth chin, and a pair of slender phoenix eyes that looked a little evil. If not for his angry expression, Lin Yin would have thought that he was very good-looking. "It's you?" Gong Z saw the girl in front of him clearly and frowned. "Get out. I still want to rest." "You know me?" Lin Yin sized up the boy in front of her, not having any impression of him. Gong Z was a little surprised to hear Lin Yin's words. He raised his eyebrows and asked, "Don't you know me?" "I don't know you. I've only transferred schools for a few days. Other than those in the same class as me, I've almost never seen any other students." Lin didn't think that she had seen the boy in front of her before. Because the boy's looks were very outstanding, if she had seen him before, she would have an impression of him. Gong Z looked at the girl in front of him unhappily. Was he so inconspicuous? After sitting in the same classroom for so long, the girl in front of him actually had no impression of him at all. In the entire West Axis Academy, he was the only one who did not care about others. There was no one who did not know him. We're in the same class. Seeing the boy's dark expression, Lin smiled awkwardly and her tone softened. Classmate, let's think about how to get out. The lunch break should be over soon. Gong Z looked at the girl in front of him. Her temperament was very unique. Her eyes were clear and her expression was cold and noble. But when she spoke, she became more lively and cute. He coughed unnaturally and looked away as he walked towards the door. He tried to pull the door open, but it didn't budge. Someone must have locked it from outside. Who locked it? Gong Z frowned and was about to curse when he saw Lin walking over. Shurdai and Ji-yun, they might be targeting you. Lin saw that the boy's expression was getting worse and added, I just transferred here not long ago. I didn't know the way and entered the wrong room, so I was accidentally locked in. Hearing Lin Yin's words, Gong Z thought about it carefully and asked, Who are those two people? Why haven't I heard of them? Lin looked a little surprised and said to the boy, Aren't you in the same class as me? I've only been transferred here for a few days, but you still don't remember that Shurdai and Ji-yun have been your classmates for at least a year. You actually don't remember them? I don't remember everyone. Gong Z looked at the girl in front of him and lowered his body slightly. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. Do you think everyone is like you, fighting right after you transfer? You're not tall, but you're quite strong. Lin was a little unhappy with Gong Z's description of her. She pursed her lips. Then what should we do now? Aren't you angry that they locked you up? Gong Z put on his coat and said to Lin, What's the use of being angry? Whoever is an eyesore in front of me will never dare to appear in front of me again. Lin suspected the boy's ability. After all, Shurdai and Ji-yun came from good families. Let's not talk about useless things. Let's think about how we before Lin could finish speaking. She heard a bang. The door of the infirmary was kicked open by Gong Z. You. Before Lin could recover, Gong Z turned around and said to her, Let's go back to the classroom. Tell me who Shurdai and what Yun is. Oh. Lin followed behind Gong Z and started to look forward to the big scene. The boy in front of her did not seem to be easy to provoke. In the classroom, Shurdai and Ji-yun were happily waiting for news from Lin. Dyer, do you think Lin will be thrown out of the second floor? Ji-yun had a smile on her face. She remembered that the last time a boy accidentally provoked Gong Z, he was thrown out of the second floor of the corridor. It's considered okay to be thrown out. One time, a female classmate confessed to Gong Z and accidentally spilled the milk tea in her hand on him. Gong Z was furious. Although he didn't do anything, his subordinate scared that girl until she dropped out of school. Joy flickered in Shurdai's eyes, as if she could already see Lin trembling. You're Shurdai? A cold male voice sounded from behind. Shurdai turned around and saw the gloomy Gong Z. Yes, why are you looking for me? Shurdai did not react. When she saw Gong Z's handsome face, she tucked her hair behind her ear shyly. Ji-yun noticed Lin, who was standing behind Gong Z with a smile. How was that possible? Why was she still standing here fine? Moreover, Gong Z didn't seem to have any intention of doing anything to her. Following Shurdai's scream, Gong Z kicked open the desk in front of Shurdai. If you want to die, just say it. There's no need to deliberately provoke me. Before Gong Z could finish speaking, he kicked Shurdai's chair again. Shurdai fell to the ground, and her knee hit the corner of the table. It was so painful that tears welled up in the corners of her eyes. What did I do? Shurdai was embarrassed and angry. When she saw Lin behind Gong Z, her heart was filled with jealousy. You again. What right do you have? Shurdai struggled to get up and wanted to rush towards Lin, but Gong Z kicked her again. Ji-yun did not dare to make a sound when she saw Shurdai's miserable state. It was already lunch break, and there were not many students in the classroom. Even if there were people, no one dared to stop Gong Z. Gong Z didn't even look at Shurdai, who was lying on the ground. He asked Lin, who was behind him, Isn't there another one? Who is it? Hearing Gong Z's words, Ji-Yun was so frightened that her face turned pale. She had never expected things to turn out like this. What did that BTCH Lin-In say to Gong Z to make him so hostile to her and Sherdai? Lin-In looked at Sherdai, who was on the ground, and then glanced at the pale-faced Ji-Yun. She felt relieved. She didn't have to do anything to make the two of them endure a punishment like this. They really deserved it. Gong Z noticed Lin-Yin's gaze and asked Ji-Yun, "The other one is you?" Ji-Yun hurriedly waved her hand. "No, I didn't do it. Did I say what you did?" Gong Z looked at the flustered girl in front of him, his eyes filled with disgust. Why was the difference between people so big? Lin-In could face things bravely without fear, but the two girls in front of him were like frightened sparrows and couldn't even stand up. "Get lost. Don't appear in front of me again." Gong Z stepped over Sherdai's scattered books. Ji-Yun went forward to help Sherdai up. Their faces were pale as they supported each other and walked out of the classroom. Gong Z returned to his seat, and Lin-In did not say anything. Because of Gong Z's anger, the classroom was strangely quiet. Lin-In turned around and realized that Gong Z was already lying on the desk, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. No wonder she had no impression of him. He was always lying on the table with his face buried. It would have been strange if she knew him. Lin-In noticed Yang Shue's gaze and smiled at her. She wondered if this girl had been waiting for her in the canteen. Yang Shue blinked at Lin-In and walked out of the classroom. Lin-In followed. "Are you all right?" Yang Shue checked Lin-Yin's body with concern to see if she was injured. "What can happen to me?" Lin-In was a little puzzled. She saw Yang Shue look around and say softly, "I heard that you went to the infirmary at noon?" "Yes, a classmate came to tell me that you were injured and asked me to look for you in the infirmary." Lin-In had no intention of hiding it. "Someone wanted to harm you." Yang Shue and Lin-In were even closer. The students of West Axis all know that Gong Z likes to rest in the infirmary at noon. He hates being disturbed the most. Gong Z? Lin-In thought of the boy in the infirmary and asked Yang Shue, "What will happen if we disturb him? Is he that scary?" "It's very scary. Not many people can compare to Gong Z's family background. Even the teachers in West Axis don't dare to offend him." Yang Shue said patiently to Lin-In. "He has a bad temper. None of his classmates who offend him will have a good ending." Seeing that Lin-In still looked disapproving, Yang Shue said anxiously, "Don't doubt me. You have to avoid him in the future." "All right, I understand." Lin-In smiled and looked at the serious Yang Shue. In any case, she had no intention of interacting too much with Gong Z. There was no harm in avoiding him. At this moment, Sherdai and Ji-Yun, who were standing on the field, were not so well. How did this happen? Sherdai seemed to be still immersed in the fear just now. Her eyes were filled with tears, and her fists were clenched tightly. Who knows how that BTCH convinced Gong Z? She might have used some disgusting methods. Ji-Yun felt very upset when she saw that her plan had failed. Impossible. How could Gong Z like that kind of BTCH? She must have said something that made Gong Z misunderstand us. Sherdai had actually always been interested in Gong Z, but because the girls who confessed to Gong Z did not have a good ending, she had been suppressing her feelings. Sherdai thought of Gong Z's expression when he looked at her just now and broke down and cried. "Ji-Yun, what should I do? Gong Z must hate me to death now." Ji-Yun looked at the sobbing Sherdai with an ugly expression. Thinking of Gong Z's cold and fierce gaze, Ji-Yun couldn't help but shiver. "Sai, why don't we change classes? If we appear in front of Gong Z again, I'm afraid we'll have a very ugly ending." "I'm not changing. In the future, Fei will have to face that BTCH alone when we change classes." Sherdai's expression was ugly. She had chosen this class not only because Su Fei was around, but also because she could be closer to Gong Z. Then what should we do? Ji-Yun was also a little angry. She regretted going against Lin-In. She felt that her life in the future would not be easy. Anyway, it's almost entirely self-study sessions in the afternoon. Shall we go to the Su family to look for Fei? Let's go see her and think of a solution together. Sherdai could not make up her mind. When she was with Su Fei was almost always the one who thought of a solution. Sherdai actually did not have any ideas herself. "All right, let's go find Fei and think of a way to deal with that BT together." Ji-yun agreed with Dai's idea, and the two of them went to the Su family villa together. Dai and Ji-yun pressed the doorbell. Aunt Lee, who was tidying up the house, came out to open the door. "We're Fei-Fei's friends. Take us to her." Dai was used to being the eldest daughter, so she was not polite at all to Aunt Lee, who looked like a servant. Aunt Lee saw that these two girls were the same age as Su Fei and brought them to the hall. "This morning, before Mr. and Mrs. Su left, they instructed us not to let anyone go upstairs to disturb Miss Su. We servants only placed all the food at the door." Aunt Lee was in a difficult position. Su Jun's attitude in the morning was very clear. He did not want anyone to see Su Fei. "We're Fei-Fei's friends. How are we the same as you servants?" Dai's tone was clearly dissatisfied. She ignored Aunt Lee's obstruction and pulled Ji-yun to the second floor. When she reached Su Fei's door, Dai was about to enter when she realized that the door was locked. With no choice, Dai could only knock on the door and shout into the house, "Fei-Fei, it's me. Ji-yun and I came to see you." Hearing the sound outside the door, Su Fei, who was sitting beside the dressing table, was shocked. She had wanted to use concealer to cover the bruises on her face, but she realized that no matter how hard she tried, it was still visible. Su Fei checked the lock nervously, cleared her throat, and said weakly, "Dyer, I'm really uncomfortable. You and Ji-yun should go back first." Hearing Su Fei's weak voice, Dai became even more anxious. "We have to see you before we can be at ease. Fei-Fei, open the door first." Su Fei frowned. She could not let them see her like this. "No, I have a very contagious cold. I can't open the door. It'll spread to you." Dai was about to say that they did not mind when Ji-yun stopped her. "All right, Fei-Fei, rest well." Ji-yun pulled Dai away and was held by Ji-yun. Dai was a little dissatisfied. "Why are you pulling me? It's just a cold. What's there to be afraid of? Let's go. We shouldn't cause trouble for Fei-Fei." Ji-yun didn't want to take the risk at all. "We should quickly think of a way to resolve the trouble. Fei-Fei is so sick, there's no way we can discuss it with her." Dai thought about it and felt that she shouldn't let Su Fei worry anymore, so she left the Su family with Ji-yun. "What should we do now?" Dai was unhappy. They had spent a lot of effort to scheme against Lin Yin, but she was not affected at all. Instead, the three of them were either sick or injured. "We'll go home first and call the school for sick leave." Ji-yun pondered for a moment and said, "Pretend to be sick for a few days and wait for Fei-Fei to recover. That's the only way." Dai frowned tightly and rubbed her still painful knee. Thinking of Gong Z's cold gaze, her hatred for Lin Yin deepened. Not long after Dai and Ji-yun left, Su Jun's eldest son, Su Lin, also rushed back to the Su family villa. "Aunt Lee, is Fei-Fei upstairs?" Su Lin had rushed home after learning from Su Jun that Su Fei was sick. Aunt Lee was also in a difficult position when she saw Su Lin. He had always lived in a villa in the suburbs. Why was it that the more Sir and Madam refused to let Su Fei see anyone, the more people wanted to see her? Seeing that Aunt Lee did not answer, Su Lin could not wait any longer. He quickly walked towards Su Fei's bedroom on the second floor. "Fei-Fei, open the door. Brother is back." Su Lin knocked on the door worriedly. He had learned about Su Fei's background from his father. Because there were too many trivial matters at work, he had comforted Su Fei on the phone. However, he did not expect Su Fei to be sick in just a few days. It must be the trash that crawled out of the slums that made Su Fei sad. Seeing that Su Fei did not respond, Su Lin felt even more uneasy. He hit the door hard and shouted anxiously, "Fei-Fei, open the door quickly. Brother knows that you've been wronged. Tell brother who bullied you, so that I can help you teach her a lesson." He hurriedly pushed open the door and saw Su Fei in a long shirt, pants, and a thick mask. Without thinking, Su Lin pulled her into his arms. "Fei-Fei, are you all right?" Su Lin's voice was filled with concern. Su Fei's expression was very ugly. She was hugged tightly by Su Lin, and many of the wounds on her body hurt intensely, but she did not dare to show a strange expression. Su Fei endured the pain and bit her lip as she gently pushed Su Lin away. She said in a choked voice, "Brother, let go of me first. I'm very sick. Don't catch it." When Su Lin heard the sound of Su Fei's frail voice, he felt even worse. He held her hand and said fervently, "It's fine. Brother isn't afraid. Fei-Fei, Did the girl who came back bully you? Hearing Su Lin's words, Su Fei let go of his hand and lay on the bed again, wrapping her body tightly with the blanket. No, they're all fine. Although Su Fei said that, tears could not stop falling from the corners of her eyes. Don't be afraid. Have Dad and Mom started to treat you badly too? Su Lin's heart ached when he saw Su Fei cry. His sister, whom he had doted on since she was young, was actually bullied to this extent by a poor girl who came out of nowhere. Su Lin could not take this lying down. No, Mom and Dad are fine. It's just that. Su Fei stopped talking and gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Su Fei was a little worried that the concealer on her face would be wiped off. It's just that my existence might make Lin uncomfortable. Su Fei's aggrieved expression made Su Lin feel very upset. Lin? That dirty thing from the slums? Su Lin asked in disbelief. Dad and Mom are really muddle-headed. That kind of person will only taint the name of the Su family. We shouldn't have brought her back. Brother, don't say that. She's Mom and Dad's biological daughter after all. Su Fei looked at Su Lin worriedly. Don't get into a conflict with Mom and Dad because of me. It's fine. I've thought about it. After I graduate, I'll move out of the Su family and rent a house outside. I can't stay here for no reason and make Lin uncomfortable. Where can you go? The one who should get out is that wild girl, Lin. Su Lin frowned tightly. Although they had yet to meet, his impression of Lin was already extremely bad. Brother, you should treat Lin better. She can't accept me, but she can definitely accept you, her biological brother. Su Fei slowly lowered her head and said in disappointment, blood ties won't change no matter what. No matter how well I do, I can't compare to Lin Yin's identity as their biological daughter. I don't want to be good to that wild girl. You're the only sister I, Su Lin, have in this life. I'll only be good to you. Su Lin looked at Su Fei affectionately. It exceeded the kinship between siblings, but he had yet to realize it. Brother. Su Fei looked at Su Lin with eyes filled with gratitude and surprise. After thinking for a moment, she said slowly to Su Lin, brother, can you do me a favor? No matter what, I'll help you do it. Su Lin's expression was very serious, as if he would risk his life even if Su Fei asked him to die. Lin is very guarded against me. Brother, I hope you can build a good relationship with her. Su Fei saw Su Lin's troubled expression and continued. If we target Lin, Dad and Mom will only think that I'm insensible. I don't want to lose you guys. Seeing Su Fei's dejected expression, Su Lin sat closer and asked softly, all right, I'll listen to you. What do you want me to do? I need you to be close to Lin. I hope you two look like a family without any barriers. Su Fei's eyes gradually turned ruthless. I want her to trust you completely and be defenseless against you. Su Fei noticed Su Lin's gaze and put on an innocent expression. Only then can we get to know her better. When the time comes, I can please her. Perhaps we can get along peacefully and become a real family. Looking at Su Fei's yearning eyes, Su Lin's heart was pierced. Even though he had yet to see Lin, his disgust for her had reached its peak. You don't have to please anyone. You're the only Miss Su. Su Fei could not hide the joy in her heart. She did not want Lin to have an easy time either. Su Lin's attitude was exactly what she wanted, but she did not want to show it and ruin her image in Su Lin's heart. Brother, what are you going to do? Su Fei pretended to be puzzled. It's nothing. With Su Lin's guarantee, Su Fei relaxed a lot. She yawned and said in a soft voice, brother, I still want to rest for a while. She'll be back in a while. You can go downstairs first. Su Fei looked at Su Lin with a very obedient expression. Fortunately, he was thinking about something and did not notice the scar on her face that was simply covered. All right, rest well. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter well. Su Lin rubbed Su Fei's head and walked out of the bedroom reluctantly. Su Lin had just walked down the stairs when he noticed the girl taking off her shoes at the entrance. Her fair skin, exquisite silhouette, and bright and clear eyes looked noble and lively. He was a little stunned. After the girl entered, Su Lin was still standing on the stairs in a daze. Lin noticed that someone was looking at her. She looked up and saw a face that she had a deep impression of. A dizzying nausea came from the bottom of her heart. Lin frowned slightly and looked at Su Lin on the stairs. She ignored him and walked straight to the small backyard garden. "Miss, you're back from school." Aunt Lee was trimming the flowers and plants. When she saw Lin Ying, she said enthusiastically, "There's fruit juice and snacks in the kitchen. Sir and Madam aren't back yet. Go eat something first." When Lin Ying heard Aunt Lee's words, her expression improved a little. Fortunately, there was someone she liked in this house. Otherwise, a day would really feel like years. "No need. I'm not hungry at all." Lin Ying glanced at Su Lin, who was still standing in the living room, and felt a little rejection to interact with him. She thought for a moment and asked, "Aunt Lee, I can help you do something. I don't want to go upstairs yet." Lin Ying did not want to meet Su Lin, so she planned to hide in the small garden. "No need. Miss, how can you do such rough work? I can do it myself." Aunt Lee looked at Lin Ying with more love. Why couldn't Sir and Madam notice such an obedient and sensible child? "Aunt Lee, just let me help. I'm not that precious. Besides, I've already been in school for a day. It's very boring." Lin Ying's tone was in a rare coquettish tone. Only in front of this kind middle-aged woman did Lin Ying feel like a child. "All right, miss, help me water the flowers." Aunt Lee couldn't refuse Lin Ying and handed her the small kettle beside her. Aunt Lee trimmed the flowers and plants while Lin Ying watered them. The scene of the two of them together was warm and harmonious. "Aunt Lee." A voice that ruined the mood came from the hall. When Aunt Lee saw the man walking over, she greeted him politely, "Young master." Lin Ying sighed in frustration. Why was there always an annoying person like that to affect her mood? "This is?" Although Su Lin had guessed Lin Ying's identity, he still asked deliberately. Lin Ying ignored him. Aunt Lee explained, "Young master hasn't returned home in a long time. This is the biological daughter that Sir and Madam brought home, Miss Lin Ying." Su Lin sized up the girl in front of him carefully. Although she was beautiful, she had no upbringing at all. She was indeed a poor person. Su Lin was still waiting for Lin Ying to talk to him, but Lin Ying was unwilling to look at him. Aunt Lee, who was standing at the side, saw that Lin Ying clearly intended to ignore Su Lin. She quickly said to Lin Ying, "Miss, young master has always lived in a villa in the suburbs and doesn't usually come home." Seeing Aunt Lee's worried expression, Lin Ying glanced at Su Lin. "Sister Lin Ying, welcome home. You've suffered outside for so many years." Su Lin remembered his promise to Su Fei, and the girl in front of him did not look as annoying as he had imagined. "What's there to suffer outside? I'm just a child from a poor background. I'm used to it." Lin Ying saw Su Lin's hypocritical expression and recalled the pain she had suffered in her previous life. Although her poor life was hard, her life in the Su family made her lose her life. Su Lin could tell that Lin Ying seemed to be a little hostile to him. He quickly put on an especially concerned expression and said to Lin Ying, "You're home. From now on, you're the only daughter of the Su family. No one will dare to bully you again. You don't have to worry about being wronged again." A trace of coldness appeared in Lin Ying's eyes. Wronged? The wrongs she had suffered in her previous life were all thanks to the Su family. The Su family did not just bully her. They wanted her to die. Seeing that Lin Ying did not react, Su Lin walked forward and wanted to touch her hair, but Lin Ying avoided him in disdain. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed across Su Lin's eyes. Lin Ying saw it all. "Don't touch me. Your mother already said that I only have the bacteria brought from the slums on me." Lin Ying looked at Su Lin with an unfriendly expression. She had long seen through Su Lin's hypocrisy. She would never flatter him again in this life. She just wanted to see if Su Lin could continue pretending. Aunt Lee was a little worried that Lin Ying would be targeted by Su Lin, so she quickly went forward to smooth things over. "Young master, go rest in the hall. I'll prepare dinner immediately." When Su Lin saw Lin Ying's reaction, he was very dissatisfied. No wonder Fei Fei was bullied. The girl in front of him was filled with the hostility of those that lived at the bottom of society. How could an innocent and beautiful girl like Fei Fei come into contact with such a person? Covering the dissatisfaction in his heart, Su Lin forced an unnatural smile at Lin Ying. Lin Ying snorted. She was looking forward to how long her brother, who was used to acting, could pretend for in this life. The Su couple returned very late. During the day, Sujin specially brought antique calligraphy and paintings to apologize to Ma with Chu Yun, but they were chased out by the Ma family's bodyguards. He even said that their daughter was only worthy of having an affair with a servant. If she was sent over, she would dirty the Ma family's house. Su Jin was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Su Fei still did not leave the bedroom. There was only the Su couple, Lin Yin and Su Lin, at the dining table. "Mom, isn't sister coming down to eat?" Lin Yin asked despite knowing the answer. She can eat in the room." A trace of nervousness flashed across Chu Yun's face. Su Fei's injuries would probably take about half a month to heal. Su Lin looked at Chu Yun, who had an unnatural expression, and was puzzled. Why did he feel that his mother was a little afraid of the little girl in front of him? "Come, Yin, eat more meat. You're too thin." Su Lin pretended to be intimate as he picked up a piece of braised pork for Lin Yin, but Lin Yin threw it onto the plate containing the food waste. "I'm sorry, it's too oily. I'm a little disgusted." Lin Yin was much happier when she saw Su Lin's dark expression. If she could anger Su Lin to death, she would definitely be so happy that she would not be able to sleep. "Little Yin, you can't be like that even if you don't like it. Su Lin is your brother after all." Su Jun was already in a bad mood. When he saw Lin Yin's rudeness to Su Lin, he was even more dissatisfied with her. "Oh, then brother, eat more chili. You don't look too good." Lin Yin deliberately picked up a large piece of chili and placed it in Su Lin's bowl. Because she had treated Su Lin as family in her previous life, she could clearly remember all his preferences. The thing he hated to eat the most was chili. Su Lin's expression turned even uglier, but he could not flare up. He could only grit his teeth and eat the chili Lin Yin had given him. Chu Yun threw down her chopsticks angrily and shouted at Lin Yin, "Little Lin doesn't like chili the most." "I didn't know." Lin Yin ate the food in front of her without changing her expression, not caring about the strong hostility of the other three people towards her. After dinner, the Su couple went upstairs quickly because they were in a bad mood. Lin Yin was about to return to the bedroom when Su Lin, who was on the sofa, stopped her. "What is Yin like? I'll bring you a welcome gift next time." Lin Yin looked at Su Lin in front of her. Although he was smiling, the way he looked at her was filled with disgust and dissatisfaction. Lin Yin felt that she was really gullible in her previous life. Such poor acting skills could actually move her again and again. In her heart, Su Lin had once been the person who treated her the best and the best brother in the world. But now, Lin Yin only felt that the man in front of her was weak and disgusting. No need. Buy it for Su Fei. Thinking of her past and her previous life, Lin Yin's heart still ached, as if she was reminding herself to stay awake at all times. "Yin, you're my biological sister." Su Lin's tone was a little exaggerated. He did not know why the girl in front of him was so hostile to him. "Is that so?" Lin Yin smiled bitterly. In her previous life, she had been moved to tears by Su Lin's words. "Then I hope you can come home less, lest I feel disgusted the moment I see you." Ignoring the stunned Su Lin, Lin Yin walked back to the bedroom. After closing the door, Lin Yin heard the sound of glass shattering downstairs. Could he not pretend anymore? It seemed that Su Lin's acting skills were far inferior to that in her previous life. That was good too. It was much better to fall out with him than to be hypocritically cared for by him. After a good night's sleep, Lin Yin felt relieved when she thought of Su Fei, who was covered in wounds, Su Jun, who had offended people in the field of business, Su Lin, who had his hypocritical mask torn off, and Chu Yun, who was filled with resentment but did not dare to flare up. It seemed like life in the Su family was not that monotonous. In her previous life, she was useless and timid. In this life, she had to get back everything. After greeting Aunt Lee, Lin Yin arrived at West Axis Academy. She did not expect to be troubled again. "Hey." Zheng Chao blocked Lin Yin's way and asked her, "Why isn't Su Fei in school? Did you do something again? Isn't she your fiancée? If you have a mouth, ask her yourself." Lin Yin frowned slightly. Seeing trash like Zheng Chao had ruined her good mood for the entire day. "What are you saying?" Zhao Ji, who was beside Zheng Chao, was a little angry, but he was a little afraid of Lin Yin and did not dare to go forward. "If you don't understand human language, quickly disappear from my sight." Lin Yin circled around Zheng Chao, but he grabbed her bag again. She was about to resist when a sweet female voice sounded behind her. "I was wondering who it was. Who do you think you are to bully a female classmate?" Lin Yin looked in the direction of the voice. A gray-haired girl in a black leather jacket stood behind Zheng Chao and looked at him unhappily. Lin Yin was a little surprised by the girl's attire. She clearly had a sweet voice, but she was dressed strikingly. She had exaggerated blue eyeshadow, brownish-black lipstick, and the ear studs on her ears sparkled. It was impossible to count how many there were. Under the heavy makeup, the girl's facial features could not be seen clearly. The first impression she gave was that she was dressed in strange clothes. Lu Yin? Why is it you? Zheng Chao was originally very angry that someone was being nosy, but when he saw the girl's face behind him, he was obviously worried. It has nothing to do with you. You can leave first. Zheng Chao didn't dare to provoke the girl called Lu Yin. He grabbed Lin Yin's arm forcefully, afraid that she would escape in the chaos. Lu Yin was about to step forward to stop him when she saw the girl who was being pulled by Zheng Chao suddenly turn around and kick Zheng Chao's calf hard. She reached out and grabbed his arm before she fell to the ground. Zheng Chao's scream sounded. Lu Yin looked at the girl in front of her in surprise. She was curious about why her petite body had so much strength. Impressive. Have you trained before? How did you do it? Lin Yin kicked Zheng Chao on the ground and said to Lu Yin, "What training do I need to deal with such trash?" You. Zheng Chao got up from the ground and was about to rush towards Lin Yin when Lu Yin blocked him. What do you want? I'll report you for harassing a girl. Zheng Chao did not dare to touch Lu Yin. He looked at Lin Yin fiercely and turned to Zhao Ji. Let's go. We'll deal with this wretched girl in the future. Afraid that she would be late for morning class, Lin Yin also walked towards the teaching building. Lu Yin, who was beside her, hurriedly followed. You don't have to be afraid. If he dares to find trouble with you, come and tell me. Lin Yin looked at the strange girl in front of her and smiled. Thank you for your kindness, but I can settle it myself. If he dares to harass me, I'll beat him up every time I see him. Lu Yin's eyes lit up a little. She suddenly felt that school wasn't that boring. What's your name? Why haven't I seen you before? My name is Lin Yin. I just transferred here. Before Lin Yin could finish speaking, she saw the girl in front of her looking at her in surprise. You're the biological daughter that the Su family found? Lu Yin looked at Lin Yin's bright and exquisite face and shook her head. She sighed and said, that shouldn't be the case. I've seen the Su family couple at a banquet. With their looks and temperament, how could they give birth to a beautiful daughter like you? Lin Yin realized that the girl in front of her was not as difficult to get along with as she looked. Instead, she was very straightforward and was a girl with a good personality. Thank you. What's your name? Lin Yin smiled at the girl kindly. Lu Yin. If anyone bullies you in the future, tell me. No one in the entire West Axis dares to offend me. Lu Yin winked playfully at Lin Yin. She had a good impression of this girl she met for the first time. Lin Yin could tell that Lu Yin's family background was probably much better than Zheng Chao's and hers. Otherwise, with Zheng Chao's personality, he wouldn't be so afraid of Lu Yin's existence. The two girls chatted as they walked, and actually walked to the door of the same classroom. We're actually in the same class. We're too fated. Lu Yin was a little surprised to see that Lin Yin was in the same class as her. It seemed that school life would not be too boring in the future. Yes, what a coincidence. But why didn't I see you a few days ago? With Lu Yin's outfit, it was impossible for Lin Yin not to notice her. I just felt bored going to school, so I skipped class for a few days. Lu Yin smiled in embarrassment and continued to say to Lin Yin, unfortunately, I was captured by my youngest uncle. Lin Yin noticed the nervousness in Lu Yin's tone and asked, are you very afraid of your youngest uncle? It's not fear. It's respect. Lu Yin was still a little afraid. She looked around and whispered to Lin Yin, I don't dare to badmouth him. He's very scary. He can mobilize the school surveillance cameras at will. I can't escape at all. When Lin Yin saw that the rebellious girl in front of her had suddenly become much more obedient, she was a little curious about the terrifyingly strict youngest uncle she was talking about. Let's go. It's never good to skip school. You'll graduate in a year. You should listen to class well in the future. Lin Yin pulled Lu Yin into the classroom and realized that the moment Lu Yin appeared in the classroom, her classmates started to remain silent. Lin Yin turned around and looked at the girl beside her in confusion. Maybe they judged a book by its cover too much. Lu Yin only looked scary, but she was not fierce at all. She was actually very cute. Lin Yin was just about to stand up for Lu Yin when she saw the cute girl in her heart, ordering her deskmate beside her fiercely. You, sit there. I want to sit with Lin Yin. Lin Yin's deskmate hurriedly stood up, as if they would be eaten by Lu Yin if they stayed any longer. Lin Yin shook her head helplessly. Lu Yin probably was the only one that would find herself cute like this. Lin Yin noticed Yang Shue's gaze. Just as she looked over, she realized that Yang Shue had turned around in shock. Lin Yin picked up the small mirror by the table and looked at it. She realized that there was nothing wrong with her and looked at Lu Yin, who was lying on the table. She roughly understood. It seemed that this new deskmate of hers was not to be trifled with. After the morning class ended, Lin Yin adapted very quickly. In her previous life, she could already have good results. In this life, she decided not to hide her talent anymore. She wanted to surpass everyone in terms of results. Su Fei, Shi Dai, and Ji Yun did not appear. Lin Yin felt exceptionally relaxed. She glanced at Lu Yin, who was still sleeping beside her, and Lin Yin gently nudged her. Wake up. It's time to eat lunch. Lu Yin looked at Lin Yin with sleepy eyes. When she heard that they were eating, she straightened up reluctantly. Lin Yin realized that Yang Shue was looking over from time to time. Seeing that she wanted to say something but hesitated, she said to Lu Yin, I still have a friend. Let's go together. Sure. Lu Yin didn't care at all. When she saw a timid little girl called over by Lin Yin, she asked in confusion, Are you in our class too? Why don't I remember you? Hearing Lu Yin talk to her, Yang Shue nervously clenched her sleeves and stammered, I don't like to talk much and I'm also inconspicuous. It's normal that you don't remember. Lu Yin saw the girl's nervous expression and was a little curious about how Lin Yin became friends with a girl that's as timid as an ant. However, she didn't say anything and the three of them arrived at the canteen. As soon as she reached the second floor to get the food, Lin Yin heard Jiang Qi's ear-piercing scolding. Who do you think you are? You still want to be friends with me? If you don't have money to eat, get lost. Lin Yin and Yang Shue looked over curiously, but Lu Yin said disapprovingly, This is a normal phenomenon in West Axis Academy. Ignore them. Let's go to the other side. Lin Yin glanced at Jia Qing, who was about to cry from Jiang Qi's scolding, and did not intend to pay attention to her. The three of them were about to leave when Jia Qing saw Lin Yin. She seemed to have seen her savior and shouted, Lin Yin. Lin Yin wanted to ignore Jia Qing. To her, Jia Qing and Su Fei were essentially no different. They were both hypocritical and selfish, and both were disgusting. However, Jia Qing did not want to let Lin Yin off. She hurriedly ran in Lin Yin's direction and grabbed her arm tightly. Lin Yin, I don't have enough money in my meal card. Can you help me? Lin Yin thought of her previous life. When Jia Qing was with her, she almost never spent money. Lin Yin kept helping her, but Jia Qing completely betrayed her for some insignificant benefit. Lin Yin's face turned cold. She shook off Jia Qing's hand and said coldly, Get lost. Am I very familiar with you? Jia Qing saw Lin Yin's cold gaze and was a little timid. After seeing Lu Yin and Yang Shue beside Lin Yin, she had a plan. She gathered her emotions and her eyes were filled with tears. She cried at Lin Yin, Lin Yin, we grew up together. Why are you doing this to me? Is it because you're richer than before? You're so ruthless. Aren't you afraid that no one will dare to be friends with you in the future? Ruthless? Lin Yin could hear the deeper meaning in Jia Qing's words and found her funny. Lin Yin took a step forward and said to Jia Qing coldly, Being friends goes both ways. You're slandering me for no reason. It's already very benevolent of me not to hit you. Jia Qing took a few steps back timidly. She didn't know why a person would suddenly change so much. Lin Yin's powerful aura made her feel unfamiliar and afraid. Humph, look at how poor you are. Get lost quickly. You want to make friends in West Axis? Dream on. Although Jiang Qi couldn't stand Lin Yin, she hated Jia Qing even more. Jia Qing noticed that the surrounding people were pointing at her as if she had been humiliated. She looked at Lin Yin angrily and turned to leave the canteen quickly. Let's go. I'm hungry. Lu Yin didn't care about the gazes of others at all. She pulled Lin Yin and Yang Shue to the food counter. Brother Chow, why is Lu Yin so close to that wretched girl? Zhao Ji and Zheng Chao sat in the corner of the second floor and witnessed the entire process of Lin Yin and Jia Qing's argument. Lin Yin is quite smart. She probably knows about Lu Yan's family background and wants to cling to her. Zheng Chao looked at Lin Yin with hatred. What was the use of being beautiful? She humiliated and ignored him again and again. Zheng Chao could not take this lying down. Then what should we do? Lu Yin is a big shot that none of us can afford to offend. If we offend the Lu family, not to mention West Axis, we can't even stay in the city. Zhao Ji had no intention of offending Lu Yin. It was not only West Axis Academy. Everyone in the city knew the Lu family's ability. If they offended their family, they would probably never be able to make a comeback in their lives. Who said that we're going to offend Lu Yin? A sly look appeared in Zheng Chao's eyes as he slowly said to Zhao Ji, although the Lu family is very strong, Lu Yin is too well protected. She's very simple-minded. She has always hated fake and snobbish people. As long as we make her think that Lin Yin approached her on purpose, Lu Yin will definitely hate Lin Yin. At that time, we don't have to do anything. Lin Yin won't be able to stay in West Axis. When Zhao Ji heard Zheng Chao's words, his eyes lit up. He quickly praised obsequiously, "Our brother Chao is still the best. That wretched girl Lin Yin is dead meat this time." Zheng Chao thought of Lin Yin's perfect face and a smile appeared in his eyes. He muttered to himself, "I don't want her to die. I just want to see her lying on the ground and begging me lowly." She came from a worthless background to begin with. The arrogance on her body hurts my eyes. Although Zhao Jibu did not understand Zheng Chao's thoughts, he still carefully catered to him from the side. The relationship between the two of them vividly displayed the situation of the entire West Axis Academy. In West Axis, only people with good family backgrounds had the right to speak. The poor only needed to cater to and accept, and were not worthy of their own thoughts. After the lunch break, the first class in the afternoon was physical education. Lin Yin was very smart and had good stamina. Although Lu Yin didn't like to study, she was also very good at physical education. Hence, such a scene appeared on the field. Lin Yin and Lu Yin, who had already run 800 meters, surrounded young Shui, who was only halfway there. As they ran with her, they encouraged her. Although young Shui was very touched, she could not run fast because of her limited physical fitness. "I can't take it anymore. I can't run anymore." Yang Shui's voice was a little weak. She had never been able to pass the physical fitness assessment, and her overall results had been pulled down a lot. "Come on, there's only one lap left." Lin Yin couldn't help but be worried when she saw Yang Shui's pale face. Lu Yin looked at the listless Yang Shui and smiled. She deliberately said, "Yang Shui, if you can't hold on, I'll tell Gong Z that you like him." No, I can do it." Yang Shui seemed to have suddenly been injected with chicken blood. She suddenly accelerated and finally finished the entire process. Under Lin Yin and Lu Yan's surprised gazes, Yang Shui rushed to the finish line in one go. What's going on? What magical power does Gong Z have to scare Yang Shui to this extent? Lin Yin handed Yang Shui a small bottle of warm water and asked Lu Yin beside her, "You don't know this, do you? There's a legend in West Axis that anyone who confesses to Gong Z will end up very badly." Lu Yin thought of Gong Z's annoying face and shook her head. She explained to Lin Yin, "Actually, that brat is very narcissistic. He rejected almost everyone who confessed to him. Then, his subordinates will verbally provoke the girl who confessed to him and say she's overestimating herself. The other girls who secretly like Gong Z will hate the girl who confessed. It's strange if that girl isn't unlucky in the future. She's hated by so many people. Lu Yin, I'm begging you, don't scare me. I don't have the guts." Yang Shui recovered a little and quickly said to Lu Yin, "All right, she was teasing you." Lin Yin comforted Yang Shui and asked Lu Yin, "Are you familiar with Gong Z? I've seen him before. I don't think he's as scary as the rumors say." Lin Yin could tell from Lu Yin's tone that she was familiar with Gong Z. She was a little curious about the relationship between the two of them. The school bully and the delinquent girl sounded quite compatible. "Our childhood was unfortunate. Our family has some ties with the Gong Z family." Lu Yin seemed to have recalled some unpleasant memories and said to Lin Yin, "That kid was quite cute in the past. I don't know if he's in his rebellious stage now, but he's getting harder and harder to get along with now. I can't be bothered with him, Lin Ying looked at the heavy smoky makeup on Lu Yan's face and wondered who was more rebellious. Let's go change our shoes. There's still self-study in the afternoon, Yang Shui said to Lin Ying and Lu Yan after completely recovering. The three of them arrived at the corridor together. As soon as they entered, they heard a commotion. Who the FCK is so ignorant? Are you trying to kill our boss by giving our brother Zhe a cake with peanut butter? Zhou Ling angrily threw the cupcake in his hand to the ground. Beside him was Gong Z, who was drinking water and rinsing his mouth. There were many students gathered around. Everyone was very curious about who dared to harm Gong Z. Most of the students in the school knew about his peanut allergy. Get out here. Don't let me catch you. I don't care if you're a man or a woman. Zhou Ling had been by Gong Z's side since junior high school. He not only admired Gong Z, but he also had a deep relationship with him. He would never allow anyone to hurt Gong Z. Zhou Ling, I'm not F-King dead. Stop shouting. Gong Z was also a little afraid. When he thought of the love letter beside the cake, his eyes were a little troubled. Brother Z, the person who gave you the cake did it on purpose. If she likes you, how could she not know that you're allergic to peanuts? In the entire West Axis, including all the teachers, how many people don't know that you're allergic to peanuts? Zhou Ling was a little agitated. The peanut cake and love letter were placed in Gong Z's locker. Normally, Gong Z would definitely throw it away. For some reason, after reading the love letter today, he actually took a bite of the cake for the first time. Fortunately, he reacted in time. Otherwise, something big would have happened. Because of Zhou Ling's commotion, many students gathered around. Lin Ying and the other two also looked at them. When Lin Ying saw Gong Z, she met his gaze. It was fine for Lin Ying to have an impression of Gong Z. She nodded at him slightly, but she realized that Gong Z was frowning angrily and was no longer looking at her. Did I offend him in any way? Lin Ying was puzzled when she heard Zhou Ling's voice again. Brother Z, isn't this love letter signed? Zhou Ling snatched the love letter from Gong Z's hand while he was in a daze. Lin Ying? Zhou Ling read the name on the love letter very loudly. When the surrounding people heard Lin Yin's name, they began to discuss. It's Lin Ying again. How much trouble has she caused since she transferred to West Axis? Lin Ying likes Gong Z too? Dream on. Look at her background. Isn't Lin Ying also the daughter of the Su family? She's not bad looking and is quite pleasing to the eye when she's with Gong Z. TSK, how could Gong Z like her? This time, she still wants to harm Gong Z. She's definitely dead. Lin Ying and the others noticed the commotion in the crowd and everyone's gazes. What are you looking at? Lu Yan noticed everyone's discussion about Lin Ying and looked a little dissatisfied. Zhou Ling noticed Lin Ying and walked over with a fierce gaze. He was about to grab Lin Ying when Lu Yan stopped him. Sister Lu Yan, don't you have a good relationship with brother Gong Z? She wants to kill our boss, but you're still protecting her? Zhou Ling didn't dare to offend Lu Yan and was in a difficult position. Which eye of yours can tell that I have a good relationship with Gong Z? Besides, when did Lin Ying harm him? Lu Yan didn't like it when someone associated her with Gong Z. When she thought of her childhood, Lu Yan felt uncomfortable. Then what's this? It's a love letter placed with peanut cake. Zhou Ling couldn't win against Lu Yan, so he handed the love letter in his hand to her. All right. Gong Z saw the confused Lin Ying and walked over to Zhou Ling. Lin Ying has only been transferred to West Axis for a few days. It's normal for her not to know. Hearing their conversation, Lin Ying roughly understood what had happened. She was about to speak when Lu Yan beat her to it. Gong Z, stop dreaming. How could our Lin Ying write such a disgusting thing for you? It's obvious that someone framed her. When Gong Z heard Lu Yan's words, he was a little unhappy. However, when he saw Lin Yin's expression, he realized that things were not that simple. Lin Ying took the love letter from Lu Yan's hand and looked around. She slowly said, I really didn't know that you were allergic to peanuts, but I didn't write this love letter. With that, Lin Ying took a piece of paper and a pen from the bookshelf on the other side. She copied the words from the love letter and handed it to Gong Z. Look, this isn't my handwriting at all. Gong Z looked at the two pieces of paper in his hand. Although the handwriting of the previous love letter was neat, the center of the characters was a little heavy. Lin Yin's handwriting looked much more delicate and slender. It was indeed impossible for it to be written by the same person. Who knows if you wrote it like this on purpose? Zhou Ling muttered unhappily. He felt that anyone who was suspected of hurting Gong Z should be caught and beaten up. Shut up. Gong Z recalled the cake he had eaten when he saw that the love letter was signed by Lin Yin. His expression turned ugly. He gritted his teeth and said, I want to see who's so bold to scheme against me. Gong Z's expression was terrifyingly dark. The surrounding students also dispersed, afraid of angering Gong Z. It's easy. I can find out who did it. A smile appeared on Lin Yin's face. If Su Fei, Shi Dai, and the others were all here, it would be harder for her to find who it was. It was much easier to find the person who could target her now. Following Gong Z and the others, Lin Yin walked back to the classroom. Only someone who also has PE class can appear in the corridor at that time. Lin Yin analyzed seriously. Then it must be our class. Lu Yen was also very curious about who was so bold as to offend Lin Yin and Gong Z at the same time. She had seen with her own eyes that these two people did not show any mercy when they fought. Yes, only our class has PE class. Lin Yin walked to the back of the class where the homework books were placed and flipped through them one by one. How long will it take to find them like this? Zhou Ling felt that Lin Yin's method was not reliable. It was better to beat up everyone they suspected. I found it. Lin Yin handed Zhao Zi's homework to Gong Z. There were only a few people who had a grudge against her. A few of them were not around. Zhao Zi had even had a conflict with her in the morning, so she had long suspected that he was the one who did it. It's true. The handwriting is exactly the same. Yang Shui looked at Zhao Zi's workbook and then at the handwriting on the love letter. It should have been written neatly on purpose, but you can still tell that it was written by the same person. How f***ing disgusting. Zhou Ling tore Zhao Zi's homework apart angrily and turned to Gong Z. Boss, I'll bring people to beat that kid to death now. There's no hurry. Gather some people to wait for school to end. I want him to be afraid of coming back to school. Gong Z's expression was dark. Even Lin Yin was a little worried for Zhao Zi. Another person she hated would probably disappear tomorrow. The atmosphere in the classroom in the afternoon had been very depressing. Everyone was afraid that Gong Z would vent his anger on them, so no one dared to speak loudly. On the other hand, Lin Yin looked like she didn't care and received everyone's admiring gazes. This was the first person who could sit in the classroom as if nothing had happened after offending Gong Z. No one affected her. Lin Yin focused all her energy on her studies and spent the afternoon reviewing all the textbooks in Year 3. Lin Yin felt that with her current level, she could definitely get into an ideal university. When they returned to the Su family after school, Su Fei still did not go downstairs to eat. Su Lin also returned to the villa in the suburbs. Su Zhen and Chu Yun were not in the mood to argue with Lin Yin. Lin Yin was free. After dinner, she returned to the bedroom and started reading. The next day, when she arrived at school, Zhao Zi was indeed nowhere to be seen in class. She heard from Yang Shui that there were photos of Zhao Zi being beaten up badly on the school forum. Moreover, Gong Z seemed to have used the Gong family's power to get Zhao Zi's parents to visit and apologize. They even promised to discipline Zhao Zi well and make him never appear in front of Gong Z again. Because of Zhao Zi, Zheng Chao's actions had become much more restrained. His previous plan to deal with Lin Yin could only be temporarily abandoned. Without the eyesore, Lin Yin's school life was much easier and time passed much faster. A week later, when Lin Yin returned home, she saw Su Fei, who was obviously thinner at the dining table. Sister, you're back from school. Su Fei greeted Lin Yin warmly. Her injuries had yet to heal, but after applying a lot of expensive ointment, her face had returned to normal. Lin Yin looked at the fake smile on Su Fei's face and felt disgusted. However, when she thought about how Su Fei hated her so much and could still welcome her with such a smile, it was really not easy. Aren't you very sick? Have you recovered? Lin Yin smiled at Su Fei and sensed that she was running her fingers through her hair unnaturally. She must have injured the corner of her eye previously and was habitually covering it for fear of being discovered by Lin Yin. All right, sister, we had a misunderstanding previously. In the future, Su Fei had heard that Shi Dai and Ji Yun had been threatened by Gong Z and wanted to pretend to build a good relationship with Lin Yin before thinking of a way. Unexpectedly, she was interrupted by Lin Yin. Su Fei, there are no outsiders here. You don't have to continue acting in front of me. Lin Yin lowered her body slightly and whispered into Su Fei's ear, I know everything about you. If you still want to harm me, I'll return everything to you with interest. Su Fei's body was trembling, but she still pretended to be innocent and said to Lin Yin, Sister, what do you mean? Aren't we family? What can be going on with me? Don't spout nonsense. If Dad and Mom hear this, they'll be worried again. Oh, is that so? Lin Yin walked behind Su Fei and pressed Su Fei's shoulder hard. She said coldly, How could that old pervert let go of such a pitiful you? Or do you not think it's scary? Do you want to experience it again? You're spouting nonsense. Su Fei broke free from Lin Yin's control crazily. Her eyes were filled with tears as she roared at Lin Yin. Why are you doing this to me? I treat you as my sister, but you go against me again and again. Sister? Lin Yin sneered and looked at the disheveled Su Fei disdainfully. I'm just returning what you did to me to you. Why? It's just begun. Can't you accept it? Lin Yin, what are you doing to Fei Fei? Su Zhan and Chu Yun, who had just entered the house, saw Su Fei with tears on her face and hurriedly ran to Lin Yin, questioning her angrily. What can I do? Lin Yin smiled mockingly when she saw the loving family of three standing in front of her. Protect your precious daughter well. I'm just a rough person with a poor background. If she appears in front of me again as an eyesore, I can't guarantee what terrifying thing I would do. With that, Lin Yin left the living room on the first floor without looking back. The Su family's behavior made her feel suffocated. In Su Zhan and Chu Yun's eyes, Su Fei would always be that high and mighty little princess, while she was only worthy of living a lowly life. They did not even want to give her a chance to live. When she returned to the bedroom, Lin Yin took out the textbook she had flipped through many times. The mock examination of West Axis Academy was about to begin. Lin Yin also wanted to see her true ability. Her goal was not only to surpass Su Fei, but to get first place in the entire West Axis Academy. Only then would she have a chance to get into the ideal university and compete better with the Su family. The next day, when they arrived at the classroom, Sherdai and Ji Yun returned to class after knowing that Su Fei was back for class. Beside her, Lu Yin whispered to Lin Yin, I heard from Gong Z's lackey that Sherdai and Ji Yun are in trouble. Their entire family came to apologize to the Gong family and visited for a few days before they saw Gong Z in person. Lu Yin looked in the direction of Sherdai and Ji Yun and smiled. She said to Lin Yin, Guess what that brat Gong Z said? Lin Yin looked at Gong Z and realized that he was sleeping again. She asked Lu Yin helplessly, Their attitude is already so humble. He can't possibly not let them come to school, right? Lin Yin felt that Sherdai and Ji Yun were girls after all. With Gong Z's personality, he probably wouldn't keep pursuing the matter. He didn't stop them from coming to school, but that kid said that they didn't only offend him. Lu Yin had a smile on her lips as she said to Lin Yin, Gong Z asked Sherdai and Ji Yun to apologize to you. If you don't pursue the matter, he won't make things difficult for them anymore. Lin Yin was a little surprised. When she met Sherdai and Ji Yun this morning, the two of them looked like they wanted to swallow her up. She couldn't tell that they were apologizing. I don't think they're willing to apologize to me. Lin Yin shook her head helplessly at Lu Yin. If Gong Z says that, I'm afraid they will only hate me even more. If they hate you, so be it. Who do they think they are? Lu Yin said nonchalantly. Just wait. There will definitely be a good show after class. They don't dare to offend Gong Z. If they still dare to target you, I'll let them see someone even scarier than Gong Z. When Lin Yin saw Lu Yin's eager expression, her heart warmed. This was the first time someone wanted to stand up for her, but Lin Yin had already made up her mind. Those who made life difficult for her would not have a good ending. After class, Sherdai and Ji Yun indeed walked to Lin Yin's desk. However, it was too far-fetched to say that they were apologizing. Ji Yun could still be better, but Sherdai could not hide her jealousy of Lin Yin. Lin Yin, do you dare to bet with me? Sherdai's expression was very bad, as if talking to Lin Yin was her limit. Why should I bet with you? Lin Yin turned around and realized that Gong Z was not in the classroom now. No wonder the two girls in front of her were so arrogant. They were indeed Su Fei's friends. Their duality was extraordinary. If you can beat me and Ji Yun in the mock exam, we'll leave this class. If you can't beat us, then you'll run errands and buy drinks for the entire class every day. Sherdai did not seem to plan to discuss it with Lin Yin at all. Don't you have any shame? Lu Yin couldn't stand it anymore. She thought that they were here to apologize to Lin Yin, but she had still underestimated how shameless a person could be. Lin Yin was also thinking about the completely unfair bet that Sherdai was talking about. She smiled and said, "Compete with me in studies? Why? Are your results very good?" Lin Yin's eyes were filled with disdain. Sherdai was furious at her contempt and said, "In any case, she's better than you. An idiot who came out of a mud pit still wants to compare herself to us." Lu Yin was about to get up when Lin Yin stopped her. There were still many students in the classroom who had not gone out. Everyone seemed to be busy with their work, but they were actually secretly sizing up Lin Yin and Sherdai. Xiaoyin, Dyer is just being kind. After all, she can increase your enthusiasm for learning. Su Fei stood behind Sherdai and Ji Yun and said very gently to Lin Yin, "Whether you compete or not, the mock exam will still carry on. Why don't we see your scores directly when the time comes? Whoever scores higher will have the final say, okay? When the time comes, the students in the class will testify for you." Lin Yin looked at Su Fei, who was smiling fakely, and felt disgusted. She was really considerate, afraid that she would disagree. "I can bet with you, but I don't need you to leave." Lu Yin was a little anxious, but Lin Yin gestured for her not to worry. Whoever loses will have idiot written on their faces, and they have to run 10 rounds on the field. How about that? Ji Yun was a little hesitant, but Sherdai was not worried at all. "All right, it's a deal. Don't go back on your word." Su Fei noticed the gazes of the surrounding students and reprimanded Lin Yin weakly. "Xiao Yin, you're all girls. Isn't it a little too much to write on your faces?" Lin Yin sneered. "Is it too much? It's just writing, idiot. Aren't your usual words of scolding me much worse than this?" Lu Yin really couldn't hold back the anger in her heart. She scolded Su Fei, "Stop disgusting people here. Who are you putting on a hypocritical act for?" Su Fei's slender eyebrows furrowed slightly. She smiled at Lu Yin and said very politely, "Student Lu Yin, you don't know this, but my sister is worse at home. This is because you're here. Otherwise, she wouldn't be so easy to talk to." When Lu Yin saw Su Fei's coy and pretentious posture, the corners of her eyes twitched. She sympathized with Lin Yin. If she was with such a person every day, she would have broken down long ago. "I also think she's a little easy to talk to today." Lu Yin glanced at Lin Yin and walked closer to Su Fei. She said in an unfriendly tone, "If it were me, I wouldn't care about your bet. It would be good to make the eyesore directly disappear." Su Fei was a little afraid. She didn't want to offend Lu Yin at all. She forced a smile and turned around to pull Sherdai and Ji Yun out of the classroom. "Lin Yin, why did you agree to them?" Lu Yin sat beside Lin Yin and asked in confusion, "You don't have to worry. If it really doesn't work, I'll tell my uncle that they bullied me and expel them. Letting them stay in school will really affect my mood." Lin Yin smiled and said to Lu Yin, "Do you think your youngest uncle will believe that someone bullied you in school?" Lu Yin pursed her lips. "Anyway, I can't stand them. Actually, there are many ways to chase them out of West Axis Academy." Lin Yin knew that as long as she asked, Lu Yin would definitely help. Shaking her head, Lin Yin said to Lu Yin briskly, "It's fine. Actually, hating someone doesn't mean you have to make them disappear. Isn't it better to see them reap what they sow?" Lu Yin felt the coldness in Lin Yin's eyes and rubbed her eyes suspiciously. She looked at Lin Yin again and realized that she was also smiling at her. Lu Yin suddenly realized that it was because Lin Yin was too beautiful and very close to her that she forgot the first time she saw Lin Yin. At that time, she had thrown a boy who was even taller than her to the ground. Lu Yin nodded in relief. There was no possibility that her friend would get bullied. "Then are you confident that your results will be better than theirs?" Everything else was fine, but Lu Yin couldn't help with her studies at all. "Don't worry, Sherdai is just a bad student. She's so confident because Ji Yun's results are slightly better," Lin Yin said calmly. "They're too shameless. 2 of them are competing against you." Lu Yin was a little angry, but she had no say in the results. "It's fine. The exam is coming soon. Just wait and watch the show." Seeing how confident Lin Yin was, Lu Yin gradually relaxed. "Are you free after school? Let's go see Yang Shui. I heard that she's sick." Lin Yin called her in the morning when she saw that Yang Shui didn't come. Yang Shui's mother said that Yang Shui had a cold, so she didn't come to school. All right, Yang Shui looks thin and small. The two of us have to train with her well in the future to improve her physique. Before Lu Yin met Lin Yin, she didn't have any sincere friends. Almost everyone who approached her was trying to build a relationship with the Lu family. As time passed, Lu Yin completely lost the intention to make friends. Lu Yin only took the initiative to get to know Lin Yin at first because she felt that she was quite powerful and had a fun personality. Unexpectedly, after interacting with her, she realized that Lin Yin had many good qualities. She was not like the people around her. She had no intention of deliberately catering to her. Lu Yin was very happy to be friends with Lin Yin. It was the same for Yang Shui. Although she was timid, she was neither servile nor overbearing. She did not flatter or curry favor with powerful people. Lu Yin also admired her simplicity and kindness. After school, Lin Yin and Lu Yin found Yang Shui's home according to the home address in the school records. It was a very ordinary apartment building. The two of them bought some milk and fruits and arrived at Yang Shui's door. Coming, Lin Yin and Lu Yin knocked on the door. A middle-aged woman's voice came from the room. You are? The person who opened the door should be Yang Shui's mother. She looked a little similar to Yang Shui and had delicate facial features. She looked like a very kind and gentle person. Hello, Auntie. My name is Lin Yin. We're Yang Shui's classmates. We heard that she was sick, so we came to take a look, Lin Yin said very politely. Lu Yin also greeted the woman obediently. Lin Yin was fine. She was a very beautiful and smart girl, but the other person beside her was dressed differently. Although Chen Jing was very surprised, she still warmly invited Lin Yin and Lu Yin into the house. Sit down first. Yang Shui might still be sleeping. I'll get you some fruit juice. Chen Jing was very happy that her daughter could make friends and was especially warm towards them. Lin Yin, Yang Shui's mother is so gentle, unlike my mother. In comparison, one's an angel and the other is a demon. Lu Yin looked at Chen Jing in the kitchen with some yearning. In my eyes, you and Yang Shui are about the same. Lin Yin glanced at Lu Yin beside her and felt that Lu Yin's mother's aesthetic standards should not be worse than hers. Lin Yin, don't discourage me. It took me a lot of courage to dress up like this. Lu Yin recalled the first time she dressed up like this. She was almost beaten out of the house by her mother. It was only when her youngest uncle stopped her that this conflict was resolved. Actually, you don't have to care about what others think. It's fine as long as you like it. Lin Yin felt that everyone had their own preferences, so although she also felt that Lu Yin's outfit was a little different, she didn't want to interfere with her choice. My youngest uncle said the same thing as you. Although he's usually strict, he's quite indulgent towards me in these small matters. Although Lu Yin was a little afraid of her youngest uncle, she knew very well that her youngest uncle was mostly thinking for her. Really? I hope I can become someone like your youngest uncle in the future. In the entire West Axis Academy, everyone knew how powerful the Lu family was. Lin Yin also understood the general situation of the Lu family. Lu Yan's youngest uncle, Luming, was the most important person in the Lu family. He had an outstanding business sense, was decisive, and was strict and smart in doing things. He was an elite talent that was rarely seen in 1,000 years. I don't want another person to be most afraid of. Lu Yin looked at Lin Yin and felt that her personality was indeed similar to her youngest uncle's. Come and drink fruit juice. Chen Jing finished squeezing the fruit juice and walked out of the kitchen. She said to Lin Yin and Lu Yin on the sofa, I'll help you call Yang Shui out. There's no need. Auntie, let her rest well. Lu Yin had a good impression of Chen Jing. She felt that the woman in front of her was her ideal image of a mother. Chen Jing was in a dilemma when Yang Shui's bedroom door was gently pushed open. Lin Yin, Lu Yin, why are you here? Yang Shui heard a voice outside the room, but she did not expect it to be Lin Yin and Lu Yin. We heard that you fell sick, so we came to take a look. Lin Yin saw that Yang Shui looked a little haggard and asked worriedly, How is it? Is it serious? It's fine. I'm already much better. I can go to school tomorrow. Yang Shui was very touched. She had never dreamed of making friends in West Axis Academy. It was Lin Yin and Lu Yan's appearance that made her gradually stop feeling inferior and stop being afraid of being bullied. Chen Jing could tell that the three girls were really close. Looking at the children chatting happily, Chen Jing smiled and went to the kitchen to prepare food. She was very happy that Yang Shui could make such good friends. Chun Jing's cooking skills were very good. Yang Shui's father was very busy with work and rarely came home. Lin Yin and Lu Yin ate happily. "Auntie, your food is really delicious." Lu Yin praised Qin Jing as she picked up the food. Lu Yin was telling the truth. Although the Lu family's chefs were all internationally famous culinary masters, Lu Yin had always felt that although the dishes on her dining table were exquisite, they were always lacking a flavor. Today, after eating the dishes made by Yang Shui's mother, Lu Yin understood that what her family lacked was this kind of harmonious atmosphere. There were many etiquettes at the Lu family's dining table. As the family sat far apart, it was impossible for such a warm scene of them helping each other take food to appear. "Eat more if it's delicious." Chun Jing was also very happy to see Lu Yin eating happily. She pushed the food closer to her and asked, "Little Yin, in your family does your mom cook or does your dad cook?" The atmosphere at the dining table suddenly fell silent. Yang Shui explained to Chen Jing awkwardly, "Mom, Lin Yin and Lu Yan's families probably have special helpers or chefs to cook for them." Chun Jing was also a little embarrassed. She saw that Lin Yin and Lu Yin were very down-to-earth and forgot that the students of West Axis Academy had extraordinary family backgrounds. "Aya, my mom wants to cook, but she's just at the level of blowing up the kitchen." Lu Yin was afraid that everyone would be awkward, so she hurriedly eased the atmosphere. "Once, my mom found it interesting and wanted to try making cookies. In the end, she made a plate of black, unknown objects. Even our dog won't eat them." Although Lu Yin usually looked like she overlooked tiny details, she was actually very attentive to other people's emotions. Chun Jing also looked at Lu Yin gratefully. Although she came from a good family, she did not have the airs of a daughter of a wealthy family. Chun Jing looked at the two girls in front of her gently and said gently, "If you like Annie's cooking, come often. Her father is busy with work, and we're usually the only ones at home. It's lively for the two of you to come." "Okay, Auntie, I was waiting for you to say this." Lu Yin ate a few more mouthfuls of the home-cooked dishes on the plates. Because Yang Shui had just recovered, Lin Yin and Lu Yin didn't let Qin Jing send them downstairs. As soon as they arrived downstairs, Lin Yin noticed a black Rolls-Royce sedan parked by the roadside. Seeing Lin Yin and Lu Yin approach, the driver in the car walked out and nodded at Lu Yin. He called out in a low voice, "Second Mississippi uncle? Why are you the one picking me up?" Lu Yin looked into the car window in the back row. She had only sent a message to the driver. She did not expect that the person who came to pick her up was her busy youngest uncle. "It's on the way." A low and gentlemanly voice came from the car. The window slowly lowered, and a cold and elegant face with deep facial features appeared in front of Lin Yin. This person was Lu Yan's uncle, Luming. Lin Yin was a little surprised. His appearance was a little too outstanding. Thinking of the evaluation of Luming in the business world, Lin Yin felt that the man in front of her was almost perfect in terms of ability and appearance. "Lin Yin, let's go together. My youngest uncle is a very good person." Lu Yin looked at Luming, as if asking for his permission. "Get in." Luming's voice was a little lazy. He glanced at Lin Yin and turned away calmly. Lin Yin couldn't refuse. Just as she was about to get into the car, she saw Lu Yin sit in the passenger seat first and blink at Lin Yin apologetically. Even if she was afraid of her youngest uncle, she couldn't push her friend into a fire pit, right? Lin Yin frowned slightly. She didn't dare to delay for too long, so she sat carefully beside Luming and leaned against the car door as far away from him as possible. Lin Yin told the driver her home address, and the entire car was strangely quiet. Lin Yin looked at Lu Yin curiously. She usually looked like a bad girl, but in front of Luming, she was actually as obedient as a kitten. She couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Yin felt that Lu Yin was much cuter now. Luming noticed the girl's reaction and looked at her. The girl in his eyes was bright and dazzling. Her fair skin seemed to be glowing in the night. Her facial features were exquisite, and she had a noble aura, making Lu Ming unable to look away. Lin Yin noticed Lu Ming's gaze and sat up a little uncomfortably. She smiled politely at him and asked, "What's wrong? What's the matter?" Lu Ming noticed that he had lost his composure and looked away. He explained, "You're a little like a friend of mine. Little uncle, no one uses such an old-fashioned pick-up line anymore. Lu Yin noticed the two people in the back row and said casually. Sensing Lu Ming's stern gaze, Lu Yin shrank her neck and made a silent gesture. Lu Ming's car stopped at the entrance of the Su family's villa. After Lin Yin thanked him, she got out of the car and walked into the courtyard. The Su family couple and Su Fei, who had just finished dinner in the living room, happened to see Lin Yin get out of the luxury car. Chu Yun held her arm and frowned slightly. She said disdainfully, "Humph." She still said that she's going to her classmate's house. She probably went out to fool around. She's from a poor background. She's nothing presentable. Sujin also noticed the luxury car that sent Lin Yin back. Limited edition cars like this were definitely not something that could be bought with just money. All right, stop talking. There are people of all sorts of family backgrounds in West Axis. It's better to befriend some rich and powerful classmates than to interact with those poor people. Sujin didn't care if Lin Yin wanted to make some rich friends. He couldn't wait for Lin Yin to befriend someone who would help the Su family's business. But Lin Yin went to Yang Shue's house. Su Fei pretended to be confused and asked Chu Yun in confusion. Yang Shue lives in Lin Yuan district. Does her family have such a car? Bullshit. Even our family can't afford that car. When Chu Yun heard Su Fei's words, it seemed to confirm her guess. She was about to say something when Lin Yin walked into the hall. After changing her shoes, Lin Yin noticed the Su couple and Su Fei's gaze. She asked them in amusement, "Why? Don't tell me you were specially waiting for me here? We're afraid that you'll bring something dirty home." Chu Yun's tone was very stiff, as if Lin Yin was covered in things she hated. "Is that so?" Lin Yin glared back at Chu Yun, her tone cold. "I don't think the house is that clean to begin with." "You." Chu Yun was so angry that she wanted to attack, but she was stopped by Su Zhan. "Can you all behave yourselves?" Su Zhan hated the oppressive atmosphere at home. Thinking of the luxury car just now, Su Zhan's tone softened a little. He said to Lin Yin, "Your mother was just worried about you. Who sent you back just now?" "Lu Yin, my deskmate. Why don't I even have the right to make friends?" Lin Yin looked at Su Zhan and realized that when he heard Lu Yin's name, his eyes clearly lit up a little. His tone of speaking to Lin Yin was much better. "Little Yin, are you talking about the second daughter of the Lu family?" Lin Yin did not reply. She knew Su Zhan's personality too well. In her previous life, he was a despicable person who curried favor with the rich and forgot his righteousness when he saw benefits. "All right, the Lu family is good. Little Yin, you have to get along well with them." Su Zhan smiled at Lin Yin. However, when she saw Su Zhan smile, Lin Yin felt disgusted. "We're very close. There's no need for you to worry." Lin Yin turned around and went upstairs. Only Chu Yun and Su Fei, who looked unhappy, and Su Zhan, who was smiling, were left in the hall. "Old Su, look at you. A member of the Lu family convinced you. Look at how unruly and smug she is. I won't be able to stay in this house any longer." Chu Yun felt suffocated at the mention of Lin Yin. She didn't want Lin Yin's status at home to be higher than Su Fei's. "What do you know? The Lu family is someone the entire West Axis Academy can't afford to offend. If Lin Yin builds a good relationship with their family, there will be many benefits in the future." Su Zhan glanced at the silent Su Fei and said calmly, "Fei Fei, you should learn from Lin Yin and make more friends with better family backgrounds. These connections will be very helpful to you when you enter society in the future." Su Fei responded to Su Zhan's words on the surface, but her hands were clenched tightly. When she saw Su Zhan walk upstairs, Su Fei's tears fell like beads with a broken string. Chu Yun noticed Su Fei's emotions and hurriedly sat beside her. She comforted her softly, "Don't take it to heart. Your father was just confused." "Mom." Seeing that Chu Yun cared about her, Su Fei cried even harder. "Am I not liking Yin at all? Dad's starting to like her, but I'm an outsider in this family." Looking at poor Su Fei, Chu Yun's heart felt like it had been rubbed hard. A trace of heartache flashed across her eyes, and she explained patiently to Su Fei, "Silly child. I only have you as my daughter in this life. No matter what Lin Yin is, she's not worthy of entering our Su family." When Su Fei heard Chu Yun's words, her emotions gradually stabilized. She looked up with watery eyes and said coquettishly to Chu Yun, "Mom, I know I should actually leave, but I really can't bear to leave you." "Don't talk nonsense. If anyone has to leave, it's that little BTH Lin Yin." Chu Yun liked Su Fei's obedient and sensible personality. Lin Yin's stubborn and strong personality was not like her biological daughter at all. Chu Yun and Su Fei looked like mother and daughter in the living room downstairs, but Lin Yin was preparing for the mock exam in the bedroom. Although she was completely confident that she could surpass Sherdai and Ji Yun in terms of results, her goal had always been to be first in the cohort of West Axis Academy. The top student in West Axis could be directly admitted to Nuapu University, which was the top aristocratic university in the country. Only the top student in all the aristocratic high schools in the country had a chance to be admitted. In the next few days, Lin Yin revised seriously. Yang Shue's results were not bad. She lent Lin Yin a lot of learning materials, hoping that Lin Yin could use her results to defeat Sherdai and Ji Yun. The West Axis mock exam lasted for 3 days. Lin Yin was very satisfied with her performance. She had already revised almost all the questions, not to mention surpassing Sherdai and Ji Yun. Lin Yin was confident that she could even compete for the first place in the year. On the day the results came out, Lin Yin was pulled by Yang Shui and Lu Yin to the corridor where the results were released. Lin Yin, don't be afraid. If they dare to make things difficult for you, I'll teach them a lesson for you. Lu Yin didn't dare to look at the rankings. She had heard that Lin Yin's results before she transferred schools were very ordinary, so she was a little worried that Lin Yin would fail. Lin Yin looked at the first row of the rankings. As expected, her name was at the top of the entire rankings. Lin Yin was not excited, because everything was according to her plan. Lu Yin, look. Yang Shui was originally looking for Lin Yin's name in the middle of the rankings. When she realized that Lin Yin was actually first place, she couldn't control the excitement in her heart and suddenly shook Lu Yan's arm. Oh my God. Lin Yin, you're good. I was worried for you for nothing. Lu Yin was also very surprised that Lin Yin got first place. However, looking at how confident Lin Yin usually was, this outcome seemed to be expected. Impossible. Sherdai's voice sounded behind them. Lin Yin and the other two turned around and saw the terrified Sherdai, as well as Ji Yun and Su Fei. How is that possible? There must be a mistake. How could you get first place? Sherdai's hands were trembling. She did not believe that Lin Yin could improve so quickly in such a short period of time. Little Yin, I know you want to beat Sherdai, but we all know your standard. You shouldn't have copied. Su Fei seemed to persuade Lin Yin kindly. We won't hold you responsible for cheating. Let's call off this bet. Don't you have any shame? Lin Yin is the top student in the cohort. Who can she copy off of? Lu Yin really couldn't stand Su Fei's pretentious face. If she wasn't Lin Yin's sister, she would have gone over and slapped her. But Lin Yin's results have always been. Su Fei didn't dare to get into a conflict with Lu Yin. Her tone was a little aggrieved, but Lu Yin interrupted her. But my ace, you have to admit defeat. If you can't admit it, get lost from West Axis Academy. Lu Yin looked at Sherdai and Ji Yun with an unfriendly gaze. Whether to write the word on your faces and run 10 rounds or leave West Axis, the two of you can choose. Lin Yin looked at the uneasy Sherdai and Ji Yun and turned to the other students present. Some of you have witnessed our bet, and some of you don't know. Sherdai and Ji Yun bet against me to compete with our results. Now that they've lost, they should fulfill your promise. Some of the bolder students around them began to heckle. Everyone was looking forward to seeing the usually domineering Sherdai punished. Little Yin, you're too much. It's clearly a small joke between classmates. Dyer and Ji Yun are girls after all. You shouldn't humiliate them like this. Su Fei stood in front of Sherdai and Ji Yun, acting like a sister. If I were the one who lost, would you still say that this was a small joke between classmates? Lin Yin took a step forward and sized up Su Fei's face, wanting to tear off her hypocritical mask. Of course I will. Don't forget that you're still my sister. Su Fei wanted to hold Lin Yin's hand, but she avoided her. Our Miss Su Fei is really beautiful and kind. Lin Yin glanced at Sherdai and Ji Yun behind Su Fei and said slowly, All right, I'll give you a chance to save your good sisters. If you're willing to run for them, it'll be reduced to 3 laps. Lin Yin noticed the panic on Su Fei's face and continued, No way. Is this still not enough? 3 laps is already enough. We still have to run 4 laps for the usual physical fitness test. Su Fei's face was pale. Wouldn't it be embarrassing for her to run 3 laps around the field alone? The elegant princess image she usually tried her best to maintain would be completely overturned. When Sherdai and Ji-Yun heard Lin Yin's words, they were a little shaken. Running 10 laps was too much, but if Su Fei was willing to run 3 laps for them, this matter could be easily resolved. Sherdai looked at Su Fei and realized that her face was pale and she had no intention of speaking. She felt a little uncomfortable. If she were Su Fei, she would definitely help her good friend bear the burden without hesitation, but Su Fei had no intention of doing so. Su Fei felt Sherdai's gaze and turned around to look at her. She realized that she was looking at her in disappointment. Su Fei had mixed feelings. Sherdai came from a good family and was very simple-minded. She usually helped her a lot. Su Fei did not want to lose a friend who always stood up for her. However, she definitely could not embarrass herself in front of the entire school. Thinking of these 2 outcomes that she could not accept, Su Fei looked at Lin Yin resentfully. Why are you so vicious? We treat you as a friend, but you deliberately sow discord between us. As Su Fei spoke, she held Sherdai's arm and explained, Dyer, this is all Lin Yin's scheme. She's envious of our relationship, so she wants us to be estranged. Don't fall for it. Sherdai was also at a loss. She looked at Su Fei, who was about to cry, and comforted her. Don't worry, I won't. I'll always treat you as my best friend. On the other side, Ji-Yun looked at Su Fei, who was pretending to be weak, with disdain in her eyes. She did not want to be as gullible as Sherdai. She could tell that Su Fei had wanted to use them from the beginning. We're just asking you to run laps. Those who don't know might think that we're asking you to line up and jump off the cliff. Lu Yin disliked Su Fei's pretentiousness and mocked them, causing the surrounding students to laugh. Fine, we'll run. Sherdai couldn't stand being looked down on and asked Ji-Yun for a black watercolor pen. After the 2 of them wrote idiot on their foreheads, they ran to the field and began to receive their punishment. Lin Yin looked at Su Fei, who was standing in front of her, and smiled. Although your 2 friends are a little stupid, they're much more loyal than your hypocrisy. Seeing the cold sweat on Su Fei's forehead, Lin Yin deliberately raised her voice. Let's see how long you can pretend. Su Fei, sooner or later, everyone will see your true appearance. Su Fei stood rooted to the ground and saw Sherdai and Ji-Yun running in circles on the field. They lowered their heads and were silent. The surrounding students also began to discuss softly. The eldest daughter of the Su family? She's really bad at being a person. She only knows how to hide when her friend is in trouble. What eldest daughter of the Su family? She's no longer it. She's just an imposter. She's still pestering Zheng Chao all day long and wants to climb up the social ladder. I used to think that she was quite good at pretending. She always looked like she had been wronged every day. Who was she pretending for? She's really disgusting. Faced with everyone's discussion, Su Fei's shoulders trembled slightly. She looked at Lin Yin with jealousy and hatred. If not for her appearance, no one would dare to treat her like this. It was all because of Lin Yin. Not only had she snatched her identity, but she had also become the laughingstock of the entire school. Lin Yin, you'll regret treating me like this sooner or later. Su Fei glared at Lin Yin and ran towards Sherdai and Ji-Yun on the field. Lin Yin, will Su Fei find trouble with you? Yang Shui saw Su Fei's gaze just now and was a little worried that Lin Yin would be retaliated against when she returned home. Hasn't she caused enough trouble? Lin Yin smiled comfortingly at Yang Shui and said patiently, Don't worry, she can't threaten me. When Yang Shui saw Lin Yin smile, she felt much more at ease. For some reason, from the first time they met, Yang Shui felt that there was a magic about Lin Yin that made her feel like she could be completely trusted. Lu Yin looked at the 3 people who had run to the 4th lap on the field and turned to Lin Yin. After this lesson, they should be more obedient in the future, right? Lin Yin shook her head. Not necessarily. They might hate me even more. Are they so stupid that they still dare to continue provoking you? Lu Yin didn't understand. Lin Yin was clearly easy to get along with, but why did people always target her? Yes, there seems to be more than one stupid person like them. Lu Yin followed Lin Yin's gaze and saw Zheng Chao walking over from afar. Lin Yin. Zheng Chao saw Su Fei and the others on the field and looked at Lin Yin with hostility. Su Fei is your sister after all. Aren't you going overboard? Zhang Chao's heart ached when he thought of Su Fei's usually weak appearance. Overboard? Lin Yin looked at Zhang Chao and said calmly, "If you think I'm overboard, marry your fiancée early so that she doesn't have to stay in the Su family and be bullied by me." You. Zhang Chao felt that Lin Yin seemed to know what he was thinking. He had been brooding over the fact that Su Fei had become an adopted daughter. Afraid that Su Fei's identity was not worthy of him, Zhang Chao began to waver about their engagement. Afraid of being exposed by Lin Yin, Zhang Chao walked up to Lin Yin excitedly, but Lu Yin pushed him away. "That's right. If you feel sorry for your fiancée, bring her home. Don't embarrass yourself in front of us." Lu Yin looked at Zhang Chao with disdain. "You and Su Fei are a good match. One is more shameless than the other." Zhang Chao's face turned red. He did not dare to flare up at Lu Yin and said fiercely to Lin Yin, "I want to tell Uncle and Auntie that this is how the biological daughter I brought back treats Su Fei." Lin Yin's expression did not change. When Zhang Chao saw Su Fei, who was so tired that she almost fainted on the field, he quickly ran over. "Fei Fei." Zhang Chao caught Su Fei's swaying body. When Su Fei saw Zhang Chao's concerned expression, she choked and said, "I'm fine, brother Zhang Chao. Don't worry." Zhang Chao tightened his grip on Su Fei and comforted her. "Don't worry, I won't let Lin Yin off. I won't let you suffer for nothing." Su Fei's eyes were red as she looked at Zhang Chao with gratitude and admiration. Lin Yin and the others also walked towards the field. "Sigh, I always see such scenes. I really feel sorry for my stomach." Lu Yin couldn't stand such hypocritical scenes the most. She looked at Sherdai and Ji Yun, who were already panting not far away, and shouted, "There are only 3 laps left. Don't dawdle. Enough. Stop running." Zhang Chao looked at Lin Yin angrily and questioned her. "Is your goal to tease your classmates and see them embarrass themselves? Then you've achieved your goal. Stop it." Lin Yin looked at Zhang Chao's righteous appearance and couldn't help but frown. "My goal? They were the ones who recklessly came to bet with me. Even if they lost, they were willing to accept punishment." Lin Yin glanced at Su Fei, who was in Zhang Chao's arms, and said, "Your kind fiancé also said that a bet between classmates can increase one's passion for studying, right?" "That's not what I meant, brother Zhang Chao. How would I know that sister Lin Yin would think of such a vicious punishment?" Su Fei looked panicked. In Zhang Chao's opinion, she must have been bullied by the domineering Lin Yin in front of him. "Su Fei, your good friend is still running laps. You're hiding in someone else's arms like this. I'm not as vicious as you." Lin Yin had long seen through Su Fei's clumsy acting. Hearing Su Fei's soft sobs, Zhang Chao suddenly pushed Lin Yin, but someone grabbed his collar tightly. "Your sidekick, Zhao Ji, is still lying in the hospital. Why? You can't wait to accompany him?" Gong Z's voice sounded from behind. Zhang Chao struggled, but he could not break free from his restraints. Lin Yin was supported by Lu Yin. She was caught off guard just now. When she saw Zhang Chao being dragged by Gong Z, Lin Yin walked forward and kicked his calf. She said coldly, "If you want to fight, I'll accompany you any time." Su Fei's cry of surprise and Zhang Chao's cry of pain sounded at the same time. Seeing that Zhang Chao did not have the ability to resist, Gong Z casually threw him to the ground and warned, "Don't think that your Zhang family can afford to offend anyone. You'd better restrain yourself in the future. Otherwise, your outcome will only be worse than Zhao Ji's." Zhang Chao was helped up by Su Fei. He looked at Gong Z and Lu Yin and was furious, but he gritted his teeth and endured it. He could only leave the field with Su Fei's help. Sherdai and Ji Yun finally finished running 10 rounds. Lin Yin didn't want to make things difficult for them. She said to the sweating Sherdai and Ji Yun, "You guys abide by the bet. We'll write off everything." When Sherdai saw Gong Z beside Lin Yin and thought of how sorry she looked, her heart ached. Why were Gong Z and Lu Yin so protective of Lin Yin? She was just a lowly person from a poor background. What right did she have to speak to her so arrogantly? Lin Yin noticed Sherdai's angry expression and ignored her. She turned around and left the field with Lu Yin and the others. Gong Z followed Lin Yin to the canteen. The few of them bought food and sat at the same table. Lu Yin refused to sit with Gong Z, and Yang Shui didn't dare to sit with Gong Z. So Gong Z naturally sat beside Lin Yin. The combination of the 4 people in the canteen was very eye-catching. Lu Yin leaned against Yang Shui and looked at Gong Z opposite her. She said unhappily, "Why are you following us? Don't you have a lot of underlings? Why, there's no one to eat with you." Gong Z coughed lightly and secretly glanced at Lin Yin beside him. He realized that she had been eating and did not notice him at all. He frowned unhappily and was also dissatisfied with Lu Yan's tone. "Why? I'm not following you. Why do you care about where I'm sitting? Do you own the canteen? Kid, are you looking for a beating?" Lu Yan stood up from the chair and was pulled back by Yang Shui. Gong Z was not afraid at all. He said provocatively, "Little girl, you've grown up. When you were young, you followed behind me all day and called me brother. Now, you still want to attack me?" Hearing Gong Z's words, Lu Yan's face turned red with anger. She broke free from Yang Shui's obstruction and pounced at Gong Z. Gong Z didn't dodge at all. The two of them pulled each other and accidentally bumped into the spoon in Lin Yin's hand. Slap. The sound of the spoon landing made Lu Yin and Gong Z stop what they were doing. The two of them looked at the silent Lin Yin at the same time. Lin Yin said faintly, "Both of you, sit down and properly eat your meal, okay?" Lin Yin's tone was very calm, and there seemed to be a smile on her face, but Lu Yin and Gong Z felt a chill at the same time. Lu Yin sat back in her seat. Gong Z also swallowed nervously. Yang Shui looked at the gloomy Lin Yin and said, "I'll help you get another spoon." "Okay, thank you." Lin Yin smiled. Lu Yin and Gong Z also started to eat silently. Yang Shui was a little puzzled by their actions. One was the publicly acknowledged school bully, and the other was the delinquent girl in everyone's eyes. Why did they both look a little afraid of the most harmless Lin Yin? Holding a new spoon, Yang Shui felt that there was an unfathomable mystery about Lin Yin. Although she usually looked kind, when she was angry, she made people shiver. Under Lin Yin's intimidation, Gong Z and Lu Yan's relationship became much more harmonious. Yang Shui didn't dare to say anything else. After she finished eating, she started to browse the school forum of West Axis. Lin Yin, the video of Shi Dai and Ji Yun being punished to run has been posted on the forum. Yang Shui was a little surprised to see the latest content on the forum. She did not expect that what had just happened would be captured and posted on the forum. Oh my god, there's such a high-definition photo of their faces. Shi Dai and Ji Yun reaped what they sowed. Lu Yin also took out her phone and handed the photo of Shi Dai and Ji Yun's faces to Lin Yin. Lin Yin was not very happy when she saw the photos of Shi Dai and Ji Yun making a fool of themselves. They were also instigated by Su Fei. Lin Yin felt that compared to Su Fei's scheming, Shi Dai and Ji Yun were not that detestable. "Lin Yin, this post also has your photo." Yang Shui refreshed the interface. Lin Yin's photo actually appeared in the top post. The school bell selection? "Lin Yin, you were nominated as the school bell, and you're even in the first place." Lu Yin also saw Lin Yin's photo, but she said unhappily, "Who took this photo? It's too blurry. It didn't capture your beauty at all." Lin Yin was attracted by Lu Yin and Yang Shui's words and opened the school forum. Only then did she realize that her photo had indeed appeared in the school bell selection competition in West Axis. She had even obtained more than 300 votes and was firmly in the first place. Who took this? Lin Yin frowned slightly. She was not interested in the school bell selection at all. "It's not me. My photography skills are much better than this." Lu Yin quickly waved her hand. "It's not me either. I don't like to take photos." Yang Shui hurriedly denied it. "Aya, maybe it's some boy who secretly has a crush on you. Look at this photography technique. It's such a bad angle. It's only because you're good looking. If it were anyone else, let alone being nominated as the school bell, it would be enough to be a horrifying poster." As soon as Lu Yin finished speaking, she turned her gaze to Gong Z, who was beside Lin Yin. "Tell me, did you secretly take it because you're coveting our Lin Yin's beauty?" Lu Yin questioned. "What right do you have to doubt me? Besides, my photography skills are much better than this, okay?" Gong Z also saw the photo and felt that it was indeed not as good looking as Lin Yin. Before Gong Z could finish speaking, his phone suddenly rang. After the call was picked up, Zhouling's voice came from the phone. "Boss, I've put sister-in-law's photo on the school bell selection post. I've already informed all the brothers to vote for sister-in-law. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, sister-in-law will definitely be first." Zhou voice was very loud, and everyone, including Lin Yin, heard him word for word. Gong Z was a little embarrassed. Seeing Lu Yin holding back her laughter, he gritted his teeth and asked Zhou on the phone, "Who told you that Lin Yin is your sister-in-law?" "Boss, don't be embarrassed. It's been so many years. Do you think I still don't understand you? Last time, you thought that sister-in-law was the one who gave you a love letter. You were so happy that you even ate the cupcakes that you usually wouldn't eat and almost got into trouble." When Zhou heard that Gong Z did not reply, he continued, "I couldn't tell at that time and almost offended sister-in-law. I have to apologize to her in person next time." Lu Yin burst out laughing and slammed the table uncontrollably. "Ha ha ha, so you ate that peanut cake because you liked Lin Yin. Not bad. I didn't expect you to be so innocent." Gong Z's expression darkened. On the phone, Zhou was still praising Lin Yin. After hanging up, it was impossible to tell if Gong Z's face was red or black. He stood up and walked out of the canteen without a word. "Lin Yin, amazing. I've known him for more than 10 years, but this is the first time I've seen Gong Z like this." Lu Yin thought of Gong Z's dark and red face and felt relieved. In the past, he had mocked her for her style. This time, she felt relieved to see him embarrassed. "Lin Yin, I think Gong Z might really like you." Yang Shui noticed that Gong Z was obviously very concerned about Lin Yin's reaction just now and felt that perhaps Gong Z's liking for Lin Yin was serious. "Lin Yin, don't tell me you're interested in that kid too?" Lu Yin stopped laughing and looked at Lin Yin. She felt that a brat like Gong Z was not worthy of her. A beautiful and smart person like Lin Yin had to find a top-notch man like her youngest uncle. "No, I have no intention of falling in love." Lin Yin didn't know if Gong Z had a good impression of her, but in this life, Lin Yin had never thought of getting a beautiful love. She only hoped that everyone who hurt her would be punished as they deserved. Lu Yin heaved a sigh of relief. She was afraid that Lin Yin would meet a bad person. Although Gong Z's character was not bad, Lin Yin was worthy of someone better. However, our school has never held a school bell selection event before. I just saw the selection rules. The voting time is a week. The girl who gets first place in the end seems to be able to participate in the filming of the school's mini-movie. Yang Shui looked at her phone, wondering if there would be any benefits for Lin Yin if she got first place. School mini-movie? What does that mean? Lin Yin didn't understand. She looked at Lu Yin and Yang Shui in front of her with a blank expression. "Forget it. I'll explain to Gong Z and Zhou later. Don't vote for me anymore. Isn't there still a week? Someone should surpass me." Lin Yin scrolled down the rankings. The second place was Su Fei. She was only 20 votes away from her. She should be very interested in the school bell selection. Seeing that Lin Yin did not care at all, Lu Yin and Yang Shui lost interest. When they returned to the classroom, Sherdai and Ji Yun became much more obedient. Su Fei did not cause trouble for Lin Yin anymore, but Lin Yin knew very well that with Su Fei's personality, how could she be so honest? As expected, after returning to the Su family villa after school, Lin Yin heard Su Fei crying as soon as she entered. Frowning in disgust, Lin Yin walked towards the hall. "Lin Yin, why did you let Fei Fei embarrass herself in front of the entire school?" Chu Yun scolded Lin Yin as she comforted Su Fei. "Did I poison her or put a knife to her neck? What does her embarrassment have to do with me?" Lin Yin rolled her eyes at the mother and daughter. "Do you think everyone is like you, disregarding their family? Fei Fei is soft-hearted. By making things difficult for her friend, you're making things difficult for her." Chu Yun's disgusted gaze wished she could stare a hole through Lin Yin. "Disregarding their family? It's not appropriate to use those words on me, right?" Lin Yin chuckled and looked at Chu Yun. These were the most suitable words to describe Chu Yun, someone who could treat their biological like that. "You vicious little betisich." Chu Yun picked up the cup on the coffee table angrily and threw it at Lin Yin. Lin Yin dodged easily and walked closer to the mother and daughter. She lowered her voice and said slowly, "I told you to look after your precious daughter. I'm afraid you haven't seen true viciousness." Lin Yin picked up the teapot and smashed it in front of Su Fei. Although she was not hurt by the flying porcelain pieces, the hot water from the teapot still splashed on Su Fei's calf. "How dare you?" Chu Yun raised her hand to slap Lin Yin, but Lin Yin grabbed her wrist tightly. You said that I climbed out of a mud pit. I have nothing to lose. If you make me angry, let's go to Hades together. Lin Yin's gaze was terrifyingly cold. Chu Yun panicked under her gaze. Lin Yin threw Chu Yun back onto the sofa and walked up to the second floor without looking back. Chu Yun felt a trace of fear because of Lin Yin's gaze just now. She was clearly 17 or 18 years old. So why did she have such an unfathomable gaze? Mom, what should I do in the future? Su Fei hid in Chu Yun's arms and broke down into tears. She said intermittently, my classmates at school all say that I'm the imposter of the Su family. She doesn't want to treat me as her sister at all. I really don't know what I should do to satisfy little Yin. Chu Yun patted Su Fei's back gently. Thinking of how Lin Yin had confronted her just now, she was also very nervous. Looks like we can't let this little betisage stay at home anymore. Chu Yun looked at Su Fei in her arms and comforted her. I'll think of a way to persuade your father to cut ties with Lin Yin completely. Our Su family can't tolerate such a little bastard. There were still tears in the corners of Su Fei's eyes, but the corners of her lips curled up slightly. As long as Lin Yin could leave the Su family, she would see what right she had to be arrogant. The storm between Lin Yin and Sherdai and Ji Yun gradually subsided, and the entire West Axis Academy was immersed in the school bell election. Why do you think everyone is so concerned about this school bell selection event? As Lu Yin ate lunch, she refreshed the interface of the school bell rankings and realized that Lin Yin's votes had already exceeded 2,000 votes. Maybe it's because the school bell who gets the first place can film a mini-movie. Yang Shui often went online and knew more about the school gossip. It's just a movie. What's there to fight for? I heard that Su Fei even went around looking for people to canvass for votes for her. Look at her. How can she compare to our Lin Yin? Lu Yin felt that such an event like the school bell selection was very boring, but she felt that Lin Yin was indeed the best candidate for the school bell. If she's willing, let her be. Anyway, I'm not interested. Lin Yin was a little resistant to being the school belle. She didn't like the feeling of being judged. That's right. It's a fact that our Lin Yin is beautiful. There's no need for her to participate in such a boring selection. Lu Yin also looked like she didn't care. Actually, it's fine to film a movie, but I heard that the male lead of the movie seems to be Mu Ran. Before Yang Shui could finish speaking, she saw Lu Yin suddenly widen her eyes and the chopsticks in her hand fell to the table. Who is it? Mu Ran. Lu Yin was suddenly very excited. Zhao Yangshui confirmed again. Is it that best actor Mu Ran? The all-rounded celebrity Mu Ran? That's right. Otherwise, why would everyone be so enthusiastic? Yang Shui was also a fan of Mu Ran, but she was the more rational type. Mu Ran? This was the first time Lin Yin had heard this name. She didn't understand why Lu Yin was so excited. Lin Yin, you actually don't know Mu Ran. Lu Yin saw the confused Lin Yin and suspected that Lin Yin was from the same world as her. Mu Ran is the champion of the world's most beautiful face. Not only is his acting good and his singing good, but he's also super handsome. Seeing that Lin Yin was still very calm, Lu Yin looked at her with a heavier gaze. Lin Yin, you have to win the championship for this school bell selection. Lin Yin looked at Lu Yin, who had a huge contrast from before, and shook her head helplessly. Didn't you just say that this selection was very boring? I didn't know that the reward for first place is to film a movie with Mu Ran. No wonder Su Fei is trying her best to win against you. Seeing that Lin Yin still didn't take it seriously, Lu Yin said to her earnestly, Lin Yin, it's up to you whether we're sisters or not. I don't have any other wishes. You have to be the female lead and give me a chance to get close to my idol, okay? Please, I'm going crazy at the thought that Mu Ran might stand with someone like Su Fei. Lin Yin, you can't let her taint my idol. Lu Yin looked at Lin Yin expectantly. Then let's wait and see the results of the votes. Lin Yin looked at Lu Yin's sparkling eyes and couldn't bear to reject her, but she also didn't want to film the mini-movie, so she could only push the matter back. It's fine as long as you say that. Lu Yin took out her phone and sent the same message to some of the student group chats in West Axis. Lin Yin looked over curiously. When she saw the content of Lu Yin's message, her eyelids twitched. Vote for Lin Yin in the school bell selection. Take a screenshot, and you can receive a red packet of 5,000 yuan. Lu Yin, isn't this a little too much money? Lin Yin didn't understand Lu Yan's actions. She didn't know if Muran was worth investing so much money for. This is nothing. As long as I can see Muran, I'll even donate a building to West Axis. Lu Yin glanced at Lin Yin, who was still in shock. She patted her shoulder gently and explained, "After you see my idol, you'll understand that Muran's beauty is definitely worth this price." "Okay, whatever you say is right." Lin Yin smiled and looked at Lu Yin helplessly. Unknowingly, Lin Yin had already treated her as a very close person. "Go back to the classroom with young Shui in a while. I'm going to the library to borrow a few books." Since she was bored, Lin Yin planned to study university classes in advance. "All right, your face is good-looking and your studies are great as well. You really don't give others a way out." Lu Yin deliberately looked at Lin Yin reproachfully. Then, she turned around and said to young Shui, "Let's go. We can only turn our anger into our appetite and buy some more snacks." The corners of Lin Yin's lips curled up unconsciously as she watched Lu Yin and young Shui leave with a smile. Then, she tidied up and stood up to walk towards the library. At this moment, on the other side of West Axis Academy, two furtive men walked over from the path south of the library. "Ancestor, can't you just wait for the results obediently?" Muran's manager, Wei Yuan, looked around carefully, afraid that someone would approach them. "No, I've put in all my effort into this work. I want to choose the female lead myself." Muran's voice was clean and pleasant, with a hint of youth. Wearing a baseball cap and a black mask that covered half of his face, Muran only revealed a pair of slightly upturned peach blossom eyes. "I understand. It's your first time coming into contact with writing a script, so you're even more careful. However, this female lead doesn't have many scenes. It's mainly her back view. You can just choose a school bell-level female student. You don't have to make a trip yourself." Wei Yuan looked at Muran worriedly. Although he covered most of his face, as long as it was his fan, they would definitely be able to recognize him at a glance. After all, Muran's image and temperament were too outstanding. "What do you know? The female lead I want not only has to be beautiful, but she also has to have a noble and elegant temperament." Muran thought for a moment and described seriously, "She should have long black hair, fair skin, and a beautiful but arrogant back view." Muran was describing it vividly when she suddenly saw a young girl walking towards the library. Her gaze was immediately attracted by her. "Brother Wei, look. I'm talking about that feeling." Muran looked at Lin Yin's back and felt that she was completely in line with her expectations of the female lead. "Have you heard of the back view killer? Their back view is good-looking, but it doesn't necessarily mean they're good-looking. You're still." "Hey." Before Wei Yuan could finish speaking, he saw Muran chasing after the girl. "Student." Muran caught up to Lin Yin and shouted at her. Lin Yin turned around and saw Muran, who was wearing casual clothes and had a slender and well-proportioned figure. From his clothes and age, he should not be a student of West Axis Academy. "What's the matter?" Lin Yin asked in confusion when she saw the man looking at her in a daze. "You. Can you not cause me more trouble?" Wei Yuan caught up to Muran, panting. Fortunately, there were not many students around the library during the lunch break. Otherwise, someone would definitely recognize him. Wei Yuan also noticed Lin Yin in front of Muran. When he saw the girl's bright and beautiful face, he was slightly shocked. Even though he had been in the entertainment industry for many years, he had rarely seen someone with such an outstanding appearance as the girl in front of him. "You look like someone I know." Muran looked at the girl's exquisite face in a daze. The sudden words confused Lin Yin and Wei Yuan. Lin Yin felt that this sentence sounded familiar and thought of Lu Yan's uncle, Luming. He had said the same thing when he first saw her. Could it be that she really had a common face? Wei Yuan's forehead broke out in cold sweat because of Muran's words. He did not expect the publicly acknowledged male idol to use such an old-fashioned way to strike up a conversation. "Well, student, I'm Chunyi Entertainment's manager, Wei Yuan. Your image and temperament are very outstanding. Are you interested in joining us?" Wei Yuan handed Lin Yin a business card, but Lin Yin waved at him. "I'm still in school. I'm not interested in these things." After Lin Yin rejected her, she was about to go to the library when she was stopped by the man in the baseball cap. "Student, your image meets my standards for the female lead. Can you film a school mini-movie with me?" Muran did not want to miss the girl in front of her. "Mini-movie? Lin Yin sized up the man in front of her in confusion. Are you? Lin Yin was interrupted by Wei Yuan. He lowered Mu Ran's hat a little and explained in a panic, Student, this place is too conspicuous. Let's find a place with fewer people to talk. Okay? Although Lin Yin was a little unwilling, she still walked over when she thought of Lu Yan's crazy pursuit of Mu Ran. Lin Yin followed Wei Yuan, and Mu ran to a small pavilion at the back of the library. Seeing that there was no one around, Mu Ran took off her mask and introduced herself enthusiastically to Lin Yin. Hello, I'm Mu Ran. Nice to meet you. Lin Yin looked at the man's exquisite facial features and understood Lu Yan's actions. Mu Ran did have the ability to make people unable to look away. Hello, I'm Lin Yin. The surprise in Lin Yin's eyes was fleeting. Mu Ran was a little surprised by her calmness. It was not because he was narcissistic, but because most young girls of Lin Yin's age pursued him strongly. Mu Ran felt a little unnatural when he suddenly met such a calm person. Wei Yuan did not dare to relax and kept looking around carefully. If someone took a photo of Mu Ran hitting on a young lady in high school, the entire company would explode tomorrow. Are you interested in filming a movie with me? There aren't many scenes, so it won't take up too much of your time. Mu Ran's voice was very gentle. Coupled with his flawless face, it was really difficult to refuse. I'm indeed not interested in filming. Lin Yin pondered for a moment and took out the blank notebook in her backpack. She asked, however, can you help me sign this? My deskmate is a loyal fan of yours. Hearing that she wanted an autograph, Wei Yuan frowned slightly. Mu Ran hated autographs and photos the most, so he usually rejected them for him. Wei Yuan was about to stop her when he saw Mu Ran take the notebook from the girl's hand with a smile and write seriously. He even drew a small smiley face beside his sign name. Wei Yuan was still in shock when an even more unbelievable scene happened in front of him. Let's take a photo together. Mu Ran picked up her phone and took a selfie with Lin Yin. She said to her, we can exchange contacts and I'll send you the photo. Out of courtesy, Lin Yin exchanged contact details with Mu Ran. Wei Yuan looked at the abnormal Mu Ran and his heart raced. Could it be that his little ancestor had taken a fancy to a female high school student? Student, we'll contact each other again if there's a chance. Afraid that things would get worse, Wei Yuan hurriedly put on a mask and hat for Mu Ran and dragged him back to the car. Brother Wei, I'm not done talking. Why do you have to pull me away? Mu Ran saw that Lin Yin had already entered the library and felt a little regretful. You still want to talk? If you continue chatting, are you going to start exchanging your home address? Wei Yuan felt uneasy and looked at Mu Ran with a probing gaze. Little Ran, tell me the truth. Are you interested in that little girl just now? Mu Ran was a little surprised to hear Wei Yuan's words. How could he have such thoughts about a girl who had not graduated from high school? Rubbing the bridge of her nose, Mu Ran sighed. Brother Wei, am I such a beast in your heart? No, but you're too enthusiastic towards that young lady. Wei Yuan felt a little relieved when he heard Mu Ran's words, but when he thought of the girl's demonic face like Mu Ran's, he was still a little worried. I just feel that she's quite friendly. I don't mean anything else. Don't worry. Mu Ran thought of Lin Yin and was a little dazed. Why did her aura make him feel unfamiliarly familiar? Brother Wei, she must be the female lead in my movie. Mu Ran admired Lin Yin's casual and confident state and felt that she was the most suitable candidate for the female lead in her heart. The young lady already said that she's not interested. Wei Yuan noticed Mu Ran's resentful gaze and quickly changed his words. I'll find an opportunity to contact her again. Lin Yin didn't tell Lu Yin about meeting Mu Ran, afraid that she would be too excited. Instead, she planned to give her a surprise after school. However, before school ended, Lu Yin received bad news. Who did this? In order to help Lin Yin canvass votes, Lu Yin kept sending out red packets. Lin Yin had already surpassed Su Fei, who was ranked second, by more than 1,000 votes, but she was suddenly disqualified. Lin Yin looked at Lu Yin beside her and realized that her photo had turned gray. They reported that my votes were fake? Lu Yin realized that Lin Yin's photo was no longer included in the voting category. She scratched her head in frustration. It must be Su Fei. She's jealous that your votes are higher than hers, so she found a way to report you and make you lose your right to run. Lin Yin's expression was very calm, and she did not look sad at all. In a sense, my votes are indeed fake. Looking at the smiling Lin Yin, Lu Yin shook her arm in despair. You can't do this. Lin Yin, I don't want to see my idol appear in the same scene as Su Fei. Lu Yin, have you ever thought that even if I don't film the movie, you'll still have a chance to meet your idol? Lin Yin had a plan in her heart. She saw that Mu Ran was a good person. When he was filming the movie, she would take the time to introduce him to Lu Yin. It was not impossible. Before Lu Yin could react, she heard an ear-piercing female voice coming from the classroom door. Our Feifei has already become the only candidate for the school bell. Someone is actually still dreaming. When Shi Dai heard Lin Yin and Lu Yan's conversation, her tone was mocking. If you want to see Best Actor Mu Ran, why don't you come and please us more? Feifei is soft-hearted. She might help you get an autograph. Su Fei, who was beside Shi Dai, could not hide the smugness in her eyes. She said apologetically to Lin Yin, I heard that Best Actor Mu Ran doesn't give his autograph to people easily. I'm afraid I can't help you with this. Lin Yin thought of Mu Ran's smiling face when she signed for her and was a little stunned. Mu Ran didn't like to sign autographs? Which person who didn't like to sign autographs would draw a smiley face after signing? Seeing that Lin Yin had been distracted, Su Fei thought that she was disappointed and quickly said shyly, Sister, don't be too sad. When I start filming the movie, I can bring you along to see the world. Stop pretending. It's a pity that you're not an actress. There's not a day that you're not acting. Lu Yin couldn't stand Su Fei, but she couldn't change the fact that she might be filming a movie. Feifei, if you become famous, you must bring me to see Mu Ran. There was a hint of yearning in Shi Dai's eyes. She glanced at Lin Yin and Lu Yin and said to Su Fei, I heard that Mu Ran is much better looking than on screen. Besides, Best Actor Mu Ran has always had a good reputation in the industry. It's not easy to see him just because you're rich and powerful. It was very difficult for Shi Dai to make Lu Yin unhappy. She knew that there were many things about Mu Ran on Lu Yan's social media account, so she deliberately used words to provoke her. Lu Yin felt depressed, but Lin Yin's expression was still very calm. Looking at the smug Su Fei and Shi Dai, Lin Yin suddenly changed her mind. She had no intention of being the female lead in a movie, but when she saw Su Fei and Shi Dai deliberately showing off in front of Lu Yin, Lin Yin felt very upset. Lin Yin didn't say anything. She just wanted Su Fei to think that she was definitely going to be the female lead of the movie. Only then would she experience the despair and loss she had in her previous life. After school, Lu Yin was a little unhappy. Lin Yin comforted her and didn't notice the man who was looking at them not far away from the road. Luming's sports car stopped by the roadside. When he saw Lu Yin and the girl beside her, his cold eyes moved slightly. Luming recognized Lin Yin. She was the girl who had sat in his car with Lu Yin last time. Although she looked to be only 17 or 18 years old, Luming felt that Lin Yin had a calmness and wisdom that did not match her age. Uncle. Lu Yin noticed Luming on the other side of the road and waved at him. Lin Yin followed Lu Yin and walked over to greet Luming. Hello, Uncle. Luming nodded slightly and said to Lin Yin, Get in. I have time today to send you home. Lin Yin and Luming thanked him and sat in the back of the sports car with Lu Yin. Fortunately, Luming was driving himself today. Otherwise, she might have been betrayed by Lu Yin again. Lu Yin could tell that Luming seemed to be in a good mood. She asked carefully, Little uncle, do you know Mu Ran? Lu Yin knew that Luming did not pay attention to any entertainment news, so she did not have much hope. Yes, I know, Luming said calmly. Hearing Luming's answer, Lu Yin widened her eyes in surprise and continued to ask, Really? Do you know him? Can you talk to him? If you could use the interest you have on this on your results, you wouldn't have been ranked last all year round. Luming's voice was low, but there was no displeasure. Little uncle, why is your tone becoming more and more like my mother's? Lu Yin pouted and pulled Lin Yin as she asked, Do you think my little uncle will have menopause at his age? Lin Yin choked on Lu Yin's question. Looking at the black eyes that glanced over from the rearview mirror, Lin Yin broke out in cold sweat for Lu Yin and changed the topic. Lu Yin, actually, I saw Mu Ran and even asked for an autograph for you. Lin Yin took out the autograph Mu Ran had given her from her bag and handed it to Lu Yin. Lu Yin's face was filled with disbelief. She took the notebook from Lin Yin's hand and shouted in surprise when she saw the signature. Ah, Lin Yin, you're simply amazing. This is really Mu Rant's signature. He doesn't easily give people his autograph. How did you do it? Lu Yin carefully held the notebook and looked at Mu Rant's confident and powerful handwriting. The smile on her face became even brighter. I met him by chance. Let's see if there's a chance for you to meet him in the future. Lin Yin looked at the happy Lu Yin and felt very happy. That's great, Lin Yin. I announce that from now on, you're the #1 fairy in my heart. Lu Yin kissed Lin Yin's cheek, making her smile helplessly. Luming noticed the two girls fighting in the back row, and his doubts deepened. He noticed something special about Lin Yin. Compared to the carefree Lu Yin, the elegance and confidence revealed by Lin Yin's actions were difficult to imitate. Moreover, her style of doing things was definitely not like that of a simple-minded girl. Luming parked the car in front of the Su family's house and watched Lin Yin enter the house before starting the car. Lu Yin was still immersed in the joy of getting Mu Rant's autograph. As Luming drove, he asked Lu Yin casually, "Your good friend Lin Yin is the biological daughter of the Su family?" Lu Yin put away her notebook and replied to Luming, "Yes, the Su family mistakenly bringing back the wrong daughter has caused a commotion. Everyone should know, right? How's her personality usually?" Luming's voice was steady, and he sounded like he was just chatting. "Very good. Not only is Lin Yin beautiful, but her grades are also good. She's also very loyal." As Lu Yin spoke, she suddenly felt a little strange. When had her little uncle ever asked about someone like this? "Uncle, don't tell me you like Lin Yin?" Luming found Lu Yin's reaction funny and couldn't help but tease her. "Why? Do you think I'm not worthy of your friend?" Lu Yin did not notice the smile on Luming's lips. She thought about it seriously for a moment and replied, "Everything else is fine, but little uncle, will it be difficult to communicate with Lin Yin because of the age gap?" The smile on Lu Ming's lips was a little stiff. He turned his head slightly and said to Lu Yin, "I think it's necessary to discuss your studies with second brother." "Don't, little uncle. If you want to say it, say it. Why did you drag my father out?" Lu Yin suddenly felt a little discouraged. She had already been warned by her parents many times because of her studies. If her little uncle went to add fuel to the fire, her future days would be even worse. "Then you should work harder yourself. You have good taste in making friends, but why can't you figure it out when it comes to yourself?" Luming felt that although results didn't represent everything, for the current Lu Yin, having higher results was always beneficial to her in all aspects. Lin Yin, who had returned to the Su family, heard Su Fei and Chu Yun's laughter as soon as she entered. Su Zhan saw the high-end sports car that had just sent Lin Yin back and looked at her with joy. "Xiaoyin, come over quickly. Your sister was chosen to be the female lead of Mu Rant's movie." Su Zhan's face was filled with a smile. He saw that Su Fei had a chance to appear on the screen and that Lin Yin had a chance to hook up with a rich person. He was very proud. Su Zhan wanted to see his two daughters be of value to the Su Corporation the most. "Young miss, come and sit. I made your favorite dishes. Eat more later." Aunt Li could tell that Lin Yin still could not integrate into the Su family, so she was especially concerned about her. "Okay, thank you, Aunt Li." Lin Yin washed her hands and sat down beside Su Fei. "Little Yin, you won't blame me for snatching your chance to film with Best Actor Mu Ran, right?" Su Fei said timidly, looking at Lin Yin with an aggrieved and innocent gaze. "What do you mean you snatched it away? It's clearly because you're much stronger than her." When Chu Yun saw that Su Fei looked afraid of Lin Yin, he felt very frustrated. She was clearly the little princess she had doted on for more than 10 years. Why was she so afraid of a poor girl who came out of nowhere? "Hey, don't say that. Little Yin isn't bad-looking either. She'll definitely be able to find a good family in the future." Su Zhan looked at Lin Yin. His biological daughter was definitely outstanding in terms of looks. Su Zhan would definitely use Lin Yin's looks to obtain more benefits. Lin Yin sneered. She thought of her parents who had betrayed her again and again in her previous life, and her heart began to ache again. "Of course I'm not as outstanding as sister. Moreover, how can my attainments in acting compare to sister?" Lin Yin looked at Su Fei's gradually frozen smile and said slowly, "I'm not interested in acting at all. Sister, work hard. What do you know? It's definitely the highest starting point to be able to act with Mu Ran. If Mu Ran and Fei Fei's faces appear on television at the same time, how beautiful would that scene be? They might even become a screen couple or something." Our Feifei will become a big star. Chu Yun fantasized unrealistically. Su Fei thought of Mu Ran's exquisite and handsome facial features and felt a little shy. She muttered to Chu Yun, "Mom, I already have brother Jing Chao. My daughter is beautiful. What's wrong with her having more suitors?" Chu Yun looked at Su Fei, who had a rosy face, as if she had become a famous celebrity. Lin Yin was shocked speechless by Chu Yun and Su Fei's blind confidence. Although Su Fei looked alright, if she appeared on the screen at the same time as Mu Ran, with Mu Ran's demonic looks, wouldn't Su Fei be instantly turned into dust? Seeing that Lin Yin was silent, Su Fei thought that she was jealous of her. Her tone was a little smug. "Sister, I'm sorry. I know you're already sad that you lost the selection. I shouldn't have." Lin Yin looked at the coy and pretentious Su Fei and really wanted to splash the fruit juice in her hand on her face. She suppressed her disgust and said, "Sister, you don't have to worry about me. It's better to put on more facial masks before filming a movie, lest there are too many flaws on your face." Lin Yin looked at Su Fei, who was so angry that she couldn't speak, and her appetite improved. After quickly filling her stomach, she returned to the bedroom on the second floor. Her phone suddenly rang. Lin Yin saw that it was an unknown number and answered the call. "Hello, Miss Lin Yin. I'm Mu Ran's manager, Wei Yuan." Wei Yuan's tone was very polite and his attitude towards Lin Yin was very enthusiastic. "I want to ask if Miss Lin has thought about it. Do you want to try to participate in the filming of the micro-movie?" "I'm sorry, I really don't have any plans to film a movie, and I don't want to show my face on the screen." Lin Yin rejected Wei Yuan's invitation. After her rebirth, her goal had always been to take revenge and do her best to destroy the Su family. Therefore, before she matured, Lin Yin did not want to be in the limelight. When Wei Yuan heard Lin Yin's words, beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. He was also a famous top manager of Chunyi Entertainment. If Mu Ran, that little ancestor, hadn't said that the female lead had to be Lin Yin, he wouldn't have had to beg a girl who hadn't graduated from high school. Hearing Lin Yin's rejection, Wei Yuan thought for a moment and said into the phone, "Actually, even if you participate in the filming, you don't have to show your faces." Afraid that Lin Yin would refuse, Wei Yuan quickly sped up. "Miss Lin, actually, you don't have to worry about all this. Our filming is mainly done on your campus. Although you're the female lead, there aren't many real scenes. Almost all of them are from the back. With makeup, special effects, and filters, no one should be able to recognize you. There's no need to worry about these things." Lin Yin recalled Lu Yan's love for Mu Ran and was a little hesitant. She paused for a moment and asked, "I'm not a professional actor. How long will the filming take? If I participate in the filming, I'm afraid I'll cause you trouble." Seeing that Lin Yin's attitude had softened, Wei Yuan hurriedly persuaded, "No, Mu Ran and I will be very happy if you can join us. The filming time won't be long. You just need to use your spare time, about 3 days. As long as you agree, I'll arrange it immediately." When Lin Yin heard Wei Yuan say so much in one go, she couldn't help but laugh. "But didn't you hold a school belle selection for this role?" "I wasn't chosen. Isn't this a little troublesome?" "Those are all small problems. You're the female lead that Mu Ran has personally chosen. No one will question you." In the end, Lin Yin agreed to Wei Yuan's filming invitation not only for Lu Yan's wish, but also to let Su Fei have a taste of disappointment. The next morning, Lin Yin arrived at West Axis Academy and heard everyone discussing the results of the school belle selection. Lu Yan knew that Lin Yin knew Mu Ran in private, so she no longer cared about Su Fei and Shurdai showing off. During the lunch break, Lu Yin called Lin Yin and Yang Shui together. "Have you guys heard?" Lu Yin had a mysterious expression on her face. She lowered her voice and said, "In order to canvass for votes, Su Fei actually secretly contacted many boys from other classes online. Zhang Chao accidentally discovered some texts with an ambiguous tone. Now, the two of them seem to be breaking up." Lin Yin went out early in the morning and did not notice Su Fei. She did not know that she would go so far to win votes. Su Fei even reported you for faking the votes. Isn't it even worse for her to do this? Yang Shui and her classmates from the publicity department had asked around. It was indeed Su Fei who reported Lin Yin for buying votes. "TSK, at most I'm just spending more money." She called them brothers so coquettishly, but she didn't get more votes than me in the end. Lu Yin didn't like Su Fei's actions, nor did she shame her for her lack of bottom line. She thought for a moment and said, however, it would be a pity if Su Fei really broke up with Zhang Chao. These two people have the ability to make me nauseous. They're clearly a perfect match. However, because Su Fei's votes were much higher than the second place, the school bell selection ended early. Yang Shui looked at Lu Yin worriedly. Maybe Su Fei is really going to film with Mu Ran this time. When Lu Yin heard Yang Shui's words, her expression darkened. Sigh, if it really doesn't work out, I'll apply for leave to stay at home during the few days Mu Ran is filming with her. Anyway, I can't just watch her taint my male idol. Lu Yin felt disgusted at the thought of Su Fei's face. Then won't you be able to see your Prince Charming, Mu? Yang Shui looked at Lu Yin with concern. Yang Shui, are you a demon? Can't you see that my heart is already bleeding? Lu Yin was a little discouraged and hung on Lin Yin. All right, you don't have to go anywhere. Just stay in school and watch the show. Lin Yin thought of how Su Fei would look after knowing the outcome and was actually looking forward to it. The three of them walked towards the canteen and heard an argument coming from the grove not far away. How did you become like this? Zhang Chao pressed Su Fei's shoulder in disappointment. Thinking of the ambiguous and coquettish chat records with the other boys on Su Fei's phone, Zhang Chao was furious. I'm not, brother Zhang Chao. Su Fei was a little anxious. Although the Zhang family was not much stronger than the Su family, she did not want to lose such a backer. Seeing the anger in Zhang Chao's eyes, Su Fei walked forward and gently grabbed his arm. She said gently, Brother Zhang Chao, I saw Lin Yin using this method to canvass votes previously and couldn't help but imitate her in a moment of impatience. Hearing Su Fei mention Lin Yin, Zhang Chao's eyes were filled with hatred. Lin Yin had already hit him twice. If he didn't teach her a lesson, she would really think that he was easy to bully. Of all people, you chose to learn from that BTCH. Before she was brought back by the Su family, she might have been in some dirty business. Don't interact too much with her, lest you learn those despicable skills from her. Zhang Chao slandered Lin Yin and felt much better. The way he looked at Su Fei softened. Although Su Fei was not as beautiful as Lin Yin, at least she was clean. Brother Chao, although Lin Yin came from a bad background, she's still my sister. Don't say that about her. Su Fei looked like she was complaining about Zhang Chao, but she was very smug. Lin Yin was recognized by the Su family halfway. Her lowly past could not be erased no matter what. Just based on this, she would never be able to compare to her. You're just too innocent and kind. Zhang Chao stroked Su Fei's hair. She's such a beautiful girl who lives in a low-class society with mixed personnel. How clean do you think she can be? Zhang Chao thought of Lin Yin's bright and moving face, and greed flashed across his eyes. It's fine to play with that kind of woman. For marriage, it's more suitable to find an obedient and cute person like you. Zhang Chao was still immersed in his fantasy. If he could get Lin Yin's body and marry Su Fei, his life would be exciting. Smack. With a burning pain on his face, Zhang Chao covered his cheek with his right hand and saw the gloomy Lin Yin in front of him. You want to play with me? All right, I can fulfill your wish. Lin Yin's gaze was cold as she looked at Zhang Chao as if she was looking at a dead person. Zhang Chao was a little flustered by Lin Yin's gaze. He did not know why a girl much shorter than him would exude such a powerful and terrifying aura. Before he could react, Lin Yin suddenly grabbed Zhang Chao's arm and twisted it back. Zhang Chao screamed and knelt on the ground. Su Fei, who was beside him, was also so frightened that her face turned pale. She hurriedly took a few steps back, afraid that Lin Yin would notice her. Aren't you afraid that I'll tell the principal? You'll definitely be punished for maliciously hurting someone in school. Zhang Chao's arm had already been dislocated, and cold sweat seeped out of his forehead. He looked at Lin Yin fiercely and viciously. Then I want the principal to hear what young Master Zhang said to slander his classmates. Lu Yin stood behind Lin Yin and played the recording on her phone. Zhang Chao and Su Fei's conversation was recorded, and the slander and abuse of Lin Yin were completely replicated. You guys. Zhang Chao couldn't stand the pain, but if Lu Yin publicized the content of the recording, the perfect image he maintained in school would be ruined. Zhang Chao glanced at Lu Yin behind Lin Yin. With the Lu family's snobbery, even the principal of West Axis did not dare to underestimate her. There was definitely no benefit in forming a grudge with Lu Yin. The two of you disgusting people are indeed compatible. Thinking of Lu Yan's words, Lin Yin agreed at this moment. She lowered her body and warned Jing Chao, if I hear any rumors that are disadvantageous to me, it's all on you. Sooner or later, I'll slowly get it back. Lin Yin's words shocked Jing Chao and Su Fei. They were stunned on the spot and did not come back to their senses until they left. Lin Yin was like a rose that had bloomed in Hades. She was beautiful and flirtatious, but no one dared to approach her. Brother Jing Chao. Seeing Lin Yin walk away, Su Fei helped Jing Chao up. Seeing the hatred in his eyes, Su Fei comforted him softly. Lin Yin is the real daughter of the Su family. It's normal for her to have a bad temper. Let's not offend her in the future. Zhang Chao held his dislocated arm and spat in the direction where Lin Yin had left. What kind of missy is she? She really thinks she's important just because she has Lu Yin by her side. Supported by Su Fei, Zhang Chao looked in the direction where Lin Yin left and gritted his teeth. Lu Yin can't stay by her side every day either. One day, I'll let her have a taste of living worse than death. Su Fei looked at the ruthlessness in Zhang Chao's eyes and was secretly happy. Brother Zhang Chao, although she's my sister, if I have to choose between you and her, I'll always stand by your side and support you. Because of Lin Yin's appearance, the conflict between Zhang Chao and Su Fei was resolved. However, the next day, when Su Fei arrived at West Axis Academy, she heard bad news. Fei, Mu Ran's production team is here at West Axis Academy. Dai looked at Su Fei with a heavy expression. Really? Why didn't I receive the notice? Su Fei didn't understand. They were about to begin filming the mini-movie. So why didn't she, the chosen female lead, receive the notice? Dai hesitated and explained to Su Fei hesitantly, I think the filming has started, but the female lead is not you. What? Su Fei's expression was a little ferocious. She had already made a lot of preparations to be the female lead. She had even secretly practiced in front of the mirror, trying to show a more perfect expression. Noticing that she had lost her composure, Su Fei nervously hid her emotions and asked Dai, how is that possible? Isn't the results of the school bell selection already out? Is there another candidate? I don't know. Dai was also a little sad for Su Fei. She had been happy for a few days for nothing, but this was the outcome. I only heard that the female lead was personally chosen by Mu Ran. Su Fei clenched her fists tightly. She had already told Su Zhen and Chu Yun that she was the female lead. How was she going to explain such an accident to them? Moreover, in the past few days, all the students in West Axis Academy knew that she was going to be the female lead. Now that the matter had failed, wouldn't she become the laughingstock of the entire academy? Is she a student from our school? Su Fei thought of Lin Yin and suddenly had a bad feeling. I'm not sure. Dai shook her head and said to Su Fei, but filming will start in the afternoon. Although the filming location will be sealed, everyone's probably going to the corridor to watch. It should be clear by then. Su Fei was depressed. She only hoped that the protagonist Mu Ran chose was not a student of West Axis. That way, she would feel better. Lin Yin received Wei Yuan's notice early in the morning. Lin Yin and Wei Yuan raised a condition, hoping that her two friends could stay within close proximity of the scene. Wei Yuan was very accommodating to Lin Yin. After all, she was the female lead he had worked hard to get. He only briefly mentioned some things to take note of at the filming location to her before agreeing. When it was time to film, Lu Yin and Yang Shui followed Lin into the filming venue that Mu Ran's production team had commandeered. Lin Yin, Yang Shui, look at the makeup on my face. Is it smudged? Lu Yin was a little nervous. At the thought of seeing Mu Ran in person, her heart beat wildly. It's quite good. It's about the same as usual. Although Yang Shui didn't agree with Lu Yin's makeup, she still nodded against her will. All right, don't be nervous. I've spoken to Brother Wei Yuan. You can come to the venue to watch after class, but you must not let anyone know. Lin Yin pushed Lu Yin forward at a turtle's space. Lu Yin, who was usually straightforward and honest, was actually a little timid now. Lin Yin, do you really not want others to know that you're the one who's participating in the filming? Yang Shui did not think that it was a bad thing to be able to film a movie. She did not understand Lin Yin's decision. That's right. I still wanted to show off in front of Su Fei and Dai. The two of them were so smug before. Their expressions must not be good now. Lu Yin also thought that it was something worth celebrating that Lin Yin could become the female lead. I don't want to attract too much attention. It's better to keep a low profile. Lin Yin had other plans for her future. She didn't want too many people to notice her. Although Lu Yin and Yang Shui couldn't see the deeper meaning in Lin Yin's eyes, they still respected her decision. Before entering the filming venue, they changed into very inconspicuous clothes to avoid being discovered. Under Wei Yuan's lead, Lin Yin and the others arrived at the temporary dressing room of the production team. Lin Yin, Yang Shui, is my idol inside? Lu Yin felt that her face was already starting to burn, and she slowed down her pace. Let's go in and talk. Lin Yin pulled Lu Yin and Yang Shui, knocked on the door, and walked into the dressing room together. Lin Yin. Mu Ran had already done his makeup and hair. When she saw Lin Yin enter, she stood up to welcome her. Hello, let me introduce you. These are my friends, Lu Yin and Yang Shui. Lin Yin looked at Mu Ran in front of her and felt that he was a little different from the first time they met. He looked even more exquisite and handsome, and he exuded the powerful aura that a big celebrity should have. Hello, I heard from Brother Wei that you can look around. There's no need to be nervous. Mu Ran saw the two serious girls behind Lin Yin and gave them a friendly smile. Did my idol smile at me? Lu Yin grabbed Yang Shui's arm tightly. Her gaze was always on Mu Ran. This was the first time they were in close contact. Lu Yin was stunned by Mu Ran's appearance again. Looking at the two girls who were almost afraid to breathe, Mu Ran felt that Lin Yin was special. Her two friends had similar reactions to the people Mu Ran usually met. The first time they met, Lin Yin's reaction was too calm. Lin Yin, this is Jia, the makeup artist who's going to match your style and makeup later. Just call him Brother Jia. Before Mu Ran could finish speaking, Jia's mouth fell open in shock. Aran, where did you find this girl? Her foundation is too good. Jia looked at Lin Yin's exquisite face, as if he was admiring an uncarved artwork. When Mu Ran heard Jia's praise for Lin Yin, he smiled happily. I've always had a good taste in choosing people. I'll leave the rest of the work to you. You don't have to be too rigid with your makeup style. Try your best to make her advantage stand out. Mu Ran instructed Lin Yin to not be nervous and left the dressing room and rushed to the filming location. Seeing Mu Ran leave, Jia sized up Lin Yin suspiciously and asked in a low voice, Little beauty, you're not Mu Ran's sister, are you? Lin Yin looked at the well-dressed middle-aged man in front of her and smiled. No, I haven't known him for long. Jia nodded thoughtfully and sized up Lin Yin. If it were anyone else acting with that male demon, Mu Ran, they would probably be ignored. But as for you, I'm confident that you can outshine him. Lin Yin shook her head and said to Jia, Brother Jia, please let me try your best to make me look different from what I look like now. I'll listen to your arrangements. Jia liked Lin Yin's straightforward personality very much. He nodded confidently and began to choose clothes for her. He picked the clothes one by one. Lin Yin was like an obedient Barbie doll. Under Jia's constant praise and surprise, she kept trying on exquisite and beautiful clothes. Lu Yin and Yang Shui, who was watching from the side, were a little dazzled. They knew that Lin Yin was beautiful, but they didn't notice that Lin Yin's figure was also curvy. Sigh, look at you and then look at me. We're both 17 or 18 years old. There's simply no way I can compare to you. Lu Yan's gaze landed on Yang Shui's chest, and she shook her head helplessly. Yang Shui covered her chest in a panic and frowned as she said to Lu Yin, My mother said that every girl has their own unique beauty. We might be beautiful in the heart. Lu Yin did not feel comforted at all. She looked at Lin Yin, who came out of the fitting room, and could not help but praise her. Oh my God, Lin Yin is too good looking. Not only Lu Yin, but everyone in the dressing room was attracted by Lin Yin. The burgundy tight dress outlined Lin Yin's exquisite figure even more perfectly. Her fair skin was exquisite and flawless against her black hair, and her moist red lips were beautiful and charming, like a blood-red rose that had bloomed in winter. She was coquettish and moving, simply too perfect. Jia's eyes were a little fixed. It had been a long time since he was so stunned. I didn't expect that although you're young, you're actually suitable for such a mature and beautiful style. Ojia had been asking Lin Yin to change her clothes because he felt that the previous clothes weren't enough to reflect Lin Yin's beauty. However, the beautiful burgundy dress in front of him actually matched Lin Yin's temperament. "Darling, come and sit down. I'm confident that I can draw a set of beautiful makeup for you. I guarantee that your parents won't recognize you." When Ojia saw Lin Yin, his inspiration suddenly erupted, and he finally realized how important the muse was to artists. Although Lin Yin was a little uncomfortable with Ojia's exaggerated appearance, since he could completely change her, she had achieved her goal. Lin Yin sat on the makeup chair cooperatively and closed her eyes slightly. She ignored Ojia and let him draw on her face excitedly. "Oh my God, open your eyes and take a look. I can guarantee that you'll be the most stunning existence in the camera." Ojia looked at his work in satisfaction. Lin Yin slowly opened her eyes and looked at herself in the mirror. Without the childishness on the high school student's face, Lin Yin's big almond-shaped eyes were carefully decorated by Ojia. She looked dangerous and charming. Her red lips were smeared with a layer of lustrous light, making her look even more beautiful. Lin Yin looked at the mirror in satisfaction. She probably wouldn't be recognized, because the current Lin Yin looked more like her in her 20s. "Thank you. I'm very satisfied." Lin Yin nodded slightly at Ojia. Then, she stood up and walked towards Lu Yin and Yang Shui. "No, I must take a photo of you." Lu Yin took out her phone excitedly. Lin Yin was even more eye-catching than Mu Ran. Lin Yin cooperated and smiled at Lu Yan's camera. She reached out her fair arm and lowered the baseball cap on Lu Yin and Yang Shui's heads. She said softly, "Be careful later. Don't be recognized by the other students in the school. Call me Lin Lin if you need anything, understand?" Lu Yin and Yang Shui nodded fiercely. The two of them were sure that no one in the entire West Axis Academy would associate the beautiful woman in front of them with the 18-year-old Lin Yin. Lu Yin and Yang Shui followed Lin Yin to the filming location. Lin Yin's appearance made everyone stop what they were doing. Who is she? The female lead? She's too beautiful. Wow, when she's standing with Mu Ran, it's so pleasing to the eye. Is she a new actress? She's so beautiful. I shouldn't have no impression of her. Discussions sounded from all directions. Although they were all praise and admiration, Lin Yin still didn't like to be the center of attention. Mu Ran was also a little stunned when she saw Lin Yin in front of her. Seeing Lin Yin frown slightly, he comforted her softly. "You don't have to care about the gazes of others. Some people are born to be the center of attention." Lin Yin had a good impression of Mu Ran, and the nervousness in her heart decreased a lot after seeing him. Under everyone's gaze, Lin Yin and Mu Ran started filming. As Wei Yuan had sent the script to Lin Yin in advance, the filming went very smoothly. Although it was Lin Yin's first time filming, her reaction timing was not inferior to the experienced Mu Ran. "Yang Shui, why is it that my idol is clearly present, but my gaze is always attracted to Lin Yin?" Lu Yin and Yang Shui stood in a temporary shed not far away. They couldn't take their eyes off Lin Yin's natural and exciting performance. Because she's really beautiful. She's so beautiful that it's difficult to ignore. Yang Shui was also very engrossed in watching. She felt that Lin Yin's body seemed to be glowing. The director in front of the camera felt a little regretful and asked Wei Yuan, "Can we really only film the girl's side profile and back view?" "Yes, our concept of filming is like that too. Mu Ran is the protagonist. Moreover, I promised the female lead before that I wouldn't give her too many scenes." Wei Yuan was very surprised by Lin Yin's performance and no longer regretted his efforts. What a pity. Such a perfect face is simply born for the camera. The director sighed softly and turned to Wei Yuan. "Is the girl acting as the female lead a newcomer to Chinese entertainment?" Wei Yuan shook his head regretfully. "I do want to sign her, but she doesn't seem to have any intention of entering the entertainment industry. I can't force her." Sigh, a rare good seedling. The director looked at Wei Yuan and said seriously, "Try your best to keep her. I have a feeling that this girl definitely has the capital to become a superstar. With some nurturing, she won't lose to Mu Ran in terms of popularity in the future." Wei Yuan was also very interested in Lin Yin. She had a similar aura to Mu Ran. Although she was still young, her aura was enough to suppress many people around her. There were many students gathered in the corridor of the West Axis Academy's higher floors to watch the commotion. They were not allowed near the scene of filming, but the progress of the filming could be seen from the floor-to-ceiling windows in the corridor. Who is that girl? She's simply my ideal goddess. She should be a new actress. I can't see her clearly, but there's no such outstanding girl in our school. That's right. She's really amazing. She's even more eye-catching than Mu Ran. How can the girls in West Axis compare to her? The students surrounding the window looked surprised when they saw the girl beside Mu Ran. They had never seen such a beautiful girl in the entire West Axis. Su Fei stared fixedly at the girl in the red dress beside Mu Ran. She was extremely jealous. The position that should have belonged to her had been snatched away by another girl, and everyone felt that that girl was more suitable. Fei, don't be sad. That woman must be a celebrity. It's normal that you weren't chosen. Sherdai noticed that Su Fei was in a bad mood and comforted her softly. Before Sherdai could finish speaking, Su Fei's expression turned even uglier. Although the students behind her were not loud, it still reached Su Fei's ears. Previously, she kept bragging that she would be the female lead. Compared to her, it's simply like a rose and foxtail. How laughable. That's right. I don't think Su Fei is as beautiful as Lin Yin, and she's always arrogant. This time, let her see what it means to overestimate herself. I'm embarrassed for her. Mockery and laughter sounded from behind. Su Fei bit her lower lip hard and clenched her fists, trembling slightly. She looked around and did not see Lin Yin and Lu Yin. She asked Sherdai, where did Lin Yin and Lu Yin go? Who knows? She wasn't here just now. Perhaps she felt embarrassed that she didn't get chosen and didn't dare to watch. Sherdai blurted out without thinking too much. She noticed Su Fei's low mood and realized that she had said something wrong just now. She hurriedly explained, Fei, I mean Lin Yin. I don't mean anything else. Su Fei smiled and pretended not to care. She said to Sherdai, it's fine. Let's go back too. Sherdai did not dare to provoke Su Fei anymore and could only follow her back to the classroom. Lin Yin and Mu Ran's filming went especially smoothly. Although this was the first time they were working together, Mu Ran and Lin Yin were very tacit. The 2 days of work had been completed in the afternoon. How is it? Are you interested in acting now? Mu Ran felt that Lin Yin was very talented and liked the relaxed atmosphere with her. He hoped that he could work with her again in the future. I think this feeling of being the center of attention suits you better. Lin Yin looked at Mu Ran and felt that the man in front of her was really suitable to appear on screen. After working with him, she realized that Mu Ran enjoyed the filming process and was a natural actor. Lin, you're really amazing. Lu Yin and Yang Shui walked over together. Up close, they could feel Lin Yin's beauty again. Lu Yin said exaggeratedly, your first fan in the future will be me. Why? Are you abandoning me for another person now? Mu Ran looked at Lu Yin and deliberately asked regretfully. Of course not. I'm prepared to like the two of you in the future. I'll definitely support you. Lu Yin patted her chest confidently and asked Mu Ran weakly, Idol Mu, can we still come and watch the next time? Of course you can. You're Lin Yin's friends. Of course you can watch her participate in the filming together, Mu Ran said to Lu Yin and Yang Shui. She turned around and reminded Lin Yin, you did very well today. Continue filming tomorrow. With today's progress and the weekend, we should be able to wrap up early. Lin Yin bade farewell to Mu Ran and the other staff members. She went to the dressing room to remove her makeup and change her clothes before returning to the classroom with Lu Yin and Yang Shui. As soon as they entered the classroom, Lin Yin and the others heard many students discussing the mysterious female lead who was acting with Mu Ran. It's just that she didn't get chosen as the female lead, right? Is there a need to hide and not dare to come out to look? Sherdai said sarcastically when she saw Lin Yin and the others return. Lin Yin did not respond to her. Lu Yin and Yang Shui ignored her. They were not angry either. Instead, there was a smile in their eyes. Sherdai was a little surprised, but she only thought that they were deliberately covering it up. Lin Yin noticed the obvious disappointment in Su Fei and felt very happy. After a discussion, everyone agreed that the woman who was filming with Mu Ran this afternoon should be a new celebrity supported by their company. No one suspected Lin Yin. After school, Su Fei and Lin Yin returned to the Su family one after another. When Chu Yun, who had been looking forward to it for a long time, saw Su Fei, she hurriedly walked forward and asked, Fei, How is it today? I saw the news that Mu Rant's movie has started filming. Did it go smoothly? Su Fei's expression was a little ugly. Seeing the urgency in Chu Yun's eyes, she stammered, Mom, the female lead has been decided internally. I didn't participate. When Chu Yun heard Su Fei's words, she was a little surprised and dissatisfied. Seeing that Lin Yin was acting as if nothing had happened, Chu Yun felt even more uncomfortable. How can that be? The results of the vote were clearly out, but they suddenly used someone else. Aren't they deliberately fooling people? Lin Yin couldn't help but chuckle. When Chu Yun heard this, she turned around and asked her unhappily, Are you very proud that your sister didn't get chosen? You traitor. Of course not. You'd better reason with Mu Rant's production team. Otherwise, go to West Axis and question the principal. See if they can give sister an explanation. Lin Yin's tone was very calm, and her attitude was flawless. Su Jun, who had heard the entire conversation in the living room, did not look too good either. He stood up and said to Chu Yun and Su Fei, All right, what are you guys doing? Haven't you embarrassed yourselves enough? Su Jun was originally happy about Su Fei, but the sudden difference made him a little unhappy. And you, be careful in the future. Don't be like your sister, who is in a hurry to celebrate when it hasn't been confirmed yet and ends up embarrassing herself. Although Su Jun was talking about Lin Yin on the surface, he was obviously targeting Su Fei. I understand, Dad. I won't embarrass the Su family. After saying that, Lin Yin looked at Su Fei and slowly continued, Sister, you don't have to be sad. There will be another chance in the future. Whether it's glory or embarrassment, you have to grasp it well. With that, Lin Yin turned around and went upstairs, leaving Chu Yun and Su Fei behind. Mom, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. Su Fei felt like she had been betrayed by everyone. She had been mocked in school, and when she returned home, Su Jun was extremely disappointed in her. Sai, you were indeed careless this time. Just be careful in the future. Knowing that Su Fei had not become the female lead of Mu Rant's movie, Chu Yun could not hide the disappointment on her face, and her attitude towards Su Fei became much colder. Being left alone in the hall on the first floor made Su Fei feel very upset. Her gaze landed on Lin Yin's tightly shut bedroom door, and the hatred in her heart intensified. Lin Yin, it's all because of you. If you hadn't appeared, Dad and Mom wouldn't have treated me like this. Su Fei's gaze was vicious, but she still did not dare to speak too loudly. She took out her phone from her pocket and called Zheng Chao. Brother Zheng Chao, do you need my help with what you said before? Zheng Chao's voice sounded from the phone. There's no need. You're so soft-hearted. What can you help with? I've already arranged it. It's fine as long as you don't cause trouble for me. Brother Zheng Chao, didn't I say that I would stand on your side? Su Fei said coquettishly. But Lin Yin is a girl after all. Just let her apologize to you properly. Don't make things too difficult for her. Yes. Zheng Chao's tone was a little perfunctory. He deliberately asked Su Fei, How does Uncle Su usually treat Lin Yin? If I have a conflict with Lin Yin, will he blame me? No, Dad was so angry with Lin Yin just now. He said that Lin Yin lacks discipline. If anything happens, he will definitely stand on your side. Su Fei and Zheng Chao had lied. She knew that with Zheng Chao's personality of hating evil, if he knew that Lin Yin was not valued in the Su family, she would definitely have a very miserable ending. Feeling better, Su Fei began to look forward to the danger Lin Yin was about to face. The next day, Lin Yin filmed a second time during self-study in the afternoon. Although her personality was a little cold, because of her outstanding appearance, all the staff admired her. The filming process was still very smooth. When she returned to the classroom, Lin Yin noticed Su Fei looking at her from time to time and felt a little strange. Had she realized that she was the one filming with Mu Ran? Lin Yin immediately denied her guess because Su Fei looked at her with a faint smile. If she had discovered the truth, how could she have smiled? She did not know what other plans she had against her, but Lin Yin was not worried. In this life, she was no longer timid and weak. She would retaliate against those who dared to harm her. After school, Su Fei walked out of West Axis Academy as quickly as possible, found the Su family's car, and sat in it. Uncle Wu, drive. Su Fei sat in the back seat and instructed the Su family's driver. Why don't I see little miss? Uncle Wu asked Su Fei, who was in the back row. Oh, she's going back with the second daughter of the Liu family. There's no need to wait for her. Su Fei knew that Lin Yin would not take the Liu family's car today, but letting Lin Yin be alone was part of Zheng Chao's plan that she agreed to. Okay. Uncle Wu didn't suspect anything, because Lin Yin usually wouldn't take the Su family's car back, but she would inform him in advance. Su Fei's plan succeeded. Thinking that Lin Yin would be troubled by Zheng Chao and the others, she was very proud and prepared to go home to celebrate. Lin Yin walked out of West Axis's gate. After separating from Liu Yin and Yang Shui, she realized that the Su family's car was not waiting for her by the road like usual. Thinking of how Su Fei had left in a hurry, Lin Yin understood. Is there a need to plan for the entire afternoon just to let me go home by myself? Lin Yin shook her head helplessly. She didn't think Su Fei would be so bored. West Axis Academy was almost filled with rich children. The students who came out of school would be chauffeured, so there were usually no taxis at the entrance of the school. Lin Yin walked towards the shortcut, planning to take a taxi home at the next crossroad. As soon as she walked into the alley, Lin Yin sensed that something was wrong. It was as if someone had been following her from the beginning. Lin Yin pretended not to notice and walked deeper into the alley. Sensing the footsteps behind her getting closer and closer, Lin Yin gradually slowed down. Lin Yin. Zheng Chao's voice sounded from behind. Lin Yin turned around and saw Zheng Chao and a group of burly men beside him. Why? Are you looking for me? There was no panic on Lin Yin's face. She looked at Zheng Chao with a terrifyingly cold gaze. Lin Yin, aren't you very powerful? Let's see how arrogant you can be this time. The men behind Zheng Chao all looked like hooligans. When they saw Lin Yin's appearance, one of the bald men's eyes revealed greed. He couldn't help but ask Zheng Chao, "Young master, are you really going to fight? This woman looks so energetic. It's a pity if she's broken." Although Zheng Chao also coveted Lin Yin's beauty, he was more resentful after being humiliated by her time and time again. No, we have to beat him up first. We'll talk about the rest later. Lin Yin looked around. Because most of the students in West Axis took private cars, students with ordinary conditions like Yang Shui would also take the school bus at the school gate. There were almost no students like her who walked and prepared to take a taxi, so no one would pass by on this road. Save it. This alley was specially prepared for you. No one will pass by, and there's not even a surveillance camera. You'd better know your place and kowtow to me to apologize. Perhaps I'll let you off when my heart softens. Zheng Chao saw Lin Yin looking around and thought that she was afraid, so he felt even smugger. Is that so? There's no surveillance video? Lin Yin looked at the corner of the wall. As expected, there were no cameras. A cold smile appeared on her lips as she said to Zheng Chao, "That's great. None of you can leave today. Let's see if you can still laugh later." Zheng Chao knew that Lin Yin was quite skilled, but he did not believe that 6 or 7 men could not defeat a little girl who had just become an adult. Zheng Chao waved his hand, and the bald man behind him was the first to walk out. Looking at the girl with exquisite facial features in front of him, he grinned and approached Lin Yin with ill intentions. "Be good, call me brother. I'll be gentler later." Lin Yin couldn't be bothered to waste her breath on him. When he approached, she suddenly took a step forward, reached out, grabbed the bald man's collar, and threw him back. With a loud bang, the bald man was thrown to the ground. The other lackeys behind Zheng Chao mocked when they saw the bald man's miserable state. "Brother Wei, you can't even defeat a woman. How can you survive in front of your brothers in the future?" Only Zheng Chao's expression was a little heavy. "Attack together." Hearing Zheng Chao's words, the men behind him rushed towards Lin Yin at the same time. Seeing the few people rushing over, Lin Yin's clear eyes seemed to be dyed red. The intent to kill in her eyes seemed to have lowered the temperature around her. Seeing Lin Yin's murderous gaze, the men stepped back. The girl in front of them was like a red-haired Azura standing at the door of Hades, as if they would be tainted with misfortune as long as she approached. Lin Yin found everyone's flaws and attacked quickly and ruthlessly. Wails sounded continuously, and Zheng Chao's expression became even uglier. The sound of bones dislocating, the scream of someone falling to the ground, and the change in tone of begging for mercy rang out in front of her. The girl standing in front of everyone was still unharmed, her gaze fierce and cold. "You're all trash." Zheng Chao saw that the men were almost all over the ground. His rationality had been invaded by the anger in his heart, and he rushed towards Lin Yin. CEO Lu, don't worry. The teaching quality and student quality of West Axis Academy are the best in the country. Bai Bin and Luming had just finished a board meeting. Bai Bin, as the principal of West Axis, was very polite to Luming, who was the biggest shareholder of West Axis. Luming did not care. West Axis was not important to the Lu family. The reason why he was present today was because Lu Yin was studying here. President Lu, the students of West Axis will all be outstanding in various industries in the future. Through the efforts of our faculty, every student studying in West Axis will have a good memory. Director Zhang from the teaching department also carefully echoed. Yes, we will ensure the safety and health of every student. We will also pay attention to the comprehensive development of everyone. Before Bai Bin could finish speaking, a miserable cry came from the alley not far from the school gate. What's going on over there? Luming's assistant, Shun Yu, looked at the alley and asked Bai Bin in confusion. Let's go take a look. Cold sweat broke out on Bai Bin's forehead. He hoped that it was not a student of West Axis. Otherwise, it would have a bad impact. Luming and the others had just approached the entrance of the alley when they were shocked by the faint smell of blood coming from inside. CEO Lu, let me go in. Xin Yu did not want Lu Ming to encounter anything unexpected. No need. Lu Ming's eyes were deep. Hearing the continuous screams inside, he quickened his pace. Director Zhang and Principal Bai hurriedly followed. The few of them walked deeper into the alley and saw a tragic scene in front of them. Stop. Director Zhang recognized the boy lying on the ground with a face full of blood and hurriedly stopped them. When Lin Yin heard the sound, she let go of the unconscious Zhang Chao and slowly got up from the ground. She looked up and saw Lu Ming staring at her. The corners of Lu Ming's eyes twitched slightly. The first time he saw Lin Yin, she was so beautiful and dazzling that he could not take his eyes off her. The second time he saw her, Lu Ming felt that she was different from her peers. She was confident and mature. This time, she was like a girl from Hades, dangerous and charming. Lin Yin's fair skin was already stained with many black and red blood stains. The strong contrast looked especially glaring. The ground was filled with men. Lin Yin's figure was delicate, but her eyes were terrifyingly cold. It's you again. Lin Yin. Director Zhang walked forward to check Zhang Chao's injuries on the ground and looked at Lin Yin with a complicated gaze. This girl always caused trouble in school, but it was really scary that she could defeat so many men alone. CEO Lu, this was just an accident. Don't worry, I'll definitely handle it well. I definitely won't let such a dangerous student continue to stay in West Axis Academy. Bai Bin explained to Lu Ming as he wiped the sweat off his forehead. Lu Ming ignored Bai Bin and walked past him towards Lin Yin. Are you injured? Lu Ming took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped away the blood on Lin Yin's face. Although his tone was cold, his actions were very gentle. Lin Yin shook her head and looked at the tall man in front of her, the corners of her lips curling up slightly. Lu Ming, it turned out that you were still the same as in your previous life. Although you look cold, you're still nosy. Bai Bin and Director Zhang were a little surprised to see Lu Ming's actions. Bai Bin reacted and hurriedly changed his words. Student, are you injured? So many people bullied you. You must be frightened, right? When Director Zhang saw Principal Bai's change, he explained to Lu Ming, student Lin Yin has always been very outstanding. She even got first place in the previous mock examination. These brats must be looking for trouble with her. President Lu, don't worry. I'll definitely handle this matter well and give you and Miss Lin an explanation. Although Zhang Chao's family background was not bad, it was not worth mentioning compared to Lu Ming. Director Zhang could still understand such a small matter. Lu Ming looked at Lin Yin, took off his suit, and draped it over her blood-stained body. Let's go. I'll take you home. Lu Ming ignored the apologetic Bai Bin and Director Zhang and left the alley after talking to Lin Yin. Lin Yin did not refuse. It would be strange if she was not treated as a murderer if she went to take a taxi like this. Xin Yu drove in front, and Lin Yin sat in the back with Lu Ming without saying a word. Lu Ming looked at Lin Yin beside him. There was still some blood on her face, and her hair was a little messy. At this moment, she had a sense of fragility and beauty. Is someone looking for trouble with you? Do you need my help? Lu Ming's voice was magnetic. and his caring tone sounded beautiful in the enclosed space of the car. It's just a few idiots. I can settle it myself. Lin Yin was afraid of dirtying Luming's car, so she only occupied a small space. Suddenly, the car braked. Lin Yin suddenly fell forward and was held by a long and strong hand. Lin Yin smiled at the man beside her and said, "Thank you. You've already helped me many times." "I'm sorry, CEO Liu." A child suddenly ran over. "Are you and Miss Lin all right?" Xin Yu explained apologetically. "I'm fine." Lu Ming let go of Lin Yin's hand, and his heart beat faster. It was unknown if it was because of the sudden brake of the car or the girl's grateful gaze. "Have I helped you many times?" Lu Ming remembered what Lin Yin had just said and asked in confusion. Lin Yin nodded. "Yes, at least in my heart. You're a very reliable person." Lu Ming's expression was a little ugly. This little girl probably treated him as an elder. The car arrived at the entrance of the Su family. Lin Yin glanced at the suit jacket that was already stained with blood and said apologetically to Lu Ming, "I'm sorry for dirtying your clothes. I'll clean them up before returning them to you." Lu Ming did not refuse and nodded. He watched Lin Yin enter the Su family before instructing Shun Yu to drive. As soon as Lin Yin entered the hall, she saw Su Fei lying on the sofa, wearing a facial mask and eating fruits. "You left me alone at the entrance of West Axis School. You're quite relaxed at home." Lin Yin's ruthless voice sounded from behind. Su Fei suddenly straightened up from the sofa, and the mask on her face fell. "You? How is that possible?" Su Fei's pupils trembled slightly as she looked at the unharmed Lin Yin in disbelief. Didn't Zheng Chao find many gangsters? Lin Yin was alone. How could she appear here unscathed? What's impossible? Or do you think that something should have happened to me? Lin Yin placed her hands on the back of the sofa and stared down at Su Fei, admiring the timidity and uneasiness in her eyes. Nothing. Su Fei avoided her gaze and inadvertently saw the ill-fitting man's coat on Lin Yin. She pretended to be concerned and asked, "Sister, where did you go? You're still wearing someone else's clothes. Take them off quickly. Don't let Mom and Dad see them. It won't be good." Lin Yin looked at the hypocritical Su Fei and slowly took off Lu Ming's coat and draped it over her arm. She leaned closer to Su Fei. "Don't you know where I went?" Seeing the shock on Su Fei's face, Lin Yin pointed at the dried blood on her body and smiled at Su Fei. "Sister, the fiancé you chose is really too lousy." Lin Yin saw Su Fei's increasingly pale face and whispered in her ear. He's so frightened that he begged for mercy after only bleeding a little. "You really should go and see for yourself." Su Fei's body stiffened. As Lin Yin approached, she smelled the faint smell of blood on Lin Yin. Su Fei could no longer control her emotions, and her voice was trembling. "What did you do? How's Brother Zheng Chao now?" Lin Yin pinched Su Fei's chin hard. Seeing her cry in pain, she smiled in satisfaction. Hearing Lin Yin's words, Su Fei's eyes widened in fear. She looked at the grim reaper-like girl in front of her and was afraid and angry. "Lin Yin, you're simply a lunatic." "Lunatic?" Lin Yin was very satisfied with Su Fei's expression. She looked at her with a deep and solemn gaze. "If I really was, you wouldn't be sitting here in one piece now." Su Fei's back broke out in cold sweat. She didn't know when it started, but she felt that Lin Yin was becoming more and more terrifying. "The Zheng family won't let you off." Su Fei didn't know Zheng Chao's situation, but she knew that in Su Jin's heart, the Zheng family was much more important than Lin Yin. "Thank you for your reminder, but I won't let them off either." "Of course, that includes you." Lin Yin's tone was very cold, but it made Su Fei panic. "You're restless the moment you come back." Chu Yun heard the voice downstairs and knew that Lin Yin was back. She saw Su Fei on the sofa with tears on her face and Lin Yin standing at the side. Without thinking, she walked up to Lin Yin. "Have you ever treated Fei Fei as your sister?" Chu Yun knew that Su Fei had a weak personality. If she hadn't protected her, she might have been bullied by Lin Yin. "Why should I treat someone who has nothing to do with me as my sister?" Lin Yin had had enough of Chu Yun's favoritism. In her previous life, she had tried her best to accommodate Chu Yun's request and be an obedient daughter. She did not dare to offend Su Fei. But what did she get in the end? No matter what she did, Chu Yun and Su Fei would never accept her. She might as well end this fake family relationship from the beginning. "Nothing to do with you?" Fei Fei is my daughter. As long as I'm here, she's your sister. No one can chase her out of the Su family. Chu Yun shielded Su Fei behind her and looked at Lin Yin with a ferocious expression. So I'm your daughter too? I really couldn't tell. Lin Yin's eyes were cold. She had long lost hope for the mother and daughter in front of her. Holding Luming's clothes, Lin Yin turned around and went upstairs. Although she was not injured, Lin Yin was still a little tired. What was in front of her made her feel depressed and annoyed. You still have the guts to come back. Su Zhan walked out of the study angrily. When he saw Lin Yin, he scolded angrily. The Zheng family called. Zheng Chao is in the hospital now and is unconscious. Look at what you've done. There was no panic on Lin Yin's face. She looked straight at Su Zhan and asked, I did it? What evidence is there? You're still stubborn. The Zheng family said that Zheng Chao's friends all said that you injured him. Do you think you can escape? Su Zhan looked at the expressionless Lin Yin and was furious. The Zheng family was a very good business partner, so Su Zhan had the intention for Su Fei to marry Zheng Chao. Now that something like this had happened, the relationship between the two families was probably not as good as before. Lin Yin looked at Su Zhan and smiled. You suspect your daughter because of a few outsiders. You're really such a qualified father. Su Zhan felt a little guilty after Lin Yin's words. He had been a little suspicious, but on the phone, the Zhang couple's attitude was bad and they were agitated. He was also frustrated, so he vented his anger on Lin Yin. No matter what, follow me to the hospital now. We have to give the Zheng family an explanation for this. Su Zhan's tone was firm. When Su Fei saw Su Zhan berating Lin Yin, she was secretly happy. She tugged at the corner of Chu Yun's shirt and whispered, Mom, I'm also very worried about brother Zheng Chao. Can we go together? Chu Yun nodded, satisfied with Su Fei's understanding. We should go. Pack up. Mom will accompany you. Lin Yin looked at the mother and daughter who were helping each other to the second floor and felt a little disgusted. She turned around and followed Su Zhan out of the Su family's door. She was curious about how Zheng Chao's expression would be when he saw her. The sky outside the house gradually darkened. Lin Yin looked at the suit jacket in her hand and put it back on. The Su family took a car to the hospital where Zheng Chao was. As soon as they reached the door of the ward, they saw Zheng Feng with a serious expression. In-law, how's little Chao now? Su Zhan had a smile on his face, but Zheng Feng snorted coldly. How is he? The doctor said that there might be after effects. Look at the good daughter you raised. Zheng Feng only had one son, Zheng Chao. He was especially indulgent of him. Seeing that Zheng Chao was unconscious, he wished he could cut the person who hurt his son into pieces. Could there be a misunderstanding? Little Yin is a girl after all. Su Zhan's tone was also a little dissatisfied. After all, the Su family and the Zheng family were on par. He could not accept Zheng Feng's domineering attitude. Misunderstanding? Zheng Feng looked at Lin Yin, who was behind Su Zhan, and found it unbelievable. How could such a petite girl hurt Zheng Chao so badly? I hope it's a misunderstanding. But everyone else present said that your daughter did it. Zheng Feng shook his head helplessly, and his tone towards Su Zhan softened a little. Go in and ask for yourself. The witnesses are all inside. Under Zheng Feng's lead, Su Zhan, Lin Yin, and the others entered the ward. As soon as she entered, she heard countless wails caused by pain. The moment a bald man wrapped up like a mummy saw Lin Yin enter, he struggled violently. The other people who were still conscious reacted violently when they saw Lin Yin. This? Su Zhan was a little puzzled. He looked at Lin Yin behind him and asked, Little Yin, do you know them? No. Lin Yin shook her head and said coldly. She was not lying. How could she know someone she had only beaten up once? When the injured men heard Lin Yin's words, they didn't dare to make a sound. The girl's eyes were dark and deep, as if she would kill them if they said anything wrong. Zheng Feng pointed at a man with blonde hair sitting in the corner. Didn't you say that the person who injured young master was the youngest daughter of the Su family? The blonde man met Lin Yin's gaze, and his body trembled slightly. He was usually timid, so he had been hiding at the back when he fought with Lin Yin just now, which was why he was the least injured. Speak. This is my youngest daughter, Lin Yin. Was she the one you saw just now? Su Zhan was a little puzzled by the man's abnormal reaction and asked in an unfriendly tone. Probably. I hurt my head and can't remember clearly, the blond man said with a trembling voice. He didn't dare to hide it from Zheng Feng and was a little afraid of Lin Yin. Zheng Feng was about to say something when he heard his phone ring in his pocket. Hubby, our son is awake. Come back and take a look. His wife, Zhou Ping's sobbing voice sounded from the phone. Zheng Feng hung up and said to Su Zhan, let's go. We'll know what's going on when we hear what little Chow says later. Lin Yin followed the Su family and Zheng Feng into the elevator to the VIP ward. There was a doctor standing in front of Zhang Chao's bed and a middle-aged woman with a worried expression. Seeing Zheng Feng and the others enter, Zhou Ping hurriedly cried to Zheng Feng, what should we do? Hubby, the doctor said that our little Chow's leg might have after effects. When Zheng Feng heard his wife's words, he asked the doctor beside him, Doctor, is there a possibility of a complete recovery? It will definitely be much different from when he's in a completely healthy state. He can't run or jump violently or do extreme sports. His walking will be affected, but if it's managed well, his daily life shouldn't be affected too much. The doctor instructed his family on some things to take note of before leaving. Zhang Feng's expression was a little heavy. He could not accept any accidents happening to Zhang Chao. He could not accept that he had a physically disabled son. Little Chao. Zhang Feng looked at his son, who was still wearing a breathing mask on the bed, and asked, who injured you? Was it really Su Zhan's youngest daughter who did it? Su Zhan and Chu Yun stood at the side and looked at Zhang Chao nervously. Ever since they entered the ward, they had not dared to make a sound because Zhang Chao was really too injured. There was thick white gauze wrapped around his body in many places. The bruises on his face were still obvious and looked shocking. When Zhang Chao heard his father's words, he looked up and realized that the members of the Su family were standing behind his father, and Lin Yin was still staring at him coldly. Zhang Chao wanted to tear the woman in front of him apart, but out of pride, he really did not want to admit that it was the woman in front of him who had beaten him up like this. The hatred in Zhang Chao's eyes intensified. He stared at Lin Yin and noticed the ill-fitting men's coat she was wearing. Dad, it's not Lin Yin. I thought she was being bullied, so I went forward with my friends to stop them. Lin Yin looked at the weak Zhang Chao on the bed, and a cold smile appeared on her lips. What was so embarrassing about being beaten by her? Since he wanted to make things up, he had to bear the consequences. Lin Yin's expression did not change as she continued to listen to Zhang Chao's nonsense. But I didn't expect that the middle-aged man seemed to be Sister Lin Yin's boyfriend. When they realized that we saw them, they flew into a rage and injured us. Zhang Chao was still a little dizzy. After saying these words, he looked at Lin Yin proudly, but he realized that she was neither afraid nor defensive. Brother Chao, did you really see it clearly? If you say that, my sister's innocence is going to be ruined. Su Fei pounced on Zhang Chao's bed and deliberately said with heartache, even if you're discovered, you can't hit someone like this. When Zhou Ping heard her son's words, she walked towards Lin Yin. Natural BT, tell me, which wild man injured my son like this? Lin Yin was a little speechless. Zhang Chao's ability to make up stories was really bad, but looking at the fierce-looking woman in front of her, she smiled. I haven't seen anyone else. If Zhang Chao knows, let him find them himself. Zhou Ping looked at Lin Yin's nonchalant attitude and raised her arm high to slap her face. You. Zhou Ping looked at Lin Yin, grabbing her wrist in disbelief. She struggled but could not shake it off. Little Yin, don't be rude to Auntie. Su Zhan wanted to pull Lin Yin back, but she avoided him without a trace. Lin Yin let go of Zhou Ping's wrist and turned to say to everyone in the ward, if you want to ask questions, I'll accompany you. If you want to get physical, look at your own abilities first. The house was a little quiet. Su Fei also noticed that Lin Yin was wearing a coat that did not belong to her. Sister, your clothes. Su Fei's words made everyone present notice the man's coat on Lin Yin. You still say that there's no wild man? You're still wearing his clothes. Shameless BTCH. Zhou Ping was very agitated. As the high and mighty madam of the Zheng family, no one had ever been as rude to her as Lin Yin. Little Yin, tell us about that man. Uncle Zheng won't make things difficult for you. Su Zhan didn't want to fall out with the Zheng family. It would be best if he could find a scapegoat. Nothing else mattered. Anyway, he didn't care about Lin Yin's reputation. A man? Lin Yin looked at the high-end suit she was wearing and felt a little helpless. She wore it casually because she was afraid of the cold. She did not expect so many things to happen. Lin Yin thought for a moment and suddenly thought of something. She asked Jing Feng, "Uncle Zhang, I want to ask who sent Zhang Chao to the hospital?" Zhang Feng looked at the girl's overly calm expression and did not understand. Even if the Zhang family did not hold her responsible, her reputation would be ruined in the future. Why was she still so calm? Its principal Bai from West Axis Academy. He discovered little Chao in the alley and accompanied him in the hospital for a long time. He only left the hospital when we arrived. After saying that, Zhang Feng continued to observe Lin Yin's condition. "Oh, Principal Bai." Lin Yin smiled and had a plan. "You can call Principal Bai over. Everything will be easy to explain. I've never seen any wild man. The one who wanted to make things difficult for me was Zhang Chao himself." Lin Yin glanced at Zhang Chao, who could not move on the bed, and walked in with a smile in her eyes. "As for Zhang Chao's injuries, I was the one who hit him, but it was considered self-defense." "Nonsense. Lin Yin, do you really have to do this to protect that wild man?" Zhang Chao was furious, but he still couldn't move on the bed. "Little Chao, don't be agitated. Mom will help you." Zhou Ping looked at her son with heartache. Then, she rushed towards Lin Yin. As she tore off her coat, she shouted crazily, "Who is it? If you don't tell me, don't even think about leaving." Lin Yin looked at the almost crazy woman in front of her and frowned unhappily. She still had to return the jacket that belonged to Luming. With so many people present, she couldn't kill Zhou Ping. Lin Yin could only dodge. In her panic, a black business card fell out of her jacket. Zhang Feng picked up the business card on the ground and brought it close to take a look. When he saw the name glowing on the business card, his body trembled and he gasped. "Stop fooling around," Zhang Feng shouted at Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping was shocked by Jing Feng. When she saw the business card in Zheng Feng's hand, she hurriedly asked, "Hubby, who is it? Is it that wild man?" "What wild man? You're just a woman, and the juniors are all present. Why are your words so unpleasant?" Zhang Feng's expression was ugly as he smiled bitterly at Lin Yin, who was in front of Zhou Ping. Sujin noticed Zhang Feng's abnormality and walked closer to him. Under the light, he saw the low-key and luxurious name on the business card, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Luming. Sujin was a little shocked. The coat that Lin Yin was wearing was actually Luming's. No wonder old fox Zhang Feng had become like a quail. Luming's strength was something even 10 Zhang families could not afford to offend. Sujin looked carefully at the black suit on Lin Yin's body. It was indeed haute couture. The fabric and workmanship were not something ordinary people could wear. If his youngest daughter could get close to Luming, who in the entire business world would dare to look down on him in the future? Sujin was secretly happy and looked at Zhang Feng with a smug gaze. "It's getting late. You should go back and rest first. We'll talk about it later." Zhang Feng carefully placed Luming's business card back in Lin Yin's hand. Lin Yin looked at the business card in her hand and suddenly understood. It seemed like Zhang Feng treated Luming as the man she was with. She did not expect Luming's name to be so effective. It could make a person have such a huge difference. "Don't. The matter still has to be resolved. Uncle Zhang, let's call Principal Bai over." Lin Yin didn't want Luming to be misunderstood, and she had no intention of troubling him. No, it's too late. Principal Bai also needs to rest. Let's all go to school tomorrow to talk. Zhang Feng's change shocked everyone, including Zhou Ping, who was standing beside him. "Hubby, you're confused. You can't let this wretched girl go back no matter what." Zhou Ping still wanted to say something, but Zhang Feng pulled her behind him and gave her a warning look. He turned around and said apologetically to Su Jian and Chu Yun, "In-law, I've troubled you tonight. Go back and rest early. We'll talk tomorrow." Sujin knew very well, but he was still very polite on the surface. He pretended to exchange a few pleasantries with Zhang Feng and left the hospital with his family. As soon as they left the hospital, Sujin couldn't wait to pull Lin Yin's arm. He asked with a smile, "Little Yin, when did you get to know President Liu?" Lin Yin moved away from Sujin in disdain and said impatiently, "Liu Yin and I are friends. Is there a problem with me knowing her uncle?" Sujin looked at Lin Yin excitedly, as if he had discovered a treasure. "Of course not. You and CEO Liu." Lin Yin felt disgusted when she saw the greed in Sujin's eyes. In her previous life, He was the same. He could sell his daughter to achieve his goal. It's okay, Lin Yin said coldly and sat back in the car. Seeing Lin Yin's deliberate estrangement, Su Zhan was not angry. Thinking of her young and beautiful face, Su Zhan was very proud. As long as he could be related to Luming, not to mention marrying into the Lu family, even if she became Luming's lover, it would definitely be beneficial to the Su family. He chuckled and followed Lin Yin into the car. Su Fei and Chu Yun were a little confused. Mom, what's going on? Why are Dad and Uncle Zhang? Su Fei was indignant. It was clearly the best opportunity to punish Lin Yin. So why did Zhang Feng and Su Jin suddenly let her off? Who knows what they're thinking? Chu Yun's expression was not good either. She thought for a moment and said to Su Fei, but it's a good thing that the Zhang family won't pursue the matter. After all, after you get together with Zhang Chao, there won't be any estrangement because of this. Su Fei nodded obediently, but she felt very uncomfortable. From what the doctor had said just now, Zhang Chao would have a disability in his leg in the future. Although it would not affect his normal life, Su Fei did not want to marry a piece of trash that could not even deal with Lin Yin. That night, the Su family had their own thoughts. The next morning, Lin Yin was about to go to school when Su Jin stopped her. Little Yin, Principal Bai said that we have to go to the school to talk to the Zhang family in the morning. Mom and I will accompany you. You don't have to worry. Lin Yin looked at Su Zhan, who was different from yesterday, and did not reply. Instead, she walked out of the Su family with Su Zhan. When Lin Yin and the Su couple arrived at the principal's office, Zhang Feng and Zhou Ping were already there. Lin Yin, how are you? When Bai Bin saw Lin Yin, he got up from his chair enthusiastically. Lin Yin knew that Bai Bin would not make things difficult for her. She had already seen how practical the leaders of West Axis Academy were from the scene yesterday. In their eyes, the truth was not important. What was important was who had caused the accident. West Axis had always been like this. Whoever had more power was the truth. Principal Bai, it was clearly my son who was injured. Zhou Ping muttered unhappily when she saw Bai Bin's concern for Lin Yin, but Zheng Feng hurriedly stopped her. Oh, how's student Zheng Chao? Bai Bin gestured for the Su couple to sit down and sat back down. Although he's awake, he's injured so seriously. How can he recover? Zhou Ping gently wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and glared at Lin Yin. Principal Bai, something happened to my son at the school gate of West Axis. You have to give me an explanation. Bai Bin pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose. He had long expected the Zhang family's words. In order not to offend Lin Yin, who was protected by Luming, Bai Bin had already made preparations. Mrs. Zhang, calm down first. Bai Bin looked at the calm Lin Yin and sighed. If the Su family doesn't pursue this matter, our school won't expel Zhang Chao. Bai Bin's words surprised everyone except Lin Yin. Su Zhan confirmed his guess. Luming was the largest shareholder of West Axis. How could Bai Bin offend Luming for the Zheng family? Principal Bai, you saw it yesterday. The one who was injured is my son, and the one who was hospitalized is also my son. Zhou Ping looked at the dark-faced Zhang Feng beside her and was even angrier. After the Su family left yesterday, Zhang Feng had been reminding her not to offend Lin Yin. Now that she was bullied like this, she could not take this lying down. If you want to expel someone, you should expel that BTCH Lin Yin. She was the one who misbehaved. What did my son do wrong? Mrs. Zhang, watch your words. This is a school. When Bai Bin heard Zhou Ping scold Lin Yin, he heaved a sigh of relief. He took out the computer he had prepared and played a video. This is the surveillance camera at the intersection of the alley. Although we can't see what's going on inside, we can see at the intersection that it's the scene of your son, Zhang Chao, entering with a group of gangsters holding sticks. Zhou Ping looked at the recording and said unhappily, that's because my son saw her with another man. Shut up. Zhang Feng and Bai Bin spoke at the same time, scaring Zhou Ping. Bai Bin shook his head and continued, Mrs. Zhang, I hope you can understand the situation. When Director Zhang and I arrived yesterday, we saw Zhang Chao and a group of hooligans bullying Lin Yin. Bai Bin apologized to Su Zhan and Chu Yun. Fortunately, student Lin Yin is smart and alert. Otherwise, West Axis Academy really wouldn't be able to bear this responsibility. Zhou Ping's face was ashen. Zhang Feng also understood what Bai Bin meant. No matter what the truth was, Bai Bin was determined to protect Lin Yin. Su Jun and Chu Yun were also a little surprised. They did not expect things to develop in this direction. This was the first time Lin Yin had enjoyed such treatment. In her previous life, she was like an ant that anyone could step on. This time, she had borrowed Luming's light. If she wanted such a life, she had to stand at the same height as Luming. Zhang Feng and Zhou Ping left the principal's office with ashen expressions. Su Jun did not make things difficult for the Zhang family, indicating that they would discuss it after Zhang Chao recovered. Only Lin Yin and the Su family were left in the principal's office. Bai Bin enthusiastically made them 2 cups of tea. Lin Yin is really outstanding. She even got first place in the last mock exam. Su Jun and Chu Yun widened their eyes in disbelief. Neither of them had expected that Lin Yin, who came from a poor background, could actually get first place in West Axis. Bai Bin noticed the Su couple's shocked expressions and immediately understood. The Su family did not seem to be close to Lin Yin, their daughter. After all, they had just reunited and did not know each other well, so they did not care about her results. Bai Bin looked at the silent Lin Yin. The girl in front of him was very beautiful, and she had a noble and cold aura. He did not know if it was because of this that Lin Yin was favored by Luming. Lin Yin noticed Bai Bin's gaze and looked over unhappily. After all, she did not have a good impression of such a sinister person who prioritized benefits. Principal Bai, you're too kind. Little Yin is lucky to be able to study in West Axis. The smile on Su Jun's face never faded. He flattered Bai Bin hypocritically. It was like he enjoyed the feeling of being praised. After leaving the principal's office, Su Jun looked at Lin Yin in front of him and felt especially comfortable. Little Yin, go to school well. If you need anything in the future, just tell Dad. Don't stand on ceremony. Lin Yin smiled and nodded. She turned around and walked towards the classroom downstairs. Thinking of Su Jun's words, Lin Yin's eyes gradually turned cold. What she really wanted was probably not something Su Jun could afford. The wild girl who was worthless in her heart was actually so outstanding in the eyes of the principal of West Axis Psi. This girl is promising. Su Jun thought more and more highly of his daughter, Lin Yin. No matter who it was, as long as they could bring him benefits in business, they were good children worthy of being valued. You should pay more attention to Lin Yin in the future. Don't always be biased towards Fei Fei, Su Jun said to Chu Yun with some complaints. Thinking of her previous actions, Su Jun was a little worried that Lin Yin would hate them. What are you saying? It's just that my heart aches for Fei Fei. Chu Yun thought of Lin Yin's gaze and felt a little scared. Lin Yin is always strange and doesn't get close to us. Anyway, I can't accept her. Even if you can't accept it, you have to accept it. Don't forget that Lin Yin is our biological daughter. Su Jun's tone was a little tough. Zhang Chao could not compare to Luming at all. Su Jun wanted to get close to the Lu family, so he was especially concerned about Lin Yin. When she returned to the classroom, the teacher who was in class knew that Lin Yin had gone to the principal's office. He nodded at her and gestured for her to return to her seat. Lin Yin, why are you so late? Lu Yin lowered her voice and said in a voice that only Lin Yin and herself could hear, you still have to film in the afternoon. You're so late. How many classes can you attend? Lin Yin looked at the person in front of her who slept the moment class started and asked, you slept until you're confused. Why are you suddenly concerned about studies? Don't mock me. My mother gave me an ultimatum. If I am still last for the final exam, she'll make me retain. Lu Yin looked aggrieved. Your family really care about your results? Lin Yin was a little confused. Logically speaking, with the Lu family's power, there was no need for them to be so harsh on Lu Yin. Even if her results were very bad, the Lu family had the ability to let Lu Yin attend a good university. No, it's just that my mother cares more. Lu Yin sighed helplessly. But my father listens to my mother, so the entire family cares. When the bell rang, Lin Yin and Lu Yin spoke much louder. Then try to learn. There's still a month before the final exam. There's still hope of getting rid of the last place. Lin Yin felt that Lu Yin was very smart. The reason why her results were not good was that she spent most of her time sleeping like Gong Z. It's easy to say. I've already made 8 tutors so angry that they left. Lu Yin was a little dejected. She leaned on the table. Lin Yin, am I not able to graduate with you in Yang Shui? Don't be discouraged. Don't you still have Lin Yin? Yang Shui heard their conversation and walked over from the front row. She smiled and said, Lin is the top student in the cohort. Can't you just let her teach you? Lu Yan's eyes lit up as she asked Lin, darling, do you have any tricks to quickly improve grades? Lin looked at the starry-eyed Lu Yan and shook her head helplessly. Let me say this first. I can tutor you, but the speed at which your results improve depends on your ability in absorbing it. Okay, Teacher Lin. I'll definitely work hard. Lu Yan thought for a moment and asked Lin, then from tomorrow night onwards, come to my house to tutor me, okay? Lin didn't want to dispel her enthusiasm. She nodded and looked at Yang Shui. Yang Shui, do you want to come too? Forget it. My mother will be alone at home at night. I still want to go back early. Although Yang Shui liked to stay with Lin and Lu Yan, she still rejected their kindness. Lin, will there be a problem with your family? Lu Yan didn't know much about Lin Yin's other family members. She only knew about the annoying Su Fei. No, don't worry. Lin was sure that if Su Zhan knew that she was going to the Lu family, he would want to pick her up personally. She knew Su Zhan's character too well. He was a person who curried favor with the rich and powerful. In the classroom, Su Fei noticed Lin chatting and laughing. She was a little puzzled. Why was she still safe and sound after being called to the principal's office? There was no uneasiness or sadness on her face. Could it be that no one would pursue the matter after Lin beat Zheng Chao up like that? Su Fei held the pin in her hand tightly. Lin Yin's smile was especially dazzling in her eyes. Fei, are you okay? Shi Dai noticed Su Fei's abnormality and was a little worried. Realizing that she was looking at Lin, Shi Dai sighed and said, I thought that you would be the one to squeeze Lin out and film with Mu Ran and I would have a chance to meet my idol. Is the management of the filming location very strict? Su Fei asked casually. Yes, it shouldn't be so strict, but I heard that the female lead who filmed with Mu Ran doesn't like to be watched, so they cleared the scene in advance. Shi Dai said jealously, she's not famous to begin with, but she's quite arrogant. I don't think she'll be famous in the future. The current Su Fei was not in the mood to pay attention to any female celebrity. Just Lin was enough to give her a headache. After being depressed for the entire afternoon, when Su Fei returned home, she saw Su Lin in the hall and a few rows of exquisite luxury women's clothes behind him. Su Fei's eyes lit up as she said coquettishly to Su Lin, Brother, why haven't you come home to see me for so long? Su Lin looked at Su Fei in front of him and explained with a gentle gaze, I can't pull away from my work. Otherwise, why wouldn't I go home to see you? Because the Ma family had deliberately made things difficult for the Su Corporation's business previously, Su Zhan had also left a lot of mess for Su Lin, causing him to not have time to go home. Brother is still the one that treats me the best. You know how to treat me well. Su Fei shook Su Lin's arm gently, her gaze long attracted by the clothes behind him. Su Lin understood what Su Fei meant. He shook his head awkwardly and explained, I really didn't prepare it. Dad probably bought it for you. When Su Fei heard Su Lin's words, she was even more surprised. Compared to Su Lin's concern, she naturally hoped to be valued by Su Zhan. The brand manager standing at the side noticed Su Fei's gaze and explained, President Su asked us to send the clothes over so that you can choose whatever you want. If you need anything else, we can change them immediately. Seeing the woman in formal clothes being timid, Su Fei was very satisfied. It seemed that Su Zhan still cared about her. Her status in the Su family was unshakable to Lin. Fei, Daddy still cares about you a lot. Su Lin was also very happy to see the joy in Su Fei's eyes. Previously, Su Lin had been worried that Su Fei would be bullied by Lin. It seemed like his parents still cared about Su Fei very much. He had worried too much. As soon as Lin entered the house, she saw the commotion in the hall. When Su Fei saw Lin, she couldn't hide the smugness in her eyes. She bragged, Sister, these are all the clothes Dad prepared for me. Come and see if there's anything you like. I have too many clothes anyway. When the brand manager standing at the side saw Lin, surprise flashed across her eyes. Although Su Fei could be considered beautiful, the Lin in front of her was irresistible. Lin Yin's expression was cold. Although she didn't say anything, it was enough to attract everyone's attention. She had a noble and cold aura, which was what a real daughter of a rich family should be like. The brand manager recalled Su Zhan's instructions and asked nervously, May I know which one of you is Little Miss? Hearing the woman's words, Su Fei's expression turned ugly. She questioned the woman. What do you mean? The brand manager explained awkwardly. President Sue instructed me to prepare these clothes for Little Mississippi. I'm sorry. I was negligent and didn't express myself clearly. Sue Fei's expression had completely darkened, but Lin Ying looked at her as if nothing had happened and said faintly, I have enough clothes to wear. Why don't you come and choose a few? Sue Fei suppressed the hatred in her heart as tears welled up in her eyes. Thank you. I don't need it. Sue Fei couldn't control her emotions and ran towards the bedroom on the second floor. Fei. Su Lin was a little anxious. He looked at Lin Ying resentfully and scolded. She's your sister after all. How can you treat her like this? What about me? Lin Ying spread her hands innocently and smiled. I just returned her words. What's wrong with that? Su Lin was speechless. He glared at Lin Ying and chased after her to the second floor. Little miss, do you have any other instructions? The brand manager asked carefully when she saw that only Lin Ying was left. It's okay. Leave the clothes. You can go back. Lin Ying instructed the servants at home to send all the clothes to the changing room. It seemed like Su Jin felt that she was useful to the Su family and started to please her. Lin Ying sneered and looked at Su Fei's closed bedroom door, her eyes cold. Looks like you won't have a good life in the future, Lin Ying muttered to herself. She knew Su Jin very well. As long as it was someone useless to the Su family, he would not care about them at all. Previously, she was concerned about Su Fei because she felt that Su Fei would marry Zheng Chao, which was beneficial to the cooperation between the Su family and the Zheng family. Now that there was a better choice, how could Su Jun take Su Fei seriously? Lin Ying walked into the bedroom and looked at the clothes that the servants kept bringing in. She was not very happy. Anyway, she would overthrow the Su family sooner or later. She would not care no matter how Su Jun and Chu Yun treated her. On the other hand, the atmosphere in Su Fei's bedroom was not good. Su Lin kept comforting the crying Su Fei, but no matter what he said, Su Fei could not be happy. Brother will send you more and better clothes immediately. Don't mind Lin Ying. Su Lin's heart ached. Su Fei had always been doted on by him since she was young. She had never suffered such grievances. That's different, brother. Su Fei looked at Su Lin pitifully. Does Daddy not like me anymore? How could that be? One look, and you can tell that Lin Ying is a very vain person. She must have requested it from Dad. Don't think too much. Su Lin did not know how to comfort Su Fei. He realized that Su Fei was indeed not doing well in the Su family. I don't mean to blame Dad. Su Fei took the tissue from Su Lin and whispered aggrievedly. Lin Ying is Mom and Dad's biological daughter after all. It's normal that I can't compare to her. How can you not be better than her? In Brother's heart, you'll always be first. Su Lin lost his composure and grabbed Su Fei's shoulder. Realizing that the two of them were too close, he let go reluctantly. Only you think so, brother. Su Fei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes. Seeing Su Lin's concerned expression, she deliberately said worriedly, the 7th of next month is my birthday, and it's also Lin Yin's birthday. Although she's my sister, I'm only a few hours older than her. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been deliberately replaced. Su Fei looked worried. In the past, Dad and Mom would hold a birthday banquet for me at home. But this year, the protagonist must be only Lin Ying. Su Fei wanted to say something but hesitated. She said timidly to Su Lin, brother, I know I shouldn't be envious of Lin Ying, but when I see her with Mom and Dad, I keep feeling that I'm the unnecessary person. I should leave the Su family on my own. Hearing Su Fei's words, Su Lin fell into deep thought. Looking at Su Jun's attitude towards Lin Ying today, it was enough to prove how much he valued her. On her birthday, Su Jun would definitely introduce Lin Ying again in front of everyone. Su Fei's life would probably be even worse in the future. You'll never be the extra person. Su Lin's gaze was firm as he said seriously to Su Fei, I'll think of a way to embarrass Lin Ying on her birthday and make her understand who should get lost from the Su family. When Su Fei heard Su Lin's words, she was looking forward to it, but she still looked troubled. But brother, what should we do if Daddy finds out? No, Lin Yin's life experience in the slums is enough to taint her. I just need a little help and she'll be embarrassed in front of everyone. Su Lin looked at Su Fei, who was worried about him, and patted her shoulder gently. Don't worry, leave it to brother. Prepare the clothes you want to wear on your birthday and be the most beautiful little princess. Su Fei nodded. but she was plotting in her heart. She would not trust others completely like last time. This time, she had to do something to make Lin Yin unable to raise her head. Lin Yin and Mu Ran's movie was coming to an end. Mu Ran's acting skills were already very good, but Lin Yin's talent surprised all the staff present. The last scene was successfully completed. Wei Yuan jogged and handed Lin Yin and Mu Ran 2 bottles of fruit juice, his gaze lingering on Lin Yin. Are you really not considering becoming an actress? Chunyi Entertainment has really good treatment. Wei Yuan really admired Lin Yin. The last person who made him feel this way was Mu Ran, so he was sure that Lin Yin must be a celebrity who could be on the big screen like Mu Ran. Brother Wei, thank you for your kindness. I have no intention of being an actress now. Lin Yin could tell that Wei Yuan was sincere. After spending a few days with him, their relationship had become much closer. Lin Yin smiled and continued, but I promise you that if I have the intention of entering the entertainment industry, I will definitely contact you first. Wei Yuan could tell that Lin Yin really had no intention of becoming an actress. He shook his head regretfully. All right, with your ability, you'll shine in any field. Brother Wei, you used the same excuse on me back then. It's been so many years, but you haven't changed it, Mu Ran teased as he drank his fruit juice. Ancestor, can you not undermine me? It's been so many years. Only the two of you can make me say this. Wei Yuan smiled helplessly. He looked at the two people in front of him and was puzzled. Could it be that good-looking people were so difficult to please? After Lin Yin and the staff said goodbye, they prepared to return to the classroom with Lu Yin and Yang Shui. Although the filming over the past few days had been a little tough, Lin Yin had also gained a lot. Wait a minute. Lin Yin and the others were about to leave the scene when they saw Mu Ran running over not far away. When Lu Yin and Yang Shui saw Mu Ran, they blinked at Lin Yin and tactfully walked away, leaving them alone. Brother Mu Ran, is there anything else? Through her interactions with Mu Ran over the past few days, Lin Yin knew more about him. Although in everyone's eyes, Mu Ran was an unattainable and cold male god, to Lin Yin, Mu Ran was more like a gentle and considerate big brother next door who took good care of her. Little Yin. Mu Ran scratched his head nervously and smiled. He said to Lin Yin, "We're friends now, right?" Lin Yin nodded and smiled naturally. Of course. Seeing Lin Yin smile, Mu Ran suddenly relaxed. Sigh, actually, I'm just afraid that I'll lose contact with you in the future. For some reason, Mu Ran felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity with Lin Yin. Since we're already friends, you have to contact me more in the future. If you need anything, look for me in time. Okay, don't worry. Lin Yin looked at the serious Mu Ran and said, I can't wait to have such a handsome brother. I'll definitely contact you often. The atmosphere between the two of them was very harmonious. Their extremely good-looking combination attracted a lot of attention, including the infatuated Lu Yin. Yang Shui, do you think my idol has taken a fancy to our Lin Yin? Yang Shui didn't know either, but she also felt that Lin Yin and Mu Ran were very pleasing to the eye. I don't know, but if the two of them get together, I don't know who I should envy. That's right. I thought that no one was worthy of my idol, but if it's Lin Yin, it's not bad. Lu Yin thought in a daze. Suddenly, Lin Yin, who ran over, knocked her forehead lightly. Let's go. Don't stare blankly. Let's go back to the classroom. Wei Yuan noticed that Lin Yin and Mu Ran had an intimate conversation just now. Seeing that Lin Yin and the others had walked away, he ran to Mu Ran's side and asked softly, What did you say to that girl just now? Mu Ran looked at Wei Yuan and deliberately smiled. Guess? Wei Yuan looked at the overly bright smile on Mu Ran's face and asked worriedly, Little ancestor, you didn't confess to her, did you? Mu Ran looked at the nervous Wei Yuan and deliberately did not answer. No, Mu Ran. Actually, I don't object to you dating. When Wei Yuan saw Mu Ran leave, he hurriedly followed her. But not Lin Yin. She's only in her 3rd year of high school. Mu Ran stopped in her tracks, and Wei Yuan almost bumped into him. Can you have a sense of humor? Mu Ran explained helplessly to Wei Yuan. I don't have any other intentions for Lin Yin. I just treat her as my sister. Wei Yuan looked at the serious Mu Ran and spread his hands. It's good that you're not. With your current popularity, it's best if you stay single for a few more years. With you following me like this every day, how can I have time to date? Looking at Mu Ran's back, Wei Yuan pursed his lips. Who would believe that he was not interested in Lin Yin? All these years, he had never seen Muran so concerned about any girl. It seemed like he had to pay more attention in the future. After school, Lin Yin was about to tutor Lu Yin. She got into the car with Lu Yin and heard Lu Yin say to the Lu family's driver, "Uncle Luo, send us to Shanglin Bay." "Aren't we going to the Lu family?" Lin Yin had never heard Lu Yin mention Shanglin Bay and asked in confusion. "It's so boring to go home. My parents are still at home at night. It'll affect our fun." Lu Yin noticed the driver and changed her words. "It'll affect our serious studies." Lin Yin smiled helplessly. It seemed like this girl was not focused on her studies at all. The car drove for a long time. It only slowed down when the surrounding buildings slowly decreased. "Second miss, we're here." Uncle Luo opened the car door respectfully. Lin Yin got out of the car with Lu Yin. In front of them was a 3-story courtyard-style villa that occupied a huge area. The courtyard was filled with exquisite and luxurious wooden carvings and retro buildings. The courtyard was quiet and leisurely. Lin Yin followed Lu Yin in, and many servants in uniform nodded at them. "Lu Yin, is this your house too?" Lin Yin knew that the Lu family was rich, but she was still a little surprised by the size of the building in front of her. "It's my uncle's private residence, but don't worry. He usually stays in the villa in the city center and doesn't come back much." Lu Yin blinked at Lin Yin and said proudly, "I'm the only person in our Lu family who can enter and leave this place freely." Lin Yin followed Lu Yan's words. "Looks like your uncle treats you quite well." "Of course. After all, I'm his only niece." Lu Yin had always respected Luming. In her eyes, Luming had always been an omnipotent person. "Don't you have other siblings?" Lin Yin seemed to remember that Lu Yin was not the only one of her generation in the Lu family. Hearing Lin Yin's words, Lu Yan's expression suddenly turned solemn. Lin Yin could tell that she was in a difficult position, so she tactfully stopped asking. "Actually, I do have cousins, but we don't have a good relationship." Lu Yin treated Lin Yin as a very good friend and did not want to hide anything from her. Actually, the Lu family situation was not as simple as it seemed. "It's normal. Look at Su Fei and me. Let's not talk about them anymore. It affects my mood." Lin Yin noticed Lu Yan's emotions and deliberately changed the topic. She went into the courtyard with Lu Yin. "My uncle usually meets guests here. There are many empty rooms on the second floor to rest in. The third floor is where my uncle rests." Lu Yin glanced outside the house and said to Lin Yin, "There's a dining room and tea room behind the courtyard, as well as a pool, a garden, and an entertainment room. Although my uncle doesn't come back often, someone has been taking care of it. I'll bring you around." Lin Yin took out her books from her bag and said to Lu Yin seriously, "Compared to that, I want to visit your textbook more, student Lu Yin." "Lin Yin, you're so boring." Lu Yin took out her bag in frustration. "Second miss, eat something first." A middle-aged woman's voice sounded from behind. Lin Yin turned around and saw a woman in her 50s walking in with fruits and pastries. "Aunt Song, why did you bring it to me personally?" Lu Yin welcomed the woman happily. Lin Yin also stood up from her chair when she saw Lu Yan's reaction. "I heard that second miss brought a friend over, so I came over to take a look." Aunt Song looked at Lu Yin kindly. "This is Lin Yin, my best friend." Lu Yin looked at Lin Yin and said, "This is Aunt Song. She's been managing Shanglin Bay." Lin Yin nodded politely and said, "Hello, Aunt Song." "Hello, Miss Lin. This is the first time I've seen such a good-looking child." Aunt Song looked at Lin Yin and asked Lu Yin, "Second miss, does Mr. Lu know that you brought your friend here?" "Aunt Song, Lin Yin is a tutor I hired. My uncle has seen her before. He won't mind." Lu Yin wasn't lying. She felt that her uncle had a good impression of Lin Yin. He might be happy to know that she was here. "Okay, then you guys go study first. Go to the dining room for dinner later." Aunt Song walked out of the hall and did not disturb them. Lin Yin looked in the direction Aunt Song left and felt that her words and actions were not those of an ordinary servant. Noticing Lin Yin's gaze, Lu Yin explained, "Aunt Song has been with the Lu family for a long time. She can be considered to have watched me grow up. She's always been in the Lu family's old residence. She helped little uncle manage Shanglin Bay because she cares about him." Lin Yin nodded and smoothed out the paper in front of Lu Yin. "Come on, finish these 10 questions in 30 minutes. Let me see your foundation first." Lu Yin looked at the test paper in front of her unwillingly and muttered softly, "I might not be able to do a single question." Lu Yin secretly looked up and glanced at her. When she saw Lin Yin's serious and cold gaze, her heart tightened and she accepted her fate and looked at the test paper. Why was Lin Yin even scarier than her uncle when she was serious? Lu Yin regretted asking Lin Yin to teach her. She was not as easy to deal with as her previous tutor. Lu Yin racked her brain and solved a total of 7 questions. She carefully handed them to Lin Yin and watched nervously as she graded her paper. "Not bad. It's not as bad as I imagined," Lin Yin said to Lu Yin after reading the test paper. "Really? How many questions did I get right?" Hearing Lin Yin's words, Lu Yin looked at her paper expectantly. "Huh. I only got 2 questions right." Lu Yin said to Lin Yin dejectedly, "This is better than you think?" "Lin Yin, don't tell me you think I can't do a single question correctly? Although you didn't answer the questions correctly, you're not ridiculously wrong. As long as I tell you the appropriate method, you'll understand very quickly." Lin Yin wrote down the correct solution and handed it to Lu Yin. "Sure, I don't understand what teacher said at all. I can actually understand what you wrote." Lu Yin looked at Lin Yin's neat handwriting and felt enlightened. "That's because the method I wrote is relatively simple. It's easier to understand if you follow your previous train of thought." Lin Yin felt that as long as Lu Yin could calm down, it wouldn't be a problem for her to get rid of being in the last place. Under Lin Yin's coercion and temptation, Lu Yin did all the basic questions in different subjects. She gained a lot, but she was so tired that she couldn't stand up. "That's all for today. I helped you organize some concept formulas. Take some time to memorize them all. If you can't remember them, copy more." Hearing Lin Yin's words, Lu Yin nodded with a bitter expression and said to her, "Lin Yin, I used to think that my little uncle was the scariest existence in this world. Now that I see you, I don't think he's that scary anymore." The corners of Lin Yin's lips curled up. She was about to speak when she heard Luming's voice at the door. "Really? Then I'll tutor you in the future." Luming walked in from outside the house. "Little uncle, why are you back?" Lu Yin hurriedly stood up and explained awkwardly, "I was just joking with Lin Yin. She's good at teaching me. What's so strange about me coming back to my home?" Luming's gaze stopped on Lin Yin. "Rest for a while. Go eat first." Lin Yin nodded at Luming and followed him to the dining room with Lu Yin. "How is it? Teaching little Yin is hard, right?" Luming sat at the dining table and asked Lin Yin. "It's all right. Actually, Lu Yin is still very smart." Lin Yin looked at the aggrieved Lu Yin and smiled at Lu Ming. "That's right. Previously, my results were bad because the teacher didn't teach me well. With Lin Yin around, my results will definitely improve." Lu Yin felt that Lin Yin was indeed much better than the tutor her family had hired previously. "Okay, then you can study at my place after school." Lu Ming looked at Lin Yin again and said slowly, "If you need anything, you can tell me." Lin Yin looked up and met Lu Ming's eyes. She shook her head and said, "Thank you, uncle. There's nothing I need. The environment here is already very good." Lu Ming noticed Lin Yin's distance and frowned slightly. The temperature around him seemed to have dropped a little. "Little uncle, can I have the Cullinan in your garage?" Lu Yin said with a smile, "I don't think you like it very much. It's useless. Let Uncle Luo use it to pick me up and send me to school." Lu Ming looked at Lin Yin and Lu Yan's completely different reactions. He thought for a moment and said to Lu Yin, "Only when your grade placement improves by 10 places." Lu Yin nodded happily. With Lin Yin around, she was actually very confident. The meal was quite enjoyable. Lu Yin looked at the time and said to Lu Ming, "Little uncle, it's getting late. Lin Yin and I will go back first. Rest early." Lu Ming got up from his chair and walked closer to Lin Yin and Lu Yin. He said to Lu Yin, "Get the driver to send you back. I have something to talk to Miss Lin about." When Lu Yin heard Lu Ming's words, she was a little surprised. She glanced at Lin Yin and muttered worriedly, "I'd better wait for Lin Yin to go back with me. Who knows what you're going to do? Are you sure you want to stay here?" Lu Ming's voice was low. Lu Yin was a little afraid. Her little uncle had never allowed others to question him. "Lu Yin, it's fine. Go back first. I'll contact you after I'm done talking to Uncle. I'll contact you when I get home." Lin Yin noticed that Lu Yin was in a dilemma and nodded at her to reassure her. "All right." Lu Yin was still a little unwilling. She slowly moved to the door, turned her head, and said loudly to Luming, "Little uncle, you're an elder. You have to pay attention to your influence. You can't bully my friend." Before Luming could react, Lu Yin ran away, leaving Luming standing there with a dark expression. "Actually, Lu Yin still admires you in private." Lin looked at Lu Yin, who ran away, and explained to Luming, "She looks rebellious, but she's actually very cute and attentive." Luming pointed at the sofa and gestured for Lin to sit down. "Miss Lin, I think Lu Yin has a good relationship with you." Luming poured a cup of tea for Lin and sat opposite her. "Yes, just call me Lin." Lin looked at Luming and asked, "Uncle, are you interested in my friendship with Lu Yin by asking me to stay?" Luming realized that the girl in front of him had a calmness that was rare even in adults. Talking to her was like a game between peers. "You're very smart. I hope you can help me." Luming took a sip of tea and looked at Lin as he said slowly, "Little Yin has always had a knot in her heart. I hope you can help her get over it." Lin was a little puzzled. In her eyes, Lu Yin had always been very lively and straightforward. She didn't seem to have any psychological problems. Noticing Lin Yin's expression, Lu Ming took out his phone and opened a photo. This is when little Yin was 16. Lin took Lu Ming's phone. The photo was of a young girl with black hair. She had round cheeks and big almond-shaped eyes. She was wearing a light purple dress and looked cute and ladylike. "This is Lu Yin?" Lin was a little surprised. The cute girl in the photo was really too different from the rebellious girl with smoky makeup. "I don't know why, but little Yin has changed a lot." Lu Ming seemed to have remembered something from the past, and his eyes softened. "My second brother and second sister-in-law both said that little Yin is in her rebellious stage, but I don't think so. There must be a reason why no one would suddenly change so much." Although Luming had been busy with his career, he was still very concerned about Lu Yin. "I understand." Lin Yin's expression became much more solemn. She promised Luming, "I'll figure out what happened to Lu Yin and try my best to bring her out." Luming looked at the young girl in front of him, but he was very willing to trust her. "If you're willing to help, you can ask for any remuneration." Lin smiled and shook her head. She said to Luming, "Lu Yin is my friend to begin with. I'm willing to help her. I don't need any remuneration." Luming looked at the girl in front of him in a daze. He could not see through Lin. This girl always surprised him. He took out a silver-gray access card and handed it to Lin. "This is the access card to Shanglin Bay. You can come over anytime." Lin took the access card and put it away. "It's not wrong for Lu Yin to rely on you so much. Uncle, you're indeed trustworthy." Luming smiled helplessly and said to Lin, "Actually, I'm not that old. You don't have to treat me as an elder." Luming stood up and walked closer to Lin. He said calmly, "I hope you can treat me as a brother or friend." "Okay, Uncle. It's getting late. I won't disturb you anymore." Lin smiled playfully and walked out of the door. Luming smiled bitterly and followed her. He personally drove Lin back to the Su family. "Call this number if you need anything. Contact me anytime." Luming took out a private business card and handed it to Lin. After taking the business card, Lin thought of her previous coat and said to Luming, "I got someone to handle the previous coat. I'll bring it to you next time." Luming nodded and got out of the car to help Lin open the car door. After saying goodbye to Luming, Lin entered the Su family's door and saw Chu Yun and a woman in a professional suit taking Su Fei's measurements in the hall. "Little is back." Su Jin smiled at Lin. He had just seen Luming send Lin home and was very proud. He turned around and ordered Chu Yun, "Quickly take little Yin's measurements too. You can't be careless about the customized gown." Hearing gown, Lin Yin's nerves tensed up. She silently calculated the date. It turned out that it was nearing her and Su Fei's birthday party. She still remembered that in her previous life, Lin had become the biggest laughingstock at the entire birthday banquet. Her gown had been deliberately destroyed by Su Fei and torn at the banquet. As she did not have many friends, everyone at the banquet was here to celebrate Su Fei. What left the deepest impression on Lin was that an accident had happened at her birthday party in her previous life. At that time, she thought that she was unlucky, but now it seemed like someone must have deliberately arranged it. Lin clenched her fists and walked towards Chu Yun. She said coldly, You guys can do whatever you want with the clothes. I don't care. Su Fei looked at Lin Ying gently and deliberately persuaded her. Sister, don't waste Dad and Mom's good intentions. Wear nicer clothes not only for yourself, but also for the Su family's face. Chu Yun was very satisfied with Su Fei's sensibleness and was a little unhappy with Lin Yin's attitude. That's right. Don't let everyone think that our Su family has mistreated you. Come and get measured. Lin Ying knew that Su Fei had asked her to customize the clothes just to do something in advance so that she would embarrass herself in front of everyone. Lin Ying did not refuse again. Anyway, it was impossible for her to fall into Su Fei's trap again in this life. It was not impossible to let her be happy now. After having her measurements taken, Lin Ying walked back to the bedroom. In the hall, Chu Yun watched as Lin Ying left without a word. She said to Su Jun angrily, "Look at her. If you hadn't insisted on introducing her at the birthday banquet, you shouldn't have let her attend. What do you know? A birthday banquet is the best opportunity to introduce Lin Ying." Su Jun planned to see how valuable his youngest daughter was. "Forget it. I can't be bothered to talk to you. Just prepare well." Su Jun looked at Su Fei impatiently. In his heart, Lin Ying was clearly much more important than Su Fei. There's no other reason. Lin Yin's face alone could bring him more benefits. Lin Ying closed the bedroom door and took out her phone to call Lu Yin. "Lin Ying, my uncle didn't do anything to you, right?" Before Lin Ying could speak, she heard Lu Yan's anxious voice coming from the phone. "What's in your head?" Lin Ying smiled helplessly and said to Lu Yin, "It's fine. He just asked me to tutor you well. If you need anything, you can tell him." "Oh, I thought he had ulterior motives for you." Lu Yin was a little relieved and said to Lin Ying, "Actually, I think more highly of you and Mu Ran. Although my uncle is also very outstanding, I still think my idol is more handsome. All right, you should look after your results. The final exam is in a few days." Lu Yin muttered, "All right, Teacher Lin. Don't worry. I won't let you down." The two of them chatted for a while, more before Lin Ying and Lu Yin hung up. Lying in bed, Lin Ying recalled her conversation with Luming that night. Why did Lu Yin change so much? Lin Ying understood that Luming was Lu Yan's uncle after all. It was not convenient for him to talk to her about something. Who would know Lu Yin better? Lin Ying suddenly thought of Gong Z. She had heard Lu Yin mention that she grew up with Gong Z, and they seemed to have a good relationship in the past. Lin Ying had a plan in her heart. It seemed like she might find out about Lu Yin from Gong Z. Looks like I need to find time to talk to Gong Z. The next day, when she arrived at West Axis, Lin Ying found Gong Z, who was playing basketball on the field alone during class. "Boss." Zhou Ling winked at Gong Z. He had almost been beaten up by Gong Z for the school bell selection last time. He still did not know what are Gong Z's thoughts about Lin Ying. When Gong Z saw Lin Ying, he handed the basketball to his lackey behind him and walked towards her. "What's the matter?" Gong Z didn't dare to look at Lin Ying and looked away shyly. "Is it convenient? I want to talk to you." Lin Ying glanced at the bench not far away. Gong Z nodded and walked over with her. "Were you and Lu Yin good in the past?" Lin Ying sat on the bench and asked the uneasy young man beside her. Hearing Lin Yin's words, Gong Z's eyes darkened. "Yes, we were okay when we were young. After high school, she became distant." As Lin Ying had guessed, Lu Yan's change did happen in the past few years of high school. Is there a specific reason? Lin Ying wanted to know if Lu Yan's change was related to Gong Z. "It's nothing. After she entered high school, she always wore heavy makeup and didn't talk to me much. She even deliberately made trouble for me a few times. When she saw me, it was as if she saw an enemy. I couldn't be bothered to lower myself to her level. Gradually, our relationship became a little distant." Gong Z recalled what had happened in the past and continued to say to Lin Ying, "Lu Yin was even crazier before she met you. She fought, skipped class, and insulted the teacher. What she did was even more out of line than me." Lin Ying didn't know what Lu Yin was like before, but now she was sure that Lu Yin was still a very kind girl. "Sigh, it's actually not that complicated." Gong Z sighed and said seriously, "No matter what she becomes in my heart, she's still that little girl who only knows how to follow me all day." Lin Ying glanced at Gong Z beside her and suddenly realized that this big boy who looked like he was not to be trifled with was actually very meticulous. Did Lu Yin have any other friends she played with in the past? Gong Z shook his head. I don't think she has any friends. After all, there aren't many families that are comparable to the Lu family. I can get to know her because my mother and Lu Yan's mother have a good relationship. But Gong Z suddenly thought of something. She still has brothers and sisters. In the past, when we were in the Lu family's old residence, everyone always played together. Lin Yin's eyes lit up as she recalled Lu Yan's words. Cousins? Yes, the eldest son's children are twins. They're only a year older than Lu Yan. Gong Z added, the brother is overseas now, and the sister is in a dance academy. They shouldn't have much contact with Lu Yan. Gong Z noticed Lin Yin's serious expression and asked worriedly, is it Lu Yan? Lin Yin shook her head. I heard from Lu Yan's uncle that she wasn't like this in the past, so I wanted to know if something happened to change Lu Yan's personality. Little uncle? Gong Z widened his eyes in surprise. Are you talking about Luming? Lin Yin nodded. You two should know each other, right? I do know her, but Lu Yan's uncle is simply my childhood trauma. When Gong Z heard Luming's name, he felt a little nervous. You'd better stay away from him. In the business world, the legends about him are really scary and he usually has a straight face. I'm afraid of him when I see him. I've developed this instinctive reaction since I was young. A straight face? Lin didn't think so. At least she had seen Luming's smiling face before. Although it wasn't obvious, it wasn't scary. Aren't you the school bully? There's people you're afraid of? Lin Yin teased him. He's not a student. Not to mention me, even my father is a little afraid of him. Gong Z had heard about Lu Ming's methods from his father. Whoever became enemies with Lu Ming was equivalent to asking for death. Lin Yin knew. Gong Z was a little hesitant. When he inadvertently saw Lin Yin's clean and bright face, his heart raced. Can you be friends with me? Gong Z mustered his courage, but he still did not dare to say girlfriend. Huh. Lin Yin was stunned by his question. Looking at the red face of the young man in front of her, she understood. Lin Yin had no intention of putting her mind on her personal feelings. Besides, Gong Z was just a child who had just reached adulthood in her eyes. Sure, aren't we already friends? Just like Lu Yin and Yang Shui. Hearing Lin Yin's words, Gong Z didn't know if he should be happy or sad. He scratched his head helplessly and said to Lin Yin, in the future, if anyone causes trouble for you in school, they're causing trouble for me. If anything happens, I'll protect you. Looking at the sincere gaze of the young man in front of her, Lin Yin's heart surged with warmth. In this life, she had many people who cared about her. Lu Yin, Yang Shui, Mu Ran, Gong Z, and Lu Ming. All of them had helped her before. Lin Yin felt the warmth of being taken care of. Thank you. Lin Yin's eyes were very clear. When Gong Z saw Lin Yin's expression, he calmed down a lot. The girl in front of him was very beautiful. Even if they were friends, Gong Z hoped that she could be happy. Time passed quickly. Lin Yin had always been very concerned about Lu Yan's matters. Every day, she would go to Shanglin Bay to tutor Lu Yan after school. Teacher Lin, please let me rest. After Lu Yan finished the 7th set of papers, she finally collapsed on the table. Tomorrow is the final exam. These are all the common questions I've sorted out. There's a high chance that it will be tested tomorrow. You have to be familiar with them. Lin Yin was actually very satisfied with Lu Yan's learning ability, but she hoped that Lu Yan's results could be higher. Okay. Lu Yan sighed and got up again. She saw that Lin Yin had prepared so much for her, and she didn't want to be a burden. The two of them did their test papers until late at night. Have they been doing questions? As soon as Lu Ming returned to Shanglin Bay, he saw the two little girls who had fallen asleep on the table. That's right. They even ate there. Miss Lin is very concerned about second Mrs. Studies. Aunt Song lowered her voice, not wanting to disturb the two young ladies. Lu Ming looked at the two of them sleeping soundly and waved at Shunyu. He said softly, send second miss to the guest room to rest. Shunyu nodded and walked forward to carry Lu Yin to the room on the 2nd floor. Lu Ming looked at Lin Yin, who was lying on the table, and didn't know if he should wake her up. After thinking for a while, Lu Ming carried Lin Yin to the sofa at the side and bent down to cover her with a blanket. Lin Yin's eyes suddenly opened. Lin Yin, who had just woken up, opened her eyes and saw Lu Ming's enlarged face in front of her. She took a deep breath, and her pupils constricted slightly. She slowly calmed down after realizing that Luming had covered her with a blanket. Luming was also a little nervous. He took a step back and explained, I saw that you were asleep and was afraid that you would catch a cold. Lin Yin nodded awkwardly. Thank you, uncle. The atmosphere between the two of them was a little quiet. Luming coughed lightly and said, Thank you for being so concerned about little Yin. She's my friend. It's only right. Lin Yin's expression had already returned to normal. Thinking of her investigation of Lu Yan's past these few days, Lin Yin looked up and asked Lu Ming, Uncle, can you tell me about Lu Yan's brother and sister? Lu Ming calmed down a little and sat opposite Lin Yin. He said, Lu Xiao and Lu Yu are my oldest brother's children. After they left the old residence, they stopped contacting each other. Did anything happen between them and Lu Yin? Lin Yin nodded and said to Lu Ming, I asked about them in front of Lu Yin. At that time, Lu Yan's expression was very bad. Something very unpleasant must have happened with them. The time when Lu Yin changed drastically was when she was separated from them. Lin Yin could tell that Lu Yin was very hostile to this pair of twins. Lu Ming was the most capable person in their generation. Everyone valued him very much. Whether they were really satisfied or not, no one dared to offend Lu Ming. Therefore, Lu Ming had never cared much about the Lu family. Hearing Lin Yin's words, Lu Ming recalled the tense relationship between his eldest brother and second brother. He just did not expect it to affect Lu Yin. You can ask Aunt Song about what happened at the Lu family's old residence. I don't stay at home much, so she'll know better. Lu Ming was inexplicably at ease with the girl in front of him. He felt that she had the ability to see through people. Okay, I understand. Lin Yin nodded. She had a rough idea. Lu Yin had received a lot of preferential treatment because of the Lu family's snobbery, but she probably received more than that. Before leaving Shenglin Bay, Lin Yin found Annie Song and asked her about Lu Yin when she was in the Su family's old residence. Aunt Song couldn't remember what had happened in the past, but from her conversation with Lin Yin, she confirmed that Lu Xiao and Lu Yu's relationship with Lu Yin was very bad. Lu Yin's change in personality was probably related to the two of them. West Axis Academy welcomed the final exam in a tense atmosphere. Although most of the rich children did not pay attention to their academic results, the final exam could affect their chances of being guaranteed admission to Nuapu University after graduation. Many people still paid attention to this. On the day the results came out, Lu Yin hesitated and did not dare to go forward. Lin Yin, do you think I can leave the last place? Lu Yin had always been very confident, but she was a little worried on the day of the results. Don't worry, there's no problem. Lin Yin comforted Lu Yin as she looked at the rankings. Lin Yin's results were still firmly in the first place, and she had pulled ahead of second place by more than 10 points. Lin Yin continued to read. Yang Shue's results had always been very stable, around 30th place. Such a score was enough for her to attend a good university. After reading a few more lines, Lin Yin finally saw Lu Yan's name. Lin Yin, did you see that? Lu Yin was still a little nervous. Yes, congratulations. Not only did you get rid of the last place, but you also entered the top 200. Lin Yin smiled at Lu Yin. There were about 300 students in the third year of West Axis Academy. Not only did Lu Yin get rid of the last place, but her results were already ranked in the middle. Really? Lu Yin looked at the rankings in surprise and realized that she was ranked 160th. That's great. Thank you, Lin Yin. Lu Yin hugged Lin Yin's arm excitedly. She understood that without Lin Yin, she wouldn't have been able to get such results. Why are you thanking me? This is all the result of your own efforts. Lin Yin's gaze was very gentle. The thought of helping Lu Yin in her heart intensified. A simple and kind girl like Lu Yin shouldn't suffer those bad things. Yang Shui watched as Lu Yan's results improved and was happy for her. When she saw Su Fei under Lu Yan's name, her eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Su Fei actually regressed so much this time. Because Su Fei always targeted Lin Yin, Yang Shui's impression of her was not much better. She looked at Lin Yin and continued. Her previous results were about the same as mine. This time, she scored so badly that she shouldn't be in the mood to target you anymore, right? When Lin Yin heard Yang Shui's words, she also discovered Su Fei's name on the rankings. However, she felt that the reason why Su Fei's results had fallen so much was because she had placed all her attention on scheming against her. So what if she's targeting me? She's reaping what she sowed. Lin didn't care at all. She had seen through Su Fei's methods, but Su Fei wasn't the only person who had hurt her in her previous life. Lin would find them one by one to settle the score. When Lu Yin found out about the results, she hurriedly told her parents the good news. After school, she pulled Lin along and said happily to her, "My mother is very happy to know that I've improved so much. She invited you to my house as a guest to thank you." Lin didn't know much about Lu Yin's parents, but seeing that Lu Yin was very excited, she didn't reject her. Lin followed Lu Yin to the Lu family's villa. The Lu family's villa had a European architectural style. The exterior and interior were very exquisite and looked very luxurious and magnificent. As soon as she entered the courtyard, Lin smelled something burning. Yin is back. A bespectacled man with a refined voice stood up from the sofa and walked towards Lin and Lu Yin. "Dad, did Mom go into the kitchen again?" Lu Yin covered her nose and pulled Lin beside her. "This is Lin, my best friend. She's also the one who's been tutoring me." Lu Yin's father, Lu Jin, smiled gently and said to Lin, "You're little Yin? I always hear Yin mention you." Lin could tell from the man's facial features that he was 50 to 60% similar to Lu Ming. But compared to Lu Ming's cold aura, Lu Jin was gentler and his facial features were much gentler. "Hello, uncle." Lin nodded obediently. Lu Jin felt that although the girl in front of him was young, she gave off a steady and capable feeling. "It's all thanks to you that Yin Yan's results improved so quickly this time." Lu Jin smiled. When he heard the sound of porcelain breaking from the kitchen, he looked over nervously and explained to Lin, "Yin Yan's mother is in the kitchen. I'll go take a look." Seeing Lu Jin leave quickly, Lin asked Lu Yin, "Does Annie usually like to cook?" Lu Yin shook her head and explained, "How is that possible? My mother is very busy with work all day. She only cooks in the kitchen when she's happy." Lu Yin's expression was a little awkward. She thought for a moment and whispered to Lin, "She's happy, but the servants at home are miserable. They're on tenterhooks and have to clean up the kitchen." Lin followed Lu Yin to the kitchen near the garden. "I don't believe that cooking is so difficult." An impatient female voice came from the kitchen. "Let's not do it for now. Yin Yan's friend is already here. Come with me to meet her first." Lu Jin's voice was very gentle and his attitude was very patient. "Mom, Lin is here." Lu Yin shouted into the kitchen. Lin saw a young woman with shoulder-length hair walk out of the kitchen. "Hello, Auntie." Lin nodded slightly at the woman. She could tell that the woman in front of her had taken good care of herself. She looked, "Let's not do it for now. Yin Yan's friend is already here. Come with me to meet her first." Lu Jin's voice was very gentle and his attitude was very patient. "Mom, you're Lin. You're so beautiful." This was the first time Ren Shui had seen Lin. She felt that there was a magical power about her that made one want to understand her. "Thank you, Auntie. You're also very beautiful. You look like Lu Yan's sister." Lin praised Ren Shui politely. However, she heard Ren Shui say mysteriously, "I'm her stepmother to begin with. It's normal for me to be young." Lin was a little stunned by the woman's words. She heard Lu Yin say helplessly, "Mom, stop fooling around." Lu Jin also explained to Lin, "Little Yin, don't mind her. Lu Yan's mother usually likes to joke. It's fine. I like Annie's personality very much." Lin looked at the completely different couple in front of her and was a little curious about the story between them. "That's right. Come, little Yin. Let's talk. Don't worry about them." Ren Shui warmly held Lin Yin's arm and pulled her towards the hall. Looking at Ren Shui leave, Lu Jin said helplessly to Lu Yin, "I'll go see how the food is prepared. Go and see your mother. Don't scare Lin. Don't worry, Dad. I can't even scare Lin. She's very accepting." Lu Yin saw her father's troubled expression and pulled him back. "Let's go. I'll go with you to take a look. We'll call them for dinner later." On the other side, Ren Shui led Lin to the sofa. "Little Yin, are you interested in being a model?" Ren Shui looked at Lin Yin's exquisite facial features with admiration. "Auntie, I'm still in school." Lin Yin was a little curious about Ren Shui's job. She didn't look like a full-time housewife or an elite in the workplace. "Are you a model?" "No, I'm a fashion designer." Ren Shui picked up a golden business card from the table and handed it to Lin with a smile. Lin Ying glanced at the business card and read the name on it in surprise. You're the French designer, AVY. Ren Shui was also a little surprised that Lin Ying had heard of her. How did you know? I haven't been in the limelight since I returned to the country. Lin Ying knew about AVY because in her previous life, this designer who had returned from France had held a fashion exhibition that shocked both their country and the world. Her designs were exaggerated and bold, and her style was unique, attracting a lot of attention. I like your design style very much. Lin Ying knew that Ren Shui had yet to hold the fashion show that made her famous, so she could only explain it like this. Really? Ren Shui was very happy and sat closer to Lin Ying. I liked you the moment I saw you. It seems like we're quite fated. Lin Ying realized that she was very casual with Ren Shui, and she was more like a friend than an elder. She recalled Lu Yan's previous words and asked in confusion, I heard Lu Yan mention that you don't seem to accept her dressing style? Lin Ying paused and noticed Ren Shui's slight frown. She continued to ask, you don't look like an old-fashioned parent. Why are you so resistant to her dressing? Ren Shui straightened up slightly and placed her hands with black nails on the coffee table. Her bright red lips parted slightly. She doesn't like to dress like that at all. I don't know what triggered her, but she burned all those beautiful princess dresses overnight. Looking at her current appearance, it doesn't suit her at all. Although Ren Shui's thoughts were open-minded, she could tell that Lu Yan didn't really like her current dark style. She was originally a lively and cute child. She didn't know if she had changed so much because she reached the rebellious stage. Hearing Ren Shui's words, Lin Ying fell into deep thought. It seemed that Lu Yan's change was indeed very strange. Everything's ready. Come out and eat, Lu Yan shouted from outside the door. She followed Ren Shui out of the hall and saw the long table that had been set up in the dining room. There were many exquisite cutlery and food on the dining table, and there were many servants and chefs in uniforms standing around. Luming should be here soon, right? Ren Shui asked Lu Jin and pulled Lin Ying to sit at the side. Yes, he said on the phone that he would be there soon. Lu Jin nodded and walked out of the door. I'll go out and take a look. Huh, my little uncle is coming again? Lu Yin pouted. She felt that Luming had appeared too many times recently that it was a little suspicious. Don't you have the best relationship with your uncle? In the past, he was busy with work and never came. Didn't you still clamor to see him? Ren Shui was a little surprised by Lu Yan's attitude. I suspect that his motives are impure and very suspicious. Lu Yin glanced at Lin Ying and explained to Ren Shui. Ren Shui noticed Lin Yin's awkward expression and her eyes turned. Little Yin, you've seen Yin Yan's uncle too? I've seen him a few times, but I'm not familiar with him. Before Lin Ying could finish speaking, she heard a familiar low male voice behind her. Didn't you say that you would treat me as your brother? Why did it become that we're not too familiar with each other? As soon as Luming entered, he heard Lin Ying hurriedly cut ties with him and felt a little upset. Little uncle, if Lin Ying calls you brother, won't she become my aunt? Lu Yin pouted unhappily. Then I'll be the youngest. I don't agree. I heard you did well. Lu Ming's eyes darkened. Do you still want the car? Yes. Lu Yin nodded obediently and did not say anything else. Ren Shui noticed the subtle atmosphere between Lu Ming and Lin Ying and couldn't help but smile to ease the atmosphere. Come and sit. The dishes will be cold soon. Ren Shui stood up and gave her seat to Lu Ming before sitting on the other side. Lu Ming sat beside Lin Ying naturally and ignored her embarrassment. He continued to talk to her. I heard that your birthday is coming. What gift do you want? Take it as a thank you for taking care of little Yin. How did you know that my birthday is coming? Lin Ying was a little surprised. She didn't think Lu Ming had time to ask about her birthday. Oh, I heard it from little Yin. Lu Ming's slender fingers controlled the exquisite cutlery. Seeing that Lu Yin was about to speak, he glanced at her coldly. I told him. I'm really too free. Lu Yin angrily stuffed a large piece of meat into her mouth and chewed hard. Ren Shui couldn't help but laugh. Little Yin, the Su family will hold a banquet for your birthday, right? I'll send you a gift too. Lin Ying shook her head and said to Ren Shui, there's no need. I actually didn't do anything. You don't have to trouble yourself to prepare a gift for me. It has nothing to do with this. I just like you. Can I give you a gift? Ren Shui noticed Lu Ming's expression and deliberately added, Little Yin, Auntie really likes you. Auntie hopes that you're my daughter and you can accompany Yin Yin. Luming's expression darkened even more. When Lu Yin heard Ren Shue's words, she said to Linning excitedly, Linning, can you be our family too? We'll be biological sisters in the future. Lu Jin noticed that Lin Yin's expression was a little unnatural and said, don't mess around. Lin Yin's parents are still alive. Why are you acknowledging them as relatives? Linning, don't mind them. It's okay, uncle. Auntie and Lu Yin have good intentions. Linning felt that the Lu family was not as scary as the rumors said. The atmosphere in the family was also very harmonious. The meal was quite pleasant, but Linning felt Lu Ming's gaze on her from time to time and felt a little uncomfortable. Ren Shui also noticed Lu Ming's abnormality. After dinner, she called Lin Yin to the workroom on the second floor alone. Little Yin, come and help Annie try on some clothes. Lin Yin knew about Ren Shui's job and did not refuse. She saw Ren Shui pull open the curtain with a mysterious expression. It's so beautiful. Lin Yin's praise came from the bottom of her heart. The dark purple dress in front of her had a mysterious and gorgeous beauty. The dress was embedded with countless precious gems that shone under the light. The overall texture of the dress was light, but it gave off a shocking beauty. This is the work I'm most satisfied with recently. I put in a lot of effort. Come and help me try it. The first time Ren Shui saw Lin Yin, she felt that her aura was similar to her design. She was equally noble and elegant, but no one dared to approach her. Lin Yin carefully changed into a dress and stood in front of Ren Shui. She realized that her eyes were filled with surprise. It's too beautiful. This is the feeling I want. Ren Shui looked at Lin Yin, who was like a mysterious princess in an ancient castle, and nodded in satisfaction. Take it as my birthday gift to you. Little Yin, this dress should have belonged to you. Ren Shui liked the girl in front of her very much, and felt that Lu Yin could be taught a lot just by being with her. No, this dress is too expensive. It wasn't easy for you to design it. Lin Yin wanted to change out of the dress, but Ren Shui stopped her. I hope you can wear it on your birthday. Ren Shui adjusted the details of the clothes and said to Lin Yin, good work should be worn by the right person. Don't reject me, okay? Lin Yin was moved by Ren Shui's sincerity. She looked at her beautiful and dazzling self in the mirror and felt a little sad. In her previous life, she had been in a sorry state at her birthday banquet. In this life, she should fight for everything that belonged to her. Okay, thank you, Annie. Lin Yin changed out of her dress and carefully put it away. Luming took the initiative to send Lin Yin home and bid farewell to Lu Yin and her parents. Lin Yin got into Luming's car. My second brother and sister-in-law are not bad people. How is it? Do you know little Yin better? Luming didn't use the driver. As he drove, he spoke to Lin Yin, who was in the front passenger seat. Yes, uncle and auntie are very enthusiastic. I originally thought that the Lu family was like you, always pulling a long face, but Lu Yan's father is very gentle and friendly. Lin Yin held the dress Ren Shui had given her with a smile on her lips. I always have a straight face? When Lu Ming heard Lin Yin's words, he turned to look at her. Not really. Lin Yin noticed Lu Ming's slightly tense face and explained with a smile, maybe it's because you haven't gotten married yet. You always have an aura that keeps strangers away. Lu Ming looked at Lin Yin with a deeper gaze. You're right. My second brother wasn't so easygoing in the past. Perhaps people change. The car quickly arrived at the Su family's house. Lu Ming stopped Lin Yin before she got out of the car and took out a beautifully wrapped box from the seat behind her. It's a birthday gift. Since you didn't say what you wanted, I had no choice but to give it to you. Lu Ming handed the box to Lin Yin. Lin Yin was about to refuse when she heard Lu Ming say in a serious tone, you can accept my second sister-in-law's gifts. Why? Miss Lin, are you still going to treat her differently? Lin Yin smiled helplessly. She held the gift box from Lu Ming in one hand and the bag containing the dress in the other. Okay, I'll accept it. Thank you, little uncle. Lu Ming wanted to say something, but Lin Yin had already gotten out of the car and left. Watching the girl leave, the corners of Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. He only started the car again when he couldn't see Lin Yin. Lin Yin was in a good mood. Su Zhan and Chu Yuan were not at home. She walked straight up the stairs, but she heard Su Fei's sarcastic voice from behind. Dad and Mom have something on today. Sister, where did you go? Why are you back so late? Lin Yin looked behind her and saw Su Fei and Su Lin standing behind her. Do I need to report to you where I go? Lin Yin's tone was cold, and the ruthlessness in her eyes made Su Fei take a few steps back. Little Yin, Fei Fei is just concerned about you. Su Lin stood beside Su Fei and deliberately asked Lin Yin with concern, who sent you back just now? Su Lin saw the car that sent Lin Yin back. The identity of someone who could drive such a limited edition car was probably not that simple. How much better do you think you are than Su Fei? Stop asking about me. Lin Yin looked at the two people who were close and felt a little disgusted. Aren't Dad and Mom not at home? Why are you back? Su Lin was a little nervous and stood a little away from Su Fei. He said to Lin Yin, Isn't it your birthday soon? I came to see what you need. Lin Yin could tell that Su Lin was lying and did not expose him. Just control your sister. I don't need it. Su Lin's expression was ugly, but he still pretended to be normal and said, Little Yin, you're my sister too. Su Lin walked closer to Lin Yin and asked softly, Little Yin, do you still have any friends from the past? You can tell me. I'll help you invite them. When Lin Yin heard Su Lin's words, she was slightly stunned. She recalled her experience in her previous life and looked at Su Lin with a probing gaze. Could it be that the person who schemed against her in her previous life was Su Lin? Lin Yin trusted Su Lin completely in her previous life, and she was not guarded against him at all. No need. I'll personally invite my friends. Lin Yin turned around and walked back to the bedroom, closing the door heavily. Brother, what should we do? Su Fei asked worriedly. Su Lin was very dissatisfied with Lin Yin's attitude towards him. He snorted and whispered to Su Fei, Don't worry. There's a friend Lin Yin knows before she returned to the Su family in West Axis. I've already arranged for someone to do it. Just wait for the news. Su Lin and Su Fei walked down the stairs together and looked at Lin Yin's room, their eyes filled with ruthless schemes. When that day comes, let's see if she can still be as arrogant as she is now. I want her to be the shame of the Su family. Let's see who can tolerate her then. Su Fei looked at the serious Su Lin and was looking forward to it. She had also done something to the gown she had retrieved. As long as Lin Yin wore that gown, she would be embarrassed in front of everyone. She couldn't help but look forward to the birthday banquet. In Su Fei's heart, Lin Yin's sorry state had already been played out 1,000 times in advance. When she returned to the bedroom, Lin Yin carefully put away the dress that Ren Shui had given her. She had originally planned to buy a gown. She would never wear the clothes that Su Fei and Chu Yun had prepared for her. This is prettier than all my clothes. Lin Yin looked at the purple dress in the cabinet in satisfaction and felt that Ren Shui's designability was indeed world-class. She suddenly remembered Luming's gift, so she walked to the bed and opened the beautifully wrapped gift box. She tore off the outer packaging and saw a velvet black box inside. She gently opened it, and Lin Yin was stunned by the diamond necklace in the box. This is too expensive. Although Lin Yin didn't know much about jewelry, she could tell at a glance that the necklace in front of her was expensive. It was filled with diamonds and gems. The necklace was exquisitely made and looked luxurious and low-key. It suited her taste. Lin Yin couldn't help but take the necklace out of the box and put it on carefully. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lin Yin was also in a daze. The sparkling necklace made Lin Yin's facial features look even more exquisite. She took off the necklace hesitantly, still feeling that Luming's gift was too expensive. Lin Yin found the private number Luming had left for her in the drawer and dialed it. It had only rung twice when Luming picked up. The gift just now. Before Lin Yin could finish, Luming interrupted her. Do you like it? I do, but that's good. If you don't like it, I'll give you something else. Luming's tone was firm. Isn't it too expensive? Lin Yin still said it. She didn't think her relationship with Luming was worth such an expensive gift. Little Yin only improved a little, but she got a car worth almost 10 million yuan from me. This is just a necklace. Just accept it. Luming's voice was very magnetic and deepened on the phone. Thank you. Lin Yin didn't know how to refuse. Perhaps Luming didn't care about this at all. After hanging up, Luming heaved a sigh of relief by the French window. For some reason, he was afraid that the young lady would reject him again. He didn't tell the truth. The necklace he gave Lin Yin was from the jewelry auction. It was several times more expensive than the car he gave Lu Yin, but Luming felt that Lin Yin would definitely look good wearing that necklace. Lin Yin and Luming ended the call and carefully placed the necklace back in the box with the dress. Lin Yin was about to wash up when she heard her phone ring. Seeing that the caller ID was Mu Ran, Lin Yin smiled and answered the call. Little Yin, I don't think you'll call me if I don't take the initiative to contact you. Mu Ran's voice was a little tired, but it was still very pleasant. I was afraid that you'd be too busy with work. I saw on the news that you entered another production. Lin Yin lay on the bed and felt very relaxed chatting with Mu Ran. It seems like you still care about me. Mu Ran smiled. I heard that it's your birthday? How did you know? Lin Yin sat up in bed, curious about how everyone knew that she was celebrating her birthday. There's identity information on your social media account. You filled it in yourself. Don't you remember? Mu Ran's tone was still smiling. I just didn't expect a big star like you to pay attention to my account. Lin Yin deliberately teased Mu Ran. Little Yin, actually, Brother Wei and I both think you have the potential to be a celebrity. Through the few days of filming with Lin Yin, Mu Ran felt that Lin Yin was completely capable of being an actress. Forget it, Brother Mu Ran. Not everyone can withstand the feeling of being the center of attention, and not everyone can be as good as you, Lin Yin said truthfully. Mu Ran had been in the industry for many years. Not only was he very capable, but he also had no scandals at all. Okay, I'll take it as a compliment. The smile in Mu Ran's eyes deepened, and his voice was gentle. Little Yin, I'm not sure of my schedule yet, but I'll try my best to be there on your birthday. I'm already very happy that you remember. It doesn't matter if you can come or not. This birthday banquet is actually not that important to me. Lin Yin's tone was relaxed, but Mu Ran suddenly fell silent. He had heard that the Su family was publicizing their two daughters' birthdays. Lin Yin had been claimed back to the Su family after she became an adult. She probably did not have many friends in the circle. He wondered what the Su family would think of her. Okay, Little Yin, I wish you a happy birthday in advance. Mu Ran hung up the call with Lin Yin and looked at Wei Yuan, who was deliberately sticking close to him. He chuckled and asked, Brother Wei, what's my schedule like next Friday? Wei Yuan had just eavesdropped on Mu Ran and Lin Yin's calls and roughly understood his plan. He asked nervously, You're not going to Lin Yin's birthday banquet, are you? Can't I? Mu Ran's expression was calm. Of course not. Little ancestor, do you think no one can recognize your face? The Su family's influence is not small. There will definitely be many reporters that day. Are you planning to make the headlines? Wei Yuan persuaded with a bitter expression. Send a gift. It has the same meaning. How can it be the same? If so many people came that day, and none of them sincerely wished Little Yin well, she would definitely be unhappy. Mu Ran knew what these so-called wealthy families were like. If Lin Yin's friends couldn't hold on, she would definitely be teased. I really can't. Your and Lin Yin's micro-movie is about to be released. If you appear at Lin Yin's birthday banquet now, Lin Yin will definitely be recognized when the movie is released. Aren't you causing her trouble? Wei Yuan noticed Mu Ran's slight frown and knew that his words had shaken him. He hurriedly added, If you really have no choice, find someone to go for you. When the time comes, properly explain it. Miss Lin will definitely understand. Hearing Wei Yuan's words, an idea suddenly appeared in Mu Ran's mind. Actually, in order to support Lin Yin, he might not have to personally appear. There was someone who was much more important than him in the business world. Mu Ran thought for a moment before making a call. What is it? A deep male voice sounded impatiently from the phone. Brother, are you free on Friday? Mu Ran's voice had a tinge of fawning, which was rare. What did you do? Mu Hung put down his work. After all, Mu Ran did not have such an attitude often. I'm not causing trouble. I have a very important friend's birthday on Friday. Can you send a gift for me? Mu Ran's voice became softer and softer. This was indeed an inappropriate request to ask of Mu Hung. If you have a girlfriend, bring her home. Do you think I'm that free? Mu Hung sighed. He usually indulged Mu Ran, but he had never made such a strange request. No, that friend of mine is the youngest daughter of the Su family. I want you to help her. Mu Ran did not want to beg Mu Hung, but his second brother was still overseas, and he did not have any more suitable candidates. The Su family? Mu Heng's eyes darkened. The secretary had received an invitation from the Su family, but even if it was Su Zhan's birthday, he was still not qualified to make him appear. Seeing that Mu Hong did not agree, Mu Ran took a deep breath and made up his mind. Brother, I can film the product endorsement you mentioned before. The lowest price in the market. Just to help me send a gift. It's worth it, isn't it? Mu Heng's eyes lit up. Previously, Mu Ran was extremely unwilling to endorse his company's products. He did not expect him to be so easy to talk to this time. Okay, you can prepare the gift yourself. I can go on Friday. Mu Heng was not only doing this for Mu Ran's endorsement, but he was also a little curious about what kind of girl would make Mu Ran so concerned. Sigh, he's just a profiteer. Mu Ran hung up. Although he was a little unwilling, he had resolved Lin Yin's birthday banquet after all. Are you going to let your brother go? Wei Yuan was a little surprised to hear Mu Ran's call. How much face can the Su family have? I'm afraid President Mu will make the headlines if he goes. Then should I go? Mu Ran looked at Wei Yuan. Wei Yuan immediately waved his hand. All right, I'll just keep you. Wei Yuan was nervous. It seemed that Lin Yin was indeed different in Mu Ran's heart. He had to be careful. If Mu Ran had a scandal with a high school student, it would be troublesome. The entire Su family had been preparing for the birthday banquet. Su Zhan was even more concerned and had long invited chefs and horticulturalists from all over the world. It was obvious that he took Friday's banquet very seriously. On the day of the banquet, Chu Yun brought Su Fei and Lin into the city's most famous styling studio for makeup early in the morning. Su Fei had previously begged Chu Yun to book a relatively famous stylist for her. In order to overshadow Lin Yin, Su Fei had put in a lot of effort. Lin Yin did not care about this. She had been secretly observing Su Fei and Su Lin's actions. Today, she wanted to give them a big gift. Chu Yun and Su Fei used the same makeup artist, while Lin Yin was received by a young girl who looked like an apprentice. You don't have to be nervous. Just make it simple. Lin Yin comforted the little girl in front of her when she saw that her hands were trembling. Okay, this was the first time the young lady had seen such a beautiful person. She was just like a celebrity on television. Her skills were not as good as the person who put makeup on Su Fei and Chu Yun. She was a little worried that it would be a pity for Lin Yin's beauty. Chu Yun put on her makeup first and was very satisfied when she saw Su Fei and Lin Yin. In her heart, only Su Fei was worthy of using a gold medal makeup artist that costs much more. Oh my God, what are you doing to my goddess's face? An exaggerated exclamation sounded from the door. Everyone in the room turned around at the same time and saw a man dressed in exquisite brands with an artistic aura. Teacher-o. The employees in the shop nodded and greeted her. Chu Yun knew the man in front of her. She had heard the noblewomen in the industry mention him before. Jia was recognized as a teacher in the entire makeup industry and was also the personal stylist of many celebrities. Jia didn't care about the gazes of others. He walked straight behind Lin Yin and said to the young lady who was stunned on the spot with a makeup brush, "You should go style some other people with your skills. You're not qualified to style someone like this goddess." The little girl was already in awe of Jia. Hearing him say this, tears welled up in her eyes. Lin Yin hurriedly explained, "Actually, it's all right." Jia patted Lin Yin's shoulder gently. He took out a business card from his pocket and handed it to Lin Yin. "Look for me anytime for makeup next time. I don't want to miss such a good creative opportunity." Lin Yin put away her business card. Su Fei, Chu Yun, and the employees present were a little surprised. Even some big-name celebrities had to queue if they wanted to make an appointment with Jia, but the young lady in front of them had been promised by Jia that she could contact him at any time. Everyone was a little confused. "Brother Jia, aren't we here to pick up something?" The male assistant who came in with Jia was in a dilemma. They had clearly arranged to put on makeup for a magazine model today. He did not know why Jia was suddenly interested in a little girl at the shop. "Call her and tell her that I have an important guest in my shop. They'll have to wait a while." Jia had already started working on Lin Yin's face. After the few times they had worked together during the previous shoot, Jia was already very familiar with Lin Yin's makeup style. "Miss, please turn your head slightly." When Su Fei heard the makeup artist's words behind her, she reluctantly retracted her gaze from Lin Yin and went crazy with jealousy. Lin Yin looked at Su Fei, who was gritting her teeth, with a look in her eyes. It was good too. She would tidy up nicely and attract more attention. It would be even more exciting when she was embarrassed later. Su Fei suppressed the dissatisfaction in her heart. Chu Yun looked at Lin Yin's increasingly bright makeup and felt a little uncomfortable. She clearly wanted to give her the worst, but Lin Yin always had the ability to turn the situation around. My goddess, what do you think? Jie styled Lin Yin and admired his work in satisfaction. Lin Yin looked at the beautiful girl in the mirror, and the corners of her lips curled up slightly. Brother Jie, your standard is getting better and better. Lin Yin's voice was not loud, and only Jie beside her could hear her clearly. After he finished styling Lin Yin, Jie was about to leave when Chu Yun stopped him. Teacher Jie, look at Lin Yin's sister's makeup and see if there's anything that needs to be adjusted. Chu Yun looked at Lin Yin's overly eye-catching face and was a little anxious. If the two girls appeared like this, wouldn't Lin Yin steal all the limelight from Su Fei? Jie had planned to ignore her, but when he heard Lin Yin's sister, he looked at Su Fei curiously. Su Fei noticed Jie's gaze and hurriedly put on a sweet smile. When Jie saw Su Fei, he was obviously disappointed. Weren't they sisters? Why was the difference so big? Madam, it also depends on luck when you have a child. With a rare person like Lin Yin, you should be content. I really don't have time. I'm sorry. With that, Jie walked out of the door with his assistant. Chu Yun stood there awkwardly. Su Fei's expression was even uglier. Mom, let's go get the clothes. Su Fei's voice was trembling. She didn't look at Lin Yin and pulled Chu Yun out of the door. Lin Yin didn't care. She just felt that Su Fei was a little ridiculous. What right did she have to fight with her? When they reached the custom-made clothes shop, Chu Yun brought over the gowns that Su Fei and Lin Yin had customized. The two of them tried on their clothes. Su Fei looked at the exquisite pink ball gown and finally smiled. She glanced at the simple white short dress on Lin Yin and felt a little better. Compared to the exquisite dress on her, everyone could tell who the daughter of the Su family was. Moreover, she had already bribed the sales assistant at the clothing store to tamper with the dress. If she moved a tad bit more vigorously, the dress would slip. As long as she accidentally bumped into Lin Yin at the banquet, she would embarrass herself in front of everyone. Lin Yin had no intention of wearing this dress. She tried it on briefly and changed out. Chu Yun said unhappily, "You ignorant thing. Wear it well. Don't embarrass the Su family." Lin Yin ignored her. When she was trying on the clothes, she had checked this white dress and realized that the position of the sewing was a bit too perfunctory. Logically speaking, such a problem would not happen in such a luxurious clothing shop, so it could only be because someone had tampered with it. Lin Yin did not want to waste their schemes and planned to let them have a taste of their own medicine. Lin Yin walked out of the clothes shop and sat in the car first. Su Fei, who was still in the shop, said to Chu Yun aggrievedly, "Does sister not like that dress? If there's really no choice, I'll exchange with her." Chu Yun frowned. She couldn't stand Lin Yin's attitude of ignoring her the most. She said angrily, "Exchange what? I want everyone to see who's worthy of being the daughter of the Su family." When they returned to the Su family, the venue had already been decorated. Everyone was preparing for the arrival of the guests. Su Jun was pleasantly surprised to see Su Fei and Lin Yin, who had packed up. Lin Yin's exquisite makeup made her look even more outstanding. "You and Fei Fei go upstairs and change first. The guests will enter later." Su Jun looked at his two daughters and had a clear plan in his heart. If Su Fei married into the Zheng family and Lin Yin married into the Lu family, the Su family's business would definitely be like the sun in the sky. Not long after Lin Yin and Su Fei went upstairs, Su Lin rushed over. "Where did you go, child? You're gone so early in the morning." Chu Yun looked at her nervous son and wiped the sweat off his forehead. "Mom, I have something to deal with. Where's Fei Fei?" Su Lin had arranged everything and could not wait to share it with Su Fei. "She's upstairs." Chu Yun looked at Su Lin and was very satisfied. Su Lin did not alienate her because of Su Fei's background. Instead, after knowing the truth, he cared more about Su Fei. It seemed that their many years of relationship was still stronger than that ridiculous blood relationship. Su Lin knocked on Su Fei's bedroom door and walked in to see Su Fei, who had already changed. "Fei Fei, you're really beautiful today." Su Fei put on a pink dress and carefully matched it with suitable jewelry. "Brother, you didn't see little Yin. She's also very beautiful." Su Fei couldn't help but be jealous when she thought of Lin Yin's face. What's the use of being beautiful? It'll only be even more embarrassing later. Su Lin's gaze was cold as he said softly to Su Fei, "Don't worry, I've already arranged it. After today, I'll see if Lin Yin still has the face to stay in the Su family. Will Dad be angry if we do this?" Su Fei's face was filled with concern for Su Lin. Fei, I'm just letting everyone see Lin Yin's true colors. What's there to be angry about?" Su Lin was already fully prepared. He and Su Fei could escape unscathed. "Let's go. The guests should have arrived." Su Lin looked at the beautiful Su Fei in front of him and subconsciously held her hand. "Almost everyone who came is here to celebrate with you. Let's go down first." Su Fei nodded slightly and walked out of the room with Su Lin. There were many luxury cars parked outside the Su family's house. Su Jun was also busy socializing with some business partners. When he saw Su Fei coming down from the second floor, he smiled and introduced her to the person beside him. "This is my eldest daughter, Su Fei." Fei. Zhang Chao was a little excited to see Su Fei dressed up. Although his right foot was still a little inflexible, he quickened his pace. Su Fei looked at Zhang Chao with disdain, but when she saw Zheng Feng and Zhou Ping beside Zhang Chao, Su Fei still greeted them politely. "Hello, Brother Zheng Chao, Uncle Zheng, Auntie." Fei is really getting prettier. Although Zhou Ping was a little dissatisfied with her previous conflict with the Su family, she was still very satisfied with the obedient and cute Su Fei in front of her. "Fei, happy birthday." Shi Dai and Ji Yun also dolled up to attend. Su Fei felt even more proud. Not far away, the girl in a dark blue short dress did not look too good. When she saw Su Fei, she muttered softly, "She's dressed like a strawberry cake. She's so ugly." Yang Shui pulled Lu Yan's arm and whispered, "We're in the Su family now. Lower your voice and don't cause trouble for Lin Yin." "If it weren't for Lin Yin, I wouldn't have bothered to come over." Lu Yan tugged at her dress unhappily. She was really not used to this outfit. "You look good in this today." Yang Shui looked at the completely different Lu Yan in front of her and was a little surprised. Without the smoky makeup of the past, Lu Yan's clean face looked especially cute. "It's all because my mother said that if I don't dress up like this, she won't let me attend." Lu Yan rolled her eyes and looked at the group of people around Su Fei with some disgust. "Why don't I see Lin Yin? Isn't it her birthday today? Why is Su Fei the only one who looks like the protagonist? It's good that Lin Yin doesn't come down." The young man's voice sounded from behind. Looking in the direction of the voice, Lu Yan and Yang Shui saw Gong Z in a brown suit. "What do you mean?" Lu Yan had a headache when she saw him. "Didn't you hear what those people were talking about?" Gong Z was originally here for Lin Yin, but as soon as he arrived at the Su family, he heard many people criticizing Lin Yin. They all feel that Lin Yin's background is inferior to Su Fei's. Everyone is here for Su Fei, and no one cares about Lin Yin. "Who said that? You didn't just tear their mouths apart?" Lu Yan was so angry that her cheeks puffed up. She looked around, and it seemed like they were really the only friends of Lin Yin. "Can you be more steady?" Gong Z sized up Lu Yan and said slowly, "I thought you suddenly changed after dressing up like this. Why are you still so impulsive?" Lu Yan was furious. She wanted to attack, but Yang Shui held her down tightly. She persuaded softly, "Lu Yan, as Lin Yin's only friends, we can't embarrass her anymore." Lu Yan held back her anger. After some thought, she took out her phone and recorded a short video of the scene. She typed a message and sent it to Luming. Luming, who was still in the company, had just finished his work. He wanted to look at the time, but he saw Lu Yan's message. "Little uncle, if you don't come to celebrate Lin Yin's birthday, she'll be so aggrieved. It's Lin Yin's birthday. Everyone is here for Su Fei." After reading the message, Luming said to Xinyu, "Let's go to the Su family immediately. Didn't you say that you have a video conference later?" Xinyu was a little puzzled. Luming had always put work first. Postpone it. The matter at the Su family is more important. Luming stood up and walked out of the company. Previously, he was still hesitating if his identity was suitable for him to celebrate with Lin Yin. But when he saw Lu Yan's messages, Luming couldn't sit still no matter what. Lin Yin, who was still in the bedroom, cut the white dress she had brought back from the clothes shop into pieces with scissors and put them in a paper bag. She opened the cabinet and changed into the purple dress that Ren Shui had given her. Looking at herself in the mirror, Lin Yin felt that everything in front of her was unreal. Compared to her previous life, now she was like a princess in a castle, elegant and mysterious. Lin Yin's slender neck was unadorned. Seeing the necklace Luming had given her, Lin Yin was in a difficult position. This necklace was too eye-catching. Just as she was hesitating, Lin Yin saw a familiar tall figure through the second-floor window. The corners of her lips curled up slightly. Lin Yin took out the necklace and put it on carefully. "Since you're here, I'd better wear it." On the first floor, Su Jin chatted enthusiastically with everyone. Su Fei and Su Lin also chatted politely at the side. "President Su, Mr. Luming is here." The servant at the door rushed in and whispered in Su Zhan's ear. "Who?" Su Jin originally thought that Luming would not appear personally. After all, Luming had never liked such an occasion. It seemed like Lin Yin still had a place in Luming's heart. "Let's go. Quickly go out and welcome Lu." Su Jin had a smile on his face. When the people beside him heard Su Zhan's words, they looked over curiously. Who did President Su say was here? CEO Lu? Could it be the CEO Lu I know? Why would CEO Lu attend the birthday of the daughter of the Su family? That's right. Luming didn't even give the Yu family in the capital face before. Luming's appearance caused quite a stir. Everyone was guessing Luming's true intentions. "CEO Lu, it's really our Su family's honor that you can come." The moment Su Jin saw Luming, the smile on his face bloomed. "I heard that it's Miss Su's birthday, so I came to join in the fun." Luming and Su Jin exchanged a few pleasantries and walked into the hall. Su Fei looked a little unhappy when she saw Luming. "Why is Luming here?" Su Lin was also a little surprised. The Su family's business was not big enough to deal with the Lu family. Luming's appearance surprised everyone present. "It's all because of Lu Yin," Su Fei and Su Lin explained softly. They looked at Lu Yin with more hostility. Luming attracted the attention of almost everyone present. Su Fei looked at the extraordinary Luming and felt a little nervous. She walked towards Su Zhan and Luming and said, "It's Fei Fei's honor that Mr. Lu can attend my birthday banquet." Luming's gaze did not stop on Su Fei. He noticed the probing expressions of the people around him and deliberately raised his voice to ask Su Zhan, "Isn't it Miss Lin Yin's birthday? Who is this?" Su Zhan looked a little embarrassed. He glanced at Su Fei warningly and explained to Luming, "She's also my daughter." Su Zhan asked Su Fei, whose face had darkened, "Where's your sister? Why isn't she down yet?" Su Fei was so angry that Lu Yin almost laughed out loud. "My little uncle is not bad." Su Fei's face is almost green. Yang Shui also had a smile on her face. Now that everyone thinks that Su Fei took the initiative to embarrass herself, they're much more curious about Lin Yin. But why isn't Lin Yin out yet? Lu Yin looked around anxiously. "She's here." When Lu Yin and Yang Shui heard Gong Z's words, they followed his gaze and were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. "Yang Shui, Lin Yin must be a fairy." Lu Yin already knew Lin Yin's looks very well, but when she saw Lin Yin in a purple dress, she was still deeply attracted to her. Not only Lu Yin, but everyone present was attracted by this mysterious young lady. The girl who slowly walked over from the second floor was like a noble and elegant princess from a fairy tale. The sparkling purple dress complemented her fair skin. The gems on her body and the necklace on her neck shone together, making people not dare to look at her directly. It was clearly carefully designed, but at this moment, it blended with the girl's temperament. She was cold, beautiful, charming, and dangerous. Because of Lin Yin's appearance, the discussion in the hall stopped. No one could describe the beauty of the girl with words. Luming looked at the girl in front of him, and his gaze gradually darkened. He knew too little about the girl in front of him and did not know that her beauty could be so shocking. Lin Yin looked at Luming, who was beside Su Zhan, and slowly walked towards him. She said softly, "Thank you for your gift. I like it very much." Luming looked at the girl in front of him and was stunned. For the first time, he felt his heart race. Luming smiled to hide the panic in his eyes. "It suits you. It's beautiful." Yang Shui, quickly pinch me. Did my uncle smile just now? Lu Yin stood not far from Luming and saw the smile on his face. It was as if she had seen a ghost. Do you want to die?" Lu Yin covered her right cheek. When she saw Gong Z pinching her, she resisted the urge to scratch him. "I've never seen your uncle smile in my life." It's indeed scary, Gong Z said faintly. He felt that the way Luming looked at Lin Yin made him uncomfortable, but he couldn't say anything. Su Fei stood opposite Lin Yin, her heart bleeding. Why wasn't this BTCH wearing that white dress? Su Fei was indignant. She clearly wanted to see Lin Yin lose to her, but now, even Zheng Chao and Su Lin were attracted by her. Su Fei's nails were deeply embedded in her flesh. She looked at Lin Yin as if she wanted to tear her apart. The current glory would only make her even more miserable later. The viciousness in Su Fei's heart gradually spread. She wished that Lin Yin would embarrass herself immediately and let all the men present who were attracted to her see what kind of person she was. She wanted everyone to despise Lin Yin and make her unable to raise her head in front of her. Su Jun was also very shocked by Lin Yin's outfit. She was really too dazzling, and Su Jun's face was very satisfied. Just as he was about to talk to Luming further, he heard another loud and deep male voice at the door. I'm also here to give Miss Lin Yin my blessings for her birthday. The guests present were still immersed in the shock of Luming's appearance. When they saw the man walking into the hall, everyone was so shocked that they could not close their mouths. Young Master Mu, who exactly is this Miss Lin Yin? CEO Mu and CEO Lu appeared at the same time? Who can have such face? Look at Miss Su's face. It's not surprising that President Lu and President Mu can come. That's right. I've never seen anyone's daughter as beautiful as Miss Lin Yin. Miss Lin Yin's future is limitless. Any man is a powerful figure. Lin Yin also sized up the man who had just spoken. In her memory, she didn't know him, but his eyebrows were familiar. Dressed in a neat black suit, the man's hair was slightly over his eyebrows. He was tall, and his facial features looked even more evil than Lu Ming's. Why was Mu Heng here? Surprise flashed across Lu Ming's eyes. He did not think that anyone else present had interacted with Mu Heng other than him. Mu Heng also saw Lu Ming, and a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. When he saw Lin Yin beside Lu Ming, Mu Heng was a little surprised. He did not expect Su Jun's daughter to be so beautiful. No wonder Mu Ran was so concerned. Miss Lin Yin, happy birthday. Mu Heng handed the gift Mu Ran had prepared to Lin Yin. Seeing her surprised expression, he slowly walked to Lin Yin's side and lowered his head slightly to whisper in her ear. It's inconvenient for Mu Ran's schedule. I hope Miss Lin can understand. When Lin Yin heard Mu Heng's words, she realized that the man in front of her did look a little similar to Mu Ran. It was just that their auras were too different, so Lin Yin did not associate them with each other. I understand. Thank you. Lin Yin's actions were elegant and generous. She looked like a noble lady from a prestigious family. Mu Heng was very satisfied with Lin Yin in front of him. His gaze landed on her necklace, and Mu Heng narrowed his eyes. Mu Heng recognized this necklace at a glance. It was the finale item at the jewelry auction a while ago. If he remembered correctly, it should have been bought by Lu Ming. At that time, Mu Heng was still furious. President Mu, long time no see. Lu Ming stood in front of Mu Heng, his deep eyes sizing up the man in front of him, curious about the real reason for his appearance. CEO Lu, I didn't expect to meet you here. Mu Heng could tell what Lu Ming was thinking, and his tone became more teasing. I can't even ask you out usually. Looks like Miss Lin Yin is still the most respected. Lu Ming's expression did not look good. He did not know how Lin Yin got involved with Mu Heng, but he subconsciously felt hostility towards him. Su Jun noticed the tense atmosphere between the two of them and quickly smiled to smooth things over. Our Su family is really honored that the two of you can come today. Su Jun raised his glass and raised it slightly at Lu Ming and Mu Heng. Come, I have to toast you. It's Xiao Yin's birthday today. As her father, I'm very happy too. The corners of Su Jun's lips curled up to his ears. He had lived for 40 to 50 years, but this was the first time he was so glorious. Looking at the slender Lin Yin in front of him, Su Jun felt even more smug. It seemed that he had been too conservative previously. The Mu family's strength was not inferior to the Lu family's, and Lin Yin was more than that. Although Su Jun still had a smile on his face, the dirty thoughts in his heart had already begun to sprout. Bringing Lin Yin back to the Su family was definitely the wisest decision he had made in his life. Su Fei looked at Lin Yin, who was the center of attention, and couldn't smile. At this moment, she had completely become Lin Yin's supporting role. Luming and Mu Heng's appearance surprised everyone present, and everyone's eyes were on Lin Yin. Su Lin noticed Su Fei's abnormality and gently tugged at her arm, signaling her not to be rash. Su Lin comforted Su Fei and nodded at her before walking out of the Su family. Su Fei knew that Su Lin had already made arrangements. She looked at Lin Yin, who was surrounded by everyone, with a hint of provocation and thought to herself, let's see if she can still be so glorious later. Mu Hong and Su Jin exchanged a few pleasantries and realized that Lin Yin was long gone. He looked around and finally saw Lin Yin at the other corner of the hall, as well as Luming, who had been following her closely. Mu Hong took out his phone and took a photo of Luming and Lin Yin before sending it to Mu Ran. It seemed that Mu Ran still had a long way to go. Luming was not an easy person to deal with. Mu Hong was worried for his brother. It would probably not be so easy to bring Lin Yin back to the Mu family. Lin Yin noticed Mu Heng's gaze and smiled and nodded at him. Luming noticed Lin Yin's gaze and finally couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "How do you know Mu Hong?" Lin Yin shook her head at Lu Ming and glanced at Lu Yin and Yang Shui. She asked softly, "Don't you think President Mu looks like someone?" Lu Yin also glanced at the man in the distance and suddenly widened her eyes. No way. Could he be Mu Ran's brother? Lu Ming naturally knew about the relationship between Mu Hong and Mu Ran, but Yang Shui and Lu Yin were very surprised. Yes, he said that it was inconvenient for Mu Ran, so he brought me a gift. After explaining, Lin Yin looked at Lu Ming and realized that he seemed to be thinking about something. She asked, "Uncle, are you very familiar with President Mu?" Lu Ming was a little dissatisfied with how Lin Yin addressed him, but seeing that everyone was present, he couldn't refute. He nodded and replied, "We've known each other for more than 10 years, but we're not that familiar." Lin Yin didn't understand what Lu Ming meant, but she heard Lu Yin say, "Lin Yin, my uncle is like this. Even if he's known someone for 20 years, he might not be familiar with them. There are simply too many unnecessary social interactions in his heart." Lu Yin walked to Lin Yin's side and continued in a low voice, "In the past, my uncle never participated in such social occasions. He has the ability to freeze everyone." Lu Yin noticed Lu Ming's gaze and shrank her neck timidly. She silently closed her mouth. The atmosphere of the banquet was very good. Because of Lu Ming and Mu Heng's appearance, everyone felt that this trip was not in vain and were especially enthusiastic and respectful to Su Jian and Lin Yin. Lin Yin realized that Su Lin was not in the hall. She looked at the time and felt that he should have started to take action. Lin Yin secretly checked the projector in the hall and realized that the video she had prepared in advance could be played with one click. She could not help but smile. She could not wait to see Su Fei and Su Lin's performance. Su Jian held the microphone in the center of the hall and prepared to thank them. The guests also quietened down. Just as everyone quietened down, there was suddenly a commotion outside the door. Lin Yin raised her eyebrows slightly and saw Su Lin run in nervously, followed by a young man in cheap sportswear. Everyone's gaze was attracted by Su Lin and that man. Su Jin frowned and scolded Su Lin. "Who is he?" "Su Lin, why do you let anyone in?" "Dad, he's been making a fuss outside about wanting to see little Yin. I think he's pitiful and want to ask if he's little Yin's friend." Su Lin looked like he could not stop the man, but Lin Yin knew very well that if not for Su Lin, how could the man in front of her enter? It seemed that the person who harmed her in her previous life was indeed Su Lin. It was all her fault for being too stupid. She actually trusted Su Lin completely in her previous life. The man in sportswear glanced at Su Lin, as if he had received a signal. He rushed towards Lin Yin with all his might. As he ran, he shouted, "Wife, can you forgive me? Don't leave me." All the guests were a little surprised by the sudden accident in front of them. Some were waiting to watch the show, and a few were worried about Lin Yin. After a scene like this, no matter if it was true or not, it would probably not be good if word got out in the future. Su Fei, who was standing in the corner, stared at Lin Yin excitedly, afraid that she would miss the expression on her face. She was waiting for Lin Yin to break down in pain. Only then would she be satisfied. Lu Ming frowned unhappily and looked at Lin Yin beside him. He realized that her expression was natural and there was a faint smile in her eyes, but the aura she exuded made him shiver. The man in sportswear quickly ran up to Lin Yin. He was about to go forward and grab Lin Yin's wrist when Lu Ming kicked him away. The man was already nervous. After being kicked to the ground by the tall Luming, he was even more afraid. However, when he thought of the generous reward after the matter was completed, he mustered his courage and shouted at Lin Yin, "Wife, have you forgotten the days we used to be together?" When the man saw Lin Yin's exquisite and beautiful face, he was surprised that she had changed so much. The lives of rich people were indeed comfortable. After stealing his heart, the man said the lines he had repeated many times before. "I've already forgiven you for being with someone else behind my back previously. You can't completely forget me just because you have a good life, right? Who do you think you are? Stop slandering Lin Yin here." Lu Yin really couldn't stand the man's words anymore. She walked to Lu Ming's side and stood in front of Lin Yin. "You want to be related to Lin Yin? Go back and look in the mirror." When Su Zhan heard the discussions in the crowd, he could not hold it in anymore. He glanced at Mu Hong, whose emotions were unknown, and quickly walked to the man in sportswear. He said to the attendant beside him, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and pull him out." "Honey, I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. You even aborted the child for me when I was in school. Give me a chance. I'll treat you well." The man was afraid of being dragged out, so he hurriedly said the lines he had prepared in one breath. "What F-king nonsense are you talking about?" When Gong Z heard the man insult Lin Yin, he couldn't help but pick him up from the ground. Just as he was about to punch him, he heard a cold and calm female voice behind him. "Why do you want to hit him? Don't dirty your hands." Lin Yin walked out from behind Lu Ming and Lu Yin and looked down at the man trembling in Gong Z's hand. The smile on her lips became even more obvious. "Your name is Chen Tao?" Lin Yin looked at the man in front of her, and intent to kill surged in her heart. It was because of this person that in Lin Yin's previous life, she became the focus of the entire banquet and became a despicable and dirty thing in everyone's eyes. She became the laughingstock of the entire upper-class society, and her reputation was ruined. No matter how Lin Yin defended herself and cried, no one cared about her feelings. It was as if her existence would pollute the air, and she had completely become a disgrace to the Su family. But it was different in this life. There were many people standing behind Lin Yin. Lu Ming, Lu Yin, Yang Shui, and Gong Z all believed in her and were willing to protect her. Chen Tao looked at Lin Yin's beautiful face and his mind raced. "Wife, you're still willing to acknowledge me, right? Let's be together in the future, okay? No one can separate us." Chen Tao acted very seriously. He even really hoped to be with Lin Yin. "Shut up. How can my daughter know a lowly person like you? Hurry up and drag him out." Su Zhan realized that everyone believed the man's words and was anxious. He could not let Lin Yin be related to such a person. He hurriedly explained to Mu Hong beside him, "President Mu, he's talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." Mu Hong did not speak, looking like he was watching a show. He did not believe that the man in front of him was related to Lin Yin at all, but he was a little curious about what Lin Yin would do. After all, she did not look nervous or flustered at all. "Wait." Lin Yin stopped the servant who was about to throw Chen Tao out and said calmly, "I do know him." Before Lin Yin could finish speaking, everyone's discussion became louder. Their originally envious gazes towards Lin Yin turned into shame and disdain. Su Zhan was furious with Lin Yin. He looked at Lu Ming and Mu Hong and realized that they were all staring at Lin Yin. "But you said I'm your wife?" Lin Yin and Chen Tao were very close, and she could see the panic in his eyes. "I'll give you another chance." Lin Yin's voice was not loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. "Are you sure you want to say that?" Chen Tao looked at the girl in front of him who looked like an inquisitor and swallowed nervously. Lin Yin was still very beautiful, but there seemed to be a hint of blood in her eyes. She looked at him coldly, as if she was looking at a dead person. Chen Tao clearly had no way out. He glanced at Su Fei and Su Lin in the corner and gritted his teeth. He deliberately raised his voice and said to everyone, "Although there are no legal procedures, you are. We've been together for so long. Why aren't you my wife?" "All right, don't regret it. I gave you a chance." Lin Yin opened the video she had prepared. "Your acting skills are not bad. Isn't 30,000 yuan too little?" Lin Yin's voice slowly sounded, but everyone's gaze was attracted by the video on the projector. The protagonists of the video were all present. One was Chen Tao, and the other was Su Lin, who was in the corner. The angle of the photo was very clear. One could clearly see Su Lin and Chen Tao's facial features in their conversation. Memorize everything I told you previously. You have to make everyone think that you're related to Lin Yin. In the video, Su Lin was wearing a black casual outfit. He took out a paper envelope from his shirt and continued to instruct Chen Tao, "This is 10,000 yuan. When the birthday banquet is over, I'll give you another 20,000 yuan." When Chen Tao saw the money, his eyes revealed greed. He said politely to Su Lin, "Young Master Su, don't worry. I'll definitely make everyone think that Lin Yin is a promiscuous BTCH. I guarantee that she won't be able to see anyone in the future." After the video ended, Chen Tao's expression was very bad. He did not dare to look at Lin Yin in front of him. "TSK, you worked so hard for just 30,000 yuan. If you were willing to tell the truth just now, I might have pitted you and given you more money," Lin Yin said to Chen Tao deliberately regretfully. Chen Tao seemed to have seized the opportunity and hurriedly pointed at Su Lin, shouting, "Lin Yin, he asked me to do it. I'm just a poor person. How dare I offend the eldest young master of the Su family?"